Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks. Today, we continue the captivating journey of H.J. Potter by the imaginative S.M. Wane with Part 3, covering chapters 21 to 30. This spellbinding tale takes Harry Potter on a redefined path where destiny twists, challenges intensify, and alliances forge in the most unexpected ways. As the plot thickens, Harry must navigate a world where the familiar feels foreign and every choice could alter the course of history. Will he rise to meet the challenges that fate has placed before him? Or will the shadows of the past and uncertainties of the future prove too much to bear? S.M. Wane, a creative powerhouse in the realm of fanfiction, is celebrated for their compelling character arcs and richly woven narratives. H.J. Potter stands as a testament to their talent, offering readers a fresh perspective on beloved characters and their journeys. Disclaimer: this fanfiction is a transformative work based on J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series. All original characters, settings, and trademarks belong to their respective owners. This reading is created purely for entertainment, with no copyright infringement intended. So, sit back, relax, and prepare for a magical roller coaster with H.J. Potter by S.M. Wane, only here at Grimoire Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more enchanting tales. Let's dive into the next thrilling chapters of this extraordinary story. H.J. Potter by S.M. Wane. Chapter 21. There was just something about the Christmas season that made people let down their hair and enjoy themselves. Hermione, at the moment, was comfortably tucked into Harry's side as she happily hummed along to the familiar tune of one of the Christmas carols that were playing on the radio. Harry couldn't help smiling at the sight of his wife being so at ease. They were accompanying the Grangers to pick out their Christmas tree. The day was informally designated as a family day since the Greengrasses, Boneses, and the Weasleys returned to home to get their houses ready for the holidays. Sirius had to return to work to handle some pressing issues, while Hagrid had personal matters to attend to. The smile on his face grew when he heard Dan whistle cheerily along. They soon found themselves trudging through the snow finding for the perfect tree for their home. To be specific, it was for the Granger house. Harry couldn't help but call the house that his wife grew up in home. After all, it was the place where he first experienced the love and care of a family. Most importantly, it was where he married his beloved wife. Hermione's nose pinked from the cold wind as she walked around, looking for the perfect tree in a Christmas tree plantation. She had once told Harry that she always liked to have her say when it comes to decorating their home during the holidays. Seeing that her parents had backed off and were content with agreeing with all she had suggested even though she was only supposed to help them, Harry knew that what she said was true. He hurriedly fell in step with Hermione as she went on autopilot. "That one's too thin," she muttered to herself as she searched the lot for the things she was seeking. She looked like a person on a mission with the determined set of her chin. No. It's still not full enough," Hermione continued under her breath as she pulled Harry after her by the hand. Hermione seemed to be able to find a flaw in every tree she saw. Hermione soon released him when she realized that he couldn't keep up with her. Harry was simply baffled. He could hear all her thoughts racing through her mind as she studied each tree. All the trees pretty much looked alike in his eyes. Dan gave him an understanding smile when he saw the expression on Harry's face. "You know that Hermione had to learn that from somewhere," Dan answered with a mischievous wink as he shot an imperceptible glance in his wife's direction. Harry laughed when he realized that Dan must have had to endure this process annually since he'd married Jean. Jean arched her eyebrows inquiringly as she glanced at them. Before she could ask, she was interrupted by Hermione's voice. "Mum, Harry's." She stood in front of the tree, eyes narrowed, and brow crinkled in concentration. Her hands were on her hips, and her lips pursed in contemplation. She glanced briefly at them. "What do you think of this one?" The tree in question looked a lot like the other trees that Hermione had previously dismissed. Harry stopped to scrutinize the tree closely. "I think it's wonderful," Jean answered with a small smile after staring at the tree for a moment. She didn't need to have a mind link to know that her daughter really liked it. Harry and Dan heartily agreed with Hermione's choice. Hermione brightened immediately. "I guess this is it," she concluded with a smile as she walked to Harry's side. Harry automatically put his arms around her waist. Apparently, that must have been the keyword because Dan immediately set off to look for the owner of the lot. He looked at their future Christmas tree, standing so tall and wide, and made a face. Turning to Hermione, "I suppose now I have to get to work? Let me guess, I'm probably going to be sweating after this." Harry asked pointedly as he gazed at Hermione. "Yes, you will be pretty soon. You and Dad will have to saw the tree down and carry it to the car. That's why I made sure that you had such a large breakfast this morning," Hermione answered as her eyes twinkled playfully. "I should have known that you'd put me to work when you offered me second helpings. You don't feed me extra for nothing," Harry muttered in faux grouchiness under his breath. "Besides," she continued as if she didn't hear anything, "I think you look really sexy when you work those muscles," she said in a low, sultry voice. Pully laughter escaped from Hermione when Harry playfully flexed his biceps in a Mr. World pose. Harry playfully wrapped his arms around his giggling wife as he laughed with her. It was absolute torture. His muscles were protesting violently at the abuse he had to endure to transport the tree to the Granger's house. He couldn't help but compare the experience to Toll's merciless weekly muscle training sessions. It also didn't help that Harry made sure that he was carrying most of the weight so as to alleviate the burden on Dan. His father-in-law was red in the face from the exertion. Well, at least he managed to avoid getting scratches from the pine needles. Hermione and Jean didn't make their life easier when they were adamant about setting the tree in the exact middle of the living room. Dan and Harry tiredly collapsed on the couch after properly positioning the tree. Hermione and Jean rewarded their mates with cups of hot tea. Looks of gratitude crossed their faces when they took a sip of their tea. "I'm going to use magic to cut and transport the tree from the backyard tomorrow. We have many trees. I'm sure one of them will do just fine," Harry promised as he closed his eyes. Hermione chuckled lightly as she scooted closer to him. "We decided to make today a family activity, but tomorrow you'll have everyone around to help. And yes, we do have some very beautiful trees in our backyard. I'm sure we can find the right one there," she answered as she looked at him intently. "Anyway, today couldn't have been that bad," teased Hermione as she absently stroked his arm. Seeing the twinkle in her eyes, he smiled as he absently tucked a stray lock of hair back behind her ear. "No, not at all," Harry answered, seeing the unabashed joy on her face. It was worth the aches. He lifted her hand from his arm and kissed it tenderly. Her answering smile was dazzling. The next day, clothed in thick jackets, the Greengrasses, Susan and Amelia Bones, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, the Grangers, Harry, Hermione, and the rest of their friends headed out to the forest on the grounds of the Potter Mansion, near the Quidditch pitch, in search of a Christmas tree. Hermione was much faster in selecting the tree this time, mainly because of the required height of the tree. They needed a tree about 2 stories in height. Hermione, with Amelia's help, inspected the trees carefully before deciding on the perfect tree. The men got to work at once. Sirius used several diffindos to cut the tree down, while Remus levitated the tree easily. There were looks of incredulity on the Grangers' faces as they watched the whole process. Magic definitely made everything easier. There was only one mishap while they were choosing Christmas tree. The Weasley twins decided to hide behind the greenery, waiting for the right moment to strike someone with a well-aimed snowball. They waited until the girls turned their back on them before tossing the cold snowballs in their direction. There was a good reason why they were beaters and not chasers. The projectiles missed their target and hit Sirius instead. Sirius was shell-shocked at first. Suddenly, devilish curl of his lips appeared on his face. He whipped out his wand and cast a spell at the tree under which the Weasley twins were taking shelter. The snow trapped by the pine needles of the tree fell on them, covering them completely with snow. The Weasley twins looked like a pair of poorly formed snowmen when they froze. Everyone roared in laughter when they saw them. The twins quickly shook the snow off themselves like dogs shaking water out of their coats after a bath. Their faces were as red as the roots of their hair as they glared at Sirius. He was clutching his stomach as he laughed loudly. "We'll get you for this, Sirius." Fred roared as he swept the last remains of the snow from his jacket. Susan and Astoria took the opportunity to sneak up to Fred and George and shoveled large clumps of snow down their jackets, causing them to howl from the cold. They dashed away before the Weasley twins could take revenge, giggling madly. The Weasley twins changed their targets and gave a chase after loading up on ammunition. Spotting Amelia shaking her head at the childish ways of Sirius, Sirius tossed a snowball at her, hitting her gently in the face. A frown marred her face for a moment before she broke into a grin. "You know this means war," Amelia threatened as she lowered herself to the ground and prepared ammunition to fight back. It soon escalated into a full snowball fight. They were laughing or giggling madly as they tried to dodge or pelt one another with snowballs. It became a free-for-all. Everyone was tossing snowballs, especially at those of them who weren't paying attention. The tree was left hovering in mid-air, forgotten as everyone joined in the battle. The scuffle grew more intense. They began to form teams to defend and attack effectively. "Hey, I'm on your side," George growled when he was hit by 3 snowballs simultaneously, one of them from his twin brother. That got the twins to start another fight, this time with each other. They tried to shove as much snow as they could into each other's jackets. Harry was laughing uncontrollably at the sight and did not notice the snowball coming at him until he felt the impact on his back. With a stunned expression on his face, he whipped his head around and saw Hermione giving him an innocent look. The corners of his lips curled in amusement. "I know it was you, Mione," Harry answered. Without giving her any warning, he lunged at her. Giggling crazily, a sound he hardly heard her make, she ducked away from his outstretched arms and started running away from him. "Oh no, you don't," he continued as he chased her. She tried to make a beeline through the trees, but he caught her around her waist and used his body weight to pin her firmly onto the ground. They rolled around the snow playfully as he held her close. When they lay sprawled out, with his body covering hers completely, he propped himself by the elbow as he watched his wife closely. "Say you're sorry," Harry demanded. His eyes were sparkling from all the merriment as he met her gaze. Hermione had ceased struggling and regarded him curiously. Her cheeks were pink with amusement. All the laughing subsided when their eyes met again after they searched each other's faces. His eyes were focused intently on her, communicating the adoration he had for her. His warm breath fanned over her face as she looked at him unwaveringly. Hermione, as if in trance, applied slight pressure on his neck so that he would lean in. Suddenly, the sound of someone clearing his voice surprised the young couple. Harry immediately rolled off her and stood up. It was true that they were married, but Harry was only 13 and Hermione just barely turned 14. It made Dan uncomfortable seeing them so intimately entwined. There was a sheepish expression on Harry's face as he helped his wife up. Jean swatted her husband for his interruption. "They're married, for goodness sake." "They're still so young," Dan protested, as Jean dragged him away. "What happened to the tree?" Hermione questioned suddenly as she searched the area. The large tree had disappeared suddenly during their fight. Everyone hurriedly rushed into the house to check. They heaved a sigh of relief when they found the missing tree. Hagrid, who had returned from his lessons, took it upon himself to bring the tree in while they were all focused on the snowball fight. Sirius, Oswald, and Remus immediately hurried forward to help position the tree properly, while Hermione supervised the task. After a while, they managed to get the tree in the exact middle of the foyer. They rested for a moment, enjoying the hot chocolate and Christmas treacle tarts that the house elves had prepared for them as they reminisced about the highlights of their afternoon. They agreed that the girls should play chasers on the Quidditch team because of their accuracy. The most challenging task came next. They had to decorate the huge tree. The large group stood in front of the magnificent tree and felt daunted by the task. The lower branches could be done by hand, but the higher branches required magic to hang any ornaments. Even Hagrid couldn't reach the top portion of the tree. Hermione and Jean immediately came out with a detailed plan, assigning various duties to make things easier. Harry knew that they couldn't use Christmas lights on the tree and was curious to find the magical equivalent of it. He was shocked when he learned that they used brightly colored fairies to decorate the tree. One simply needed to open the box, and they would arrange themselves neatly on the large tree. There was no need to ensure the equal distribution like the way they did in Granger House. With music playing on the wizard's wireless, they spent the rest of the day decorating the tree, helping in any way they could as they chattered lightly. The tree trimming was a wonderful experience, especially when everyone was participating in all the festivities. Hagrid kept dropping the ornaments onto the ground, and Harry was able to save some of them with a few spectacular dives. Amelia would good-naturedly cast reparo at those ornaments Harry was unable to save. Decorating the tree together brought them closer as a family and helped to bridge the gap that existed between them due to the lack of communication for the past few years. Hagrid, like Remus Lupin, was also accepted into the huge family of the 4 ancient houses. When the tree was finally finished, they all took a step back and admired the finished product. As this was Harry's first family Christmas, he was given the honor of placing a large golden star at the top of the tree. He managed to complete the task by flying to the top of the tree with his broomstick. The Christmas tree was simply beautiful, with twinkling fairy lights, shiny tinsel, and a hodgepodge of colorful ornaments in assortment of shapes and sizes. They all thought it was the best tree they'd ever seen and quietly exchanged smiles with each other. Harry placed his arm around Hermione's waist as they stood together. He took in a sight of the majestic tree, the happy faces of the people that were now his family, and knew that he wanted to etch this memory into his mind forever. Soon it was Christmas Eve. Sounds of cheery laughter filled the smaller dining room of the mansion. It was a tight fit for a group of over 20. To Harry's surprise, all their friends' families had turned up for dinner. Mr. and Mrs. Diggory, Lady Longbottom, and Mr. Lovegood all came during the evening to visit. The free flow of good alcohol helped them to warm up to each other quickly, and soon they were laughing and chatting like old friends. On the other end of the table, there was a chorus of excited conversation as they updated each other on how their holidays had been thus far. Astoria found that she clicked with Luna well as her sister had predicted, since the second-year Ravenclaw was equally forthright as she was. Cedric told them about the time he'd with his family and the Changs. It was then they learned that the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw Quidditch captains were childhood friends. Daphne and Astoria remembered Cho Chang well. Personally, I don't really like too many of the Ravenclaws. After all, none of them stood up for Luna. Harry said as he looked at his whimsical friend. What do you think about Miss Chang? Luna stuck her lower lip out as she mulled over her impression of Cho Chang. She isn't really a nasty person. I think she just needs the approval of others, so she tries to do things that will make her well-liked. Cho never stood up for me because she was afraid her friends would reject and make fun of her, Luna answered. Cedric nodded as he furrowed his brow. Yes, she's always been that way, caring too much about what others think. You were spot on there, Luna. However, she shouldn't have allowed anything untoward to happen to you, since she is a prefect. It just wasn't right to stand by and let it happen. I didn't even know about what they were doing to you, Luna. At least, not until I'd heard that Harry barged into the Ravenclaw. I'm so sorry about that, Cedric declared sincerely as he looked at Luna. Luna smiled dreamily and shrugged it off. It's all right. I met Harry and Hermione because of what they did, and by extension, everyone here. I guess I have to thank them in a way. Her smile grew large as she looked at each of her friends sitting at the table. Susan and Hermione reached out and gave each of her hands a squeeze. Anyway, isn't she the person you go to Hogsmeade with all the time? Neville questioned. He was curious because he remembered that Cedric always turned down their offer to join them in Hogsmeade because he had to accompany his childhood friend. Cedric's face grew tense. He rubbed the back of his neck tersely and nodded. Well, she's always welcome to join us when we go. Is there a particular reason why you have to go with her alone? Hermione questioned. A frown marred his face as he tried to explain the peculiarity. He shot a furtive glance at his parents sitting across the table and began when he saw that they were engrossed in their own conversation. My dad insisted that I take her to Hogsmeade because he'd like us to develop feelings for each other. He wants us to get together. He's anxious to see me dating soon. He admitted honestly. Well, I think you two would make a good match, Cedric. Daphne said nonchalantly. You look great together. By the way, I still can't imagine why she ran off without telling you the other day. Cedric seemed to have missed her comment, so she briefly told them of the event that took place in the bookstore while they were Christmas shopping. Hermione and Susan exchanged significant looks as Daphne concluded her tale. Anyway, would you mind if Cho comes over tomorrow? Our parents are going to be gone all day tomorrow, and she'd be alone at home. It's okay, if you're not too comfortable with it. Cedric asked. No, I don't mind. What's with one more person's? Harry replied. We could play a game of Quidditch and try out the pitch out back if it doesn't snow tomorrow. He added excitedly. The adults joined their conversation when they overheard them talking about Quidditch. The conversation switched to the Quidditch World Cup that was taking place in England the next year. Harry brightened when he heard that the 4 ancient heads of house and their families were expected to attend. Lady Longbottom or Sirius Black would get tickets since they were part of the Wisengamot. It stirred up the excitement among the teenagers as the adults told them about the past Quidditch Cup matches they had watched. Soon, the sound of the clock striking 12 rang through the house. It was Christmas. With joyous shouts, they wished one another Merry Christmas with friendly hugs or handshakes. After the warm wishes were exchanged, Mr. Lovegood, Lady Longbottom, Mrs. Diggory left the Potter mansion after bidding them a good night. Thank you, Lord Gryffindor, for allowing Cho to join you tomorrow. Mr. Diggory smiled as he lingered longer to express his gratitude. She'll be here in the morning. He concluded and bade them a good night before catching up with the group that already brought home. Oswald, Felicia, Hagrid, and Lupin were next to bid them good night before heading to their rooms. Jean kissed Harry and Hermione on their foreheads, something that Harry got used to, before she and her husband went back to their house. Sirius and Amelia proceeded to the sitting room to continue their conversation in private. They were officially together. Amelia and Sirius had announced it earlier that day that they were dating. The rest of the family expressed their approval heartily. Lupin and Oswald even commented that it took them way too long to admit it. The girls were so excited to have Luna back with them that they wanted to have a girls' night at Daphne's room. Why don't you use Hermione's room? It's larger, and it has a sitting area, Harry suggested. It's connected to your room, Harry, Hermione answered as she curled her fingers around his arm. I doubt you'd be able to sleep if we decided to hang out my room instead. Hermione tenderly brushed her lips across his and smiled. It's sweet of you to offer, though. We won't be up that late. In a low voice, he said, Am I taking the fun out of things? I'm sorry. I'm spoilt. I can't sleep without you. The smile on her face widened. No, it's the same for me too. I can't fall asleep without you, she whispered back. He leaned in and kissed her properly. He was breathless when he pulled back and gazed at her. I'll spend time with our pets. We've been neglecting them since we've here. Daff tells me that Cat kept the daisy that Crookshanks gave her. You should ask him about that, but don't stay up too late, Hermione warned before following the rest of the girls upstairs. Harry accompanied the guys upstairs and headed to his room. Hedwig was perched on the stand near the window, her white feathers a striking contrast to the dark night sky. He reached out to ruffle her feathers as she hooted in excitement. Merry Christmas, Harry said as he smiled. Merry Christmas, Harry, she hooted as she nipped his finger affectionately. Crookshanks made his appearance by leaping onto the large bed and purring softly. There was a rat in his mouth as he fixed his yellow eyes on Harry. Well done, Crookshanks, Harry said as he reached out to scratch him at the back of his ears. Hermione would be delighted if she knew you went hunting. No, it's for me. It's a Christmas present for Hedwig, Crookshanks answered as he put the rat in the food dish. Hedwig thanked him before devouring the rat before Harry. I guess you didn't get your pets any gifts, Crookshanks said in an accusing tone. Who says I didn't? I guess it's no harm giving you your presents now, right? Harry questioned as he smiled. He summoned Crookshanks' present into his hand and set it on the floor. Merry Christmas, Crookshanks. It's from Hermione and me. Crookshanks immediately hopped off the bed after expressing his gratitude. He purred when he realized that Hermione had wrapped his gift with extra ribbons so that he could play with them. Turning to Hedwig, He set a small box on the table next to the perch. She hopped over to the table and opened the present with her talons. It was a small device, no larger than a thumb. She trained her large amber eyes on Harry and waited for his explanation. He summoned a large book into his hand and demonstrated the function of her gift by clipping it at the bottom of the book. "We got a small device charmed to flip pages according to your movement," Harry continued. Hedwig raised her right wing, and the page flipped. She hooted her gratitude as she excitedly continued trying out her gift. Harry smiled when he felt her joy. Hedwig's Christmas gift would save her a lot of trouble. The sound of Crookshank's contented purring as he played with the wrapping made him smile. He had forgotten about his new scratching post as he played with the wrappings. Harry rolled to his stomach, and he watched Hermione's familiar enjoying himself. It was in this position that Hermione found him in later, asleep with a serene smile on his face. Excited chatter filled the room as everyone sat in the living room on Christmas morning. The adults took to the couches while the teenagers sprawled out on the floor with their pets on their laps. Kat was lying on Daphne's lap as she trained her eyes upon the piles of presents lying neatly under the large tree. The presents had been arranged according to whom it was addressed to. Hermione was absently stroking Crookshanks as he lay on her lap. The two large snowy owls flanked the two sides of the large couch as they waited impatiently for the group to open their presents. Seeing that everyone was comfortable, the teenagers sitting close to the tree took a present from each pile and handed everyone a gift. The gifts were from Harry, and only Hermione seemed to receive a different present. Only the sounds of wrapping paper tearing could be heard as they eagerly opened their presents. Sirius opened the box and found a shiny, expensive-looking black watch nestled within. "It's a watch," Sirius declared in wonderment and surprise as he lifted his watch into air and examined it intently. Looking around the room, he discovered that everyone but Hermione had a watch. What was interesting to note was that each watch was different, as Harry had the watches made to fit each individual's personality. They exchanged looks of bewilderment as they mulled over the significance of the gift. With a knowing smile, Harry explained, "It's more than just a watch. You can use it to communicate with one another. Hermione and I each have one," he answered as he raised his arm for all to see the watch he was wearing. "You'll find that it's indestructible and that it can also be used as a portkey. The ones that Hermione and I have don't have this function, but you can still portkey to us. Each watch comes with special functions to cater to your different needs. The instructions are in the box." Everyone grew excited as they tried out the functions in earnest. They started keying in the house. They realized that they had to ask the permission of the other person before they could activate the portkey and appear by their side. It was not lost on them how useful the gift was. "This should work at Hogwarts too, right?" Neville questioned. "I should think so. I think being the heir of Gryffindor allows me a few favors from Hogwarts herself." "Thanks, pup," Sirius said excitedly. They thanked Harry for his thoughtful and practical gift. Hermione found an entire series of novels by her favorite author when she opened Harry's gift to her. They were even autographed by the author. She happily threw her arms around him and enthusiastically kissed him on the cheek because of it. They opened the rest of their presents and were mostly delighted with what they received. The Weasley twins received a combined gift from the group. They were shocked to be the owners of a firebolt each. Their names were engraved on the sides so that they wouldn't mix them up. "Wicked," they began excitedly as they checked out their new brooms. "We have 3 firebolts on our team now." Harry and Hermione received a 2-person tent from Daphne. Harry and Hermione looked at their gift with great suspicion. They exchanged looks of bafflement as they looked at Daphne for an explanation. It was Sirius who answered, though. "I think it's a rather useful present if you need some alone time. If I'm not mistaken, you'll never be disturbed if you're inside the tent." Sirius laughed as he wiggled his eyebrows meaningfully. Harry shot a side glance at his in-laws and was relieved to find that they were occupied with other things to overhear Sirius's clarification. Hermione looked thoughtful for a moment. She was curious how different magical tents were from Muggle tents. "Thanks, Daph," Harry called out, reddening a bit as he put their Christmas present aside. Oswald and Felicia had given him a new set of Quidditch armor. Unlike the armors they saw on the market, this armor was soft. Oswald explained that he created this type of armor after watching Harry play because he realized that students needed protective gear that could spread out the shock, so to minimize bruising. The Weasleys and the Potters were surprised to receive presents from Mrs. Weasley. It was the usual, the traditional monogrammed Weasley jumpers and a box of pastries. There was a note of apology included with the parcel for Harry and Hermione. They brightened up when they realized that Ginny was going to be discharged soon and would be returning to Hogwarts. The Weasley twins grew contemplative for a moment as they stared at their bright red hand-knitted jumpers. Remus clapped them warmly on their backs as he smiled. No matter what she might have done, she's still your mother, and you two are still her sons. She'd naturally still care about you. Fred and George grinned appreciatively back at him before heading upstairs to jot a note of thanks for their mother. There's mistletoe above you, Harry and Hermione, Sirius remarked in mock surprise as he pointed to the large bough of mistletoe floating above them. Harry began to regret allowing his godfather to put up the mistletoe. He noted that he was sitting a distance away from Amelia. You've got to kiss properly to escape from the mistletoe. It's attracted to people who are in love with one another, Sirius prompted as he grinned impishly. Harry shot a glare at Sirius and looked at Hermione. Dad's going to kill me, Harry thought as he leaned in. The corners of her lips curled up in amusement. No, he won't. You're just kissing your wife. I'd have to kill you if you had to kiss another girl, Hermione answered. It caused Harry to chuckle gently. He cupped her face lightly so that their gazes would meet. He brushed his lips across her tentatively. A proper kiss, my love, Hermione commented. She burrowed her slim fingers into his messy black hair as their lips met in a searing kiss. His arms tightened around her passionately, pressing her petite body to him as he responded in equal zeal. It was moments later when Hermione pulled back to get air. A smile graced her lips when she saw that the mistletoe floating above their heads had disappeared. Harry was still in daze from the kiss. Do you need to go out to cool down? Sirius teased. The young couple shook their head and beamed. Harry was conscious of the way Dan was trying to hide his dislike for their public display of affection. Happy Christmas, my lord. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there is a Miss Chong at the door, and she wishes to join you, Dobby announced as he bowed. Merry Christmas, Dobby. Do you like your presents? Harry asked cordially. The house elf beamed brightly. Thank you, my lord. I love the socks. The rest of the house elves also want to express their gratitude for the extended leave and the bonuses we received. A smile graced his lips. It was well-deserved. You all work so hard to make sure that we're well taken care of. We should be thanking all of you for the excellent work you've done, replied Harry sincerely. By the way, you may bring Miss Chong in, he added. Dobby nodded and left to fetch the girl. Cho Chong appeared a moment later. They understood why Daphne commented that Cho would be a good match for Cedric, at least physically. Cho Chong was a pretty and slim girl with long, straight black hair. When Cedric stood by her side and introduced her to the rest of the occupants in the room, everyone thought they looked good together, but it was clear that Cedric treated her nothing more than a friend. She politely greeted the adults in the room. George and Fred were staring at Cho as they walked down the stairs to the living room. Neville, Susan, and Astoria tried their best not to look affronted. They didn't like the girl because she didn't stand up for their friend when she was supposed to. To their surprise, Cho offered a sincere apology to Luna for not standing up for her. There was a look of genuine surprise on everyone's face. They didn't expect an apology from her. Cho had expected that she would be disliked and scarcely expected to be forgiven or be treated nicely. Her apology was a good step in changing their opinions of her, and they began to treat her better. It had stopped snowing, so as promised they headed to the Quidditch pitch to play a friendly match after placing a warming spell on them. They sorted themselves into 2 teams and picked a color to represent them. Harry, Hermione, Daphne, Astoria, Fred, George, and Oswald were on one team while Cho, Cedric, Luna, Susan, Neville, Sirius, and Lupin were on the other. It made it fair since there were 3 experienced Quidditch players on both sides. Oswald decided to charm their winter attire black, while the other team picked white. They creatively called themselves Yin and Yang. They agreed that the Seekers were not allowed to play their usual positions to ensure fairness. However, The Weasley twins were allowed to keep their positions because they would be able to handle the bludgers the best. Astoria and Luna played Seekers. Harry, Hermione, and Daphne played Chasers for Ian, while Cho, Cedric, and Susan played the same for Yang. The Weasley twins and the two Marauders played Beaters. Oswald and Neville were the Keepers. Felicia and Amelia gave the Grangers a brief overview of the game as they led them to the stands surrounding the pitch. They were excited since it was the first time they'd ever watched a Quidditch game. They conjured warm drinks as they waited for the game to begin. Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley twins used their own brooms while the rest settled for the Nimbus 2001 broomsticks that Dobby had bought. They were flying around the pitch, trying to adapt to the feeling of flying. The spectators could tell who the school team Seekers were. Cedric, Harry, and Cho were looking very comfortable on their brooms as they did all sort of crazy moves in the air for fun. The three of them had a blast trying to tag each other in the air. Harry pressed himself into a dive, pulling up at the last second before he hit the ground. Cedric and Cho naturally backed off since they lacked the Gryffindor daring. "Do they use those moves in the game?" Jean asked anxiously. Her heart nearly leapt out when she watched Harry fly so wildly. Amelia nodded. "Harry's a natural on the broom. I've heard him pull off far more dangerous moves." She told them about the incident when a mad bludger was chasing after him. Hermione also looked rather comfortable on her broom, since she went through lessons on battling in air. Luna, Astoria, and Neville looked rather shaky on their brooms. Hagrid was acting as the referee for this friendly match. When they all settled back down on the land, he gave the signal to mount their brooms. He did a countdown, and when he blew the whistle, everyone shot up into air. Hagrid tossed the quaffle into the air, and the other balls shot out of the box. The snitch disappeared at once. Harry and Cho dived at the same time as they tried to catch the quaffle, but Harry got it first, and he neatly passed it to Hermione, who was speeding past him. Daphne flanked her side as they made their way towards the goal. Neville grew nervous at the way Hermione was coming straight at him, dodging the fruitless attempt Sirius and Lupin made to disarm her of the quaffle. Without hesitation, she made a sharp swerve to the right as she tossed the quaffle into the left hoop. Neville, who thought she was tossing it into the middle or the right hoop, dived in that direction. The Een scored first. Hermione and Daphne high-fived each other when she headed towards her. "Way to go," Harry called as he clapped. The Grangers were amazed at the speed of the game. It seems that there are a lot of hidden Quidditch talent in this group. They're scoring really fast, Amelia commented as she trained her eyes on them. The Seekers were still prowling around in the air, searching for the elusive golden ball while keeping an eye on the game. Neville passed the quaffle to Cedric as he shot like a bullet through the crowd. He neatly dodged all the incoming bludgers and Harry's attempts to knock him off his broom. He passed the quaffle to Cho when he realized that Een chasers were circling him and that the Weasley twins were using the pinball tactic. Harry was reluctant to knock her off her broom, giving her an opportunity to make an attempt at the goal. Cho changed her direction at the last minute when Oswald dived and threw the quaffle into the unguarded hoop, leveling the score. She was grinning from ear to ear as she high-fived Cedric. The game continued, and the Een scored another point, taking the lead once more. "Yes." Harry pumped his arm as he beamed and did a sloth grip to avoid being hit by the bludger. Neville tossed the quaffle to Cho. She wisely passed the quaffle to Susan, since no one was guarding her. She sped towards Yin's goal. However, Fred had knocked the quaffle off her hands with a timely swing of his bat. The motion caused the quaffle to land in Daphne's hands. However, Daphne was in a bad position. The Yang team surrounded her. Cho knocked the quaffle out of her hands and took possession of the red ball. Sirius knocked the bludger aimed at Cho towards Hermione, who was speeding towards Cho. She dodged the small black ball when she did a turn. Daphne pursed Cho as she attempted to take possession of the quaffle while dodging an incoming bludger. Cho, knowing that she couldn't keep possession of the red ball, tossed it to Cedric. However, Harry suddenly dived down and intercepted the pass. He pulled up suddenly as he sped straight toward Neville and made his first attempt at the goal. The quaffle made a graceful descent through the hoop. The Een cheered loudly. The three Seekers used all the skills they had to keep or take possession of the red ball. Amelia had to admit it was funny game to see the chasers doing a better job at wild aerial tricks than the seekers who were flying absently above the game, searching for the snitch. The Een was 200 points ahead of the Yang because of the spectacular team play of the 3 Een chasers and the 2 beaters. The Yang players were good in their own right, but they lacked the teamwork that the Een team had displayed. The Yang chasers were inching close to the goals when Daphne shot past and knocked Cho off the broom. The impact made her drop the quaffle into Hermione's hands as she scrambled back on her broom. Hermione shot straight past them and passed the quaffle to Harry, who was lingering near the opposite goal. He changed his tactic at the last minute, ducking the bludger and passing the quaffle to Daphne, who made the goal. The quaffle was back into play. Susan took possession of the red ball and made a pass to Cho. However, Daphne dived dangerously close to Cho in her attempt to take possession of the quaffle. Before Daphne could lay her hands on the quaffle, Cho knocked her off her broom. Daphne was hanging precariously on her broom as the bludger made its way towards her. "Daff!" Cedric shouted as he shot up. The 4 beaters sped to try to knock the bludger out of the way. However, they were too late. The bludger hit the broom with a loud crunch and Daphne fell. "No!" Cedric shouted as he flattened himself into the broom and dived to catch her. Harry and Hermione immediately whipped out their wands and cast the spell to slow down her fall. Cedric never felt so anxious. He waited until he was safely below her before halting his broom, so that Daphne would fall right into his arms. Daphne was surprised when she felt a strong pair of arms holding her tight. She heard him expel a sigh of relief. "Thank Merlin, you're all right," he said worriedly as he looked at her intently. Daphne sharply sucked in her breath when she looked into his eyes. She took in the spicy scent of his skin and noticed for the first time how utterly good-looking he was. Their eyes were locked on each other. A breath of air lived between them as they looked into each other's eyes. Her heart began pounding faster. "Thanks," she stammered. Suddenly, a small smile graced his face as he idly swept the blonde hair away from her face and placed her in front of him as if she weighed nothing. He slid backward, giving Daphne more space, and wrapped his arm loosely around her waist. "Hang on, we need to land," Cedric answered. His warm breath on her ear made her shiver involuntarily. She knew that it was unintentional, but she never felt so conscious of him. Daphne wordlessly did as she was told, as she tried to figure out the change in her feelings as they touched ground. The game ended suddenly when Luna caught the snitch by surprise. The snitch appeared right next to her, and she easily reached out and caught the snitch. She calmly raised the golden snitch into the air. Yang catches the snitch, but Een wins. Hagrid growled as everyone began to cheer. Een beat Yang by 20 points. "That was an amazing game," Harry commented. "Nice catch." Harry winked at Cedric. Cedric blushed. "I know you cast a spell to slow her down." Harry summoned Daphne's broom to him as the rest landed excitedly on the ground. Cho landed next to Cedric. She looked at Daphne bitterly when she noticed that she was still in Cedric's arms. There was no doubt from the way Cedric looked at Daphne that he liked her. The rest were oblivious as they happily recounted the details of the game and clapped each other on the back in a friendly manner. Harry was glad that there were no injuries despite the fact that amateurs filled the ranks of the teams. It was strange. Just as I was about to head to the ground to check on Daph, the snitch flew into sight, so I caught it, Luna answered. Everyone burst into laughter at the strange way the game had ended. Neville shared his amazement with Hermione about her skills and was surprised that she didn't consider joining the Quidditch team. "With the chasers we have now, I don't think I'm good enough to replace them. As you can see, it's important that the chasers can work well together," Hermione answered. "Yes, Cho and Cedric's skills are far superior compared to Daphne's and Hermione's. However, we couldn't beat you because the 3 of you worked really well together. When we tried to knock you off the broom, the other 2 were there to defend," Susan commented. It was clear that everyone enjoyed the game and they promised to do it again soon. After leaving the pitch, they had a light lunch, knowing that the elves were planning a big, traditional Christmas dinner. The group sat for a bit discussing in detail the highlights of the game as they complimented one another. They headed back to their rooms for a bath after their meal. When Harry entered his room, He was surprised to find an unopened present sitting on his bed. The house elves had apparently made a delivery. He unwrapped the present, revealing a journal and a note. He read the note and realized that it was a gift from Sirius and Remus. They had offered to teach Hermione and him to transform into animagi as a Christmas present. His eyes widened. It was illegal to become an animagus without informing the ministry, but the idea appealed to him. Hermione took that moment to appear in his room. She noticed the grin on his face and stopped to look at the note he was holding in his hands. She arched her eyebrows in surprise when she realized that Sirius and Lupin were helping them to become animagi as a Christmas present. This will be very useful since most of your enemies are expecting a boy. Hermione smiled happily. It's a wonderful Christmas gift. Harry called his godfather on his watch and expressed his gratitude while Hermione went for a bath. Moony tells me that you two will be very busy. We can probably only guide you through the first and the final steps. The rest is really looking inside yourself to find your form. We can have our first session tomorrow. I must caution you that it takes a long time before you're able to transform yourself into the animal. We understand. Thanks, Sirius. Harry answered. I'm sure it's a skill your father would have wanted to teach you. It's dead useful. He smiled. He bade goodbye before the image on the screen faded away. Across the table where Cedric sat with his friends, there was a slight hint of tension in the air. They were having Christmas pudding as they chatted lightly. Hermione had noticed that Cho Chang was being unusually possessive of Cedric, her childhood best friend. Cho would touch Cedric subtly, but clearly sending the message across that Cedric was hers, so keep away. It seemed that her actions were mainly directed at Daphne, since she occasionally sent almost indiscernible cool glares towards the quiet blonde whenever she had a chance. If Daphne was annoyed with Cho, her emotions were betrayed only by the faint frosty edge her tone had whenever she spoke. Hermione observed that Daphne deliberately ignored the fifth year. Noting that no one was paying attention to them because they were all engrossed in their own conversations, Hermione leaned towards Daphne and whispered, "Would you relax? You're looking as if you're jealous of their closeness." Daphne rolled her eyes at her remarks. "I'm not jealous. I'm annoyed. She keeps sending these smirks in my direction whenever she gets close to Cedric, as if it should matter to me. Shouldn't she be worried about Susan, who always talks about him in glowing terms?" She retorted in a slightly grumpy tone. "Am I really a threat to their relationship?" she demanded in a furious whisper as she gazed at her. "She definitely thinks you're a threat, and from where I am sitting, her fears aren't baseless. By the way, I think Susan's over that phase." Hermione replied quietly. Daphne's brows drew into a line at Hermione's suggestion, but said nothing. Cedric raised his brows inquiringly when he saw the frown on Daphne's face. "Is something wrong, Daph?" he inquired with concern. Their eyes met in a brief moment. It was a déjà vu. It reminded her of the 2 times he held her in his arms. Cedric was looking at her the same way he did then, as if she was his whole world. The fog in her head began to clear as she started to connect the dots, and realization finally dawned on her. The conclusion made her swallow visibly as she averted her eyes. "I'm all right," Daphne answered in a tight voice as she stood up suddenly. "Please excuse me for a moment," she said as she walked out of the dining room. Cedric stood up, much to the chagrin of his childhood friend, and followed Daphne. The exit of the 2 teenagers made the adults at the table look at them briefly with concern. Satisfied that everything was all right, they resumed their conversations. Daphne walked towards the foyer, where the towering Christmas tree stood regally in the middle. All she knew was that she needed some space to figure things out. Resting her head in her arms, she stared into the fire. Her sister had correctly pointed out that she had never cared about the feelings of other guys until Cedric came along. Why was he different? Daphne knew it was an answer she did not want to dwell on at the moment. How was she going to treat him? She pondered as she rubbed the temples of her head. It was clear that she couldn't ignore his feelings for her, nor hers for him. "Daph, are you all right?" Cedric gently asked as he cautiously approached her. Daphne hastily masked her emotions so that she would appear emotionless. "Yes, I'm fine," Daphne answered coolly. His brows furrowed at her frosty tone as he searched her face. I thought we're over that. Cedric questioned dispassionately as he halted in his approach. He didn't like the tone. I made a mistake, Daphne began as she stood up, spun around, and looked at him at the eye. There was no wavering of emotions in her eyes. A mistake? He echoed skeptically as he stared at her. Daphne approached him slowly, without breaking their eye contact. Absolutely, answered Daphne harshly. I shouldn't have given you reason to think that you stood a chance with me. I know you like me. It has to end or we'll never be friends. His gray eyes darkened in anger. Why? He growled as he took a menacing step closer to her. Give me a good reason why. It's not because I'm affecting you, is it? There's no way I'm making your heart race, right? He fired as he closed the gap between them. Cedric towered over her, casting a shadow over Daphne as their faces were only inches apart. Daphne stared at him defiantly, as if daring him to do his worst. The look of fury was suddenly replaced by tenderness, and it made Daphne drop her guard slightly. Cedric lovingly framed her face with his hands as he searched her eyes. You got it all wrong, Daph. I don't simply want to be just your friend, and I don't simply like you. I like Cho, Hermione, Susan, and Luna. Like is simply too mild a term for the feelings I have for you. Cedric whispered huskily as he stroked her cheek gently. Daphne didn't expect that he would confess his feelings for her, and it took her by surprise. It was different from the other confessions she had heard. This was truly heartfelt. Forced to confront her feelings for him, she couldn't discount the fact she felt something for him. Her heart was racing from the closeness. What about Cho? She questioned in her weak attempt to change his mind. It's clear that your parents want her to be your partner. Cedric ignored her question and addressed the main issue. I know you're afraid, he said confidently as he tipped her chin so that he could look into those clear blue eyes. A timid smile crossed his face briefly. I am too. This is all new to me. I know that there's just something special between us. Why don't we try and see where it will lead? He implored hopefully. She gave him a hard shove to create some distance. His closeness was not allowing her to think clearly. We've barely known each other for less than a year. That's what dating all about. It's getting to know each other better, Cedric argued as he stared at her. I don't really care what my parents think. I believe I have the right to choose the person I want to wake up to for the rest of my life. There have been many times when we've talked that I've sensed the bleakness of the situation from the frosty way you treat me. During those times, I really hoped I could wish my feelings away, but I can't. It didn't help that I was always hoping that it was you whom I was going to Hogsmeade with instead of Cho. After a moment of silence, Cedric went on confidently. Daph, I promise I will treat you right if you would just let me. He moved closer to her. Daphne, trying to figure a suitable response, glanced up. To her astonishment, there was the mistletoe was floating above them. She recalled serious words. It's attracted to people who are in love with one another. It was as if all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle had finally fallen into place. She wasn't merely attracted to him, she was falling in love with him. Cedric looked up and saw the floating mistletoe. A delighted smile crept onto his face. I guess I'll have to kiss you properly if we ever hope to get rid of the mistletoe, he said huskily as he leaned in. His lips tentatively brushed across her lips. Seeing that Daphne had closed her eyes and allowed him to kiss her, he wrapped his arms around her and applied a bit more pressure on her lips. She responded hesitantly, wrapping her arms around his neck as he gently kissed her on the corner of her lips before fusing their lips again in a sweet kiss. It turned out that the kiss was good enough to make the mistletoe disappear. When their lips parted, Cedric was beaming like a Cheshire cat as he gazed into her beautiful eyes. Does this mean we're together? Cedric asked hopefully. A smile of amusement graced her usually emotionless face as she looked at him. She nodded wordlessly. Cedric gave a cheer, lifted her in the air, and spun her around before setting her on her feet. They didn't see the emerald eyes in the dark. About time, Katrina thought as she stood up and went upstairs. She thought of persuading Crookshanks to head outside for a hunt. With that thought in mind, she slipped upstairs. Chapter 22. A few days after Christmas and after the adults returned to work, Daphne took the opportunity to inform their friends that she and Cedric were officially together. She was amazed when everyone was ecstatic and congratulated them heartily with hugs. She couldn't believe that all her close friends were not surprised that they were now an item since months ago she'd harbored such a dislike for Cedric. Their whole relationship dance apparently sparked an interest among her friends, since it was clear that up until Christmas, Daphne was still clueless about her attraction to Cedric. The girls excitedly pulled her aside and grilled her. Susan and Astoria took the roles of the interrogator as they fired question after question until they had the whole story. To their surprise, they found out that it was the mistletoe that made her realize her true feelings for him. No one complained when they added lessons in hand-to-hand combat after their daily runs. And occlumency lessons. Daphne and Susan pointed out the many benefits of learning the art of self-defense. It would keep them on form, and it would be a good skill to have in order to protect themselves from harm. The sessions took up most of their afternoons, but what they learned turned out to be interesting and enjoyable. They took a holistic approach to the art of hand-to-hand combat, learning the psychological aspects of fighting as well as several other theory lessons instead of merely imparting the necessary skills. They were also taught some basic muscle training and simple moves. The teenagers usually spent the rest of the day playing a watered-down version of Quidditch or using the non-magical entertainment wing. The experience of watching movies was something the teenagers enjoyed very much, just like the adults. Together, they finished watching the 2 other installments of Star Wars. The movie piqued their interest in space. It was a startling discovery for those raised in the magical world to know that man had traveled to the moon. They were disappointed to learn that humans hadn't achieved the level of technology that would allow a TIE fighter war in space. One of their favorites was The Addams Family, a macabre but hilarious movie. The tight-knit family was strange but very rich, and they lived in a large mansion with a dungeon. They couldn't help liking one of the characters, the daughter Wednesday Addams, and her deadpan wit. After watching the movie, the catchy theme song got stuck in their heads for a while. Whenever any of them caught another subconsciously humming the theme song, the others would snap their fingers twice at the right moments. The magical adults were astounded by this apparently well-rehearsed move the first time it happened. They watched the movie themselves and understood what the kids were up to. The entire group celebrated the New Year together, but all too soon it was the end of their 2-week holiday, and they found themselves back on board the Hogwarts Express. For once, Harry dreaded going back to the place that up until the last year he considered home. His stomach sank at the thought of not seeing the 3 other heads of the ancient houses in the evenings when they returned from work or spending quality time with them. He could see that he wasn't going to be the only one missing all that had happened over the Christmas holiday. No one was in the mood to chat in the train. Harry let out a sigh. It was time to focus back on his schoolwork, since he had coming up. He was not surprised when Hermione quietly handed him a detailed study plan, much to the chagrin of the 2 fifth years who'd witnessed the exchange, and it sparked the first conversation in the compartment. "You're the top 2 students in your year. I can't believe that you're going to start studying the moment we get back to school." Fred grumbled good-naturedly. "Don't you think you ought to study just as much as us? You're taking your OWLS this year," Hermione quipped as she frowned slightly. George was about to retort when he wisely held his tongue and turned away. The Weasley twins knew better to offend Hermione. The other occupants of the compartment sniggered at the sight. Ginny turned up in their compartment during the trip. Naturally, all the Gryffindors were delighted to see her back and bubbly. Hermione greeted her warmly after her twin brothers gave her a bear hug. It was a little awkward since Hermione would usually greet the girl with her famous bone-crushing hug. Ginny knew that this was the best she could hope for and apologized profusely for what happened that fateful night. Neville smiled shyly as he waved at her. When it was Harry's turn, there was an awkward silence. "You're an amazing guy. It's difficult not to like you, but you and Hermione make a good couple," she said as she nervously shifted her weight. He nodded. "It's nice to have you back, Gin," Harry said with a cordial smile. Ginny lingered in their compartment for a few moments before returning to her own. The Weasley twins had accompanied her to meet the rest of their brothers. Hermione was bemused when they noticed Crookshanks and Katrina getting along. It was the first time since leaving Potter Mansion that they'd seen the 2 pets together. It seemed that the time spent in the Potter Mansion after the playground incident allowed the 2 loggerheads get to know each other in a fresh, new way. Hermione glanced at the empty seat beside Daphne before looking pointedly at her. As usual, Her face betrayed none of her emotions. Cedric was absent because he needed to speak to Cho. It was not difficult to find Cho. She was sitting with her girlfriends, giggling lightly at some joke that they had shared. When Cedric entered the compartment and asked if he could speak to her privately, her girlfriends shot her knowing winks before leaving the compartment. Cho frowned slightly, seeing that Cedric was looking quite ill at ease, but there was still an amused gleam in her eyes. As soon as they were finally alone, Cho began sweetly. "I'm sorry," said. "They like to tease. They think that we're going to be an item pretty soon." Cho's cheeks reddened slightly with her explanation. She sounded a little too hopeful. He rubbed his neck nervously as he averted his glance. This was going to be much harder than he anticipated. He began to try to figure out how to broach the subject. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" Cho asked curiously, distracting him from his thoughts. She looked at him thoughtfully, waiting patiently for him to speak. He drew a long breath before looking at her. "I'm afraid your friends will be disappointed," Cedric answered solemnly. "I wanted to tell you before you heard it from anyone else. Daphne and I got together over the holidays." As the words sank in, the smile on her face faded. "You and Daphne are together now," she echoed tonelessly. An uncomfortable silence fell between them. He rubbed his neck furiously. Yes." Her eyes darkened. "So, how do you expect me to react? Do you want me to congratulate you?" She spat as she glared at him. "What about us?" The venom in her eyes made his face grow tight as he tried to make her see reason. "Cho, you must know that there was never an us. Things simply just didn't work out when we gave it a go," Cedric answered in deep frustration. "There's no question that I like you, but not in the romantic sense. We've been friends for as long as I can remember. It's because you never really gave us a chance. If Greengrass was out of the picture, you'd realize that things can work out." Cho retorted angrily. "We've always got along well. I'm sure with time we'd have feelings for each other." He shook his head as his brows drew into a line. "I knew things weren't going to work out after we'd gone out several times. However, my dad was insistent that I keep trying. I realized that was a mistake. I shouldn't have tried to placate him by going out with you. I'm sorry if I led you to believe that we could be anything more than just friends," Cedric answered sincerely. Her eyes narrowed. It was clear that she couldn't accept the truth. "No, it can't be true," she concluded softly as she searched his face for some signs that he was pulling her leg. "No, you've got to be kidding me. What do you even see in her anyway? What does she have that I don't?" she demanded agitatedly. "Don't you know that I've liked you since my 3rd year? Can you see how right we'd be together? Even your parents will be happy if we're together. I can pretend that this whole thing never happened and not breathe a word to your father if you break up with her." His eyes hardened at her response. "I've thought this over long and hard, and I made my decision long before I confessed my feelings to Daph. I'm not going to let anyone tell me whom I should be with. I'm in love with Daphne, and I want to be with her. No one can convince me otherwise," Cedric answered in a firm tone as he stood up. In a gentle tone, "We'd never be happy if we ended up together. Cho, you're a wonderful girl, and you deserve someone who will do anything to make you happy. I just hope that one day we can be friends again," he concluded as he walked out of the compartment. Her excited girlfriends dashed into the compartment, hoping to extract some good news, but they were surprised to see Cho upset. It was clear what the outcome of the conversation was when Cedric walked into the compartment with a troubled expression. He took a seat quietly, his face rock hard. There was a lack of the familiar twinkle in his eyes. Daphne reached over and took his hand, forcing him to look at her. He gave his girlfriend a weak smile when she gave his hand a squeeze. "I'm sure it'll all work out in the end. She just needs time to accept it," Daphne remarked. There was an awkward silence in the compartment since no one knew what to say to cheer him up. "It's going to be an exciting term for both of you. It'll take the school by a storm once it gets out that you're together. I think Daphne now wishes she'd kept the bag she gave Hermione for her birthday," Susan teased. Those who were present at Hermione's birthday party sniggered. Cedric gave them a perplexed look as his eyes fell upon Hermione's fashionable dragonhide bag. Imitating Daphne's deadpan look and voice, Susan continued, "It's a dragonhide bag. It is charmed to be indestructible, weightless, and bottomless. It'll defend you from spells thrown at your back by jealous fangirls. There was an amused smile on Cedric's face as he looked at his girlfriend. She was silent, but Cedric knew that she was equally amused, for he could see the mirth in her eyes. Their friends clutched their stomachs as they all roared in laughter. Cedric wrapped his arms around her waist and smiled at her. They chatted lightly for the rest of their journey. It seemed that Susan's prediction had come true. The sight of Daphne and Cedric walking into the hall hand in hand caught everyone's attention. All eyes were fixed upon as the new couple made their way to their seats with all their friends. Harry and Hermione exchanged smiles when they discovered that they weren't in the limelight for once. Harry remembered the first time when he and Hermione entered the hall as a couple. Hermione was squirming by his side. Hermione was no longer uncomfortable in the spotlight, but he knew that she still didn't like it. The change in Hermione made Harry feel warm inside. He smiled lovingly at his wife as he realized all the effort Hermione had to make in order to be with him. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Daphne and Cedric appeared to be more at ease since they were already accustomed to the interest the other students had in them. Astoria flashed them a thumbs up as they walked past her. Cedric was escorting Daphne to her seat at the end of the Slytherin table with her close Slytherin friends. Cedric imitated Harry's actions and drew the chair out for his girlfriend and giving her a peck on the cheek before leaving with Susan to join his fellow housemates at the Hufflepuff table. It was amusing to watch the Hufflepuffs good-naturedly slapping Cedric's back, congratulating him for finally getting a girlfriend. Cedric was grinning to ear as he accepted their well wishes. No one tried to harass the Ice Queen for details, but the boys in her house seemed to lament the loss of a target to pursue. The Ravenclaws didn't take the news too well since they expected Cho and Cedric to together eventually. Since many had already seen Cedric and Cho together, it was believed that Daphne had snatched Cho's boyfriend away. Cho's reaction did nothing to halt the spread of rumors. In fact, it made them worse. Cho immediately told the Diggories that he was dating Daphne. Amos didn't take the news too well as was expected. He sent a howler the very next day, berating him for his poor choice, picking a girl he knew less than a year over one that he knew almost all his life, and demanded that he to correct his mistake. The howler exploded in the Great Hall, embarrassing the Hufflepuff. However, it didn't dissuade him from being with Daphne. Cedric replied that he was certain of his decision and pleaded for his father's acceptance. There were a few heated letters over the week, and the incident caused a rift between them. The Ravenclaws took action, treating Daphne badly whenever they had a chance. In fact, Cedric was surprised that Daphne didn't seem to mind the nasty comments the Ravenclaws made about her. All her friends discovered that when Daphne made up her mind and wanted to commit herself to anything, it took a great deal to discourage her. Daphne was resolved not bow down to pressure and continued to be seen in public with Cedric. Harry and his friends naturally supported her and defended her. Enough is enough, Susan declared suddenly one evening when she overheard a Ravenclaw making more spiteful remarks about Daphne. They were in the Great Hall, taking their dinner. Daphne arched her brows in surprise. In a voice loud enough for everyone in the hall to hear, she said, "Daphne, do you know that as a scion of reputable house, especially an ancient and noble one, you have the right to demand for satisfaction if someone chooses to tarnish your reputation by slandering you? It's considered slander if one is unable to provide sufficient evidence to back up a claim made against you, and the statement has an effect of sullying your name." She stood up and looked pointedly at the Ravenclaw table. "May I ask if anyone here has any proof to back up the rumors the Ravenclaws have been spreading about Daphne Greengrass?" Susan went on to remind them of the legal implications. When none of the Ravenclaws could look her in the eye, she said, "Yeah, I didn't think so." She shot a dirty look at Cho before sitting down. She was greeted with expressions of surprise. "Didn't think you had a temper, but that was a good speech," Fred commented with a smile. Her face turned red at his compliment. "I was just tired of all of it. Someone has to say something, because Daph has done nothing wrong." Harry chuckled as he commented, "Fellow Gryffindors, I think we're a bad influence on our friends." Things soon died down as January rolled over to February. The Grangers informed them that in their absence, Joe Warren and his friends had filed a police report against Harry for assault. The Grangers called to find out exactly what had transpired between them. Harry took the following Saturday off to submit his statement to the police. Since Joe Warren and his friends' records weren't clean, and there were witnesses who corroborate that Harry acted in self-defense, all charges were dropped. On the brighter note, the Gryffindors played against the Ravenclaws in an intense match at the start of February. The Ravenclaws put it all on the line, but they were still defeated by the Gryffindors. During the match, Oliver Wood was shouting at Harry to lose his manners when he noticed Harry's reluctance to knock Cho off her broom, much to the amusement of the spectators. Cho kept flying into his path whenever he made attempts to dive, effectively blocking him. If he didn't have a reputation for having close female friends and treating them with the utmost respect, most would have reckoned that he had a motive for being so nice to her. However, he did manage to catch the snitch without having to knock her off the broom. It was an astounding victory for the Gryffindors, and they partied through the night. This time, Harry did join in the celebration. The Quidditch finals were set for after their Easter holiday. There was also another special occasion that took in February. Harry and Cedric were showing outward signs of jitters as Valentine's Day quickly approached. Between their school workload, extra lessons, and Quidditch practices, there wasn't much time to prepare for the occasion. Hermione and Harry decided collectively not to put too much effort in preparing for the occasion. They just wanted to spend some time alone together. It was the morning of 14th of February. Hermione awakened alone for the first time since she and Harry began sharing a bed. A frown briefly crossed her face as she pushed the stray hairs behind her ears. She detected a faint scent of roses and looked around hastily. She was surprised to find the bedroom adorned with mixture of red, white, deep pink, and pale pink roses. A smile appeared on her face as she stood up to look at the extravagant floral display. They were in clusters of 4, one of each color. There was a small handmade Valentine's Day card on the side table. Accompanying it was a cluster of 3 roses. Didn't we agree that we wouldn't spend too much for Valentine's Day? She thought with a smile as she picked up the card and read it. Dear Mione, I know we agreed that we wouldn't do anything extravagant, but I wanted to show you just how much you mean to me. 100 roses signify my undying love for you. I love that we're united in a very special way. I can't imagine a life without you. You make me so very happy. I cherish each and every moment I spend with you. Thank you for simply being you. Happy Valentine's Day. I love you. HJP. Her eyes were moist when she finished reading the short note. It was simple, but it communicated his feelings clearly. She hurriedly gathered her clothes and headed into the bathroom. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, with his chin resting on his knuckles and absent-mindedly drummed his fingers on the table. Susan smiled, knowing what was bothering him this particular morning. I'm sure she'll love anything that you do for her, she assured. I'm surprised that you've picked a single purple rose instead of red rose. He stared at the royal purple rose on the table and grinned. Purple roses means enchantment. I fell in love with her at first sight. Yet this attraction is not fleeting because purple roses also mean permanence. My feelings towards her will remain unchanged, Harry replied. So, what do you think about this choice of rose? There was a dreamy expression on her face. Perfect choice. How romantic. I really hope so, Harry said as he shoved his hands into his pocket. He was surprised when he found a slip of pretty paper. He took it out and read it. If I could reach up and hold a star for every time you've made me smile, the entire evening sky would be in the palm of my hand. Happy Valentine's Day. He grinned from ear to ear. He could recognize Hermione's neat handwriting anywhere. He opened his bag to put away the short note. He had a feeling that he would find these messages turn up in the most unlikely places. Soon, he found another message in the pocket of his bag. I love you, not for what you are, but for what I am when I'm with you. A few moments later, Hermione came walking into the great hall with a smile plastered on her face. Harry walked up with the single purple rose in his hand. Happy Valentine's Day, my love, Harry said as he offered the last rose. She raised her eyebrows inquiringly as she took the rose from him. This is the 100th rose, he answered with a wide smile. It was clear that she was so excited to see him that she didn't notice there was a rose missing. I was captivated the first time I met you, and know that the feelings I had then has never changed and will never change. Thank you, sweetheart. This is simply wonderful. She answered emotionally as she took the rose and pulled him closer for a kiss. Harry was grinning from ear to ear when he escorted his wife to join their friends. Daphne was looking forward to that evening so that she could spend some time with her boyfriend. Since they were in different years, their timetables did not match. Nights were usually the only times they could meet up. She was about to enter the classroom of her first lesson, Transfiguration, when Hermione stopped her and gave her a red rose with a note attached to it. It was from Cedric. She smiled when she read the message he had written for her. Daphne was delighted when she received a rose at each lesson. Cedric had selected different friends to deliver a rose to her. At the end of the day, she'd received 6 red roses. It only heightened her desire to see the person who'd made the day so special for her. Before she saw him, she needed to get his Valentine's Day gift ready. Daphne and Cedric were given the use of Harry and Hermione's quarters in order to have a private dinner for Valentine's Day. Dobby was tasked to assist Daphne with making the meal since Harry knew that Daphne had never attempted to cook a meal before. She decorated the room nicely, lit some candles, and played soft music in the background to enhance the ambience. When Harry returned from Quidditch practice, he was surprised to see that their bedroom was empty. There was a large decorative jar sitting on the bedside table. He withdrew all the messages from his bag and placed them into the jar with a smile. He then noticed a suit of white tuxedo laid out on the bed for him. There was a note attached. "Meet me in the house in this. HJP." With a wide grin on his face, he took the clothes and headed into the bathroom. Harry appeared as the white glowing light faded. He nonchalantly brushed the dust from his white jacket and straightened himself up. He double-checked his appearance, straightening the creases on the jacket and matching trousers. The whole place was bathed in a tangerine glow as the sun sank behind the forest. He wondered if he should shift to Hermione's side to save him all the trouble of finding her. As he was trying to decide what he should do, he finally noticed her. She was sitting at the round glass table in the middle of the garden, idly sipping from her glass. He noticed that she had also dressed for the occasion. Her long bushy hair was swept behind her head in an elegant knot, and she wore a crimson dress with a low draped neckline. A smile graced his face as he joined her. Her eyes swept over him as she took in his appearance, and the corners of her lips lifted. His eyes flashed appreciation as they fixed upon her. She grew slightly self-conscious from the way he was watching her so intently. "Angel, you look amazing tonight," Harry complimented after drinking her in. He gently took her hand and placed a kiss upon it. "Thanks, you look great yourself," Hermione returned with a blush. It was only when he sat down that he noticed the spread on the table. "Wow," remarked Harry. "Dinner looks fantastic, but I distinctly remember that we agreed to keep Valentine's Day simple." Harry shot a cheeky grin in her direction. "Well, I don't consider the 100 roses you gave me simple," Hermione replied. "I know you're hungry, so let's dig in." He happily did so. Hermione only prepared dinner on very special occasions, since there were always house elves that tended to them. He thanked her for her thoughtful Valentine's Day gift. Her messages were the reason he maintained a smile on his face throughout the day. They contained words of gratitude and love, quotes that best expressed her love for him. Hermione told him that she would send him new notes in occasionally. "If I made a message jar for you, I think the first message would thank you for putting out the effort to making Valentine's Day so special." "I enjoyed my dinner," said Harry when they were finishing their meal. Hermione raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Valentine's Day's not over yet," she answered as she stood up. Harry followed suit, offering his arm to her. They took a quiet stroll along the river as they chatted. It had been a long time since they were able to converse freely. Cedric's brows arched in surprise when he took in the decorated room. It soon faded away when he saw the girl waiting for him by the large, comfortable armchair. For the evening, she decided to wear her hair down, and it framed her beautiful face nicely. It was the way she was dressed that made his eyes widen. Her shirt was left unbuttoned at the neck, exposing her defined collarbone. Her long sleeves were rolled up to her elbow, and her robes were hung carelessly around the arm of the armchair. Soft music was playing in the background, and her eyes were closed. A perfectly serene smile was on her face, and she was completely relaxed. It was a far cry from her usual visage, as she was taking lessons in running her family business on top of her regular schoolwork and her extra defense lessons. "Daph, I'm sorry to keep you waiting," Cedric began. Her eyes fluttered open. They brightened the moment she saw him. Daphne gracefully climbed to her feet into his arms as he engulfed her in an embrace. "I missed you," whispered Cedric. "I missed you too," she responded before drawing away. "I loved the flowers. Thank you so much. Your gift awaits you. I didn't think you'd appreciate flowers or chocolates, so I cooked dinner for you instead. It was my first try though, so I hope it's not too terrible," she replied sheepishly. The smile on his face broadened. "That's wonderful. I can't wait to try it." They linked hands as Daphne led him to the small dining area. The sight of the slightly overcooked food didn't dampen his enthusiasm. The fact that she took the time to make him a meal warmed his heart. To her amazement, Cedric finished all the food on his plate as he shared his day with her. Cedric stood up and offered a hand to his girlfriend. "Would you honor me with a dance?" he requested with a bright smile. She allowed him to lead her to the center of the room. He placed his free hand on her waist as she placed the corresponding hand on his shoulder, and they began to move to the music. It was slightly awkward, but Daphne followed his guide unwaveringly. "You're doing quite well," she commented as she allowed him to draw her closer to him. There was an embarrassed smile on his face. "My skills are a bit rusty. I haven't danced since I had to take lessons a couple of years back. You're a good dancer, though," he complimented. Her cheeks reddened slightly. "Thank you," she answered as she laid her head on his chest. They quietly swayed to the music as they enjoyed their closeness. Shock crossed his face when Harry saw that Hermione was leading him to a shabby tent located near the waterfall. "We can always head to our bedroom if you're feeling tired, honey. We don't have to camp outside," he commented. There was mirth in her eyes when she looked at him. "Don't you recognize this tent?" she asked. A frown seized his face as he moved closer to the tent to inspect it. He found that it was familiar. A look of comprehension crossed his face when he finally realized that it was the tent they received from Daphne for Christmas. "It's really spacious, and there's a hot tub inside. I thought you might to try it with me," Hermione answered. "Our swimsuits are inside," she continued as she slipped into the tent. Harry followed suit. Soaking and cuddling with each other in the hot tub was a novel experience that Harry and Hermione found they enjoyed. Both couples loved their Valentine dates. The two couples turned up at their usual morning training, tired but with silly grins on their faces, causing their other friends to tease them mercilessly for the next couple of days. It turned out that Valentine was the last time that they could relax. Things began to pick up as Easter approached. The days soon sped past as they focused their attentions on their studies and their private training sessions. Harry and Hermione paid little attention to the happenings of the school, as they were usually in the library studying for their major examinations or at the house receiving lessons from Edmund. With the warmer weather, they mediated out on the grounds at night, with their pets guarding them as they tried to detect the right tokens. It was the second step in becoming animagi. It was easy to find their center, but it was different trying to get in tune with nature. They didn't have much luck yet in this area, but they continued to try it weekly. Their pets would wake them up if they fell asleep. Sirius and Lupin kept constant tabs on their animagus training, and they repeatedly assured them that it was okay that they hadn't yielded any results yet. This was the toughest step in making the transformation, and they could not offer them any other help. Fred and George rose to the occasion and took on the task of bringing their sister up to scratch for her studies. She had missed nearly one full term of studies and needed a lot of help. Harry and Hermione gave the twins a lot of resource materials to help their sister along. In addition, Luna, Susan, and Neville showed support by taking turns tutoring the youngest Weasley after seeing how passionate her brothers were. For the first time since he was admitted to Hogwarts, Harry returned home for the Easter holidays. All of his friends but Neville and Luna were returning to their own homes during the Easter break since they spent most of their Christmas holidays at Potter Mansion. Harry had been looking forward to the Easter holiday since Christmas. Wood was very upset that he was losing 3 of his team over the holidays. The final match was taking place on the first Sunday after Easter, and tried his best to persuade them to stay and practice but failed. Harry was excited to spend quality time with his family and seeing Hagrid again. Hagrid was close to completing his education, had achieved top marks for care for magical creatures, and was now in the midst of pursuing a mastery in the same subject. Doing well on his NEWTS opened many career paths for him, but he was adamant about returning to Hogwarts. After all, he had called the place his home for nearly half a century. It was expected that he would complete his studies just in time for next school year. The Grangers met Harry and Hermione at King's Cross Station and took them back to their place. They shared their relatively normal term with the Grangers as they drove back to Nightdale. Fudge had managed to extend his term for another 2 years because he managed to win the favor of the public by appearing to be remorseful about his youthful indiscretion. Besides, he appeared to be doing an upstanding job under the watchful eye of the Wisengamot. Harry scoffed at Fudge's escape from justice, but he knew that if anyone had a right to be angry, it had to be his godfather. Sirius took the news in stride because he knew that Fudge would have to serve his sentence eventually. Their Easter holiday was relaxing and gave them time to rest properly. Harry and Hermione spent several afternoons exploring the grounds surrounding the Potter Mansion by themselves. Since Potter Mansion was located in countryside, they had to trek through dirt roads and large forests for at least half a day before they caught sight of the nearest village. Harry and Hermione spent their mornings and evenings at the Grangers. Occasionally, Sirius and Hagrid would join them for lunch. Harry and Hermione also spent several afternoons stocking up on potions ingredients when they noticed that the lab at the mansion was running low. It was a good way for them to practice their skills for the upcoming O. While the rest of their friends enjoyed the holiday with their family, Cedric really did not. Despite his mother's persuasion, she couldn't convince Amos to give him a break. Finally, at the end of the holidays, he was inching towards relenting, seeing how determined his son was. However, he wanted to meet Daphne before giving his consent. Daphne told her parents that she was dating Cedric. Her father looked grumpy at the prospect that his eldest daughter was finally dating but accepted it because Cedric made such a good impression on him. No one really wanted to study when they returned to school since the final Quidditch match coming up. There was a heightened sense of excitement as the final match drew closer and closer. With all the increased tension, it was expected that brawls between the two houses would ensue. Yet none of this came to pass, partly because the Hufflepuff captain was such good friends with the Gryffindor seeker. The stands were filled with spectators as the day of the match arrived. Most of them either turned up in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff colors to show their support for the teams. The excitement and anticipation reached a fevered pitch as the game began. The two teams displayed a high level of skills and teamwork. It was an intense match between the two teams, and they were tied for most of the afternoon. The golden snitch was spotted lingering near the grounds. The two seekers pulled into an almost vertical dive as they pursue the elusive golden ball. Harry, who had an edge since he possessed a better broom, took the lead. The golden snitch fluttered haphazardly, as if knowing that it was going to be caught. Harry threw his body forward and wrapped one of his fists around the tiny ball. Before he crashed into the ground, he pulled out of his dive, his hand in the air, and the stadium exploded. Harry soared above the crowd, with an odd ringing in his ears. A large triumph smile was plastered on his face as he held the tiny golden ball into the air. He headed for the ground and landed. Suddenly, Wood was speeding towards him, half blinded by tears. He leapt off the broom and seized Harry around the neck as he sobbed unrestrainedly into his shoulder. Harry felt two large thumps as Fred and George came upon them, then heard Angelina, Alicia, and Katie's excited voices. "We've won the cup! We've won the cup!" Tangled in a many-armed hug, the Gryffindor team yelled hoarsely. Wave upon wave of Crimson supporters was pouring over the barriers and onto the pitch. Hands were raining down on their backs as they cheered enthusiastically. Harry was feeling a bit overwhelmed with all the noise and bodies pressing in on him. Then he and the rest of the team were hoisted onto the shoulders of the crowd. Thrust into the light, he saw Hermione fighting her way towards him. He wanted to reach out and kissed her senseless, with all the jubilation he was feeling. She simply beamed as Harry was borne towards the stands, where Professor McGonagall stood waiting with the enormous Quidditch cup. Her eyes were wet from all her joyous sobbing. She finally witnessed Gryffindor triumph after so many years. Professor McGonagall handed the cup to the emotional Wood as the crowd cheered on. Harry noted that the entire Hufflepuff team stood aside and clapped politely. As Wood passed Harry the cup and he lifted it into the air, Harry swore his face would split from his wide smile. The team's euphoria at finally winning the Quidditch Cup lasted at least a week. The weather seemed to be celebrating along with them. But as June approached, the days became cloudless and humid, and all anyone felt like doing was strolling onto the grounds, finding some shade, and flopping down on the grass with several pints of iced pumpkin juice while perhaps even playing a casual game of gobstones or just watching the smoothly sparkling lake. The reality that exams were almost upon them struck the school finally, and the students stayed indoors as they tried to do some last-minute studying. Everyone grew tenser as each day brought them closer to their exams. Harry and Hermione usually spent their afternoons under the beech tree near the lake, reviewing their work with their friends. Daphne took the opportunity to spend some quiet time with Cedric. They usually cuddled as they revised together. Harry had to drag Hermione for an occasional walk or a soak in the hot tub to help her unwind. She became obsessed with her upcoming exams that she had started muttering excerpts from her textbooks under her breath. It was much tougher on them since they were taking both the third-year final-year exams and their O in the same month. Their third-year final-year examination started at the end of May and lasted till the 6th of June. Professor Vector informed Harry and Hermione of the dates and the regulations of their O. The exams would take place for 2 successive weeks and would begin 2 days after their third-year tests were over, and they would be sitting their OWLS with the other fifth years. On the 6th of June, Harry had his final third-year exam. On his way to pick Hermione up from the library, he heard a harsh and loud voice behind him. "It will happen tonight." Harry wheeled around. Professor Trelawney had gone rigid. Her eyes were unfocused and her mouth agape. "Excuse me?" asked Harry. He recognized the professor since she had once tested him on divination. But Professor Trelawney didn't seem to hear him. Her eyes started to roll. Harry stood there in panic. She looked at him as though she was about to have some sort of seizure. Harry tried to remember any way he could possibly help her. Professor Trelawney spoke again, in the same harsh voice, quite unlike her own. "The Dark Lord lies alone and friendless, abandoned by his followers. His servant has been chained these 12 years. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will break free and set out to rejoin his master. The Dark Lord will rise again with his servant's aid, greater and more terrible than ever before. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will set out to rejoin his master." POA. Her head fell forward as she collapsed. Harry immediately caught her. She suddenly held her head as she stood up. "Are you all right?" Harry questioned with concern as he took a step back. "I'm sorry, dear boy, but thank you," she said dreamily before heading in direction of the astronomy tower. They received news the next day that Peter Pettigrew had fled from Azkaban just before midnight despite an increase in security. Sirius tried to convince Amelia to send the oars after him, but to no avail. Amelia argued that it would be akin to finding a needle in the haystack if Pettigrew remained in his animagus form. Moreover, it was difficult to start the search because they didn't think anyone would take him in. He betrayed the light side, and it was because of his information that Tom met his downfall. Sirius relented, knowing that it was a lost cause. Knowing Pettigrew well, he agreed that Wormtail must have fled to find his master after Harry recounted what happened with Trelawney and shared his thoughts with him. Most of their friends were free after the first week of June and spent most of their time enjoying the pleasant weather as they relaxed outside. Harry and Hermione, unfortunately, did not have the same luxury. The first OWL, Theory of Charms, was scheduled for Monday morning. Harry agreed to test Hermione after lunch on Sunday and nearly regretted it once. Hermione was very agitated and kept snatching her book from him to check that she got the answer completely right, finally hitting him on the nose with the sharp edge of the book. It caused his eye to water in pain. "Mione, we've already memorized everything by heart. Please try and relax." He protested as he rubbed his nose. He didn't understand why she was feeling so nervous. Their professors and their instructors had cleared them for O, and so far they'd attained outstanding for almost all their subjects save divination. Hermione ignored him as she regurgitated the information from the text. Seeing the determined set of her chin, he couldn't bear pushing the book back to her and leaving her alone. He expelled a sigh as he continued to test her. Harry and Hermione chose to dine in their quarters that night. It was impossible to talk to her since she had a large tome firmly placed between them as she muttered the different incantations under her breath. Harry shook his head and cleaned up after her before retreating into his study to get some of his duties done as a way to take his mind off things. Neither of them had a proper breakfast the next morning. Once breakfast was over, the 5th and 7th years milled around the entrance hall while the other students went off to their lessons. They were called class by class to enter the Great Hall. The 4 large house tables had been removed and replaced instead by many tables for one, all in front of the staff table end of the hall, where Professor McGonagall stood facing them. When they were all seated and quiet, she commenced the exam as she turned over an enormous hourglass. Harry briefly scanned the question and discovered that he had covered all the topics tested in the examination in his revision. With a confident smile plastered on his face, he wrote furiously as his mind began to organize suitable answers to the questions. The sounds of furiously scratching quills filled the quiet hall. When Harry finally concluded his last answer, Professor McGonagall announced that their time was up and they had to put their quills down. Harry heaved a sigh of relief as he massaged his hand. He was very satisfied with all his answers. They broke for lunch. Harry coaxed his wife into eating a proper meal since she had already missed 2 meals. During lunch, she continued her usual post-exam rant. The practical portion of the charms exam took place right after lunch. They waited in a small chamber located at the side of the hall, separated from the other 5th years who were waiting at another larger chamber. Harry and Hermione snuggled as they waited to be called. After a long while, Professor Flitwick entered the chamber and led them into the hall. They were the last students being tested, and 2 ancient professors were waiting for them at the corner of the hall. They eyed them curiously, since it was obvious that neither of them looked like they were 15. Harry grinned when he realized that the charms he needed to do were simple. The eyes of the professor widened in shock at the speed and the accuracy of Harry's spells. He tipped his glasses up as he watched the stunts that Harry was making his goblet do, and hurriedly scribbled a letter that looked suspiciously like an ove before Harry left. Harry noticed that Hermione had good control over her goblet too. It seemed to do anything she wanted it to do, like an eager, faithful puppy. With large smiles plastered on their faces, they headed out of the Great Hall. They seemed to amaze all their testing professors with their magic skills. They were always the last ones to be tested, and the professors all looked worn out from the many hours of testing. Harry would entertain his tired examiners with an exaggerated display of magic, causing them to laugh appreciatively. It had an unfortunate side effect of causing his wife to lose some concentration. The first time he did it, she laughed out loud, but her examiner was impressed when she could still continue to cast her spell. The 2 weeks flew by, and all their examinations were finally over. Harry and Hermione felt as if a weight had been taken off their shoulders. They were whistling cheerfully as they headed to meet their friends after their last exam. The couple was surprised when they were told that Professor Lupin was leaving Hogwarts. Harry called Professor Lupin on his watch to find out what was going on. He was relieved when he learned that Lupin had resigned because Sirius had finally convinced him to come and work for him. Oswald had turned over some businesses back to Sirius, and he needed the help. Lupin naturally agreed, seeing how desperate his best friend was. Moreover, researching and developing new things had always been his dream. He was glad that Sirius gave him the opportunity. His friends were naturally very happy when they realized it was something Lupin had always dreamed of doing and heartily showed their support for his decision. The rest of the school, however, was very upset in losing such a dedicated and good teacher. McGonagall did not bother to convince him to stay when she learned of his new post. In fact, she was so happy that she cried. She remembered what Lupin wanted to do when she had discussed his career options with him many years ago. His grades certainly qualified him for the job, but being a werewolf would bar him from the position he wanted. He agreed to stick it out until the end of the term. The results came on the last day of the term. As usual, Harry and Hermione ranked at the top of their year with their astonishing results. They did well on all the subjects they took, getting all outstandings in their third-year exams. Professor Vector was surprised when she gave them their result slips. She knew that Harry and Hermione juggled between third-year and fifth-year curriculums. It was simply mind-boggling that they would do this well. It's difficult not to when Hermione keeps nagging at me to do my revision, he admitted when Professor Vector asked how they did it in passing. There was a mischievous gleam in his eyes as he looked at his wife. Hermione resisted the urge to roll her eyes and poked him on his ribs. The young professor merely smiled. All their friends fared very well for their exams. Daphne and Susan had the highest score in their house, while Neville ranked third in the Gryffindor house. Luna was ranked first in her year. Gryffindor once again won the house championship for the third year running due to their amazing performance at the Quidditch finals. The Great Hall was decorated in scarlet and gold for the end-of-year feast. Everyone was in good spirits as they chatted elatedly about their plans for the upcoming summer holiday. Most of his friends were thrilled about the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. Cedric was planning to introduce Daphne to his parents as soon as they reached platform 9 3/4. The Weasley twins were excited in returning back home since their entire family would be reunited. Bill and Charlie had returned home, and Mr. Weasley was finally allowing Mrs. Weasley to return home. The group collectively decided to spend the last week of their summer holiday at Potter Mansion if they were in the country. Harry and Hermione were sure that the Grangers were going to take them on a trip before school resumed for the fall term. With the thought that Tom was probably steadily developing his powers, Harry and Hermione decided that they were going to stay at number 4, Privet Drive until the end of July to ensure Harry's protection. Hermione had informed her parents of their arrangements via the watch. The Grangers offered to take them to the Dursleys since they wanted to inspect the accommodations, but Harry and Hermione politely declined the offer. The Granger apparently informed Sirius because Harry received a call from him. Harry could see from the determined expression on his godfather's face that he was not going to be persuaded otherwise, so Harry relented, allowing Sirius to accompany them to his relative's house. With the final arrangements made, Harry asked Hedwig to take the letter to Vernon to inform him that he didn't need to pick him up. He told Hedwig to wait for him in his room at his relative's place. Hedwig took off, after giving him an affectionate nip on his finger. The couple snuggled contentedly in an armchair near the fire as they spent their last night in their quarters. After their usual morning run, Harry and Hermione packed their things into their trunks neatly in a matter of minutes, with a useful household spell they learnt from a book given to Harry for Christmas. Harry shrank Hedwig's cage and placed it into his trunk. He also shrank all their trunks into the size of matchboxes before slipping them into his pocket. Hermione altered the length of his jeans when she realized they were too short for him. "Are these the clothes that Mum gave you for Christmas?" she asked in amusement. Harry shook his head. "No, I think this pair of jeans was bought last summer holidays right after our wedding," he answered. "I suppose Mum will be delighted to know that we need to go shopping again. I need to get some things as well. I've been tailoring all my clothes recently," she remarked as she took the carrier. "Well, I've definitely noticed." Harry smiled as he stared at her meaningfully. Hermione ignored him, but there was a smile on her face as they made their way to the entrance of the castle. Their compartment was filled with laughter as they shared jokes and played several rounds of exploding snap. In the midst of the fun, Harry realized that his life had changed dramatically since he left Privet Drive in Dan's car. He had a title, a place to call his own, friends, a large caring family, freedom, and a wonderful wife. A smile appeared on his face as he counted the many blessings he received this past year. He was still smiling when the train arrived, and they all stepped back through the barrier of platform 9 3/4 and spotted his godfather. Sirius was dressed in a finely tailored Glencheck business suit that exuded power. If Harry wasn't mistaken, it was a Huntsman creation. They were costly and were custom-made to fit each customer. His face had lit up when he spotted Harry and Hermione walking towards him. Sirius drew the young couple into a brief three-way hug. A short distance away, Amelia wrapped her arms around Susan. "Where are your trunks?" Sirius asked when he noticed the absence of trolleys. Harry was only carrying a cat carrier. He patted his pocket. "They're in here." He smiled. Amelia walked up to them to greet them with a warm embrace as Sirius stopped to talk to Susan. Daphne and Cedric greeted Oswald. She parked her trolley near her family before following Cedric to meet his parents. His brows had drawn into a line as he frowned in worry. Daphne assured him by slipping her hand into his and giving him a squeeze. His answering smile was dazzling as he turned to look at her. Mr. and Mrs. Diggory stood at the side of the station waiting for their son and his new girlfriend. Amos noted that Cedric looked very happy with her. With a smile, Cedric introduced Daphne to them. Amos was surprised that she showed no signs of jittery nerves. He was sure that she knew that he opposed their relationship. After talking with her for a while, he realized he could pick no faults with her. He grudgingly allowed them to say their goodbyes in private as they retreated to put his trunk away. Harry and Hermione said their goodbyes to all their friends before allowing Sirius lead them to the shiny black limousine, waiting outside the station. Harry arched his brows at such extravagant display of wealth. "There's a reason why we need to do this. Trust me," Sirius answered with a wide smile. The sight of a limousine pulling up at the doorsteps of number 4, Privet Drive caused many of the neighbors to look out of their windows and peered intently at the house. Vernon and Petunia walked out to their garden, curious about who would arrive in a limousine. The driver leapt out from his seat and held the door. The sight of a young teenager exiting the ride confused them. He politely offered his hand to someone inside. A girl gracefully stepped out, smiling brightly at him. It was clear from the smile on her face that they were lovers. The Dirsleys couldn't recognize the young dashing teenager at all, especially since they could only see him from the back. He was tall, lean, and healthy-looking. His clothes fitted him snugly and highlighted his physique. Vernon squinted his eyes to look at the young adult carefully and gaped when the boy turned around. Vernon realized it was his nephew. His messy, short jet-black hair, lightning bolt, scar, and his round spectacles gave him away. As his mind spun around, trying to get a grip on reality, he discovered that the teenagers did not come alone. An adult stepped out from the limousine finally, and Vernon nearly fainted at the sight of him. "Lord Black," he echoed. Sirius straightened his clothes, seeing the shock on the faces of Harry's relatives. He held back a smile and assumed an emotionless face. "Good afternoon, Manager Dursley," Sirius said as he looked down his nose at him. "Welcome to my humble home. This way, please," Uncle Vernon said in a sickly polite voice as he gestured him in. Aunt Petunia immediately slipped into the kitchen to prepare beverages. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances between themselves. "Manager Dursley?" Sirius warmly guided the two teenagers into the house. Uncle Vernon shot him a look of surprise as he followed them. Sirius absently glanced around the Dursleys' small house, leaving his godson to greet his relatives. For once they welcomed Harry, albeit a little insincerely. Sirius's jaw tightened dangerously when he saw the cupboard under the stairs. He fought to repress his anger as he maintained an impassive face. Petunia politely offered beverages to him and the teenagers as they sat in the living room. "I hope I'm not intruding. Harry's my godson. I'm concerned about his welfare, so I'm here to check on his accommodations." "Surely you don't mind," Sirius stated plainly. "Godson? Accommodations, sir?" Vernon stammered. Sirius looked at him plainly. "Yes, I want to ensure he's happy here. Not that there is any reason why he wouldn't be," Sirius added suddenly. "I'm sure a man as successful as you in your work have the ability to take proper care of your family. After all, we need to build strong rapport with our clients so that the company can continue to profit. To determine if you can network with people would rely solely on the type of relationship you have with your family. To illustrate, if you are known to have abused your orphan nephew, most would find it very difficult to entrust you with more clients." Vernon's face blanched as he gulped. "Yes, sir, I totally understand what you're saying. Potter's room is currently under renovation, but I'm sure Dudley, my son, wouldn't mind sharing his bedroom with his only cousin," he added nervously as he wiped the sweat of his forehead. "I don't believe that will do. Hermione, this young lady here, has to stay with my godson at all times." She'd be very uncomfortable with such an accommodation. I'm sure you won't mind having her stay here? Sirius asked politely as he held his gaze. Vernon looked like a trapped animal. I'm sure Dudley wouldn't mind the couch. After all, it's just for the night, he said anxiously. A polite smile spread across Sirius' lips. I'm sorry for all the trouble. Before Vernon could say anything flattering, Sirius turned to face Harry. He had effectively dismissed his uncle. Vernon's face had turned red from the embarrassment. The two teenagers were trying to hold back their laughter. I'm wanted back at office. Harry, if you need anything at all, just ring me. Do call me tomorrow, and tell me if you like your new room, he said with a knowing smile. Harry nodded. Sirius drew the two teenagers into a hug before turning to face the Dursleys. I hope you will take good care of Harry and Hermione here, Sirius said as he strode towards the door. Have a wonderful day. Vernon immediately ran to get the door and opened it in time for him to walk out of the house. Harry and Hermione walked to the door and waved at Sirius as he got into the long car. Soon, the limousine sped off. Turning to look at his uncle, How do you know my godfather? Harry asked curiously. The mustache on his uncle's face jumped irritably, a clear sign of his anger, but he took a deep breath. He's my boss. He's recently acquired the Grunnings. I'd heard he owns a lot of businesses. How come I didn't know you had a godfather? He demanded rudely. Harry looked at him in surprise. Vernon hurriedly forced a smile on his face as he rephrased his words in a nicer way. He was away. I only learned of him when he looked for me at school this term, and he's fiercely protective of me since he felt he hasn't done his part as a godfather for the past 13 years. Let me head up to put my things in my room before coming down to do the housework, Harry explained. No, he said gruffly before changing his tone. Harry could see it was causing him a lot to say it. You don't have to do housework anymore. You and your friend are free to go out and enjoy your holidays. You're staying in Dudley's room for the night. Thanks, Uncle Vernon. I hope you don't mind having Cat. He belongs to Hermione, Harry added as he led Hermione upstairs. His holidays at Privet Drive had just got better. Chapter 23. A fire had been lit in a grate that looked as if it had not been used for many years. It must have been the only source of light because it was casting long, spidery shadows upon the wall. A man's voice spoke within the room. It sounded timid and fearful. There's a little more in the bottle, my lord, if you are still hungry. The voice belonged to a short, balding man with graying hair, a pointed nose, and small, watery eyes. Later, said a second voice. This belonged to a man, but it was strangely high-pitched and cold as a sudden blast of icy wind. Move me closer to the fire, Wormtail. There came a chink of a bottle being put down upon some hard surface, and there was dull scraping noise of a heavy chair being dragged across the floor. Where is Nagini? Asked the cold voice. I don't know, my lord, replied Wormtail nervously. She set out to explore the house, I think. You will milk her before we retire, Wormtail, the other voice said. I will need feeding in the night. The journey has tired me greatly. My lord, may I ask how long we are going to stay here? A week, answered the cold voice. Or perhaps longer. This place is moderately comfortable, and we cannot proceed with the plan yet. It would be foolish to act before the Quidditch World Cup is over. The Quidditch World Cup, my lord, said Wormtail. Forgive me, but I do not understand. Why should we wait until the World Cup is over? There was an impatient edge to the voice that replied, because, fool, at this moment, wizards are pouring into the country from all over the world, and every meddler from the Ministry of Magic will be on duty, watching for signs of unusual activity, checking and double-checking identities. They'll be obsessed with security, lest the Muggles notice anything amiss. So we wait. Your lordship is still determined, then? Wormtail said quietly. Certainly I am determined, Wormtail. There was a note of menace in the cold voice now. It could be done without Harry Potter, my lord, Wormtail said, without missing a beat, he continued. He's so well guarded now. It is merely that if we were to use another witch or wizard, any wizard, we could be done so much more quickly. If you allowed me to leave you for a short while, you know that I can disguise myself most effectively. I could be back here in as little as 2 days with a suitable person. I have my reasons for using the boy, as I've already explained to you, and I will use no other. I've waited for 13 years. A few more months won't make difference. As for the protection surrounding the boy, well, I believe my plan will be effective. All that is needed is a little courage from you, Wormtail. Courage you will find, unless you wish to feel the full extent of Lord Voldemort's wrath. My lord, I must speak, said Wormtail, panic in his voice now. Throughout our journey, I have gone over the plan in my head. My lord, Bertha Jorkin's disappearance will not go unnoticed for long, and if we proceed, if I curse, if, hissed the voice, if, when you follow the plan, Wormtail, the Ministry need never know that anyone else has disappeared. You will do it quietly, and without a fuss. I only wish that I could do it myself, but in my present condition, come, Wormtail, one more obstacle removed, and our path to Harry Potter is clear. I am not asking you to do it alone. By that time, my faithful servant will have rejoined us. I am a faithful servant, interrupted Wormtail, the merest trace of sullenness in his voice. Wormtail, I need somebody with brains, somebody whose loyalty has never wavered, and you, unfortunately, fulfill neither requirement. I found you, said Wormtail. There was definitely a sulky edge to his voice now. I was the one who found you. I brought you Bertha Jorkins. That's true, agreed the voice, sounding amused. A stroke of brilliance I would not have thought possible from you, Wormtail, though, if truth to be told, you are not aware how useful she would be when you caught her, were you? However, I do not deny that her information was invaluable. Without it, I could never have formed our plan, and for that you'll have your reward, Wormtail. I will allow you to perform an essential task for me, one that many of my followers would give their right hands to perform. There was a silky edge to his mincing, cold voice. Are really, my lord? Wormtail sounded terrified again. You don't want me to spoil the surprise, do you? Your part will come at the very end, but I promise you, you will have the honor of being just as useful as Bertha Jorkins. You? Wormtail's voice sounded suddenly very hoarse, as though his mouth had gone very dry. You are going to kill me, too? Wormtail, the voice placated silkily. Why do I have to kill you? I killed Bertha, because I had to. She was fit for nothing after my questioning, quite useless really. In any case, awkward questions would have been asked if she had gone back to the Ministry with the news that she had met you during her holiday. It would be an insult to her memory not to use the information I extracted from her. Wormtail. One more curse, my faithful servant at Hogwarts. Harry Potter is as good as mine, Wormtail. It is decided. There will be no more argument. But quiet. I think I heard Nagini. Lord Voldemort made strange hissing noise. Nagini has interesting news, Wormtail, he murmured. She tells me that there is an old muggle standing right outside this room, listening to every word we say. Where are your manners? Invite him in. An elderly man using a walking stick limped into the room. You heard everything, Muggle? Questioned the cold voice. What's that you're calling me? Said the old man defiantly. I'm calling you a Muggle, the voice answered coolly. It means that you're not a wizard. I don't know what you mean by wizard, declared the old man, but I know I've heard enough tonight to interest the police. I have. You've committed murder and you're planning more.
Who are you?
Turn around and face me like a man. Why don't you? But I'm not a man, Muggle, replied the voice, barely audible now over the crackling of the flames. However, why not? I'll face you, Wormtail. Come and turn my chair around. The servant gave a whimper before turning the chair. The eyes of the old man widened in fear as he looked upon the thing in the chair. He was screaming so loudly that he did not hear the words the being in the chair spoke as it raised a wand. There was a flash of green light, a rushing sound, and the old man crumpled. His eyes stared lifelessly on the ground as he collapsed. Abstract from Goth Chapter 1. 200 miles away, a boy named Harry Potter woke up with a start. He lay flat on his back, his breathing erratic, with his hands pressed onto his face. His lightning bolt scar was burning beneath his fingers. He felt the shifting of weight on his bed as a voice spoke. Harry, are you all right? The lamp on the other side of the bed was switched on suddenly. Harry expelled a sigh when he realized it was merely a dream. Sitting up, with one hand still on his scar, Harry fumbled around for his glasses. Hermione dutifully supplied it to him as she wrapped her arms around him. He muttered a feeble "thank you" when he took the glass of water that she had conjured as she continued with her ministrations. Harry found himself relaxing after finishing the drink. It was the combination of his wife's soothing words, her presence, and the drink that helped him to calm down. He traced his stinging scar cautiously. A brief thought crossed his mind. "You don't reckon that he's here now, do you?" he asked as he stood up and looked out his window, as if expecting to see strangers lurking outside number 4, Privet Drive. There was, of course, no one walking along the streets before dawn. No, he wouldn't dare. He's barely alive and wouldn't risk coming here for you. Hermione returned quietly. He placed his head in his hands as he tried to recall the image of Lord Voldemort, but all he could only recall was the image of the old man, lying on the dirty floor, his eyes wide open, dead. It sent a shiver down his spine. The dream was so vivid and real, Mione. I dreamt of Wormtail and Lord Voldemort. They seemed to be plotting to kill me, explained Harry as he wheeled around to look at his quiet wife. An icy dread slipped into his stomach at that very thought, and he turned away. A pair of arms winded around his waist, and he felt her body pressing into him. I didn't put up my mental shields tonight. I saw what you dreamt, she said in a low voice. Harry turned around to look at his wife, noting the haunted look on her face. I think it's better if you take down as much of the dream as you can remember, Hermione suggested as she steered him firmly to his new desk. He submissively sat down, summoned some parchment, and began writing. Hermione supplied the details he was lacking as he carefully wrote most of the dialogue that took place between the master and his servant. They didn't want to omit any of the details because they felt it might be important. Harry set his quill down as he looked through his parchment thoughtfully. The aching of his scar had subsided, allowing him to think clearly. He finally noticed that her mental shields were up. Her eyes had a distant look when he lifted his head to look at her. He lovingly tucked the stray locks falling on her face. What are you thinking about, honey? Hermione frowned slightly before turning to look at him. I'm worried about 2 things primarily. First, the pain in your scar, and second, your dream. We need to know if what happened in the dream is true, so we need to cross-check some of the facts with credible sources. Harry added. And the easiest to check would be the existence of Bertha Jorkins. She's a witch working for the ministry. Hermione mused with a hint of a smile. My scar doesn't ache anymore, so you can lower your mental defenses. Harry answered with a smile. His eyes fell upon a particular statement he'd written on the parchment, and his smile faded immediately. One more curse, my faithful servant at Hogwarts. Harry Potter is as good as mine, Wormtail. His stomach lurched, knowing that several people was going to lose their lives because of him, and he felt helpless to do anything about it. Hermione smartly rapped him on his head. You are not to blame for any of this. Voldemort chose to do all this of his own free will, she admonished. Moreover, I hate to admit it, but there's only so much we can do right now. Harry gave a sheepish smile as he rubbed his head with one hand. Slipping his free arm around her waist, he directed her to their bed. It's late. We should try to get back to sleep. We have a long day tomorrow, Harry reminded. Hermione placed the parchment neatly away before allowing Harry to guide her back to their relatively new bed. As promised, the room they were staying in was given a new makeover the day after they arrived. Uncle Vernon had even bought new furniture to replace the old and battered ones in Harry's small room. The room was also given a fresh new coat of paint. Uncle Vernon wisely removed all traces of his maltreatment of Harry from the room. Gone were the 3 locks and the cat flap. Aside from all that, Hermione also added more improvements to the room. She magically expanded it, adding a personal bathroom, sitting room, and a study room. However, it was still smaller than the space they were accustomed to, but they were happy since it met all their needs. Harry added the finishing touches by sticking a large communication mirror in one of the empty walls. Naturally, they placed an anti-muggle ward around their room for fear of that Dursleys would find out. Despite being rudely awakened in the middle of the night, Harry and Hermione woke up early for a jog around the small and quiet neighborhood. When they had completed their run, Most of the neighbors had started on their morning routines. "Good morning," one of the neighbors greeted warmly as he checked his mail. Harry and Hermione waved cheerily at him as they made their way back. Their change of attitude was a result of Harry losing the scruffy look that the neighbors associated with bad apples, the way he arrived in a limo, and his polite demeanor. The house was still quiet when Harry and Hermione returned, and they headed upstairs for a shower. As usual, Harry couldn't help but smile in amusement at the sight of his closet filled with new clothes. Jean Granger had taken them shopping after spending their first night in the Dursleys. She'd guessed that Hermione would need a desperate update of her wardrobe. Of course, she decided to help Harry to shop for new clothes as well. This, Hermione reminded Harry during their shopping expenditure, was one of the perks that came along with being a part of her family. Not that he really minded, Harry thought with a smile. Dan and Jean were like the parents he never had. Harry scribbled a note of appreciation for Hermione's actions the previous night and slipped it into the special jar filled with short messages from him. The couple had started the practice so that they would always remember not to take things for granted. The Dursley household was finally awake when Harry and Hermione entered the kitchen. Aunt Petunia, wearing a floral apron, was cutting some grapefruit into quarters. His uncle's face was hidden behind the newspaper. The adults briefly looked up when Harry and Hermione greeted them amicably and noted that they were in new outfits. The sound of the rustling of newspaper could be heard as Uncle Vernon adjusted his position uncomfortably. Clearing his voice, Uncle Vernon greeted them politely in return. Ever since the Dursleys found out that Harry's godfather was a rich businessman who owned the company that employed Vernon, they had been trying their best to get into his good graces. This meant that they made a great effort to refrain from showing that they loathed Harry and tried to treat him nicely. Harry found it amusing to watch the number of times Vernon's mustache bristled petulantly whenever he tried to be courteous to him and Hermione during breakfast and dinner, the only times in the day they would see each other. Vernon's small piggy eyes followed the actions of his nephew carefully. His eyes widened upon Harry's impeccable manners. He helped to seat the girl before taking a seat himself. His mustache bristled again with irritation. He felt it was improper for teenagers of opposite genders to stay in the same room. Besides, the fact he had to accept another freak into his house was reason enough to make his blood simmer in anger. Harry suspected that Hermione's insistence in joining them for morning and evening meals had something to do with antagonizing his relatives with their presence, and he secretly enjoyed every moment of it. The occupants in the kitchen settled into a comfortable silence as the young couple prepared their own breakfast cereal. As they began to eat, they heard the familiar thundering footsteps that announced Dudley's arrival. He had finally achieved growing wider than he was tall, which meant that he was taking up more space at the table whenever he sat. His piggy eyes darted to the two large bowls of cereal sitting across the table longingly. Dudley glared at his mother when she set a quarter of unsweetened grapefruit onto his plate. Ever since Dudley came back with his end-of-year report, his life at home had turned into a living hell. The smelting school nurse had insisted that he be put on a strict diet of fruits and vegetables to make him lose weight. After many rounds of argument, the refrigerator was finally emptied of most of the food that were not on the list given to them by the nurse. To make Dudley feel better, Aunt Petunia decided that the entire family should follow the diet. Harry and Hermione pointed out that they needed not follow Dudley's diet. They didn't need to lose weight, and with their exercise regimen, it was important that they take in different type of food for nutrition and energy. For fear of his boss discovering that he had mistreated his nephew, he grudgingly gave them the permission not to follow the diet. This became the reason for Dudley's discontent. Dudley was too used to being given privileges, so the idea that Harry was being given more leeway did not sit well with him. "Why can't I eat that?" Dudley questioned sulkily as he pointed to the bowls of cereal Harry and Hermione were having. The identical expressions on their faces were the epitome of innocence. "Because your nurse insists that you follow this diet," Uncle Vernon explained crabbily as he set his paper down on the table. Dudley didn't seem to be too happy with his answer. "Do you even call this food?" he grumbled as he was about to toss his grapefruit away. He changed his mind when he realized that it was all he was having for breakfast. He made a face when he glanced down at the small portion of grapefruit on his plate. "That's all I get?" he demanded. Aunt Petunia nodded as she looked at Dudley meaningfully. He had finished all of his grapefruit and was eyeing the food on the table intently. Aunt Petunia decided to give him another quarter, seeing the ravenous look on his face. Uncle Vernon gave a resigned sigh as he picked up his spoon. The ginger-colored cat prowled into the kitchen and weaved between his owner's legs, rubbing his large body affectionately along their legs. Harry noticed that his aunt had halted her task and was watching the cat with obvious disdain. Crookshanks had been meting out punishment in his own way. He would dirty his paws with soil and mark the clean and shiny floors with his paw prints as often as he could. Aunt Petunia grudgingly cleaned after him every single time. Harry, with amusement written all over his face, picked Crookshanks up and admonished him when he realized that his aunt was nearing her breaking point. Crookshanks unwillingly relented and reduced the number of times he dirted the house in a day. "Good morning, Crookshanks," Hermione cooed as she picked him up. "Let's get you some breakfast." Harry offered to clean up while she took Crookshanks upstairs, and he received a peck on his cheek in approval. His uncle frowned at the display of affections, but held his tongue. Harry couldn't help grinning from ear to ear as he did the dishes. "Well, I had a wonderful breakfast, thank you. I'll see you this evening," Harry said with a grin as he sprinted upstairs to his room. He cast the usual spells when he walked in. Hermione curled in the large, comfortable armchair, reading the small note Harry had written. There was a wide, contented smile on her face. Harry topped off the water and the food at Hedwig's perch. He had tasked his familiar to bring the letters to Potter Mansion, where the house elves would dispatch them accordingly. Harry smiled as he tenderly kissed Hermione's forehead. "So, what are we going to do now?" Hermione smiled as she placed the note back into the jar. "I was thinking of we could complete our holiday assignments today. Even though we've finished our O, we still have some work to do?" "Yes, dear," Harry answered dutifully as he walked to his desk. After an hour of furious scribbling, Harry gleefully set his eagle quill down as he shouted, "Done." Harry stood up and stretched a little before turning to look at his wife. Her body was still bent over her assignment as she wrote fervently, "Mione, we only need to write 12 inches for this essay," he reminded as he rolled up his essay, satisfied that he had covered every point adequately and placed his homework aside. It was such a warm afternoon, and Harry didn't felt like starting on his next assignment. He took the pile of letters in his tray and checked through them absently as he walked across the room to sit in the large and comfortable armchair. After he read his mail, Harry took out those that needed a response from him and walked back to his desk to compose the appropriate replies. Hedwig had finally returned from her trip and was napping on her perch. The frantic scratching of her quill stopped as Hermione examined her assignment critically. Finally, she rolled up her parchment. It was easily twice the length of his. "I think I had enough of homework for today," Harry remarked as he walked over and wrapped his arms around her shoulders lovingly. "How about spending some time outside? The weather's wonderful today." "But we've only just begun," Hermione pointed out. "We still have history of magic, and we've been spending a lot of time outdoors lately." "It is the holidays, honey. Let's go out and have some fun," Harry pleaded, giving her a puppy dog look. It was a mistake for her to turn around to look at him. The corner of her lips quirked against her own will as she relented. Harry gave a cheer of joy as he grabbed Hermione by her hand and dragged her down the stairs with Crookshanks at their heels. The cat was being unusually happy, purring contently as he followed them, and they soon discovered the reason moments later. A worn-out Aunt Petunia stepped out of the kitchen with a mop in her hands. "See you later, Aunt Petunia," Harry bade. Seeing the blank look on her face, he added, "I'm taking Crookshanks with me." There was a look of relief on her face. "Please take your time and enjoy yourselves," she added before exiting the living room. Harry repressed a smile as he turned around and picked Crookshanks up. "Now, what did I say about tiring out Aunt Petunia? If you really get on her nerves, you might need to spend 2 weeks in the room," Harry answered as he scratched behind Crookshanks' ears. "I did take your advice. I've limited the damage to the kitchen," Crookshanks answered. "There's just nothing exciting to do here. No gnomes to chase, just stupid spiders," he grumbled as his owners laughed at the sullen tone of his voice. Dudley furiously kicked the side of the slide to vent his pent-up frustrations. His friends stood a safe distance away from him, idly chatting. The playground was unusually empty for a nice summer day. The ominous presence of Dudley and his gang naturally chased the children away. "Take it easy, Dud. If you want, we can go grab something,"
Piers suggested.
"Dad's not giving me pocket money right now, so I'll have to head back home for lunch," he grumbled, giving the slide another good kick. "It's damn boring just hanging around here doing nothing, Dud," Gordon grumbled loudly. "Isn't that Harry's?" Malcolm said as he pointed to two figures walking towards them with their hands linked, and they appeared to be laughing. Piers squinted his eyes, and after seeing lightning bolt scar on his forehead, he remarked, "Yeah, that's Harry, and I think he got himself a girl." Dudley's piggy eyes narrowed. "Yes, he did. I don't understand why Dad would allow his girl to live with him. What's worse, we aren't even allowed to touch him, because he's got himself a rich godfather." He growled and kicked the slide hard. Suddenly an idea crossed his mind. If he's got himself a rich godfather, then he must have a lot of money. He smirked as he rubbed his hands meaningfully. The gang caught his meaning fast. With smirks plastered on their faces, they approached the couple. Harry was having fun teasing his wife when they sensed that they were not alone. From a distance, he saw 4 boys approaching them. Not again. The boys soon encircled Harry and Hermione with ominous smiles on their lips as they stared at them. Harry was looking unusually bored, as if he'd expected such a confrontation. Well, what do we have here?" "Why, it's Potter, and with a girl no less," Gordon questioned as he checked her out. Harry instinctively stepped between him and his wife, blocking her from view. Crookshanks arched his back as he hissed threateningly. "Crookshanks, back down," Harry advised calmly. Crookshanks gave him a dirty look, but nevertheless heeded his words and stood by Hermione. She picked him up and lovingly stroked him. "Don't get into a fight," she cautioned. "It'll be sticky business. I'm sure you remember what happened the last time you defended us against Warren and his gang." "Yes, honey," he replied complacently as he expelled a breath. There was just a disconcerting aura around Harry when he spoke coolly to them. "If I were you, Gordon, I'd pay attention to where I'm looking," he warned. The feral glint in his eyes made Gordon take a step back. "Empty your pockets, and we'll leave the both of you alone." Piers spat bravely as he tried to terrify Harry. Instead of seeing fear, there was a look of interest as he turned to face his cousin. "Extorting money now, Dudley? I find it strange. Doesn't Uncle Vernon give you plenty of pocket money?" Harry asked as he stuffed his hand into his pocket. "Never mind, if you want it, then come and take it from me," Harry challenged as he took a step closer to them. The 4 boys exchanged looks of surprise among themselves, unsure of what to do. They didn't understand why they felt so subdued by him. Harry smiled. He remembered all the times they used him as a punching bag. It was satisfying to see them afraid for a change. "Well, if you've changed your mind, then you'd better turn around and walk away." "I'll forget this ever happened," advised Harry with a friendly smile plastered on his face. "What are you going to do if we don't?" "Run to your rich and powerful godfather," Dudley demanded loudly as he squared his shoulders. Harry laughed a mirthless laugh which unnerved them. "No, I won't even need to resort to that," he answered confidently as he took another step closer to them. It was the predatory gleam in his eyes that made his mouth run dry. It was as if they reversed their roles and Dudley and his gang had become his prey. The gang, acting on instinct, backed down. "It seems as if you've made up your mind. Have a good day," Harry answered as held his wife's hand and continued his way to the nearby shopping center, whistling a happy tune. "I'm glad that went quite well," Hermione commented when they were well out of earshot. "So do I," Harry answered. "So, where do you want to go? How about catching a movie and maybe having lunch at a cafe?" Hermione suggested. "I don't think we can do either activity with Crookshanks around," Harry pointed out. "Go on and have a good time. I can handle myself," Crookshanks added. The couple exchanged looks. "Stay away from Dudley and his gang. He might pick on you instead," Harry cautioned as he looked at Hermione's familiar. There was an edge of annoyance in his tone. "Stop nagging, as if you're an old man, and go. I'll be back before dinner. I'm heading over to Mrs. Figg's to talk to Mr. Tibbles," Crookshanks answered as he trotted towards the park. "Mrs. Figg?" Who is Mr. Tibbles? Hermione echoed. Mrs. Fig is a neighbor. She's obsessed with cats. Well, occasionally, the Dursleys would leave me at her place so that they could go out. It was utterly boring, staying with her and listening to her drone about her cats. Mr. Tibbles is one of her cats, Harry explained with a smile as they linked hands. So, let's get on with our date, shall we? Harry and Hermione caught a comedy, The Mask, after a quick lunch. Milo reminded Harry of a Krupp, a magical creature he'd seen in books, save the forked tail. They cuddled close as they watched the movie, munching on popcorn. Harry was delighted with the cool moves the Mask pulled on the dance floor. Maybe we should try the American swing the next time, Harry remarked into her ear as they watched the Mask dancing with the character, Tina. Hermione's eyes widened at the way the Mask effortlessly swinging the girl around to the tune Hey, Pachuco. I think I'll pass. I'd rather stick with a foxtrot, Hermione answered. Harry chuckled warmly in response as they snuggled closer. The movie soon ended, and Hermione was tickled by the way Harry was mimicking the Mask way of walking. Harry even imitated the actions and the expression that accompanied the Mask's iconic words, I'm smoking, causing Hermione to crack up. Harry's eyes brightened up when they walked past a large indoor ice skating rink where many families and couples seemed to be having a lot of fun. That looks pretty exciting, Harry said elatedly as he pulled his wife to look at the scene. Seeing the skaters speeding across the rink made him grin. Hermione cast a look at the rink before turning away and trying to walk off. Mione, Harry called out as he grabbed her hand. It looks fun and I've never tried it before. Please, he implored as he gave her an adorable pleading look. All right. I must warn you that I'm not really good at it and it may take a while for you to learn how to skate with any sort of speed. Hermione relented, unable to resist him. It's okay, we can learn together, Harry answered happily. A grin large enough to split his face into two appeared on his face, making her laugh as he pulled her towards the rink. Harry and Hermione, after donning the skates, slowly trudged into the rink step by step. Hermione underrated her own abilities because she was quite proficient at it. I took lessons when I was younger, Hermione explained when she felt his curiosity at her ability. Harry stood aside, with his head cocked, as he observed the way she skated. After watching for a while, he tried to imitate her actions as he struggled to keep his balance. Joy seemed to bubble in her, causing her to laugh easily as she watched Harry learning. There were naturally several comical occasions when he lost his balance. Her face was red with merriment when she watched Harry waving his arms frantically in his desperate attempts to keep steady before she finally held on to him. The scene reminded her of a particular scene from the cartoon Tom and Jerry. While Tom was chasing after Jerry, the water froze suddenly. As he started to fall, he tried to steady himself on the ice by waving his arms frantically. Harry laughed along with her, seeing the joy on her face before playfully poking her on her ribs. Hermione skated skillfully away from harm, leaving Harry at the side as he pouted adorably. Try to catch me, sweetheart, Hermione teased, standing a safe distance from him. Harry eyed the distance that lay between them. You just wait until I get a hang of this. Harry returned in faux irritation, evoking pearls of laughter from his wife. Harry was nothing but determined to learn, and to her surprise, he seemed to be getting and better at it. She skated protectively around him, advising him when she spotted him making mistakes and occasionally lending a hand. The dogged look on his face as he tried to skate on ice made her smile sweetly. His eyes twinkled with pure elation from the speed he was gliding down the length of the rink. As he approached the end of the rink, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Hermione? How do you stop? Before she could respond, Harry slammed into the side of the rink with a loud crashing sound. He was thrown a small distance back and he tethered unsteadily as he tried to balance himself. For several moments, he looked like a penguin in cartoon, dancing clumsily on ice. Hermione threw her head back and laughed heartily at the sight. Harry finally stabilized after a while. Drawing his hand through his hair sheepishly, he skated to her side. Scanning the rink, he realized that she was not the only person who found him amusing. Hermione calmed down after a while. How I love you, Harry, she admitted with a smile and pecked him on the lips. Well, let me show you how to stop. Hermione began as she started to speed, slow down before pulling the skates so that it was perpendicular to the direction she was going, and she skidded to a standstill. Think you can manage it? Hermione questioned with a smile. His brows were drawn into a line. I think I'll stick with crashing onto walls if I want to glide that fast, he answered after thinking about it for a while. The corners of her lips quirked in amusement, and she insisted that Harry at least try. Harry had more sense to start out slow until he was confident that he would stop properly. Harry and Hermione skated around the rink with their hands interlinked in a comfortable pace. Harry attempted to extract his revenge, but Hermione was too quick for him. Harry ended up chasing after Hermione. Oh, stop it, Harry. Hermione laughed as she deftly skated around the approaching skater. I did promise that I would get you when I finally got a hang of it, Harry answered as he grinned mischievously as he gave her a chase. Hermione did all she could to persuade him not to chase her, but Harry doggedly followed. After a while, when they felt too cold and tired, they made their way to the side of the rink for some respite. With arms slipped around each other's waist, they leisurely skated to the side. You really did a good job, Hermione complimented. I didn't believe you could keep up that long. Thank you, milady. I had an excellent teacher, Harry answered. Though I think she thought too highly of me. She believed I could miraculously learn to stop by myself, he answered as he wiggled his brows. It's not my fault. I didn't think you would try dashing. I had a lesson plan. I wanted you to get used to gliding before I moved on, Hermione answered, and he chuckled good-naturedly. Hermione removed her skates as she sat at the bench. Harry set off to join the long queue and pick up drinks, leaving Hermione to watch the skaters on the rink. Hermione was surprised when a tall, lean boy with wavy brown hair sat next to her. The good-looking guy had a friendly smile on his face. Hermione, I didn't think I'd ever see you again, he greeted as he flashed a disarming smile. One of her eyebrows was raised in shock as she looked at him closely. Do I know you? She questioned cautiously. He gave a nervous laugh as he rubbed the back of his neck. However, the twinkling in his starling blue eyes did not fade away. Well, it has been a long time since we've seen each other. He extended his hand. I'm Ray Vaughn. Hermione eyed him closely, and after a while, the image of a similar-looking boy, a much younger one, flashed in her head. She covered her mouth in surprise as her eyes lit up immediately. Gosh, I didn't think I'd ever run into you since you moved, Hermione answered excitedly. The grin on his face widened when he knew she finally recognized him. Ray was 3 years older than her and used to be one of her neighbors when she was young. They used to play together all the time. Ray chuckled gently. How are you? I'd been by the old neighborhood as few times, but had no luck catching you at home. You're attending a private boarding school now, right? How is it? He asked curiously. Yes, I am. It's great. I'm great too, Hermione answered with a friendly smile. Did you do something to your teeth? She questioned as she looked at him intently. There's something different about your smile. His eyes widened exaggeratedly as he humorously covered his mouth with both his hands. I'm caught by the dentist's daughter, he teased playfully. Yes, I wore braces to correct the bite. He turned contemplative. Must be achieving top grades in your school, huh? Her cheeks turned red as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. Well, yes. As much as she loved schooling, there wasn't anything she could really share with her childhood friend without breaking the secrecy laws of the wizarding world. Her brows drew into a frown as she recollected how easy it was for them to speak. They used to be able to share about everything together in the past. However, she found herself watching her words carefully even while talking about something as common as school. He raised an eyebrow in surprise at her reserve. Well, how are you? Hermione questioned with a slightly forced smile. I'm doing pretty well. I'm not the first in my year, but I'm somewhere there. He grinned widely. I'm now playing lead guitar for a band. Wow, that's great. I remember that's something you have always dreamt of. Congratulations, she added with some genuine excitement. Ray grinned as he rubbed his neck. I can't believe you still remember. It's all you dreamt of when you were young, answered Hermione. Well, that's true. Did you come alone? Ray asked curiously as he looked around. No, I came with my boyfriend. He's buying drinks as we speak. Hermione answered with a smile, cringing inwardly at the lie.
Wow.
You actually have a boyfriend, Ray remarked. How long have you been dating? We dated for a day, before we found ourselves married. We've been together since last summer, Hermione answered, satisfied that it was the truth. Harry finally came back with drinks. The smile on his face was replaced with a look of surprise when he saw a guy sitting next to her. He seemed to be listening attentively to her as she chatted with him animatedly. Harry noticed that she was radiating joy as she spoke to him, and he frowned slightly. Hermione turned to look at him, as if she had sensed his presence, and noticed the rigid way he was standing as he looked at her friend. The smile on Hermione's face widened as she stood up to stand by her side. Harry relaxed a little at the sight of her approaching him. Her fingers curled around his arm affectionately as she introduced Harry. This is Harry Potter. Harry, this is my first friend, Ravon. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at Hermione. He was happy to know that Hermione actually had a friend. Hermione flashed an affectionate smile as she slipped her arm around his waist and took one of the cups. The couple did not notice the way Ray smiled as he looked at them. It's good to meet you, Harry said. It's good to meet you too. She was just telling me about you, and I have never seen Hermione being so passionate about anything but books. Ray teased, and he held his hands up in the posture of surrender when Hermione glared at him. You did the neighbors a good deed by teaching Warren and his gang a good lesson, Ray commented with a smile. Hermione told me all about it. It's wonderful that she has someone to stick up for her, not that she needs one. Anyway, Harry's eyes were dancing in amusement as he looked at her. After all, she could scare them away by throwing her thick books at them. Her eyes narrowed. You prat. However, her attentions turned to the person who was holding her. Harry couldn't repress his laughter, and she hit him instead. It's really funny, Mione. I really can't help laughing. Harry defended himself as he tried desperately to stop laughing. Mione's? Ray echoed as he looked at his friend. Wow, so it's alright to call you now? How about Herm? That's Hermione for you, Ray, added Hermione. Ray chuckled gaily. He saw his friends beckon him to join them. Well, you two have fun. I've got to go. Hermione, maybe we can get together soon and catch up? I can invite both of you to the gig that my band's playing pretty soon, Ray asked hopefully. Sure, she answered. He set off to borrow a pen from the counter, leaving the couple alone. Harry looked at her inquiringly. It feels different, Harry. We used to be neighbors until I was 8, then his family moved away, and we lost contact. It used to be easy talking to him. There was just so much I can't talk to him, because of our laws. Hermione explained. You regret? Harry asked thoughtfully. I don't, Harry. I'm happy with you. I just realize I no longer have a place in this world, Hermione replied. Ray soon returned with a pen, and they exchanged numbers. I never needed your number before, since I was living so close to you. All I needed to do was to shout from my room. You can expect a call from me, he spoke. Turning to Harry, he added somberly, Take good care of Hermione. Harry nodded. I will. If he had read Ray well, it was clear that he still had feelings for his wife. Ray smiled after clapping him on the back. Ray left after bidding them goodbye. You wouldn't mind, would you? I really want to watch his performance, Hermione asked as she stowed the piece of paper in her pocket. Harry smiled as he rubbed the wedding ring he placed on her left hand with his thumb. Not at all. Her answering smile was dazzlingly as she laid her head on his shoulder. What did you and Ray used to like to do together? He inquired, and she began sharing a few stories from her past. Ray and Hermione shared a love for books, and when they were very young they would act out some of the stories together. She told Harry that once she remarked to Ray that it was unjust that the princesses in the story didn't seem to be able to defend themselves and needed constant saving from knights. She and Ray decided to change the story slightly so that the princess and the knight ended up working together, overcoming many obstacles as a team. Harry repressed the smile that threatened to split his face as she was sharing this story with him. It was just like his wife to feel that way, but he didn't think she would have been that much of a feminist when she was still so young. Hermione also told him the countless summer days, when they were a little older, that they sat on the grass while Ray would practice on his acoustic guitar and sing. Harry and Hermione went to a nice restaurant for dinner before heading home. There were smiles on their faces as they walked along the road towards number 4, Privet Drive. The couple was very happy with their date. When they entered the house, they noticed that something was off. For once, everyone was at the living room. The television was switched off, making the house eerily silent. Harry and Hermione wore puzzled expressions on their face as they entered the house and greeted them. "So, you're finally back," Uncle Vernon pronounced firmly as he glared at them. Harry glanced at the smirk on Dudley's face and expelled a sigh. "Is something wrong, Uncle Vernon?" "Wrongs," he echoed as his face turned purple with rage. "I house you and feed you, yet you steal money from us so that you can go out and have a good time?" Vernon bellowed. His face was turning purple with rage. Harry's eyes narrowed into a frown. "Are you accusing me of being a thief?" he questioned softly. "If your godfather wasn't my boss, I would have called the police." "You stole a few £100 from the safe," he shouted. Harry held Hermione back. "No, I didn't," Harry answered confidently, meeting his glare. His mustache twitched irritably. "Don't you deny it, boy. Dudley said he saw you." Vernon spat. He took a deep breath. "I'd be willing to let you off, on your godfather's account, provided that you give us twice the amount you've taken from us. Then you'll get nothing at all because 2 times 0 is still 0. Harry hissed. "Why, you brat?" Uncle Vernon lunged forward, trying to grab Harry by the neck, but Harry sidestepped him easily. Uncle Vernon crashed onto the wall behind Harry. "Vernon!" Aunt Petunia screamed shrilly. Hermione immediately walked to the phone and began dialing for the local police. "No!" shouted Dudley as he tried to snatch the phone out of her hands. Harry immediately leapt into the defense of Hermione, grabbed one of his flailing arms, twisted his arm into a lock, and shoved him hard onto the ground. Dudley squealed loudly as he struggled against the hold to no avail. "Diddy darling!" Aunt Petunia screamed shrilly as she searched around the living room for something to hit Harry with. Her eyes fell on a large paperweight sitting on the coffee table. Aunt Petunia grabbed the large ornament on the coffee table and charged at Harry with the thing held high. "Harry!" Hermione screamed in panic. There was a fluttering of wings as Hedwig swapped and grabbed the heavy ornament from her hands with her talons. She hooted angrily as she placed the ornament into Hermione's hand. Aunt Petunia was shocked and stared into her empty hands blankly. "You insane woman!" Hermione screamed as she whipped out her wand and pointed at Harry's aunt. She immediately froze on the spot, her pupils contracting at the sight of the wand. The house immediately became deathly silent as all eyes fixed upon them. Nostrils flaring, Hermione's breath was quick and shallow as she held the wand. "You'll get into trouble if you use magic, girl," Vernon began as he held up his arms and tried to approach Hermione. Crookshanks appeared, hissing furiously as he circled Uncle Vernon. "No, we won't," Hermione answered with a grim smile. "Harry and I are cleared to do magic away from school. I'm sure you're familiar with what happens when an underage wizard uses magic outside school." Hermione questioned as she tossed the ornament aside and used a reducto spell to blast it into pieces. The Dursleys backed away from her as a disconcerting quiet fell between them. "Do you see any owls?" Hermione demanded crossly. "Now, let's get back to the issue on hand, shall we? Isn't it clear enough that Harry can't be the thief?" Hermione questioned as she glared at Vernon. "Dudley just tried to stop me from calling the police because he was afraid of being arrested." "You're lying. He wanted to stop you because he didn't want to see Harry arrested," Vernon blurted. He immediately took a step back when he saw that Crookshanks was ready to pounce. "Why, I'm sure Harry isn't afraid of being arrested for something he hasn't done. We can settle the whole issue by getting the police involved. Besides, according to the laws, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. If evidence is found, then the guilty party shall be punished and thrown in jail. The food in the jail is so disgusting that most would choose to starve themselves to death," she answered as she stared at Dudley. Dudley paled even more. Seeing no flaw in logic, Vernon agreed and picked up the phone. No, Dad, don't call them. Harry didn't take it. I did, Dudley finally admitted. A hush fell over the room.
What?
Uncle Vernon said, unable to believe his ears. What are you talking about, Diddy darling? Aunt Petunia questioned as she placed her arms around him. I took the money in the safe, he admitted as he stared at his father. Uncle Vernon turned to look at Hermione and Harry. For once, he was speechless.
Well,
Harry questioned. I believed you tried to accuse me of stealing and attempted to knock the stuffing out of me. Harry answered as he tapped his feet impatiently on the ground. His face turned into an ugly shade of plum as he stared at his nephew. The color began to fade from his face, leaving purple blotches on his face. I'm sorry, he said contritely. Would you please not tell your godfathers? Are you kidding? Harry demanded loudly. Your son attempted to extort money from me in the afternoon. He stole from you and blamed me for taking the money. You believed him and attempted to knock me and Hermione out despite my protests that it wasn't me. You think an apology is sufficient. You shouldn't expect more than that, freak. Dudley shouted. Quiet, Dudley. What do you want me to do? Uncle Vernon questioned in a somewhat calm tone. The incident made Harry realize that he was still under their thumb if he chose to live with them. They were not inclined to change if they remained in their stronghold. A smirk appeared on his face. I just had an idea. It's something all three of you have to do. Pack up. Everyone must be ready to leave by the end of the hour. We're going for a holiday, Harry answered. The Dursleys stared at him as if he had gone mad. There was a hint of smile on Hermione's face when she hurried upstairs to pack up. I'll be there with you in a minute, Harry told Hermione. I don't really need your help to pack. I'll just use the household charms we've learnt, Hermione answered. The Dursleys grudgingly listened as they dragged themselves upstairs to get their things. Sirius, there's been a change of plans, Harry said when he contacted Sirius. I'm heading home with the Dursleys. Hedwig returned to Potter Mansion. I'll see you in a little while. And let your insane relatives lay a hand on you? Hedwig demanded. They are barking mad. I'll be fine. Hermione's here. I think my relatives are afraid of her, Harry answered with a smile. Harry headed upstairs and shrank their two trunks and put them in his pocket while Hermione carried Crookshanks in her arms. The half-Kneazle was eyeing the Dursleys warily as if anticipating that they would try to attack his owners. The Dursleys had packed 3 bags of clothes and were waiting for them quietly at the living room. From the grumpy expression on Dudley's face, he did not seem convinced to come along. Per Harry's instructions that they would be gone for a while, they shut off all gas and water supplies. After ensuring that the place was locked up, Harry summoned Charles, Gareth, and Dobby. Aunt Petunia screamed at the sight of the 3 miniature creatures with large heads and small bodies. Charles stiffened immediately and cast a dirty look at her, silencing her at once. Good evening, my lord and lady. The 3 house elves greeted with a bow. It's great to see you again. These are my relatives, Harry said as he gestured to the Dursleys. They'll be living with us for a little while. Charles turned livid at the sight of them, but nodded. Well, Charles could take us back. Dobby and Gareth, could you see to their travel arrangements? Hermione asked diplomatically. How are we going to travel? Vernon demanded that he felt Dobby holding him. Don't touch me, thing. Charles narrowed his eyes into slits as he glared at him. We're house elves, Muggle. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks. We're going to be operate. They will need to hold on to you. You might leave parts of your body behind if you distract Dobby or Gareth. By the way, house elves have their own brand of magic. You don't want to cross them, Harry warned. Vernon flinched at the thought of these creatures possessing magic. Why can't we use some normal methods? Vernon lamented. This is a normal method for wizards, Harry snapped. Dobby and Gareth, bring them to the foyer. There was no protest when they operate to Potter Mansion. 2 rows of house elves lined on 2 sides bowed and greeted their master and mistress warmly. Harry and Hermione greeted each one of them warmly. Aunt Petunia nearly fainted from the sight of so many house elves while Vernon was gaping at the splendor of the large house. Amelia and Sirius, dressed in their usual robes, engulfed the 2 teenagers with tight embraces upon their arrival. Sirius frowned when he saw the adult Dursleys trying to estimate the prices of the decorations in the foyer. They are priceless. Sirius snapped as he glared at Petunia and Vernon. Why have you got a nice place, Lord Black? He stammered as he stared at the clothes he was wearing. I'm a wizard, and this is what wizards wear. By the way, this house isn't mine, he said softly as he pointed to the crest hung prominently. The noble and most ancient house of Potter, Vernon read. His eyes widened. It belongs to the B.R. Harrys? An impish grin appeared on Sirius' face. Oh yes. He comes from a prestigious line of rich and powerful lords. He's not a product of a wastrel. The truths made his world spin, and Vernon was reduced to a blubbering idiot. While they were still gawking at the foyer in awe, Harry was giving instructions to Charles as to what to do with his relatives. My lord, I don't think it's prudent to have them in the prestigious mansion of the Potters. They broke all family ties between your parents and themselves when your parents were married, Charles began. Well, I need them to be here. Anyway, I think it'll good for them to experience the magical world firsthand. You'll be placed in charge of their arrangements. If you must put them to work to see how magic works in a house, do it, Harry said. Charles gave an impish grin before bowing. Dudley and Vernon were staring fearfully at the portrait waving his sword furiously at him. Their eyes widened when they realized that all the portraits could move, and they didn't seem to be so welcoming. Welcome to the magical world. Harry grinned warmly as he gestured around. This is my family home, Potter Mansion. We're in the magical world. Vernon stammered in trepidation. You must have guessed from the outfits most of them are wearing. Harry answered innocently. Anyway, you'll be staying in here for the rest of July. I must warn you that it'll take at least half a day of walking along dirt roads before you see another house. So trying to leave will be futile. Charles will be in charge of taking care of you. Harry said. Did I miss anything? He turned to Hermione. There are magical and non-magical creatures in the forest. Don't wander there, Hermione added. How about getting to work? Vernon questioned in surprise. I believe Sirius has just approved your leave of absence. Harry grinned as he looked at Sirius. Sirius nodded with a smile. Just relax, and do try to enjoy your stay here. Harry added. Well, I'm tired. We'll see you in the morning. Chapter 24. A large grin graced Harry's features when he realized that he was in his own massive and comfortable bed at the Potter Mansion. He could hear Hermione starting her usual morning routine, and decided to get up. A moving photograph of Hermione and himself donned in formal attire greeted him as he retrieved his spectacles from the nightstand. The photograph was taken during his coming-out ball almost a year ago. His special glass jar, half filled with messages, stood beside the photograph. On Hermione's nightstand, a similar jar stood next to a distorted vase and her favorite hair scrunchie. This was home, where there were constant reminders of the occupants of the house, and that made him feel at ease. Harry walked to the wall facing the bed to check the large timetable and the to-do list, and realized that they had only a task for the day, completing their last holiday assignment. With a smile, he began his own morning routine. Dressed in comfortable jogging attire, Harry and Hermione were heading out for their usual run when they saw the Dursleys waiting impatiently for them at the foot of the stairs. From their grumpy expressions and disheveled looks, it was not hard to arrive to the conclusion that someone had rudely awakened them from bed and coerced them to be here. Hermione and Harry exchanged looks of surprise, and Hermione turned to give Charles an inquiring look after exchanging greetings. I didn't think it was polite for the guests to be sleeping when the masters have awakened, my lady. Charles responded politely. A run around the estate would be good for their health, judging from the way the two Mr. Dursleys were wheezing when they reached their room last night. It would also serve as a way to introduce them to the estate. Your ruddy thing placed us all the way on the other side of the house. I spotted empty rooms closer to the main building. Why can't we have those? Uncle Vernon complained loudly as he glared at Harry. He's not a thing. Charles is a house elf, replied Harry edgily. I will not have you standing here insulting my house elves unless you want to find yourself doing the work they do around here. Vernon's face turned plum, and he looked as if he was about to launch into another tirade, but Harry didn't give him a chance. I've entrusted your care to Charles, and I will not question his decisions. As I have told you before, house elves have their own brand of magic. You would do well not to cross them, warned Harry firmly. Uncle Vernon kept his silence, even though his face had become scarlet. His cousin was far interested in his stomach than to concern himself about their living arrangements. Dudley yawned loudly as he stretched. Are we going to have some breakfast now? He demanded. Harry shook his head as he answered. No, since you're now living at my house, you'll have to stick with our schedule. We'll have our run before we have breakfast. Vernon and Dudley's piggy eyes widened in shock at Harry's response.
Run,
they echoed. We don't have clothes to run in, interjected Uncle Vernon. His eyes were as wide as saucers at the thought of accompanying the youths for a jog around the large estate. That's never a problem here, answered Harry graciously. He drew out his wand, much to the mortification of the Dursleys. Dudley immediately ran behind his father, covering his large bottom with his hands. Don't you dare point that thing at us, Uncle Vernon yelled as he stood protectively in front of his family. Charles's large eyes narrowed into slits at the sight of the Dursleys trying to intimidate his master. When Vernon lunged forward to knock the wand out of his hand, Vernon found himself knocked back by a low-level elfish equivalent of a stun. I will not stand having you threaten the master of this house. As guests, you must always show respect to your host, admonished the elf as he glared at the purple-faced man. With his wife's help, he clumsily climbed onto his feet. Well, fine. You can run in your nightclothes. I'm sure Charles is not going to let you off the hook, replied Harry as he lowered his wand. Even to emphasize the fact, the house elf crossed his arms as he stared at them stonily. You're not going to hurt us? Vernon questioned warily as he looked at Harry. Harry kept his silence, but gave him a pointed look. I'm just going to transfigure your clothes, Harry said before he cast the appropriate spells. They let out a whimper of surprise when they saw that their night clothes had changed into sweatpants and shirts. Well, Charles, we'll see you later, Hermione said with a smile. The elderly house elf bowed and operated away. The young couple took them through the exit to the grounds. The grounds of the Potter mansion looked equally beautiful during summer. The place was still enshrouded in darkness when they set foot on the grounds. The greenery was a striking contrast with the urban jungle that they'd gotten accustomed to for the past several weeks. There was an invigorating scent of nature lingering in the air, and everything was still moist with the dew. Harry took a deep breath of the clean, unpolluted air and exhaled. It was wonderful to be back in the place untouched by modernization. He felt completely unrestrained here. A feeling of serenity, evoked by the deep sense of rootedness, washed over him, making him feel so alive. The beauty of nature was lost to the city dwellers who were so accustomed to the landscape of the bustling metropolis. Harry and Hermione stretched their muscles properly in preparation for their jog, and the Dursleys followed suit gawkily. They began a slow jog along the path circling the mansion. The Dursleys, unused to such exertion, were wheezing hard from the jog. Their shirts were drenched with sweat, and they looked quite pale. Harry and Hermione took pity on them and slowed down so that they could accompany them as they walked. The Dursleys found it difficult to believe that they were now living in the magical world since the Potter mansion looked like a normal house, albeit an enormous one, only it was located at the edge of a forest. They curiously pointed to the strange-looking stadium looming in the corner of the grounds and were surprised at Harry's reply. Your bunch actually plays sports? I should have guessed. Witches on broomsticks. Vernon muttered breathlessly when Harry explained how Quidditch was played. Uncle Vernon was never interested in sports, and therefore wasn't very concerned. It's difficult to imagine it, but you'll get the gist when you watch it. You'll probably get to see a friendly match if my friends come over. We occasionally play a game or two. Harry responded as his face lit up at the prospect of feeling the wind in his face when he rode on his firebolt again. Friends? It's hard to believe that someone would befriend a freak like you, Dudley retorted sarcastically as he panted hard. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, Hermione warned. You're living at Harry's now. It would be pretty idiotic to make him mad. Dudley shut his trap and lumbered on. The adult Dursleys were wise enough to see what kind of predicament they were in, so they kept their silence as they finished their morning exercise. They headed back to their rooms for a shower before coming down to the dining room for breakfast. "Mummy," Hermione greeted when she spotted her parents, chatting with Oswald, Remus, and Sirius. Her face lit up immediately as she wrapped her arms around her mother. Jean returned the hug with equal excitement, pleased to see that her little girl so happy. There was a large smile on Dan's face as he lovingly ruffled Harry's messy hair as his son-in-law greeted him pleasantly. Sirius's eyes were dancing in amusement at the sight of Harry's even messier hair. When Dan turned to hug his daughter, Sirius immediately grabbed Harry around the neck and good-humoredly messed up his hair as well. "Get off me, Sirius." He laughed brightly as he weakly tried to fight his way out of his godfather's grip. Light-hearted laughter escaped his lips as he pretended to hustle with his godfather. Harry could have thrown him off if he wanted to. Toll had taught him to break such holds in the past. He had allowed himself to be held, seeing the joy it brought to his godfather. "Sirius, you might choke him," Jean said disapprovingly. Sirius happily let him go, giving Jean the opportunity to mother him. She lovingly hugged Harry after scrutinizing him closely. "I'm perfectly fine, Mum. It has just been a few weeks," Harry playfully reminded. "I know, but I swear you've grown again," answered Jean. Jean continued to fuss over him for a while before she pressed a motherly kiss on his forehead and let him go. Harry greeted Remus and Oswald with hugs before settling at the table for their breakfast. The Dursleys felt out of place, watching the young couple affectionately interact with their family as they entered the room. Dudley looked transfixed at the heartwarming sight, as if he wished that he could belong to such a family. The other adults treated Harry well, and it was clear that they were all very close. Uncle Vernon snorted and muttered some unpleasant comments under his breath, but halted when he saw Charles glaring at him. With all the greetings over, the adults finally noticed his relatives. Vernon nearly fainted when he looked into the stern face of Lord Greengrass. His photograph had appeared often in magazines that featured rich and successful businessmen. Clearly from his clothes, he was another wizard. They felt like specimens under careful examination from the attention they were receiving from the other occupants of the room. The elder lord was scrutinizing the Dursleys carefully across the table. "So, these are Harry's relatives?" Remus questioned as he looked the Dursleys over. "She looks nothing like Lily." Aunt Petunia frowned, but said not. "I can see why Hagrid only needed to give him a tail," stated Oswald wryly as he stared at Dudley. Sirius and Dan sniggered at his remark. Dudley whimpered, covered his large bottom with his hands, and hid behind his father. "Charles forced them to join you for a run, pup? Must have been hard on you," Sirius remarked as he looked at Harry. "It wasn't too bad. We just needed to jog really slowly," replied Harry. The eyes of the adult Dursleys fell upon the only other non-magicals in the room, the Grangers, who were decked in office suits. They received reproaching glares from them in return. Dan glowered at Vernon when he tried to make small talk with him. "They're here on Harry's request," Remus reminded gently as he leant closer to Dan. The two dentists nodded grudgingly, since they knew the reason for their presence. Thinking that they have given enough attention to Harry's dreadful relatives, Sirius raised another subject. "Amelia's bringing Susan and Daphne later. They are totally bored at home," Sirius remarked when the empty plates on the table became full of piping hot and aromatic food. The Dursleys were surprised to see their plates magically fill. Uncle Vernon raised his eyebrows as if expecting something besides the scrambled eggs and pancakes that lay before him. He recalled from the fairy tales he had heard as a young child that magical beings ate something else. "No, we don't eat strange things. We do use some of those exotic ingredients to make potions," Oswald answered matter-of-factly as he regarded him with slight amusement. Vernon was taken aback that Oswald could read his thoughts. Dudley was delighted at the sight of a real breakfast and began to gobble the food down, but was quickly shocked when a stick hit him sharply on his knuckle.
"Ouch!"
Dudley yelled as he dropped his spoon in pain. "That's not the proper way of eating, young man," admonished the elderly house elf sternly. "Are you a pig? You can't be, because a pig has better manners than you. Chew your food first before putting in the next bite. How on earth did you survive so long with such appalling manners?" Vernon jumped in shock when he found himself at the receiving end of the stick when he was slouching into a seat. "Sit up straight. Charles commanded in a no-nonsense voice. Dudley and Vernon found themselves at the mercy of Charles as he picked on the many bad habits they had while they ate. Charles even gave Aunt Petunia a tongue-lashing about duties of the lady of the house. "How could you, Mrs. Disley, allow such lack of etiquette in your household? It's disgraceful," Charles pronounced as he hit Dudley on the knuckle for another mistake. He would hit them with a stick on every mistake they made, much to the enjoyment of the occupants of the table. It reminded Lupin of their younger days. I remember the times when Sirius was whacked by Charles for not having proper table manners. Charles has little patience for people who show no decorum at the table. Being a fledgling lord didn't stop Charles from instilling the proper etiquette into him. Lupin grinned playfully as he looked at his friend. "I'll never forget it. It's delightful to watch when I'm not at the receiving end of that stick," Sirius commented with a smile. Vernon let out a yelp of pain when Charles hit him again. Charles reprimanded him firmly. It was amusing to watch Vernon fearful of a creature less than a quarter of his weight. "I assume that my dad was taught to conduct himself as well?" questioned Harry as he looked at his father's best friends. "Naturally. It gave us quite a shock how proper he was when we ate our first meal together." "Well, he was brought up by Charles," answered Lupin as he smiled. "I think Charles is looking forward to helping raise your children," Sirius added. "He was upset that he was unable to play a part in your upbringing." The sounds of Aunt Petunia choking on her food distracted the occupants on the table. His uncle's face had turned livid and was splattering food as he protested loudly. "Harry's only 14. Vernon groaned. "Why would he even be thinking of children? Keep your mouth closed while you eat," Charles promptly lectured as he hit Vernon on his hand. Vernon looked as if he was going to start a tirade until he found himself at the end of his employer's glare. He rapidly closed his mouth as he focused on eating properly. "Did you really think I would know the age of my godson, Disley?" Sirius retorted in irritation. "Of course not, sir," Uncle Vernon answered quietly as he focused his attention on eating his food. The occupants at the table save the Dursleys fell into a little conversation over breakfast. Harry and Hermione periodically exchanged smiles with each other during the exchange. It was fantastic to be back at home with their family. The Dursleys were coerced to follow Charles into the kitchen to wash the dishes when the adults departed for work, leaving the two teenagers alone in the dining room. Harry affectionately wrapped his arm around her waist as he smiled. "I saw the to-do list. I guess we'll have to finish our homework," spoke Harry as he sipped his pumpkin juice. "We're only left with History of Magic," replied Hermione dryly with a hint of grin on her lips as she glanced at her husband. "I know it's your least favorite subject, but after completing RO, it shouldn't be too much of a problem." Harry had a look of distaste. "I never understood why we needed to sit through lessons about the Goblin Rebellion again when we've already completed the entire magical history at the house. I know Alyssa always stressed the importance of knowing about the past because it's a mirror of our world. This way, we can learn not to repeat the mistakes others before us have made. And you don't know why we needed to revisit the Goblin Rebellion?" Hermione asked with a hint of amusement in her voice. "All right, I get it, but it still doesn't make it any more exciting," answered Harry as he frowned slightly. "We'll finish our homework today." Hermione looked around furtively before curling her arms around his neck and pulling his head down so that their lips met in a kiss. A goofy smile graced his features when she drew away. Her eyes were dancing with amusement when she led Harry upstairs to their study to complete their holiday assignment. Harry was nearly bored out of his mind as he was writing his essay on the treaties the goblins and wizards had signed, but he finished it, albeit taking quite a long time. Hermione had completed her essay and started reading a book as she waited for him to finish his final assignment. When Harry had finally completed his essay, Dobby appeared to announce the arrival of their friends. Excited, the young couple hurried down the stairs into the sitting room where all their friends, dressed in robes of various colors, waited patiently for them. The group's newest couple were snuggling on the couch. Daphne was tucked into Cedric's side as he wrapped an arm around her. Neville, Susan, Luna, George, and Fred were sitting on the floor of the room chatting comfortably. The faces of the teenagers lit up when they saw Harry and Hermione entering the room. They greeted one another enthusiastically with friendly claps on the back or hugs. There was a large grin on all their faces as they engaged in animated conversations. Hermione sat in a vacant armchair in the room, while Harry sat on the arm. "Uncle Oswald allowed you some time off today?" Harry asked Daphne as he slipped his arm around his wife's shoulders, and Hermione leaned automatically into his embrace. It was something his friends were accustomed to seeing since the couple was in the privacy of their home. Daphne smiled as she answered, "We had wrapped up most of the meetings, so he surprisingly allowed me to take the rest of the day off. Thank Merlin for that," Cedric added as he laid his head on hers, causing the others to chuckle. Harry and Hermione kept in touch with all their friends during the holiday via their watches, so they knew what they were up to during the summer. Luna had been busy exploring the country with her father in search of a rare magical creature that Hermione and Harry had never heard of. Susan spent most of her time learning the ropes of being a head of house from her aunt and the house elf responsible for the Bones residence. Daphne, on the other hand, occupied her time with being the apprentice to her father, participating in the decision-making processes of the companies the family owned. She was so busy that she hadn't had the time to see Cedric at all. This was the first time that she'd seen him since holidays had started. Neville was likewise occupied with his greenhouse, and he was making headway on creating defenses around the house using plants, besides keeping himself fit. Neville had a healthy glow and a lean body from his daily workouts. The Weasley twins were busy inventing new pranks and improving the ones that they had already created. They were excited to share their new products with their friends. Cedric, being a soon-to-be 7th year, was busy with the great amount of holiday homework given by his professors, as well as preparing for his NEWTS. In their free time, the rest of their friends also completed their assignments. It was clear that Hermione had a profound influence on their study habits. "How's your internship going, Sue?" asked Hermione as she looked at Susan. Since Amelia was dating Sirius, another head of an ancient family, with the possibility of marrying him in the near future, it was necessary that she groomed a successor. "Auntie simply has had no time to give me proper lessons. She's been busy with the security issues since Quidditch World Cup has brought in a flock of wizards and witches from all over the world. However, the thing that has really got her worked up is the case of the missing witch who works at the ministry. I mean, she was supposed to be back at least a month ago from her trip to Albania, but she's not been heard from since then," replied Susan. Cedric and the Weasley twins grew interested in the topic instantaneously and did not notice the identical shocked looks on Harry and Hermione's faces. "I think Dad mentioned something about it in passing. I think her name is Bethy something," Fred said. George looked at his twin, bemused. "I thought her name was Bertha?" "I was sure her name was Bethy," responded Fred as he folded his arms across his chest. "It's Bertha Jorkins," answered Harry in a quiet voice. His friends exchanged looks of surprise when they saw that blood had been drained from his face. Cedric's brows were drawn into a frown as he spoke. "How would you know her, Harry? I'm sure you've never met such a lowly ministry worker." "Yes, according to Dad, she was tossed from one department to another because she was considered to be a problematic worker," added George. "Yes," affirmed Susan. "That's why most people aren't concerned about her whereabouts. However, my aunt said that it was too fishy for her to go missing just after Pettigrew had fled from Azkaban, and she fears the worst." His friends grew contemplative. "How do you know her, Harry? Do you know what happened to her?" Cedric repeated the question gravely as he leaned forward to search Harry's face. Harry swallowed visibly. "I don't know her," Harry admitted as he averted his eyes. "But I dreamt of someone speaking her name," Harry concluded as he drew his hand through his hair uneasily. The thought of the cause of the pain in his scar made him ill at ease. His friends eyed him closely, willing him to go on, but Harry became preoccupied with his thoughts. "And do you know what happened to her?" questioned Susan in a quiet and trembling voice. There was a sharp intake of breath. In a rush of words, Harry answered, "She's dead if my dream was true."
"What?"
His voice grew steadier and louder when he repeated, "Miss Jorkins is probably dead." The room grew bizarrely silent.
"How?"
Neville asked with a hint of fear in his voice. Harry took a deep breath and he answered in a soft and solemn voice, "She was murdered by Lord Voldemort." Their eyes widened anxiously at his answer. Harry searched their faces, trying to figure out what they were thinking as the room became painfully silent. His friends froze as they blinked out at the moment as their brain processed the information that Harry had given. Harry watched his friends anxiously for any signs of emotion on their faces. Looks of comprehension flashed across their faces before they were replaced by looks of determination. Harry saw that they were willing to go the mile with him, and it scared him speechless. "I think it's imperative that you speak to Lady Bones about your dream as soon as possible," replied Cedric as he leaned forward and looked at Harry at the eye. "It's important to alert the magical world about him." A frown of confusion crossed Harry's face as he stared at each of his friends. "The dream might be false," said Harry lamely. "If both of you believe that she was murdered by you-know-who, then Lady Bones must be told." Cedric answered in an unusually firm voice, and to Harry's surprise, everyone nodded their heads vigorously. Cedric immediately took control of the situation and requested Susan to call her aunt. Lady Bones decided to meet them at the Potter Mansion during her lunch hour to hear them out instead of summoning them to her office. "Do you even know what that means?" Harry demanded sharply as he gave each one of them a hard look. "I met Voldemort twice," began Harry, and he was met with solemn faces as they waited patiently for him to continue. "Even as a fragment of a soul, he was able to cast spells, and he wanted to use the killing spell on me. I believe that he was capable of doing it. He still has the ability to kill any of us at a blink of an eye." He felt his wife slip a protective arm around him. He turned and saw the stubborn set of her chin. "I'll be there with you this time," promised Hermione as her eye blazed with determination. Harry felt like protesting because he would be putting her in danger, but seeing the resolve in her eyes, he could not help but give her leg a squeeze to express his heartfelt gratitude. "I'm in too," quipped Luna cheerfully. "I guess I'll have to train harder." Daphne and Susan exchanged looks before they answered. "We've a long-standing pact to honor, Harry. You know we and our family will be fully supporting you." Neville smiled as he replied, "You know that I'm in for sure. As Gryffindors, it's unnatural for us to back down from a fight, so count us in, Harrykins," said Fred as he grinned boyishly. "You also know I'm with you," added Cedric with a sheepish smile. "I can teach you all everything that I know if you want." Harry searched the faces of his friends and saw the sincerity in their words. Hermione gently squeezed his hand before he could dispute. Harry saw her shaking her head lightly, and he understood. "Thanks," he said hoarsely. The smiles on his friends' faces widened. "So, what do you think you-know-who is up to?" George asked as he looked at Harry and Hermione. "The usual. He's been trying to get his body back. I don't think this will be an exception," Hermione answered thoughtfully as she recalled the times Harry met Tom. He was after the Philosopher's Stone because it brings immortality, and Harry said that he became more solid when he was draining Ginny's life force. So, Harry thwarted his attempts at coming back to life twice? "You know who has been inside Hogwarts twice?" Susan questioned incredulously. "Hogwarts isn't as safe as we think," explained Luna calmly. Harry looked uncomfortable. "It's twice if you count the memory in the book. So, I guess we'll need to start training soon." Cedric smiled as he looked around. "We don't have to worry about having nothing to do for the rest of summer break. I thought you'd be busy preparing for your ENI. Why do you still need things to occupy your time?" Fred teased. "Unlike you, we're very busy people," continued George in mock seriousness. Susan arched an eyebrow as she exchanged looks with Daphne. "I'm sure. Because where would we all be if we didn't have your pranks at school?" Susan spoke as she laid her hand dramatically on her heart and put on a pitiful expression, causing the occupants in the room to laugh. Amelia briskly strode into the dining room during lunch, already looking frazzled from her day. Susan helpfully supplied her with a goblet of pumpkin juice as she sat at the table. There was a look of relief on Amelia's face as she took a sip of her drink and relaxed into the seat. The other teenagers made their out of the dining room after they finished the meal, leaving Harry and Hermione with her. At the sound of the last of the footsteps fading, Amelia began to speak. "I don't have much time, but Susan said that you may know something about Jorkin's disappearance." Amelia questioned firmly as she looked at Harry. "How did you get your information?" She listened patiently as Harry shared with her a portion of the dream he'd had a few nights earlier. Her brows drew into a frown as she paid serious attention to the details Harry was giving her. "So, you've never heard of her until you had this dream?" Amelia repeated in bewilderment. Yes, answered Harry. Amelia looked at Hermione and she nodded in affirmation. Sirius did express his concern that Pettigrew might have returned to serve the Dark Lord. Did you have any such dreams before? Was that the entire conversation? Amelia asked as she watched him closely. It was the first dream I've had that was like this. They were talking about their plans briefly, and I have no idea where they are. Amelia rubbed her temple gently. Jorkins is the nosy type. The Dark Lord would have gathered a lot of information from her, because we are in the midst of preparing for several events. Did you know what his objective is? He wants me, answered Harry as he looked at her. They mentioned me by name, and he said he would have no other but me. Her face became ashen white as she collapsed into her seat. She regained the color of her face quickly and called for her house elf. She instructed Tiggy to go to the ministry to inform that she was indisposed for the rest of the day before proceeding to call Sirius and Oswald. She asked Charles to inform Professor McGonagall to expect them in an hour. I sort of expected something like this ever since Pettigrew went missing. The problem is that we don't know how much information she actually had. She'd know of the other event the ministry will be hosting since we've been preparing for almost a year. I'll need you to tell us every single detail of the dream when we meet with Minerva, said Amelia as she drew her hand through her hair. I think I'll have to send all the Aurors back into training in preparation of the Dark Lord's rising. There's so much that can change within a span of a few months, and I don't want to take the chance of being caught unprepared. I could capitalize on the Pettigrew's escape as a reason to further their training. Amelia pondered as she tapped her fingers impatiently on the table. It was only minutes later when Remus, Sirius, and Oswald arrived, looking frayed from hurrying from their offices. Sirius was dressed in the plum robes of the Wisengamot with large silver W on his chest. He hurriedly brushed off the dust from his robes. Remus Lupin was dressed in plain black work robes, no doubt, busy researching when Sirius called him. Oswald was dressed in a navy blue robe, and he looked rather weary. The adults sat down at the dining table with a cup of tea as they regained their breath, while Harry went upstairs to retrieve the account of the dream he'd made that night. They all apparat to the castle with the help of their house elves. Professor McGonagall was already waiting for them at stairs leading to her office when they reached Hogwarts. Good afternoon, Professor, they greeted. Good afternoon, this way please, said Professor McGonagall gravely as she gave the password that allowed them entrance. The office looked homier than they had remembered. Professor McGonagall led them to the sitting area. Is something wrong? I was quite alarmed by the urgency of the message, Professor McGonagall questioned after conjuring snacks and tea and offering them to her guests. Yes, answered Amelia, and she looked at Harry and Hermione. I'll let Harry explain. Harry took the cue and began sharing with them the entire dream in detail. He was met with silence when he finished with the dream. Your scar usually hurts only when Voldemort is around, and it hurt after you had the dream? Sirius asked solemnly as he rubbed his chin contemplatively.
Yes.
The headmistress expelled a breath. It is clear that he knows about the competition that is taking place at Hogwarts. Even though we've expended a lot of energy to plan for the event, I'm willing to call it off if it's going to put my students in danger. I believe there is no need to call off the event. In face of fear, all the more we should live to conquer it. I believe it would benefit the students in the long run if they could make friends through this competition. Who did you employ for the post of defense against dark arts? Oswald asked. I've asked Alastair Moody. Ever since the duel between Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, it's clear that our students need to learn to defend themselves. We decided to ask Moody to teach the students a thing or two about combat. Professor McGonagall answered as she sipped her tea. He's an excellent choice as a teacher. I think the students will be in for a unique time, remarked Remus as he chuckled. You'll have to keep a close eye on the staff, spoke Oswald. We have no idea who this faithful servant can be. Yes, agreed Professor McGonagall as she frowned. I personally trust all my staff, but the Dark Lord has always been sly. I'll keep my eyes open. I'll also strengthen the wards surrounding Hogwarts. Perhaps I can ask several of my trusted Aurors to be here whenever you hold any of the events. I know that all games are not open to public, but I don't want to take any chances. I'll be grateful for any help, answered Professor McGonagall with a hint of appreciation. We could wait until the Quidditch World Cup is over before we make our move, since it's clear that the Dark Lord won't attempt anything this soon, suggested Remus as he read the recount of the dream. That will be good. I believe we'll need to train the kids as well. They'll probably be in the thick of things, Sirius said as he looked at Harry and Hermione. Yes, all of them will definitely need training. Does Hogwarts focus much on teaching them about the practical side of defense against the dark arts? Oswald questioned as he turned to look at Remus. Not really. They will definitely not be up to scratch if they're going against the Dark Lord. I don't mind giving them extra lessons for the rest of the holidays during my free time, Lupin replied as a smile graced his features. I can offer them lessons as well, if Remus feels that they are ready for some Auror training, Amelia added with a smile. Harry brightened up at the prospect of receiving the same training all Aurors have to undergo. I can always request Moody to continue with their training once they are back in school, Professor McGonagall suggested. Great, so that settles it for now. Remus will start their lessons as soon as possible, said Oswald. If there is nothing else, I need to speak to Mr. and Mrs. Potter alone. Professor McGonagall spoke as she peered at her two favorite students through her squared-rimmed spectacles. I'm his godfather and his legal guardian, Sirius protested loudly. With a firm voice, Professor McGonagall answered, Mr. and Mrs. Potter are adults so they can make their own decisions. Seeing Professor McGonagall would not compromise, Sirius reluctantly left the students alone as he joined Amelia, Remus, and Oswald outside. I want to speak to you regarding your education, Mr. and Mrs. Potter. Will you be doing the 6th-year curriculum instead of doing your 4th-year work? Professor McGonagall asked. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks. Do we have to do both if we wanted to take our NE by our 5th year? Hermione returned. No, I can make an exception for you. I have gathered feedback from your examiners, and there was nothing but glowing praises. Professor McGonagall answered as the corners of her lips lifted to form a rare smile. Harry and Hermione smiled at each other. Would you two like to graduate early? Professor McGonagall continued. No, Professor. We want to graduate during 7th year with the rest of our class if it's possible. All we want to make sure of is that we have at least knowledge of a graduate when we face Voldemort, answered Harry. Professor McGonagall shuddered at the casual use of his name, but said nothing. I think that's a prudent idea, Professor McGonagall replied thoughtfully as she set down her teacup. I think it would be better if you'll take periodic tests to ensure that you're of the same level as the 6th years, instead of sitting those classes. I do feel that you should take a few extra hours of additional instruction to keep you up to speed, but not in the same manner as last year. I believe it was very taxing juggling so much work at the same time, Professor McGonagall answered. Well, we have each other, Harry replied with a dazzling smile as he looked at his wife. We'd be happy to do, as you suggested. Yes, Professor, we'll be happy to do the tutoring and periodic tests, added Hermione. Very well. Enjoy the rest of your holidays. I'll let you know about the extra lessons when I've checked it with Professor Moody and the rest of your professors. Professor McGonagall bade. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Harry answered as he offered a hand to Hermione and joined the adults at the waiting area outside the office. Professor McGonagall wanted to speak to about our education. She offered us a chance to join the 6th years, said Harry when he saw his godfather. Really? It's unheard of. You both must have done spectacularly on your examinations, said Sirius proudly as he placed arms around them. Remus chuckled in amusement. I expected them to. They were brilliant in my class. Let's head back. They summoned their house elves to bring them back to Potter Mansion. They immediately gathered in the living room to discuss about the issue. The adults shared their plans with all the teenagers and the rationale behind them. To their surprise, all the kids heartily agreed to do the training instead of using the time to relax and enjoy their summer. Neville instantly used the fireplace to contact his grandmother and ask for permission to stay for the rest of the holidays. Cedric and Luna asked a house elf to bring them home to ask their parents for their consent. Harry knew that his friends were supportive of him, however. The idea of his friends being enthusiastic to do anything to keep him safe was something new to him. Harry felt undeserving of such fierce loyalty. If you knew that we were in danger, What would you do, Harry? Inquired Susan as she stared at him. I would do everything to protect. Harry understood the point she was making and nodded in gratitude. Cedric and Luna soon returned with their parents' consent, and Remus immediately brought the teenagers upstairs to the gym for their first lessons in advanced magic. Harry updated him on the skills that they were currently learning. Lupin was pleased that they were at least physically fit for combat. To see how much they actually knew, Remus paired them off to spar. Luna, Susan, Daphne, and Neville showed that they had some basic knowledge on low-level sparring spells but lack accuracy. Lupin noted that they were very agile and could dodge effectively by rolling away or sidestepping incoming spells. They also had the physical stamina to run around, and it was clear that their lessons in self-defense and constant running were paying off as they managed to integrate certain elements into their sparring. Daphne trumped Luna by disarming her suddenly when the younger girl was distracted by another spell. Susan beat Neville when she conjured a shield, deflecting Neville's stun back him. He ducked but was disarmed in a heartbeat. I think we really need to work on the spells, Remus said as he looked at them. It's clear that you know some simple hexes and simple dueling spells. Fred, why don't you try it with Hermione? Fred eyed her closely as they bowed. He couldn't help but feel unsettled facing Hermione. It was a thrilling match since both of them became very innovative with the spells, but clearly Hermione was not putting her all into the match. In terms of knowledge of spells, experience, and magical capacity, she was far better than him. Finally, the match ended when Hermione used an Evrut Statum to send Fred flying before summoning his wand easily into her hand. That was a good match. Both of you used switching spells and conjuration to aid you effectively. The spell that Hermione used at the end is rather useful. Remus answered as Hermione healed the cut Fred received, much to Remus' amazement. George and Cedric went up against each other next. Cedric was more original at casting spells and clearly far more experienced than George. However, George did put up a good fight against him, but everything ended when Cedric cast Impedimento on George, causing him to slow down before binding him with ropes. Remus ended spell with a flick of his wand. That was some quick spell work, Cedric, Lupin praised. I guess we really need to work on building your bank of spells. Harry, it's your turn now. You're up against me, he replied grimly. Harry's eyes widened in shock, but he followed his instructions. Harry climbed onto the dueling platform and readied himself for the match. They did the usual routine as everyone in the room watched the match closely. They bowed when they faced each other. Protego! Harry shouted as he saw Remus firing a stun at him just scant seconds after they finished bowing. It was evident that Lupin was playing to his strengths of a werewolf. Remus leapt safely away when he saw Harry firing a cutting spell back at him. Harry realized that his werewolf reflexes and sense were an advantage in such a duel. He rolled to the side when he heard Lupin shouting a full-body bind curse. Harry knew he could not win him if they were going to go head-to-head physically. He was left with two options. He could either beat him with his full magical capacity or beat him by outwitting him. Harry chose the latter, since it was less draining on him. Lumos Maximus! Harry shouted as he pointed straight at Lupin. Remus was blinded by the light and backed away as he covered his eyes with an arm. Immobilis, he fired, and Remus became still. Harry ended the spell and helped him up. That was a creative way of using Lumos. Lupin smiled. Are you sure you need practice? I don't mind more practice, Uncle Mooney. You've got very fast reflexes. Harry commented with a smile. I would like to see you and Hermione duel though, suggested Fred. She seems to be very good at it. She is very good, so don't try dueling with her unless you want to get your arse kicked, answered Harry with a smile as he retracted his wand into his holster. He leapt away when Hermione playfully fired a jet of water at him. His brows shot into his hairline as he began to chase after Hermione, firing jets of water at her. It started a water fight since it was a simple spell they were familiar with and it tested their accuracy and reflexes. Everyone began shooting water at one another as they ducked the jets of water. Hey! Daphne shouted when Cedric playfully fired a jet of water at her. I'll get you, she promised as she dashed after the towering seeker. The Weasley twins got into a 2-versus-3 fight with Neville, Susan, and Luna. The seekers began to display their ability by shooting jets of water while leaping or rolling across the floor. Drenched completely, the teenagers collapsed onto the floor. Only Remus was dry since he was really good at ducking due to his werewolf senses. Alright, we're going to start on some simple spells. Dry up, and we're formally starting our lesson, said Lupin as he summoned a book of simple hexes to his hand. You mean it's not over? The Weasley twins groaned good-naturally. They cast drying charms on themselves before officially beginning their lessons at disarming. Most of the teenagers were tired to the bone as they trooped downstairs for a meal. Remus wanted to stretch their magical capacity to the maximum so that it could increase. He explained to them that magic was like a muscle that needed to be exercised constantly so that their magical endurance could increase. Thus, the power they can put into and the time they can hold their spells could increase as well. Despite their weariness, the Weasley twins managed to add some dinner entertainment by pulling a prank on the Dursleys when they joined them for dinner. The 4 ancient families were there, along with the Grangers. The prank was identical to the one they played on Dumbledore in the Great Hall. There was a scream when Dudley transformed into a large cow right before their very eyes. The clothes on his back transformed into the prints on his large body, making him really unusually looking for a cow. He was at least twice the size of a normal cow because of his size, and his eyes were wide with fear when he realized that he mooed whenever he opened his mouth. Before Uncle Vernon could protest and demand that they put him right, he transformed into a small chicken. His furious words became a torrent of incomprehensible clucking that sent most of the occupants on the table laughing. Naturally, the only person who did not laugh was Aunt Petunia. She merely gasped as she stared at her husband and her son. They howled in laughter as the cow and the chicken desperately tried to leave the dining room as quickly as they could. Aunt Petunia accompanied them back to their rooms, lamenting about her "Diddy darling. I bet Arthur is going to reprimand you both when he hears what you've done, but that was a great trick," Sirius said as he winked at the twins. "It was a just slip of our hand," Fred answered innocently as he lifted up the empty vial of potion and performed the act of pouring. The occupants around the table chuckled light at his answer. "How long will that last?" Sirius questioned with mild interest. "Overnight," George answered with a smile. "They will transform into whatever they ate. Our esteemed Professor Dumbledore tested our product. He became a giant pumpkin and a chicken." Luna began to regale them with what happened during that incident and had the adults howling with laughter. "It was wonderful. I was able to witness that firsthand." Lupin grinned as he wiped a tear off his eye. The 2 marauders began sharing ways to improve that particular prank as the others listened with interest. Dinner was a lively affair as they excitedly swapped stories. The next few days passed in a similar fashion. Everyone, including the adults, would join Harry and Hermione for a run around the estate before breakfast, seeing that running kept them in such great shape. The Dursleys knew better not to protest, and joined them reluctantly every morning. Harry and Hermione discovered that the Dursleys were not the only ones who needed time to adapt to the cardio exercise. Wizards were much too accustomed to the use of magic to have a physical workout. As a result, the adult wizards were also tired after each run. After they had their breakfast, and the adults left for work, the teenagers proceeded to have their occlumency and self-defense lessons. After Remus Lupin's assignments were completed, they would either play Quidditch or just lounge around the large mansion, enjoying the splendid weather the summer brought. They had a lot of combat practice and quite a bit of reading to prepare for Remus lessons. Their lesson would traditionally start with a spar that required them to use what they'd previously learned against a different partner each time. Lupin would evaluate the action and gave them pointers in order to help them improve. He was surprised that Harry and Hermione seemed to catch on to everything quickly, as though they were already seasoned duelers. Occasionally, they would have a mass water fight in different locations to learn other lessons, like manipulating the environment and honing their ability to adapt to various situations. There was certain modification to the mass water fights. They had to shoot colored jets of water. Daphne naturally picked neon green. Susan chose canary yellow. Fred picked silver in honor of his real house, and George, blood red. George even thickened it so that it looked like real blood. It was quite a strange sight whenever George shot his bloody red-colored water on them because they looked as though they were bleeding. Harry picked chocolate brown, and Hermione selected scarlet red. Cedric selected baby blue. Luna chose the shade of rainbow, and Neville chose dirty green. The results of these fights were hilarious. The victims would be walking canvases of a variety of bright colors. The Weasley twins would usually be drenched with the many colors since they were easy targets. After that, they would break for their own individual lessons. Susan continued her lessons on becoming head of her household, while Daphne continued being her father's apprentice. The Weasley twins, Neville and Luna, went on with their own respective projects. Harry and Hermione spent most of the time tending to their duties and learning the ropes from Oswald, Amelia, and Sirius so that they could prepare to assume more duties as Lord and Lady of an ancient and noble house. Meanwhile, Cedric busied himself with practicing and researching more useful spells for battle. The teenagers, accompanied by the Grangers and the Dursleys, went to Diagon Alley to pick up their things for the new year. Charles had followed along with the sole objective of watching over the Dursleys. Diagon Alley was quite a sight for first-time visitors. Harry smiled when he saw the awe in his relatives' faces as they set their eyes on Diagon Alley. They reminded him of his first time at Diagon Alley. "There is much we need to buy today. I think we'll get new sets of uniform first," commented Hermione as she checked her list. "Let's split up then. I'm heading to Flourish and Blotts to purchase the reading material Lupin has assigned us for our lessons and my supplementary readings." "Do you need anything?" questioned Cedric. "No, I think we'll meet you there." "I'm sure we would want to pick up more books for leisure reading," answered Harry as he looked at Hermione. "I'm heading to the joke shop." "My mom's helping us to purchase our things for school," answered Fred. "Yes, I wonder if they had new products," remarked George. "We'll meet you at Flourish and Blotts," Fred continued. They bid them farewell before walking towards the joke shop. "I need to get new sets of uniform too, so I'll stick with you," added Susan. "My grandmother would help me to purchase my things when the Hogwarts letter comes." "I'm heading over to look at the plants and Luna's accompanying me," said Neville. "We'll meet Flourish and Blotts. I need some new books too." Daphne and Cedric went off alone after seeing that everyone else had their own plans. Harry looked at his parents-in-law. "Will you be all right without us?" Dan cast a side glance at the Dursleys and spoke. "I think we'll be fine. I'll just grab some drinks from the pub. Your uncle don't seem to be too excited being in here." Harry shrugged nonchalantly. "He's just petrified by the strangeness of everything." Uncle Vernon was staring at the potion ingredients on display. Jean smiled warmly. "We'll have fun." The teenagers split up and went their own ways. Harry was once again fascinated by the shop that carried Quidditch-related items. In lieu of the Quidditch World Cup, moving portraits of outstanding Quidditch players were put on display. Harry watched with great fascination the nimble way the youngest professional seeker flew his firebolt. "That's Victor Crumb. We'll probably be seeing him play since the Bulgarian team is quite strong," remarked Susan when she saw what Harry was looking at. "England was recently thrashed, so we won't be able to see the English team in the finals," added Susan as she pulled him away from the shop. Harry, Hermione, and Susan made their way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to purchase their robes for school. It was clear that Susan had opted to be with them to give the new couple some time alone since she only purchased a new dress robe. "Don't you think we deserve some time alone too, Sue?" questioned Harry with mock sternness when it became clear to them. "Both of you had your time alone in the early weeks of the summer holiday," returned Susan. "Well, it doesn't mean I won't want to spend more time with Hermione," answered Harry pointedly. Hermione laughed brightly as she watched the exchange of words between her husband and her good friend. "Harry, you're being silly. Sue told us that she had made a trip to Diagon Alley on the second day she was back from the summer holidays. It was clear from the start that she wanted to give Daphne and Cedric some time alone when she said she wanted to tag along." "This is a good example why you're the brightest witch in the century," commented Harry with a smile. They stopped to purchase refills for their stationaries and snacks for their pets. They met at Flourish and Blotts to purchase their reading materials for their lessons with Lupin. Hermione noted that the books that Uncle Moony had advised were all written by their new Defense Against Dark Arts teacher, Alastor Moody. "Alastor Moody seems to be a well-esteemed authority on defense against dark arts," remarked Hermione contemplatively as she stared at the book. "Yes, he is. He's a retired Auror. He's one of the finest the Ministry has ever seen." and has nothing but glowing praises for his skills. He's the one responsible for putting most of the Death Eaters in Azkaban, answered Susan. He's a bit odd though, so he has a nickname, Mad-Eye Moody, added Fred. Odd or not, we're going to see him often because he's our new professor, answered Harry. After purchasing all their things, they went back to Leaky Cauldron to meet the Grangers. In all, it was a productive trip, and they were very happy with their buys. The Dursleys looked slightly subdued for some strange reasons, but Hermione and Harry chose not to pursue the matter. In the office of the Potter Mansion, Harry sat alone, speaking to his godfather via the watch. Have you completed all that I've asked you to do? Harry whispered as he cast furtively glances around the room. Even though he had cast the correct spells to ensure his privacy, he was fearful that she would still walk into the room. There was a light-hearted chuckle from his godfather. I'm no stranger to doing such favors. Your father used to drag me into his grand schemes when he didn't want your mum to find out. It wouldn't be called a surprise if she knew about it, would it? Harry rebuked as he frowned. All right, pup. Relax, I've got it done. Everything will run smoothly tomorrow, Sirius assured with a smile. Just remember, it's the thought that counts. Harry was going to refute the statement when he heard voices. In a hurry, he concluded the conversation. I've got to go. Thanks, Sirius. Chapter 25. Her long, slim fingers gently traced the two faces in the large portrait hanging prominently above the large four-poster bed. The unmoving portrait captured the most beautiful moment of their private wedding held exactly a year ago in the garden of her modest family residence. It was a portrait of them sharing their first kiss as husband and wife. Hermione smiled. The sight of her wedding portrait caught her attention at once, and she didn't have time to take a look at her room. Stepping back, she gave her room a critical look, and she was glad that her room was still exactly the way they had left it. Their second-year texts were stacked neatly on the brown dressing table standing at the corner of the room. The bookshelves above her desk were neatly filled with books of all genres in the strange order she had placed them. American literature was mixed with British literature, so that the bookshelves would have more space to hold duplicate copies of the entire set of books. It was a good thing that they had decided to get rid of Lockhart's books because that took up a lot of space. A smile appeared on her face when she realized that her books were dust-free. Her mother must have cleaned her room often. Her nightstand was awkwardly filled with stacks of books in the exact position she had left them. Every corner of the room echoed Harry and her presence. There were two chairs standing close to each other at the desk by the window. They reminded her of the frequent accidental body contact when they had shared a desk to study together. It was the only way they could focus on their homework since it was still the early period of their bonding. Hermione glanced at her nightstand and recalled the reason of the strange positioning of books. It was to make some space for Harry's glasses. Harry would pass them to her when they turned in for the night, and she would pass them back to him every morning. Sunlight was streaming through the open window, lighting up the place. Hermione threw herself onto her bed, her brown wavy hair sprawling around her as she lay on her back. Staring at the pale lilac ceiling, she recalled the countless afternoons spent lying on the bed the same way as they talked about anything that tickled their fancy. Often, they would read late into the night and would get too engrossed with their books that they would have to remind each other to turn in earlier. It was surprisingly easy for them to live with each other despite hearing tales of other married couples that found it difficult to get used to living together. However, they seemed to be able to find a pattern of living that fit them quite well. One wonderful and exciting year had passed since their souls had entwined, but it felt like it had only been a week ago since they'd spoken their vows. Life with Harry was never dull, she mused as she smiled. She let out a sigh suddenly. Harry had not given her any indications that he remembered what day it was, so she didn't know if she should give him the anniversary gift she had for him. Earlier that morning, Hermione found herself wandering back to her family home subconsciously after finishing her duties. Since she was already there, she decided to go up to her old room. It was time for breakfast, and she was sure that she would be missed if she did not show up in the dining room. Giving her old room a final cursory glance, she closed the door behind her and hurried back to the Potter Mansion. Breakfast was, as usual, a lively affair. The absence of the Dursleys was well noted by all. They had left right before breakfast. Harry was being unusually quiet, participating only in conversations when they involved him directly. He had also kept his thoughts to himself by putting up a mental barrier between him and his wife. Hermione noticed his quirky behavior and was worried about him. However, before she could speak to him, there was a sudden disruption. The fluttering of wings announced the arrival of 4 large tawny owls. She watched with surprise as one of the owls dropped a letter addressed to Hermione Jane Potter in front of her. Harry had an identical look of astonishment as he caught the letter addressed to him nimbly in his hand. The conversations rapidly ceased when the occupants in the room noticed the recipients of the regal envelopes: Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley twins. "It's today?" Hermione questioned in a quivering voice. The 4 teenagers exchanged uncomfortable looks between themselves as they set their cutlery down slowly. The letters could only contain the results of their ordinary wizarding levels. "Might as well get it over with," commented Fred as he swallowed visibly. George gave a curt nod as he carefully picked up the letter as if it was a dangerous object. "I don't know if I can. If we did badly, I can't even imagine how Mom will react," George admitted as he dropped the letter on the table and slumped into his seat. "Nice Gryffindor courage you have there," replied Fred wryly. George grew indignant and pointed out angrily, "You should talk. You haven't even touched your letter yet." "That's because not even Gryffindor courage would save me from Mom if I did poorly," Fred replied factually as he sighed aloud. He received no sympathy from his friends since they were laughing at his answer. Daphne leaned closer to Cedric and whispered, "Oh, I don't know, love. Looks like you may not have been as good a tutor as you thought. Your students are certain that they've done badly." Cedric shrugged and answered, "Well, it could be my teaching skills, but I wasn't given much to work with in the first place. They were already terrible when I first began to help them." Susan, who was sitting beside Cedric, began laughing exuberantly. Across the table, like her friends, Hermione was queasy with nervousness. She felt as if there were butterflies flying wildly in her stomach. She was afraid to open her letter, just like the Weasley twins. "You probably did well, Hermione. In fact, I'm sure you'll be weeping with joy at your excellent results," spoke Luna dreamily as she patted her friend's hand in an assuring manner. The rest of their friends voiced their agreements heartily. "Naturally, since you've worked harder than Fred and George for sure," added Susan with a smirk. "Well, OWL don't determine your life," protested Fred. "There is more than life than just examinations." "Then why don't you just open it?" challenged Daphne coolly. "I would love to, but my hands don't seem to be responding," answered Fred sadly as he held up his trembling hands. Cedric ignored the jokers and turned to Hermione. "Well, take as much time as you need. I've been there and done that. I think it's better to just get it over with so that you don't worry about it the rest of the day," advised Cedric. Hermione gave Harry a feeble smile as she looked over at him. Even though he seemed unfazed and looked as though he was immune to this nerve-wracking situation, inside, he was just as uneasy as her. His heart fluttered in excitement and trepidation as he fingered his letter, and he felt that he was doing a good job keeping a tight control over his emotions. Unlike the Weasley twins, he assured himself, he and Hermione had a second chance if, for some reason, they did badly. He flashed a small smile before opening his letter with trembling hands. Ordinary wizarding levels.
Passing grades.
Outstanding, O. Exceeding expectations, E. Acceptable, A. Failing grades. Poor, P.
Dreadful, D.
Troll, T. Harry James Potter has achieved. His eyes widened in shock. The result slip fell as he collapsed into the seat. He blinked continuously as he allowed his results to sink in. Dazed, he felt his wife flinging her arms around him as she threw herself on top of him. The impact caused them to crumple to the ground as Harry held her close. Excited, Hermione announced, "I've an E for divination and OS for the rest of my subjects." The rest of the room burst into a resounding round of applause. "Merlin's beard, you're barking mad," exclaimed Fred loudly. "That's really insane. How in Merlin's name did you get that many outstanding OWLs?" George declared over the loud cheering. "She's undeniably the brightest witch in this century," Cedric said with a bright grin. Everyone took turns to hug Hermione and express their joy at her good results. It was clear from her parents' eyes that they were exceptionally proud of her, and Harry smiled at the way her eyes sparkled with bliss as she talked. When they were finished with congratulating Hermione, she remembered that Harry had also seen his results. "Harry, how did you fare?" Hermione asked as she looked at him with eyes full of concern. They became quiet at once. Time seemed to have stood still. The silence was unnerving. After a long quiet pause, Harry cleared his throat, opened his mouth but swallowed his words again. The weight was staring to worry them as they eyed Harry warily. He appeared ill, at ease, and even edgy. He lowered his head when he caught sight of the anticipation written over her face. "Well, I did very well for History of Magic," said Harry solemnly as he averted his eyes. "I got an E for it." "That's wonderful, Harry. How are the rest of your subjects?" Jean asked patiently. "I mean, it's all right if you didn't fare as well on the rest. We know that you've tried your best, and that's good enough. After all, you do have a second shot at it." "Yes," added Sirius as his shoulders sagged in dismay. "Well, I must say I'm surprised, but you're juggling with a lot of work, so don't be too hard on yourself," remarked Lupin as he gave an encouraging smile. A smile cracked his facade. "I don't think there is a need for all the concern. I've got OS for my other 11 subjects." "Did you say 11? Cedric echoed in awe. "I can't believe you took all the subjects Hogwarts had to offer." Sirius mischievously caught him under his arm and ruffled his hair. "Why you? You had us worried for a moment. Congratulations, pup." The rest of his friends and his family let out a collective sigh of relief. Jean lightly reprimanded him about worrying them and hugged him happily. They were very proud of their children's accomplishments. Hermione gave him an admonishing look, but she pulled him into a congratulatory hug. "Well done, Harry," praised Lupin. "I knew you could do it." The adults fussed about him for a while before they remembered the Weasley twins. "Well, Harry and Hermione have already seen their results. Isn't it about time you two got your results?" Sirius asked impatiently. "I'm sure we didn't do as well as them. Barking mad, they've gotten 24 OWL between them." "This is it, I suppose," remarked Fred. He took deep breaths to compose himself. The Weasley twins began opening their letters as the rest of them waited anxiously. They sat there, numb with shock and disbelief. "So how is it?" After what it seems like eternity, Fred finally spoke. "I've scraped about 7 ES and As." George flashed a lopsided smile. "I don't think Mom can protest any longer with my results. I've got an 8, but Fred has more ES than me." "That's fantastic. Well done." "We couldn't have done it without Cedric's help," added Fred with a grin. They remembered the way Cedric tore his hair when he realized that the twins had missed so many classes because they had spent just too much time on inventing new pranks and testing them out. Harry and Hermione would have made good studying partners, but they had their hands tied with their duties and schoolwork. "They were awful when I first began tutoring them. They were always distracted and could not focus," teased Cedric. "I'm amazed that you two scraped that many passes." His remark earned a playful punch on the arm from both of the twins. The others offered hearty congratulations to them. The Weasley twins soon excused themselves so that they could send an owl to their mother informing her of the good news. "This is simply wonderful. Shall we all go out to dinner and celebrate later this evening?" asked Oswald with a hint of smile as he searched the faces in the room. It was met with enthusiastic nods. "That's a splendid idea, but I believe someone has already made plans for the evening," commented Sirius with a playful smirk. Some of them widened their eyes in surprise when they saw Harry hit him on the arm. "It just gives you more reasons to celebrate." Jean and Dan exchanged amused looks. "But his birthday isn't until 3 days from now," commented a bemused Neville as he glanced around the table for some answers. It was clear from the clueless expressions of his friends that none of them knew the reason why Harry and Hermione were going to celebrate on their own. A look of realization dawned upon Hermione as she covered her mouth in surprise. "You remembered," exclaimed Hermione as she looked at Harry inquiringly. Harry let out a chuckle as he gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "How could I possibly forget? We've been together for one amazing year," added Harry with a gentle smile. "I'm looking forward to more wonderful years with you." He leant in and kissed her lightly on her cheek. It's too bad that someone just doesn't understand the meaning of surprise, remarked Harry dryly as he shot a glare at his laughing godfather. He gave his godson an apologetic look. You could also celebrate the change in your relatives. I think Charles did a marvelous job with them. Their attitudes towards the magical world have certainly become better, suggested Sirius. Yes, answered Harry as he became lost in his own thoughts. The Dursleys had surprised him twice with their change in attitude before they left the mansion that morning. Flashback. Harry was in his office, his brows furrowed into a frown, as he carefully perused the documents Dobby handed to him. He was in the midst checking through mail and doing some paperwork since it was the time of the month to check the progress of all the firms he owned. Usually, he would leave it to the end of the month to finish this work, but with their anniversary and the Quidditch finals coming up, he was not sure if he had time to address all his estate business before school started on the 1st of September. Hermione and Harry had awakened really early that morning to have their run before they had to split up to attend to their respective duties. Hermione, just like him, had much to take care of since she was the mistress of a large mansion. Harry was sure that she'd said something about looking into the maintenance of some of the older furniture in their home. The sound of someone knocking on the door startled Harry, since it was much too early for anyone to be up. Hedwig gave him an inquiring gaze before she perched on his shoulder. Harry hurriedly finished reading the correspondence he was holding as he invited the person to enter. His cousin, Dudley, walked into his study with uncertainty written all over his face. His eyes settled on the piles of paperwork sitting on Harry's large desk. Harry had gaped at the sight of his cousin, but he quickly regained his composure and offered him a seat. Dobby immediately set aside the documents he was holding and disappeared to fetch drinks for the guest. You're a very powerful and important person in this world, aren't you? Dudley questioned as he waved his pudgy hand over the pile of documents to illustrate his point. He could see that they were financial reports of the various companies Harry owned. Dudley hurriedly withdrew his hand when he saw Hedwig eyeing him fiercely with her large eyes. Harry considered his statement thoughtfully, unaware the effect his familiar had on his cousin. I wouldn't necessarily go that far, answered Harry as he set the document aside. That's strange. Charles says that you're seen almost like a member of the royal family. Because of that, no one will touch us even though we're muggles, spoke Dudley with a hint of uncertainty. Dudley, like his father, had laughed when Charles told them flatly that they had no place in magical society and that the wizards generally saw themselves far superior to those who do not possess the gift of magic. The idea was preposterous to the Dursleys since they've always seen magical beings as freaks, but Dudley was forced to accept it when he had noticed the strange looks other wizards were giving them when they went with Harry to Diagon Alley. The trip to Diagon Alley was a bizarre experience for the Dursleys. Dudley had noticed the awe written on the faces of the people they came upon when they saw Harry and his family. They had positively worshipped Harry. Dudley also heard some wizards whisper, "The boy who lived," with total reverence when they had spotted his cousin. As usual, they turned to Charles for an explanation. They were shocked when Charles recounted the war that gave Harry his reputation and the loss of most of his family. There was a hint of tears in Charles's large eyes as he shared the sad tale. There was a flash of regret in his mother's eyes when the elderly elf finished the tale. Dudley couldn't help but pity his cousin since he had to live with the price they paid for his freedom. There are 4 main families who dominate society. My family is one of them, Harry clarified as he relaxed into his seat and stretched lightly. He thanked Dobby nicely when he gave him a fresh goblet of pumpkin juice. If you are so powerful, why don't you command those under you, or bully them to do your bidding? Dudley asked with genuine interest. His tone wrung a cocked brow from Harry. Harry searched his cousin's face and was convinced that he was really puzzled. He recalled the way Dudley was brought up. His relatives had spoiled him rotten and encouraged him to throw his weight around, so it was no wonder why he felt that way. That's simple. There's not really a need to. Dudley frowned as if his answer was too complex for him to comprehend. Harry gave him a patient smile. I'm sure you've seen the difference of bullying others into obeying you and people choosing to obey you out of respect. Yes, answered Dudley as he grew contemplative for a moment. He noticed the fierce loyalty Harry's staff had for him and their eagerness to please him. You've always been different, he added in a vague manner as he frowned slightly. Do you mean in a freaky way? Asked Harry humorously as he raised one of his eyebrows. There's not what I meant. I'm the freak here, Dudley pointed out. I think you're different in a good way, answered Dudley as he scratched his head in embarrassment. There was an uncomfortable silence as Harry registered his words. Did his cousin just compliment him? We'll see you then. Dad asked me to tell you that we're leaving soon. Harry regained his wits almost immediately. With a smile, he stood up. Let me see you to the door, replied Harry as he stood up and followed his large cousin out. His aunt and uncle were waiting at the foot of the regal staircase for Dudley. Charles stood beside them as he too waited for the arrival of his master. Harry noted with a smile that Uncle Vernon looked anxious to leave the place and return to his own world where he called the shots. He had apparently enough of taking orders from a being that was much smaller than him. Harry was surprised to see that his aunt was being unusually quiet. She even looked slightly upset that she was leaving. I guess I'll see you all next summer at your place for a week or two, said Harry as he stood near Charles. Uncle Vernon gave a gruffly affirmative answer, earning a glare from the elder house elf. He immediately clamped his mouth shut and averted his glance. Harry took a lot of effort to keep his face straight. So until next summer, then, Harry concluded curtly. For once, his relatives bade him goodbye without a hint of resentment. As the house elves took their arms and prepared to apparate, he was taken aback when he saw Aunt Petunia lingering around. She turned around to face him and said, "Thank you for everything." With that, she disappeared, leaving Harry reeling from her statement. "My lord, it's time for breakfast," Charles spoke. Mrs. Dursley seemed to gain a lot from this visit. That was the plan, wasn't it, Charles? Thank you for entertaining them. I know you despise their presence. It's hard to tell because you did everything while being mindful of their well-being. Harry answered with a smile. It's the duty of a good servant to carry out the wishes of the master regardless of their own dislike, my lord, answered Charles as he bowed. And a flashback. So today is your first-year anniversary, exclaimed Susan excitedly. Harry and Hermione nodded at the same time. Susan and Luna hugged them enthusiastically as they congratulated them. The rest of their family and friends also passed on their good wishes to them. The celebratory dinner was still on for the rest of the group, but the couple was excused. The afternoon was dedicated to more intensive lessons. After finding out that Harry and Hermione had done so well on their national-level examinations, the rest of the teenagers were more inspired to catch up to them. After more than half a year of self-defense lessons, they were finally showing the fruits of their hard work. Their punches and kicks packed more power with help from their extensive strength and cardio training. Harry and Hermione noted with pride that their friends would now be able to defend themselves if they needed to do so. After an extensive discussion, Harry and Hermione decided to split the class according to their gender, since they were going to need specialized training that catered to their physique. Harry would be solely in charge of the guys' physical training since they shared almost the same build, while Hermione would take care of the girls. They decided that they would have shared practices weekly so that they could test the effectiveness of the new training regime. The teenagers retreated to the ancient library of the Potter Mansion for their theory lessons on defense against dark arts after lunch. Harry, Hermione, and Cedric were given permission to do their own spell research, while the others would have to learn a fixed set of basic counter-hexes and hexes. Harry and Hermione decided to keep themselves on their toes by dueling with each other with wands. It was slightly different from the occasional spar Harry and Hermione had at the house, because they were unable to use their own wands. The duel lasted for quite a long time since they were now familiar with each other's dueling style, and neither of them held back. Lupin watched in awe the amount of raw power the young couple had, their nimbleness, and their physical stamina. Neither of the two looked as if they were tired even though they had been running and jumping out of harm's way for at least an hour. The duel was called a draw when the lesson ended, but Harry and Hermione enjoyed the session very much. The young couple headed upstairs to shower. As promised, Oswald took the rest of the group out for dinner, leaving only Harry and Hermione at home. Their bedroom was empty when Hermione came out of the bathroom. She smiled when she noticed a bright red note on her nightstand with the words, "Read me," written in large letters. Intrigued, she picked up the note and read it. Angel, happy first anniversary. To make things more exciting, let's play a game. Please follow all instructions carefully. There should now be a bright blue envelope beside you, and enclosed within is a clue that will lead you to your next destination. Once you reach your destination, you will need to speak to the person waiting for you.
Can't wait to see you. Love. Harry.
Hermione shook her head in amusement as she found and opened the blue envelope. To her surprise, it was a photograph of them taking a stroll along the river at night. Their hands were entwined closely, and there was a smile of amusement on her lips as she looked at Harry, as though she had just laughed at one of his jokes. He was neatly dressed in a white tuxedo that she had selected for him, but she could see that the focus of the photograph was on her, and she looked wonderful. Her usually bushy hair was swept into a stylish knot, and the gown gave her an air of elegance. She could identify the photograph immediately. It was from their first Valentine's Day together, and they had celebrated it in the house. Without further ado, she headed into the house. When she had materialized, Hermione was surprised to see Ade waiting for her in her physical form. There was a hint of a smile on her ethereal face as she spoke. "Good evening, Hermione. Harry told me to expect you. He would like you to head to your bedroom, and there you'll find a special outfit he has chosen just for you. You must put on the dress he has given you before reading the next clue." Hermione thanked her politely before she brought to the bedroom they shared whenever they stayed in the house. It had been a while since they'd visited the house. As they had already gotten quite a bit of training, they'd opted, for the present, to keep their time in the house short. A beautiful summer dress lay on the bed, waiting for her. There were matching white sandals for her to wear and another blue envelope beside the dress. Hermione smiled at his thoughtfulness as she changed into the summer dress. The next envelope contained a picture of them sharing a kiss under the large tree. Hermione frowned as she scrutinized the picture carefully. She had no problem identifying the place since she had spent countless days under the large tree reading, but she had trouble pinpointing when this photograph was taken. Both of them were dressed in their house clothes, but it was Harry's slightly tatty and overly large clothing that gave it away. This was a photograph of them sharing a kiss for the first time. Why didn't he use the wedding portrait as a clue? It's the same place. Hermione thought wryly as she read the note. She laughed when she saw his first sentence. It was as if he had expected her reaction. "Hi, beautiful. I know I could have given you a copy of our wedding portrait, but it would have made it too simple for you. I'm sure you had to spend some time thinking about when this photograph
Was taken, right?
I'm positive that you look ravishing in that dress. Look out for a blue box. Love. Harry." The sky was a flaming red, and the outline of the setting sun blurred as the bright yellow blended with the crimson. The entire garden was bathed with a tangerine glow as the sun sank into a bank of clouds. The heat of the day gradually dissipated as darkness began to descend. Harry was nervously scanning the garden, making sure that everything was in the right place. He had spent last few months working on Hermione's anniversary present whenever he was free. Sirius had lent a hand in the project too. Hedwig alerted him that Hermione had just left the house, so he went to reheat the food he had prepared earlier. Hermione could recognize the tune of the soft music playing in the background as she entered the garden. It was the tune they had first danced to that night they married. The sky was now completely dark, and she gasped when she took in the sight of the garden. Someone had reused the Christmas lights to light up the large tree in the middle of the garden. There was a small table under the tree, but there was no one in the garden. "Look out for a blue box," she mused as she searched around the garden. Hermione approached the table and saw a large blue box sitting on top of the table. "Open me," the note on the box read. She shot a furtive glance around the quiet garden, certain that someone was watching her as she opened the box, but she did as she was told. She gingerly removed the wrapping and cautiously lifted a leather-bound book from within. It was very thick and different from the books that she normally read. Her brows furrowed when she saw the title printed on the cover of the book in large golden letters, H.J. Potter. The beginning, fascinated, she carefully flipped to the first page. She could identify her husband's handwriting immediately, and she was shocked that he had written the whole book. Intrigued, she started on the first chapter. The book was illustrated from his point of view, and it began from the first day they had met. The first chapter was about the 2 years they had spent together as friends, highlighting the important moments during those years, like their first Halloween and the times she stood by him during their second year, when all his friends shunned him. She casually flipped through the book and realized that he had thoughtfully included some memorable photographs of the times they had spent together and of things that were significant. Hermione gently fingered the crumpled piece of paper on the page she was reading. Of the many fearsome beasts and monsters that roam our land, there is none more curious or more deadly than the basilisk, known also as the king of serpents. This snake, which may reach a gigantic size and live many hundreds of years, is born from a chicken's egg, hatched beneath a toad. Its methods of killing is most wondrous, for aside from its deadly and venomous fangs, the basilisk has a murderous stare, and all who are fixed with the beam of its eye shall suffer instant death. Spiders flee before the basilisk, for it is their mortal enemy, and the basilisk flees only from the crowing of the rooster, which is fatal to it.
Pipes.
She remembered this piece of paper quite well. She had torn it from a page of an old library book and recognized her own hand in which the word pipes was hurriedly written. She'd been in the library, following her hunch about the creature hiding in the Chamber of Secrets, when she heard the hissing sound. She only had enough time to scribble her thought on the way the large serpent was traveling and hoped that Harry would understand what she meant when he read it. Due to the amazing connection they shared, he did. What she did not know was that he had stowed it away in his pocket, as if it were a good luck charm, when he faced the basilisk. She made a mental note to ask him about viewing that particular memory of his. She carefully closed the book as glistening tears welled up in her eyes. She was touched by the enormous effort Harry put in to make this gift. It was so wonderfully done. She felt someone wrapping his arms around her as he whispered into her ear, "Happy anniversary, Angel. I really hope those are tears of joy." Hermione turned around and flung her arms around him. Harry was beaming from ear to ear as he looked at her. He wordlessly wiped the tear off her cheeks with a pad of his thumb as his smile grew tender. "I guess you really liked the gift," remarked Harry as he scratched his head. "I know that I'm not the best writer, but I tried my best. It's a bit difficult doing justice to the moments that we've experienced together both as friends then as a couple." "It's wonderful, Harry. I absolutely love it," answered Hermione as she hugged the book close to her. "I'm glad. You look beautiful in the dress, by the way." "Just like I thought you would," commented Harry as he pressed his lips on the back of her hand lovingly. "Thank you," Hermione said as a soft smile fitted her lips. Dressed in a casual shirt and long trousers, with his hair was untamable despite his best efforts to smooth it, she found him breathtaking. "You look pretty wonderful yourself." "I dress to please," Harry returned as he shot a cheekily smile in her direction. "But I thank you all the same, milady," Harry went on as he bowed exaggeratedly. Hermione gently swatted him on the arm for his playful demeanor, but it was clear from the twinkling of her eyes that she wasn't at all angry with him. He led her to the small table lit by candles and seated her. It was then that she discovered the tray of food hovering behind him. It was an innovative use of the levitating charm to keep the tray afloat so that could he free his arms to hug her. Harry set aside the large blue box and placed the dishes on the table. He had prepared steak for the night, and it looked mouth-watering. "The food looks delicious," commented Hermione as Harry sat opposite to her. "I had the impression we'd be eating out tonight given that we celebrated our wedding at a restaurant. I'm surprised that you chose to celebrate with a meal here in the garden." Harry cocked a brow as he gazed inquiringly at her. "I thought you'd go overboard with an expensive dinner," Hermione explained with a smile. "The thought did cross my mind, but it was much too difficult to organize if I wanted to have the little game. Besides, I'm sure you probably guessed where dinner would be by the second envelope," Harry admitted. She laughed vibrantly at his faith in her intelligence. "You're predictable, love, the same way I am to you," replied Hermione with a teasing smile. His eyes danced with amusement as he laughed brightly. "So did it take a while for you to remember when that kiss took place?" he asked with interest. "I did, but your clothes gave it away. We shared our first kiss before we took you on your first shopping trip," Hermione explained as she took a bite of the steak. It was prepared just the way she liked it, and she nearly swooned when she tasted the juice oozing out of the meat after her bite. "It's really good, Harry," she said suddenly. "Thank you," Harry smiled as he watched her closely. They chatted at length about how Harry prepared for the surprise. She was certain that Sirius had a hand in it, and found that she was right when Harry told her that Sirius helped to send the book for binding and decorating the garden. "How did you guess?" Harry asked in puzzlement as he looked at Hermione. "When Sirius announced in the morning that you had plans for the night, I was sure that you'd roped him in," replied Hermione. Harry shook his head as he laughed. "Couldn't you have pretended that you didn't know?" Harry asked jokingly. "Well, didn't you want me to guess it?" Hermione retorted. Harry froze as he considered her words thoughtfully. "Well, I guess so, in a way. I guess it's an achievement to surprise you even though you kind of knew about the surprise," Harry answered. The conversation between them was light and relaxing as they continued to tease each other. Harry enjoyed the quiet time they had with each other. Hermione expressed her gratitude for the wonderful meal when she finally finished. "Happy first anniversary, Harry," greeted Hermione as she presented him with the scrapbook that she had painstakingly put together. "I must admit that the effort I've put into this gift pales in comparison to yours," Hermione said as she watched him expectantly. Harry was in admiration of the effort she had placed for each page of the scrapbook Hermione had meticulously designed. She had carefully picked the photographs and wrote a short poem on every page. Tears began to well up in his eyes as he carefully flipped through every page. He saw the evidence of her hard work, and the words of every poem she had penned down neatly on the pages tugged at his heartstrings. They were honest, loving, and sincere. "Thanks, Mione. It's really wonderful," whispered Harry emotionally as he gazed into her eyes. He carefully set the gift aside, and they shared a tender kiss. Hermione jumped away in surprise when she heard a vehicle pulling up in front of her family home. Her parents had told them before they left for work that they would be staying out late. "Our ride is here," announced Harry as he took her hand. Her brows drew into a frown of confusion as she looked at him. There was a mystifying smile on his lips as he led her to the car waiting for them. Harry was tight-lipped throughout the whole ride about where he was bringing her to for her second surprise, and it shocked her when he actually brought her to a pub in London. The place was dark and crowded with people, but they soon found a place to stand. Hermione was certain that he must have pulled strings so that they could enter, because the crowd appeared to be slightly older than them. She spotted many older teenage girls in the crowd. "Why did you bring me here?" Hermione questioned as she looked at Harry. She never got her answer because the crowd went crazy, drowning out any conversations entirely. 4 teenagers took the stage, and they were excitedly waving at their fans as they proceeded to take their places. Hermione gasped when she realized that the lead singer was none other than Wane, her childhood friend. He oozed boyish charm as he flashed his signature smile. There was just something about him that made him look as though he belonged to the stage. He calmly took the mic from the microphone stand and greeted the crowd warmly as his bandmates began to tune their instruments. Ray entertained the crowd after introducing his bandmates to the hyped-up crowd. Hermione grew excited. She had always wanted to see her childhood friend on stage, and she was simply overjoyed that Harry had remembered. The band kicked off with a fast-beat song that drove the crowd wild, and Hermione couldn't help but be amazed by his skills on the guitar. The song was masterfully played, and there was good rapport between all the members of the band. Hermione beamed when she saw that smile of fulfillment on Ray's face as he sang and played the guitar at the same time. His voice was melodious, and the songs that they had played that night highlighted the versatility of his voice. The band boldly explored various genres of music as they played different songs, altering the mood of the crowds with their amazing self-composed music. They were all very talented, and she could see from the way that they thrown themselves into their performance how passionate they were about their music. Ray was all pumped up from the excitement, and she could see that he was enjoying every single moment from the twinkling of his gray eyes. The crowd danced enthusiastically to the music when the band chose to play a fast number. Hermione and Harry enjoyed themselves immensely as they listened to all their songs. Occasionally, Harry and Hermione would join the crowd and dance to their music. All too soon, their gig came to an end, and they were playing their final song for the encore. His bandmates took the cue from him when he nodded, and they exited the stage. He casually flicked his wet brown hair aside as he set his electrical guitar aside. Well, for encore, I'll like to do something a bit special, Ray announced with a dazzling smile as he picked up his trusty acoustic guitar and sat on the high stool. He began testing the sound of the guitar by playing a few notes as he spoke into the mic. My friend and I used to spend countless afternoons lying under a tree as I practiced playing my guitar and my singing. I think the word friend can't express the closeness we shared. We were much closer than that, and I see her as a sister of some sort, and she's here tonight. I would like to dedicate our all-time favorite song to you, and I want to tell you that I'll always love you, he said with a hooded look. There were several gaps from the crowd. That incited a chuckle from him, and he hurriedly injected, as an older brother, of course. Herm, I hope that the lucky boy you've chosen to be with will always hold you close and never let you go. If you know the song, sing along with me. Give it up for More Than Words by Extreme. Enjoy, everyone. Ray concluded as he began strumming his guitar skillfully. Hermione shook her head in amusement when she heard him emphasize Herm. She didn't miss the sparkling of his gray eyes when he had said it. His voice became more solemn when he wished her well. Hermione felt Harry slipping both of his arms around her as their hands entwined together. They swayed to the music as Hermione laid her head in the crook of his shoulder and sang along. Saying that I love you is not the words I want to hear from you. It's not that I want you not to say, but if you only knew how easy it would be to show me how you feel. More than words is all you have to do to make it real. Then you wouldn't have to say that you love me, 'cause I'd already know. She remembered the countless afternoons they would lie under the huge tree in her garden as he practiced on his guitar, and she would be engrossed with another novel. Ray had dreamt of being a lead guitarist ever since his parents gave him his first acoustic guitar. Whenever Ray felt that she was ignoring him long enough, he would play and sing this song, knowing that she liked it, and Hermione would sing along with him. There was an amused smile on her face when Harry humorously twirled her before pulling her close to him. Her hands were on his chest while his were around her as they swayed slowly to the music. When she tilted her head slightly so that she could get a good look of his face, she noticed that his eyes were closed. She laid her head on his chest as she enjoyed the security of being in his arms. The song had another meaning for her now. Hermione could count the number of times Harry had actually told her in words that he loved her with one hand, but she knew that he loved her with all his heart because he always tried to put her first in everything that he did. She hoped that their love would continue to be real. Hermione didn't stop smiling for the next few days, much to the amusement of her friends. They tried to pester her for the details of their private celebration, but Hermione remained tight-lipped about it. They did discover the present that Harry made for Hermione and swooned. I must say that he knows how to get your attention, commented Daphne as she smiled. I can't think of anything better to give you. That was really thoughtful of him, Susan said as she beamed. Perhaps it can be bested by charms to scare those depuces away. Well, they tend to make you fall in love with others. Susan and Daphne exchanged looks. Perhaps, Hermione replied with a dazzling smile. Do you think you could cast one on me? I haven't had any luck in relationships, added Susan as she sighed. Daphne rolled her eyes. I thought it was pretty obvious who you'll be with, Luna announced absent-mindedly. That caught their attention.
Who?
Susan inquired, knowing that she would regret asking. Ernie Macmillan, answered Luna as she kept a straight face. The expression on Susan's face was priceless, and her friends, unable to prank her any longer, burst out laughing. Thank Merlin, it was just a joke, commented Susan as she let out a sigh of relief. You couldn't be sure. Look what happened after she said I had feelings for Cedric? Daphne prompted, and the Hufflepuff looked queasy at the thought. 3 days after the anniversary, they celebrated Harry's 14th birthday by throwing a small party at his house. It was a shock for Harry to discover a room full of people greeting him when he entered the dining room for lunch. Among the familiar faces of his friends and family, he saw the Gryffindor Quidditch team and Hagrid. The Weasley twins had invited the entire team, per Hermione's instructions, to the party. It was like a dream come true for Harry. Wow, it sure reminds me of birthdays at the Dursley's, Harry commented with a smile as he looked at the pile of presents at the side of the room. Naturally, it wasn't his own birthday that he was referring to. He was referring to Dudley's birthdays. The Dursleys always made it a point to go all out whenever they celebrated their son's birthday. The floor of the kitchen was usually filled with so many presents that it was impossible to walk through on those days. Seeing the look on their faces, he quickly added, "I mean, this is fantastic. I think you'll probably need to make an appointment with my parents after you're through with all the presents that the Gryffindor team has for you," remarked Hermione when Harry slipped his arm around her. He puckered his brow in amusement as he looked at his wife. "We shall see if you're correct, sweetheart." The house elves pulled no stops in preparing the food for the occasion despite Hermione reminding them that it would be a small party for family and friends. The feast was grand enough to shame the house elves back at Hogwarts and large enough to feed all of them for several days. "The house elves did not know what to get for you, my lord, so they decided to present you with this cake," said Charles as he clapped his hands. Immediately, several house elves carried a large cake into the dining room. Harry nearly gaped when he saw the size and the decorations on the cake. The icing decorations reflected the guests of this party, and the figurines were made in likeness of every single one of them. The occupants in the room immediately burst into the birthday song as the house elves carried the cake to the middle of the room. When the song finally ended and Harry had made his wishes, fireworks were released suddenly, and they formed the words, "Happy Birthday, Harrikins," before the words transformed into a boy speeding on a broomstick. The boy on the speeding broomstick was made in likeness of Harry, and unlike the other fireworks, it did not fade and continued to zoom around the room, performing marvelous tricks on the broom. It was a spectacular display of magic, and the room burst into applause at the sight of the fireworks. "I hope you liked our gift to you, Harry," said Fred as he smiled. "It's awesome. You're going to put Dr. Filibusters out of business," Harry praised with a smile. The house elves took over the cutting of cake, and Harry instructed them to cut a slice for all that was in the house, including the house elves. They nodded since they were used to the way their new lord treated everyone like an equal. The guest received a slice of cake with their figurine on it. Harry marveled at the likeness of the figurine standing on a slice of cake and told Charles to thank everyone for all their hard work. It was a lively affair as they caught up with one another. "Presents time," Sirius announced once they had finished their cake. The Grangers were the first to go since they were giving him the largest present. There was no way in masking the present because the size and the shape would give it away. Dan and Jean presented him his first bicycle, knowing that the Dursleys never taught him how to ride. "Happy birthday, Harry. I know you've never ridden on a bicycle before, so we're giving you your very own bicycle and lessons on how to master it," Dan declared as he rested a hand on his shoulders. There were tears in his eyes as he carefully fingered his shiny new bicycle. It was clear from their present that they wanted to fill up the void in his life as his parents. They were going to make sure that he didn't miss out on anything in his childhood. Touched, he gave them a hug each as he expressed his delight at the gift. Sirius and the other adults smiled at this warm exchange. Cedric, Daphne, and Astoria presented him with a dragonhide bag that matched Hermione's. The only difference was that it was a shade darker than hers. "The girls wanted to get you something outrageous, and I stopped them in time," explained Cedric. He laughed when Daphne elbowed him. "He's such a party pooper," groused Astoria as she glared at her sister's boyfriend. Cedric merely smiled. "Thank Merlin that he could intervene in time lest I get another embarrassing present," Harry answered as he made a face. "This is something I need." "Thank you." Susan, Luna, and Neville gave him a stamp for his birthday. It looked exactly like those in which office workers would use to stamp the date or their name on documents. He was surprised to see that it was blank, and Susan proceeded to explain. "We saw this stamp at a non-magical shop and decided to modify it ourselves. It's different from the non-magical. You need to put your signature on the box provided on the top of the stamp so that it can be absorbed by the stamp. It will magically adjust to fit the space you need to put your signature on, saving the effort of signing the mountains of documents. By the way, we've built in a safeguard. You're the only one who can use the stamp when you've entered your signature. If anyone else tries, they will quickly realize that it won't work," Susan explained. His smile was large enough to split his face. "It's brilliant. It's going to save me a lot of time signing," said Harry excitedly, and he thanked them profusely. The Gryffindor team came next, and most of them gave him sweets for his birthday. Hermione gave him a triumph look when she discovered that she was spot on. Crookshanks nimbly stole a chocolate frog and escaped immediately when Harry unwrapped a box of chocolate frogs. Hermione frowned at the behavior of her familiar and summoned the chocolate frog from him. Harry swore that he could feel Crookshanks' displeasure and disappointment as he sulked in some corner of the large mansion. "I'll speak to him later. He knows he can't have chocolate," Hermione promised.
The
Gryffindor team didn't know if they should laugh or applaud at her mastery of the summoning spell. The rest of the adults were the last to give Harry his present, and they had a good reason to do so. They had given him copies of their memories of his parents. Harry became speechless when he received a whole box full of vials of memories of his parents. With tears in his eyes, he thanked them. Harry went up to set his precious presents aside, leaving the guests to talk and mingle. Most of the teenagers noticed the strange tension between George and Angelina whenever they spoke. Susan and Hermione exchanged knowing looks when the two of them disappeared suddenly after Harry went to put away most of his gifts. They began to discuss the highlights of the Quidditch World Cup enthusiastically. The Gryffindor team was excited when they learnt that Harry had a Quidditch pitch in the mansion. They grew even more thrilled when they realized that they were playing on good broomsticks and with top-of-the-line equipment. There were good protection gear specially designed for every position on the team, and if they were not mistaken, they were the latest and the best the market had to offer. Oswald begged off the game, opting to take note of the modifications he needed to make to the new protective gear one of his companies manufactured, so that he could create a new line of Quidditch armor. The teenagers ended up playing a game of Quidditch, so the Grangers were treated to a match in which the winning house played. They had a lot of fun since this was the last time they would be playing together as a team. Oliver had just graduated from Hogwarts. "I didn't think Hermione would be so good at Quidditch," Oliver commented when he missed the shot that Hermione had thrown into the goal. "Well, if you hang with people like Cedric, Harry, Fred, and George, it's impossible not to learn, especially when they play so much," replied Hermione with a wide smile. They could hear Harry chuckling hovering above as he searched the grounds carefully. He was playing Seeker against Cedric. Cedric was also flying around trying to find the snitch. "What a luxury," commented Katie as she hovered near the goalpost. "It's a pity I didn't have the opportunity to groom someone to take my place before I left," Oliver admitted with a hint of regret. "What do you think of Longbottom?" asked Alicia as she flew up with the quaffle. He did manage to save several of Katie's best shots. His eyes gleamed as he eyed the quiet boy hovering near the 3 hoops at the far end. "Maybe he'll be a good replacement." Angeline laughed. "Once a captain, always a captain," she commented with a smile as the game went back into play. The game lasted all afternoon and finally ended when Harry caught the snitch, as usual, much to the chagrin of Cedric. Harry dodged when Cedric playfully tried to knock him off his broom in mid-air even though the game had ended. "That makes it 8 wins for Harry and only 2 for Cedric," Luna announced dreamily from the stand as she stood between Oswald and the Grangers. When the Grangers looked at her inquiringly, she answered, "Harry and Cedric had played 10 matches against each other as Seekers. So far, Harry's leading with 8 catches. They are both pretty competitive." Most of the guests had left after a delightful dinner. Harry had sincerely enjoyed himself in the company of his close friends, teammates, and family. Their friends decided to dedicate the rest of their evening to reading up on the various spells in preparation of the next day's lessons. The couple were alone in the room enjoying some quiet time together after such a busy day. Harry was looking through the vials of memories that the adults had carefully listed and dated. He felt Hermione standing next to him. "Sweetheart, I need you to put those aside and follow me," said Hermione as she gently took his hand. There was a frown of confusion on his face as he looked at Hermione. Hermione gave him a patient smile. "I haven't given you your birthday present, and it's waiting in the house." Intrigued, he set the memories carefully aside and followed her into the house. Chapter 26. Harry opened his eyes and gazed at the ceiling in wonder. He couldn't remember how he ended up in his bed. How long had he been asleep? He thought as he stretched his unusually stiff limbs and gave a yawn. His bed was absent of the warmth of another body, and he frowned. Before he could ask her for her whereabouts through their shared awareness, he heard someone briskly walking in. He didn't have to look up to know who it was since he could recognize her footsteps anywhere, but he still did. Her long wavy hair was tied up neatly into a ponytail, and her eyes reflected concern. She took a seat next to him on their large bed and looked at him intently, as if he were a patient who had just awakened from a coma. "Are you finally awake, Harry? How do you feel?" Hermione asked worriedly. "How do I feel?" He echoed in puzzlement as he touched the bridge of his nose. His eyes widened when he discovered that he wasn't wearing his glasses. "My vision's been corrected," spoke Harry in awe. A smile graced her features. "That's wonderful. The ritual was a success. Do you feel any differently?" Hermione questioned excitedly. "No, not really, other than I feel unusually refreshed," answered Harry as he flashed a hesitant smile. "Good, I'm glad. Initially, I consider the use of contact lenses, but it will get tedious putting them in and taking them off daily. Plus, there's always a possibility that they might fall out if not worn properly. All my research showed that there were no adverse side effects to this ritual, but I couldn't help but worry since nobody has used it for many years," began Hermione. "The government had placed a ban on rituals some time ago, so there wasn't really anyone I could consult besides Alyssa and Edmund." "Well, it worked, and you'd know if I wasn't feeling okay," Harry interrupted in an amused tone. She stopped and looked at Harry closely. Her gaze became intense as she scanned his face. Her hands gently framed his face as her eyes locked onto his. "You have the most amazing eyes, sweetheart. You look even more gorgeous without your glasses," commented Hermione huskily. His smile grew tender, and he leaned closer to her. Hermione instinctively closed her eyes, and he kissed her nose gently. "Thank you," answered Harry as he drew away. "I've always liked brown eyes, though. Anyway, I thought you helped me to correct my vision to reduce my disadvantage in battles. That was the primary reason. I didn't think that there'd be additional benefits," replied Hermione, smiling. "Thank you for your birthday gift." "It's very thoughtful and useful," said Harry sincerely as he played with her hands. "Hedwig had a part in it too, but you're welcome." Hermione returned with a small smile. A thoughtful look appeared on her face as she considered the possibilities. "This ritual is dead useful. We can probably use it in the future since it's safe and painless." Harry smiled in amusement at the way her eyes seemed to sparkle with excitement. "What happened last night?" "I only remember that you asked me to enter the house and led me to sit in a diagram you drew on the ground before you drew runes on my face." "What after that?" "Actually, my love, that was 2 nights ago. You slept through the whole day yesterday. After I completed the ritual, there was a purple glow, and you immediately fell into a deep sleep. I had to levitate you to our room," Hermione replied. "2 nights ago?" he echoed in surprise. "Yes. Since you have myopia or nearsightedness, a long sleep is required to correct the inadequate correlation between the focusing power of the cornea and the lens, the refractory structures in the eye, and the length of the eyeball. In a myopic eye, the parallel light rays that enter the light are refracted too much, for many reasons, like the eye is too long, that they converge to form an image in front of the retina instead of on the retina, as such a over-focused fuzzy image is sent to the brain instead of a crisp and clear one." Harry was not surprised by her lengthy explanation and the effort she put into her research into his myopia. Harry nodded in understanding since he had learned about light when he was still in Muggle primary school. He briefly recalled the diagram of the cross-section of the eye in his head and fitted the pieces together. So, during sleep, the ritual corrects that inadequacy so that the refracted light rays can converge on the retina, sending a clear image to the brain? Hermione beamed as she nodded. "Exactly. Wow, that's quite a lot to absorb so early in the morning, Mione. The long sleep explains why I'm feeling so rested, though. How much time do we have left in the house?" he asked as he got on his feet and went into the bathroom. "I think still we have several hours. Was there something you needed to do?" His eyes twinkled with excitement. "What do you think about warming up with a simulated battle?" asked Harry as he poked his head out of the bathroom. She could read the exhilaration in his face. He was simply dying to try battling without the disadvantage of having to wear his glasses. "I'll meet you in the gym," returned Hermione, and she disappeared with a loud crack. Everyone was surprised when Harry joined them for their daily run without his glasses. Hermione explained that they had corrected his nearsightedness using an ancient ritual she found in one of the old tomes in the Potter library. Amelia frowned at her words. "You do know that rituals are prohibited for a good reason, don't you?" asked Amelia. It was obvious that she disapproved of Hermione's actions. "Yes, I do. However, this ritual wasn't dark or dangerous. To the best of my knowledge, it was a commonly used ritual until the government passed a law to ban all rituals regardless of its nature," defended Hermione. Sirius and Harry immediately stepped in to reducing the rising tensions between the two headstrong females. "I know you care for Harry, but Hermione would never try anything on Harry unless she was fully certain that it won't harm him." "You fret too much, my dear," interjected Sirius gently as he placed a comforting hand on her arm. "I'm really feeling fine at assured Harry with a smile as he wrapped an arm around his wife. Wearing glasses has always been a hindrance. It was a good idea that Hermione was able to fix my vision." It was clear to everyone that Hermione would never compromise Harry's health, and Amelia was being overly concerned. "I'm sorry, Hermione. I can't help being a worrywart with so much happening around us," Amelia admitted. "And just because I was apprehensive doesn't mean that I don't have faith in your abilities, Hermione. What you did was pretty amazing." Hermione couldn't be upset with Aunt since she was clearly acting out of concern for Harry. She instead expressed her gratitude at Amelia's compliment. Things went back to normal as they went on their usual morning jog around the estate. After breakfast, the teenagers returned to their respective homes to spend some time with their families for the weekend. There was a heated debate over breakfast when Harry made the suggestion. They all reasoned that Tom Riddle was still a large threat to all of them, and they didn't have enough time for all the training they needed even if they worked on it every waking moment during the summer break. Yet, Harry and Hermione refused to back down. "I appreciate your dedication to this cause. I know you'd all do anything to keep me safe, and I'm very grateful to have friends like you," began Harry as he searched their faces. His friends were silenced immediately, since it wasn't often that Harry would be this vocal about his feelings. "Think about it. How much time will you get to spend with your families once school starts?" "I'd say not much at all, so it'd be cruel of me to keep you from your family. Besides, you all need a break occasionally, because overworking before you even begin school is not healthy." His friends considered his words gravely and reluctantly gave in. They agreed to return home to their families every weekend until the end of summer holidays. They had only a month of their summer holidays left. Jean seized the opportunity to spend some quality time with her only daughter by taking her out after breakfast, leaving Dan and Harry together. It worked out well for Dan since he wanted to use the free time to teach Harry how to ride his bicycle. As soon as everyone left, Harry and Dan wheeled the bike carefully out to the gardens of the Potter Mansion. The garden was a sight to behold with its myriad of distinct colors as flowers were in full bloom. Harry eyed the bicycle warily as Dan held it steady. He had always wanted to learn to ride a bicycle, but he wasn't sure if he could do it.
"Don't worry, Harry.
I know you can do this. Besides, I won't let you fall," promised Dan as he smiled. Seeing the sincerity in his father-in-law's eyes and feeling a sense of security that his heartfelt promise gave him, Harry climbed confidently onto his bicycle. His brows drew into a line as he tried pedaling his bicycle for the first time. He did as Dan had instructed, but he realized that it wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. He remembered the times when he observed people speeding cheerily down the street on their bicycles with such ease. However, now that he was trying it himself, he discovered how difficult it was to maintain balance while pedaling. "You're doing fine, Harry," encouraged Dan as Harry began making some progress. Harry was grateful for the even path surrounding the grounds because it made learning easier. Harry lost balance frequently, and whenever Harry thought that he was going to crash onto the ground, Dan would steady the bicycle, preventing him from falling. "Try again, Harry. You're doing quite well," Dan encouraged. Harry's face brightened up, noticing the beads of perspiration on Dan's forehead from supporting his weight. Dan never complained, though. He frowned in determination as he tried again. They practiced through the afternoon, stopping only for a quick lunch under the trees. The house elves brought food for them as they sat in the shade. It offered a good view of the well-maintained gardens. The serenity of the place was something that both of them enjoyed. Here, Take these, Dad, Harry said as he handed him a towel and a drink. Dan's quiet strength and boundless patience was one of the reasons Harry looked up to him. There was just something about the man that made him feel protected whenever he was with him. He knew that Dan was someone he could talk to without feeling embarrassed, and that Dan would do anything to keep him safe. Was this what having a father felt like? I'm really starting to feel my age, commented Dan with a smile as he drank from the cup Harry had given to him. The heat doesn't help, either. He wiped the perspiration off his brow with the towel. Yet, you're still able to support my weight, added Harry with a smile. I really appreciate you taking the time to teach me. I'll try my best not to lose my balance later. Dan chuckled affectionately as he tousled his hair. It's natural to lose your balance when you're learning how to ride a bicycle. I think you'll get a hang of it soon. Let's continue practicing after lunch. He nodded as he continued eating. Dan smiled at how comfortable Harry was being with him. It was the first time they had done something together, just the two of them. They chatted lightly about sports as they finished up their lunch and continued with their practice. By the end of the afternoon, Dan was sure of Harry's abilities to ride the bike without any support. When Harry got a hang of pedaling and started traveling across the garden, Dan let go and watched him cycle along the garden path. Harry, oblivious that he had been set free, had a large grin on his face as he rode across the garden.
Dad.
I think I've got it, Harry shouted as he turned back, expecting to see him standing behind him with an encouraging smile on his face. He was shell-shocked when he realized that Dan was standing a distance away from him. Suddenly, he began to lose control of his bicycle. The bicycle began to wobble wildly as he tried to maintain his balance. Harry, Dan shouted as he ran towards him, ready to lend him assistance. Don't worry, I got this, he shouted in return as he struggled to keep upright. For a short moment, Dan froze as he watched Harry struggle. The paternal instinct in him drove him to protect Harry with his all, but he realized that there were just this much he could protect Harry and Hermione from. Even though they had been diligent in keeping things a secret, Dan couldn't help putting the pieces together and concluding that they were facing a threat that would continue to disrupt their lives until it was removed. With much effort, Harry finally gained control of his bicycle. I did it, Dad, he shouted with glee as he cycled around Dan to show that he could now ride without assistance. Dan heaved a sigh of relief before he smiled indulgently. Harry decided to test his limits and began speeding up. He followed the path and began riding further and further away from him until he completely disappeared from his sight when he cycled past the bend. Dan began to worry since he couldn't see Harry and considered following after Harry, fearing that he might crash because he was still so new at it. Dan frowned for a moment. He stopped and placed his hands into his pockets and waited. It was time he learned to let go. It was difficult for Dan to admit that the children no longer needed him to prevent her from falling, but it was time to put his trust in their abilities and have the faith that they will come back victorious. He spotted Harry cycling towards him. There was a huge grin on his face when he applied the brakes and stopped right beside him. That was so much fun. Did you see, Dad? I can ride a bicycle, Harry said excitedly as he leapt off his bicycle. Well done, son. It was really brilliant. I knew you could do it. Dan didn't think Harry's smile could grow any wider than the one he had on his face, but he was surprised when it did. His son-in-law's eyes sparkled with sheer joy at his praise and his faith in him. Thanks, Dad, Harry answered excitedly as he wheeled his bicycle and walked beside him. I think Mione and Mummy are back from their outing. Are you hungry? Of course, I'm completely famished. Let's see what the house elves have prepared for this evening. Dad? They're not at the mansion. They're over at your place, answered Harry when Hermione told him to go to the Granger's house. Dan's eyebrows shot into his hairline and commented, I guess they're in the mood to cook. I agree. Anyway, you should try some of Hermione's cooking. She's improved by leaps and bounds. You'll like it, Harry said. When did she have the opportunity to practice her cooking skills? She told me that the house elves at the school take care of all the cooking and cleaning. We have our own kitchen in our school quarters. Besides, you know that once Hermione sets her mind to do something and excel in it, nothing short of a worldwide annihilation can stop her from practicing until she got a hang of it, explained Harry with a smile. Dan laughed, but he had to admit that it was true. For a moment, he pitied Harry for being Hermione's guinea pig. Harry and Dan washed up at the Potter mansion before joining their wives. The large dining table groaned under the weight of the many scrumptious dishes that Jean and Hermione had painstakingly prepared. Hermione, wearing an apron, held another dish as she entered the dining room. "Let me help you, sweetheart," said Harry as he took the dish out her hands and placed it carefully on the table. Hermione briefly kissed him on the cheek in gratitude. Harry walked briskly into the kitchen and checked with his mother-in-law if she needed any help. She had everything under control, so she shooed him out to the dining room to wait with Dan at the table. "You've outdone yourselves today," commented Dan when Jean and Hermione joined them in the dining room. There were smiles on their faces when Harry complimented them as well. "Hermione and I decided that since we haven't made dinner in a while, we'd cook today. Those dishes on that side of the table were prepared and cooked by Hermione, while the rest was made by me," explained Jean. "It seems that our daughter has finally learned to cook. Harry told me you've been practicing. Let me see if it tastes as good as it looks," remarked Dan as he tried one of the dishes. To his surprise, it was really tasty. They laughed at the shocked expression on Dan's face as they all dug in. Harry and Dan made sure that they praised the ladies as often as they could, making them flustered. The conversation soon drifted to the happenings of the day. Harry dominated the first part of the conversation, excitedly sharing with them how he learned to ride his bike. It was clear from the animated way he was speaking and his gleaming eyes that he was very happy. "That was really fast," commented Hermione with a smile. "And there's not a scratch on you either." "Dad was always there to catch me whenever I lost my balance," answered Harry as he looked at his father-in-law with admiration. Dan sheepishly drew his hand through his hair. "He has an amazing sense of balance, so I didn't have to do much work," Dan interjected as he smiled. It was clear to the two ladies that the afternoon did brought their two men closer. Hermione's own experience at learning how to ride a bicycle reflected Dan's protective nature, since he never let Hermione fall at all. Hermione took a longer time to master the use of the bicycle. The Grangers also shared about their own experiences, but Dan wasn't as blessed as the rest of them. His father's method of teaching was to give him a bicycle that was at least twice his size and left him to the hands of fate. As a result, Dan had fallen many times, sometimes quite badly, until he learned how to ride. Hermione talked about, with equal pleasure, her outing with her mother. They decided to indulge themselves with a session of facials, manicures, and pedicures. It was a novel experience for Hermione, but she enjoyed herself immensely. She just sat back and allowed others to their work on her. Hermione felt very relaxed after all the pampering. It was clear that Hermione enjoyed spending some time alone with her mother. Hermione excitedly displayed her newly painted and manicured nails, and Harry complimented the color she had selected. Harry and Dan insisted on cleaning up to express their gratitude for the excellent meal, chasing the ladies to the living room for a respite as they cleared up the dining room and kitchen. Jean and Hermione knew that it was fruitless to argue after seeing the resolve in their eyes. Jean personally did not trust her husband to do the cleaning, but she relented when Harry assured her. Harry realized why Jean had a worried look on her face when Dan suggested cleaning up, because it was clear to him that Dan was completely out of his depth in the kitchen. Hermione had to get that trait from someone, he mused. "Are you sure you don't want me to help you?" questioned Dan.
"I'll be fine.
"I like cleaning up the kitchen by myself. It's a bad habit of mine. Hermione can testify to that," Harry added with a grin. Dan cast a wary look at his son-in-law, certain that he was telling a fib. He suspected that he was banished because of his inadequacy, and Harry was just too polite to say so. Truth to be told, he himself had a feeling that he was making more of a mess out of everything instead of helping to clean up.
"Don't worry, Dad.
"I can handle this on my own," Harry assured as he started washing the dishes. Dan, seeing that Harry had everything in control, left the kitchen to join his wife and daughter in the living room for a chat. The television was turned on, and his girls were watching a documentary. He joined his wife on the couch. A little while later, Harry entered the living room and joined Hermione on the floor. Hermione instinctively snuggled up to him as they watched television. The Grangers and the Potters spent the rest of their evening quietly. The Potters ended up staying over because Hermione dozed off while they were still watching television. Harry gently carried her up to her old room, and they spent the night there. The Grangers surprised them the next morning by taking them out to the beach. Hedwig was quite upset that she had to stay at home, because she would look too out of place at the beach, while Crookshanks got to come along. Crookshanks appeared to be more docile than usual ever since Hermione punished him for the chocolate fiasco by refusing to feed him for a day. As a result, he had to hunt for most of his food, something Crookshanks rarely did unless he was given no choice. He seemed to be repentant, and Hermione ended his punishment early. It was amusing to watch Crookshanks sticking his head out the window of the car throughout the journey to the beach as his tail flicked and swished like a ginger-colored pendulum. It wasn't difficult to understand his fascination with the sights outside the car as the Grangers drove. The long stretch of sandy shore with an adjacent grassy green was dotted with brightly colored camping tents and umbrella from afar. Harry and Hermione could sense Crookshanks' thrill when the Grangers finally stopped the car and began to unpack. He leapt out of the car with a grace that was unusual for his size. "Be patient, Crookshanks," Harry admonished as he carried the large bag. The sea breeze was warm and it smelled of salt. The clamor of sounds assaulted his senses. He could hear the screams and giggles of boisterous young children playing on the beach. It seemed that it was a popular idea to spend a summer afternoon on the beach that day. Crookshanks set off to explore the beach alone as they searched for a quiet place to set up their things. They walked past a group of young people entertaining themselves with a game of beach volleyball on a makeshift court. They shot and dived with great style, but to Harry's amusement, the ball often eluded them. They were lucky enough to find a quiet spot to set up their beach umbrella and their beach chairs. "Harry and Hermione, you must remember to apply sun-tan lotion. You won't want to get sunburned," advised Jean as she applied the lotion on her skin herself. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks with each other. They both saw Dan eyeing them closely from the corners of their eyes. However, Hermione blatantly ignored her father and removed her shirt and shorts so that she was only dressed in her new two-piece swimsuit. Harry nearly passed out from the sight of her body barely covered by her new swimsuit and highlighted her growing curves. It was her slender and shapely legs that nearly made him drool. Her eyes danced with amusement as she turned away from Harry, hoping to hide her enjoyment at his reaction. A frown briefly crossed his face when he discovered that she was laughing at him. Harry idly removed his shirt. His muscles rippled at the simple action of discarding his shirt, revealing a lean and toned upper body. His constant sword training with weapons like the sword of Gryffindor developed the muscles in his upper torso quite nicely. A smirk appeared on his face when he felt Hermione's eyes on him. A tit for a tat, Harry thought cheekily. He would normally keep his shirt on out of habit. He no longer had those long, wide, awful scars on his back since he'd taken the scar-moving potion in the house last year. Hermione rolled her eyes in mock annoyance when she heard that thought as she picked up the bottle of sunblock. "Do me a favor, love," asked Hermione sweetly. His brows drew into a line as he looked at her warily. "I won't be able to reach far enough to apply the lotion on my back, so would you mind helping me out?" "Checkmate." She spoke smugly through their shared awareness as she cast an indiscernible glance at her father. Harry understood at once. Dan was still uncomfortable with them being too affectionate with each other because of their ages. "I really love Dad, but his protectiveness over his daughter's virtue is driving me mad," replied Harry as he gave a sigh and looked at Hermione, who was lying peacefully on her stomach. He applied the lotion and began rubbing it on her skin, but he kept the session as brief as he could. He could tell from the frown on her face that she wasn't very happy with him when she got up. When it was Hermione's turn to apply sunblock on him, she did it languorously, much to Harry's frustration. Hermione caressed every inch of his body that she could lay her hands on, with the pretense of applying the lotion evenly on his skin. He closed his eyes and tried to ignore the sensuous feelings she was evoking with her fingers. She broke the final straw when she leaned closer to his ear and whispered into it. "How do you like that, sweethearts?" Hermione murmured. Her warm breath on his ear made him shiver uncontrollably. He emitted a low growl. Hermione laughed a pully laugh as she moved away from him. To his relief, Hermione stopped teasing him. Harry, fascinated by the beach volleyball game he witnessed earlier, wanted to play the game, and so they dragged the two adults out to have a 2-on-2 game on a makeshift court. Jean and Harry were on one team, while Hermione and Dan were on the other. It was Harry's first time playing volleyball, and he was surprised when he discovered that Jean could play very well. She used to be on the volleyball team when she was younger, answered Hermione as she wiped the beads of perspiration from her forehead. Jean guided him on how to serve and the proper ways to dig, set, and spike the ball. Dan and Hermione weren't too bad at it, either. The game had its comedic moments since they were not accustomed to running on loose sand. It slowed their actions down considerably. Harry was at the mercy of his opponents because of his lack of experience. He fell flat on his face as he dived to catch Dan's powerful
spike.
He was glad that didn't have glasses anymore, because the impact would have definitely cracked them. Harry began to realize that his height was an advantage when it came to blocking and spiking the ball. Hermione and Dan thrashed Harry and Jean during the first game, since the father and daughter team worked so well together. They played on each other's strength as much as possible. Hermione was usually the one who caught the spike or set the ball for Dan to spike. Harry caught on fast as soon as he got used to the sting of hitting the ball and found the proper area on his wrist he could make contact with the ball. He and Jean started to get into rhythm, and because of their seamless teamwork, began to score some points against Hermione and Dan. Soon, Harry and Jean were able to beat them, though only by 2 points. Their bodies were drenched with perspiration and stuck with patches of sand when they completed a one-set game. They each had fallen many times as they dived for the ball. Their faces were flushed due to the sweltering summer heat, but they really enjoyed themselves. Harry secretly chilled the drinks with wandless magic before handing the drinks around. His family thanked him profusely for the luxury of quenching their thirst with an icy cool drink. Crookshanks appeared moments later, pestering Hermione for an ice cream. He saw children eating ice cream as he explored the beach, and he was looking forward to trying what looked to be a tasty dessert. Craving the icy dessert themselves, the two teenagers took off to buy some as the Grangers lounged around. They found an ice cream stand as they walked along the long stretch of sandy shore, and Harry bought 3 servings. Crookshanks received 1, much to his pleasure. They sat at a bench, watching the frothy white waves crash rhythmically against the sandy shore as they finished their cool treats. Crookshanks was purring in contentment as he lay in the empty space between Harry and Hermione. After they were through, they strolled slowly along the beach, hand in hand, as they enjoyed the sensations of walking barefooted on the soft and white sand. Eventually, they headed back, looking for the adults, and discovered that they were enjoying some quiet time under the shade, reading. "I want to head into the water, love," said Hermione as she looked longingly at the cool waters that sparkled in the sun. The silvery white water looked so inviting that Hermione was finding it hard to resist. However, the idea of lazing in the shade appealed to Harry more, and he refused to join her, much to her chagrin. Dan noticed the disappointment written on his daughter's face. When Harry was not paying attention on his surroundings, they ganged up on Harry, grabbing him by his legs and arms and tossing him into the water. There was a loud shout as Harry sailed across the air and fell into the water with a loud splash. He stood up slowly, eyeing his wife in a way that made her back away. Without a warning, he sprinted after Hermione as she ran for her life. They raced across the shallow waters. Harry was determined to catch her. He instinctively calculated the distance as he closed up on her. With a playful glint in his eyes, he leapt and wrapped his arms her waist. Hermione let out a squeal before she was felled like a tree into the water. He caged her with his arms as his eyes sparkled with amusement. She stopped giggling when she realized that he was looking at her intently. She cupped his face tentatively as she looked deeply into his eyes. His starling green eyes were a shade darker than usual, and they reflected adoration, protectiveness, infatuation, and a hint of lust. "I just remembered we were rudely interrupted earlier," said Harry huskily as he leaned in. A tender smile briefly graced her face before their lips fused in a passionate kiss. The two teenagers spent the rest of their afternoon attempting to build a sandcastle with their hands. It was a difficult task since neither of them had the experience of building one. They decided that it would be fun doing it completely without magic. Hermione remembered that building a solid flat platform was the first step, and so they began digging and piling sand on a spot. I'm really tempted to use the sword of Gryffindor to dig and pile sand instead of my hands. A sword of a goblin origin should be able to do that much, spoke Harry as he furiously piled up a mountain of sand. Hermione seemed to be appalled by the idea of using a founder's relic for such a task. With narrowed eyes, she answered, "Don't you dare," warned Hermione. His eyes danced with amusement. "Don't worry, Wane. I'm not going to do anything that will attract attention. Digging with a broadsword would be quite a sight, don't you think? I bet Gryffindor would jump out of his grave if he knew what his descendant planned to do with his sword," Hermione remarked as she continued to form the platform. Harry chuckled as he went to collect water from the sea with a bucket he conjured secretly. He reasoned that Hermione could only accuse him of using magic if he used a spell to shoot jets of water on the sand pile to make it hard. He poured buckets of water on the sand as Hermione firmly patted down the sand so that the small platform would be stable enough to build sand structures on it. When the platform was strong enough to hold Harry's weight, they started work on building the real castle. Harry and Hermione discovered that they couldn't build anything decent on the platform, so they thought of an innovative method to create their castle. They carved the small platform as if they were making ice sculptures with a block of ice. Hermione made some makeshift carving tools with driftwood while Harry began work. Even with large amount of water and constant patting so that the sand would stick, all they could do etch out structures somewhat resembling a castle. It was very different from what they had envisioned, but they were very satisfied. They decorated the castle with beautiful seashells that Hermione took from the shore. "That looks pretty good," commented Dan as he looked at their finished work critically. Dan had gone out to find the teenagers because it was time to head back. He found them building a structure that was certainly different from the traditional sandcastles children liked to build. "It's one of a kind, Dad. I don't think anyone has thought of carving castles out of sand blocks," answered Hermione in amusement as she snuggled closer to Harry. The incredulous expression on his face made the teenagers laugh. They packed up and headed to the car. The fine white sand touched with the luminous pink of the setting sun was the last sight Harry saw before they turned around and left. Harry was certain that it would be another outing that he would never forget. The days passed quickly as Harry and Hermione spent time with their family and friends. Their days were never dull, with so much happening around them besides their training. Professor McGonagall, aided by Oswald and Sirius, had made all the arrangements to change the dates of the Triwizard Tournament. Professor McGonagall was uncomfortable with the idea of waiting for things to simply happen, so a change of dates was made in hopes that it would mess up Riddle's plans. The competition was moved up as a result, starting on the first week of the school. It created many logistical problems, but they managed to resolve it. The two schools would have to bring all their eligible students instead of arranging a selection test to decide which group of students would travel to Hogwarts. Luckily, Hogwarts was large enough to house all of them if needed. The headmasters of both schools finally agreed after much persuasion. There was also another major event they worried about. Right before school started, England was hosting the Quidditch World Cup. The finals were rapidly approaching and most of the wizarding world could talk about nothing but Quidditch. Hermione was probably the only one who wasn't really interested in the whole affair, but she kept her silence as she watched the people around her talk about it spiritedly. Amelia, as usual, was getting more high-strung with each passing day. With the large volume of foreign wizards and witches entering British soil, there was much her department had to do to maintain the secrecy of the magical world. To her relief, the entire Ministry of Magic would be lending a hand on the days approaching the finals. All the heads of the ancient houses were expected to attend this grand event, and they were given top box tickets. Harry was given his own portkey, a golden key that would activate on the 22nd of August, to instantly deliver them whenever they wanted to their ancient house's designated section. There were enough tickets for all, including the Grangers, but they would have to cast a protective shield around the Grangers so that they'd get through the strong Muggle-repelling wards at the entrance. The idea fueled everyone's excitement since Dan was looking forward to seeing a professional Quidditch match. On the day of the final match, Harry felt the familiar sensation of being hooked just behind the navel and jerked irresistibly forward. His feet left the ground. He could feel Hermione and Dan on the either side of him, and they were speeding forward in a howl of wind and swirling colors. He landed gracefully on his feet when his feet slammed onto the ground and instinctively reached out to support Dan when his father-in-law began to fall over. Hermione did the same for Jean. Harry glanced around and realized that all his friends and Uncle Moony were all right, though they looked very windswept. The rest of the adults would join them after work. Aunt Amelia was around somewhere, doing crowd control. What was that? Jean questioned in shock as she smoothed her hair. It's a very uncomfortable way to travel. Harry nodded in agreement. Portkey travel takes a lot of getting used to. This is why I prefer to use house elves. Unfortunately, I was not familiar with our destination, so it was best for us to stick to the portkey we were given. Good morning, Lord Potter, said a man dressed like a muggle, though inexpertly. He was wearing a tweed suit with thigh-length galoshes. Good morning. Will you be able to direct us to our campsite? Inquired Harry courteously. Please allow me to show you the way, your lordship. The man answered with a bow before he led them away. He cast a cursory look at all of his guests, but kept mum as he took them across the deserted moor. They could not make out much through the mist, but after about 10 minutes, a small cottage next to a gate swam into view. Beyond it, Harry saw large tents dotting the slope, leading into the dark woods. The wizard politely bade them goodbye after instructing them to look for Mr. Jones. A man was standing at the doorway of the cottage, watching at the gate. Harry knew at a glance that he was the only real muggle. When he heard their footsteps, he turned towards them. Dan stepped forward, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder. Good morning. Would you be Mr. Jones? Asked Dan politely. Morning. I would, answered Mr. Jones. And who are you? I've booked a place under the name of Potter. The last sight up by the wood, Mr. Jones said as he handed him a map.
You don't need to pay.
A gentleman by the name of Black has already paid for the expenses. My dad said that he booked a site to camp. Do you think that there is a tent large enough to house all of us? Asked Cedric as he looked around the place. The tents looked like normal two-man tents if they didn't look too closely. Some of the tents even had chimneys. I guess this is what sets the 4 ancient families apart, remarked Susan. We get to enjoy peace in here. You can hear the distant echo of the ruckus from the main campsite. After much discussion, everyone decided to stay together for convenience. It would be too ostentatious to buy several tents, commented Daphne as she looked around. They followed the meandering path through the lush greenery and past the other tents. As they were closer to the forest, the tents began to look less like tents and more of cottages. It was, after all, a good opportunity to showcase their magic, and he was certain these foreign delegates would not be able to resist showing off. Neville and Luna were more fascinated with the living things they could find in the area, so they set off to look at them after they had arrived at their campsite. An unusually tall two-man tent was already pitched on the site. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks between themselves. Should I call Sirius? Harry asked. No, I'm sure this is the tent, answered Hermione after scanning the tent carefully. It looked modest, and Jean didn't really think it could fit that many people. Hermione entered the tent. There was astonishment in her voice when she beckoned the rest of them in. Intrigued, they entered. The Grangers were shocked by the vastness of the place when they stepped inside. The timber Venetians complemented the rich shades of mahogany in the parquet floor. The ivory hand-embroidered curtains fluttered as a gentle breeze rushed through the high-set windows. The living room was large and furnished with comfortable-looking furniture. I guess you all like to travel in style too, commented Dan as he looked around the place. It looked nothing like a tent inside. They began to explore the tent fully. It boasted of 16 large bedrooms with their own toilets, a simple kitchen, and even a jacuzzi. There was a barbecue pit outside. They sure know how to pick a tent, answered Susan as she sat in a large armchair. If I'm not wrong, this is one of the most expensive tents on the market. They began to make the sleeping arrangements. The married couples would each have their own rooms, including the Potters. By then it was no secret that Harry and Hermione always shared a room, even though they were given their own individual rooms. The Weasley twins and the Greengrass sisters shared rooms, and the rest of them had their own rooms. The tent was a short distance away from the stadium, hidden by the woods. They set off after eating a quick lunch to explore the campsites surrounded the large fields. They could see that their section was the only place free from the hustle and bustle of the events as they approached the city of tents. It stretched in all directions with no sign of an end. They made their way eagerly through the rows, staring around as they introduced the Grangers to a larger world of wizardry. Alyssa had taught Harry and Hermione about the magical worlds beyond Britain, but it was an eye-opener for them to see foreign witches and wizards in flesh. Small magical children were running around, playing with their toys in the open. Several of the children were riding on toy broomsticks that rose to about knee-high. A worker from Ministry immediately rushed past them to stop the children. Harry and Hermione understood why Aunt Am was so worked up. It was difficult to maintain a semblance of secrecy with the blatant exposure of magic in the open. They walked past several campsites full of students from institutes from abroad, evoking Harry and Hermione's interest. "We should try to pay these institutes a visit. It would be quite a refreshing experience," Hermione suggested as they walked past a campsite in which a large banner stretched between their tents. It read, "The Salem Witches Institute." Everyone seemed to be talking excitedly about the upcoming Quidditch match as he caught snatches of conversation in strange languages from the insides of the tents as they passed. They were in shock when they walked into a patch of green. The tents were covered with a thick growth of shamrocks so that it looked as though small, oddly shaped hillocks had sprouted out from the earth. These were definitely the Irish, Harry thought as he smiled. Seeing the Irish camp made them curious about how the Bulgarians decided to decorate their tents in support of their team. They walked past the patch of green tents to a patch of tents upfield where a Bulgarian flag in red, green, and white was fluttering in the breeze. The tents there had not been bedecked with plant life, but each and every one of them had the same poster attached to it, a poster of a very surly face with heavy eyebrows. The picture was, of course, moving, but all it did was blink and scowl. "Krum," Cedric announced quietly. "Krum, Victor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker. He's a genius on the field," commented Susan dreamily. Harry and Hermione shook their heads. Susan definitely had a thing for Quidditch players. They returned to their tent after exploring the campsite. Sirius, Amelia, and the Greengrass family were around the site. Aunt Amelia was dressed neatly in a business suit as she spoke to a stiff elderly man, dressed impeccably crisp suit and tie. The part in his short gray hair was almost unnaturally straight, and his narrow toothbrush mustache looked as though he trimmed it using a slide ruler. His shoes were highly polished, and he had complied with the rule about dressing like a muggle so thoroughly that he could have easily passed as a bank manager. Aunt Amelia had a stern expression on her face as she was talking to him, but she cracked a smile when she turned around and saw them. "Hello, everyone. I'd like you all to meet Mr. Couch, head of the Department of Magical Cooperation," Amelia announced formally as the elderly turned to look at them. She then introduced everyone individually, and he politely shook hands with them all. He appeared to be an important member of the ministry from the courteous way Aunt Am treated him. "I'll look into it, Amelia. I'll need to meet with the Bulgarians. If you see Ludo, please ask him to head over to the pitch," he answered before disappearing. Amelia expelled a sigh as she turned her attention back to the group. "Technically, I'm supposed to be on leave because of our status, but there were just so many things to do and too little time." Sirius placed an arm around her. "I think you've done a great job." "You can trust Barty Crouch to do a splendid job," assured Sirius as he led them inside. "OS is here with his family." Harry took the opportunity to ask the question that was bothering him. "Why did you pick this two-man tent?" "Well, AM is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She has to set a good example by being inconspicuous. This tent looks exactly like a muggle's tent." "Yes, it does. It wouldn't be inconspicuous when non-magicals realized that 20 people are living in a two-man tent," answered Hermione. Sirius shrugged. "You don't have to worry about muggles. There are several strong wards in place. One of them repels muggles." "It's really for show," replied Sirius. Astoria was happy to see her sister and Cedric again. Most of the teenagers spent the afternoon chatting the time away. A palpable sense of excitement rose over the campsite. By dusk, the still summer air seemed to quivering with anticipation. Harry met many ministry employees as they operated near the tent to speak to Amelia. They also got to meet many international delegates who were staying in the same area. When darkness spread like a curtain over the thousands of waiting wizards, the last vestige of pretenses disappeared, and the ministry gave up their fruitless battle to prevent the use of magic in the open. No one looked to Amelia for instructions after that, much to her relief. There was a deep, booming gong sounded somewhere beyond the woods. "It's just about time," Amelia said. "That's the signal for the spectators to head to the pitch." "Well, are we going to head out as well?" "No, we'll be leaving with the delegates and the Minister of Magic," she answered. 20 minutes later, a wizard came by and informed them it was time to go. They made their way out, with their wizard escort in the lead, hurrying down the lantern-lit trail into the wood. Along the way, they picked up some merchandise the sales wizards were selling. There were luminous rosettes, green for Ireland, red for Bulgaria, which were squealing the names of the players, pointed green hats bedecked with dancing shamrocks, Bulgarian scarves adorned with lions that really roared, and flags from both countries which played their national anthems when they were waved. They bought some omnioculars, brass binoculars covered with all sort of weird knobs and dials because they reckoned they would need them. The sales wizard assured that they would be able to catch all the action with its zoom, replay, and slow motion functions as well, and play-by-play breakdown. Aside from the omnioculars, they bought other things that caught their fancy, most of it green, since they were all supporting Ireland in the match. They soon found themselves in the shadow of a gigantic stadium. Though Harry could only see a fraction of the immense gold walls surrounding the pitch, he could tell that 10 cathedrals could fit inside it comfortably. The stairs into the stadium were carpeted in rich purple. The ministry wizard led them up the stairs until they reached the top of the staircase, and they found themselves in a small box, set at the highest point of the stadium and situated exactly halfway between the golden goalposts. About 20 purple gilt chairs stood in 2 rows, and they filed into the front seats. He looked down upon the scene the like of which he could have never imagined. 100,000 witches and wizards were taking their places in the seats that rose in levels around the long oval pitch. Everything was suffused with a mysterious golden light that seemed to come from the stadium itself. The pitch looked as smooth as velvet from their lofty position, and they had the bird's-eye view of everything. At either side of the pitch stood 3 goal hoops, 50 feet high. Right opposite them, almost at his eye level, was a gigantic blackboard. Golden writing kept dashing across the board as if an invisible hand was writing on it and wiping it off again. He looked over his shoulder to see who was sharing the box with them, and his eyes fell upon a house elf. The creature had its face covered by her hands. He frowned. "Are you all right?" asked Harry with concern. The tiny creature parted its fingers and looked up at him, revealing enormous brown eyes. "Did Sir just ask how is I?" The house elf spoke with a teeny quivering squeak of a voice. "Yes, I did. Winky's not liking heights, sir. Master sends me to the top box, and I comes, sir." "You is Lord Potter's?" "Yeah, I am," answered Harry. "You is Dobby's master," answered Winky with a hint of awe. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Why, yes, I am. Good evening, Lord Potter." Another wizard spoke as he extended his hand. Sirius took the time to introduce Harry to all the other wizards that were in the box. Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco Malfoy politely greeted them along with the other wizards who were going to sit in the box with them. The Weasleys were already there. Arthur Weasley, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Ron, and Ginny were sitting at one end of the front row of the box. Fred and George greeted their father and older brothers. Ginny chatted with them for a while. There was a hint of dislike in Percy's eyes, but he greeted Harry politely in the presence of powerful ministry wizards. The Minister of Magic appeared with his Bulgarian counterpart, and he was pleased to see Harry again, though Harry wasn't too pleased to see him. Minister Oblinsk, the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, was excited to meet Harry, and they conversed briefly in his native language, impressing most of the wizards in the top box. The minister was further impressed when Hermione was able to join in the conversation too. A man entered the box. He was wearing long Quidditch robes in thick horizontal strips of bright yellow and black, with an enormous picture of a wasp was splashed across his chest. He had a look of a powerfully built man gone slightly to seed, The robes were stretched tightly across a large belly that he surely didn't have in the days he had played Quidditch for England. Sirius whispered to Harry that the man used to play for England. His round blue eyes, short blonde hair, and rosy complexion made him look like an overgrown schoolboy. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, did the smallest of double takes when he saw Harry, and his eyes performed the familiar annoying flick upwards to the scar on Harry's forehead. He greeted him warmly with a handshake. "Everyone ready?" he said, his round face gleaming with excitement. "Minister, are you ready to go?" "Ready when you are, Ludo," said Fudge comfortably. He performed the sonorous charm and spoke over the roar of sounds that filled the packed stadium. His voice echoed above them, booming into every corner of the stands. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the finals of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." The spectators screamed and clapped. Thousands of flags waved, adding their discordant national anthems to the racket. The huge blackboard facing them was cleared of all advertisement and now showed the scoreboard for Ireland and Bulgarian. He introduced the Bulgarian team mascots. The right-hand side of the stands, which was a solid block of scarlet, cheered as 100 of Velas gliding onto the pitch. Velas were women with skin that shined like moonlight and had white gold hair that fanned out behind them even without a breeze. They began to dance to the music. Harry relaxed into his seat and watched. There were many men in the stands who appeared to want to leap out of their seats to join them on the pitch. He remembered from his lessons that the Velas had the power to bewitch males. Suddenly, the music stopped and the crowds began to boo when the Velas retreated to the side of the pitch. There was a bright smile on Hermione's face as she looked at him. Harry reached out and held her hand. "Kindly put your wands in the air for the Irish national team mascots." A great green and gold comet had come zooming into the stadium. It did one circuit of the stadium, then split into two smaller comets, each hurtling towards the goalposts. A rainbow arced across the pitch, connecting the two balls of light. The rainbow faded and the balls of light reunited and merged. They had formed a great shimmering shamrock, which rose up into the sky and soared over the stands. Something like golden rain seemed to be falling from it. The golden rain was really golden coins, and the shamrock was composed of thousands of tiny little bearded men with red waistcoats, each carrying a minute lamp of gold or green. "Leprechauns," said Hermione. The great shamrock dissolved, and they drifted down onto the pitch on the opposite side from the Velas and settled themselves cross-legged to watch the match. Bagman introduced the Bulgarian team, and they came shooting onto the pitch from an entrance far below to the wild applause from the Bulgarian supporters. However, the applause was the loudest when the youngest member of the team flew nimbly out from the entrance to join his teammates. Victor Crumb was thin, dark, and sallow-skinned, with a large curved nose and thick black eyebrows. It was hard to believe that he was only 17. The Irish team flew onto the pitch when their names were called as the crowd cheered wildly. The referee finally appeared, dressed in a suit of gold, and the game began when he whistled. The speed of the game was incredible, and the chasers were throwing the quaffles so fast that Bagman could only say their names. The names appeared on the bottom of the screen as he watched through his omnioculars. Finally, Ireland scored, and they began dancing up and down, waving their arms in the air. The Irish chasers were superb, and they worked as a seamless team, appearing to read each other's mind from the way they positioned themselves. The match grew faster, but more brutal after Ireland led for a while. They sat on the edge of their seats, unable to unpeel their eyes from the action. There was a foul, and Ireland was given the penalty. After that penalty, the play now reached a level of ferocity beyond anything they had yet seen. Crumb was the most exciting player in the match. It was hard not to see why he was so idolized. Someone crashed onto him, breaking his nose, but he continued to play with blood spurting everywhere. The game finally ended with Ireland winning, but Crumb caught the snitch. "He was very brave, wasn't he?" said Hermione, leaning forward to watch Crumb land, and the swarms of meta-wizards blasting through the battling leprechauns and Vela to get to him. The Irish players did a lap of honor as gold coins rained upon them. The Quidditch World Cup was brought to the top box, and the place was magically illuminated so everyone could see the insides. The Bulgarian team landed to shake hands with their minister and Fudge. Crumb looked like a bloody mess with 2 black eyes blooming spectacularly as he queued up. His fist was still tightly wrapped around the golden snitch. The applause was deafening when Crumb went up to shake the hands of the ministers. The winning team came next, looking dazed that they have just won. Everyone stood up and cheered for them when they hoisted the cup into the air. Harry, along with the rest of his family and friends, yelled till he lost his voice. Chapter 27. Raucous singing could be heard from a distance. With the level of excitement in the air, it was impossible for any of them to fall asleep. Everyone gathered in the large sitting room of Harry and Hermione's cottage to have one last drink before turning in. Unfortunately, Amelia was called in for duty to control the rowdy crowd, and Sirius accompanied her, leaving the rest behind. They were soon arguing amiably about the match. Dan enthusiastically participated in the play-by-play discussion, and it was clear that he enjoyed the match immensely, just like the rest of his magical counterparts. It wasn't until Luna fell asleep on the couch that the adults asked everyone to turn in. Sleepily, the teenagers slowly made their way back to their respective cottages and rooms. Hermione and Harry quietly undressed before climbing on their bed. Hermione instinctively snuggled up to Harry, as put his arms around her. There was a distant echo of the noise from the main campsite, but Harry felt his eyelids drooping as he felt the peace of being in close contact with his wife. His mind drifted off to the Wronski feint and other spectacular moves Crumb had made, and tried to imagine himself doing the same. It was a brilliant idea taking my parents to the match. They really had a good time, Hermione whispered suddenly as she made circles on his chest. In the darkness, he cracked a smile. Yes, they did, didn't they? Dad couldn't stop going on about it. It took Mum some time to persuade him to go to bed. I wouldn't be surprised if Dad is still talking about the match right now, answered Harry. I'm sure that's exactly what he's doing. Dad has the tendency to do that. Are you going to try out some of Crumb's moves once we're back? Hermione asked knowingly, with a hint of amusement. Of course. Wood has never really able to explain what a Wronski feint should look like with his wiggling diagrams. Now that I've seen someone pull it off, I'm confident I can do it, replied Harry as he lovingly stroked hair.
We should go to sleep.
I'm sure we'll have lots to do as soon as we get home. Yes, like trimming your hair. It's getting a bit wild. Even for you? Harry let out a chuckle. What? You don't like it long and messy? You look good with your hair shorter. Hermione answered. Very well, I'll get a haircut as soon as we get back, answered Harry. Now, off to the land of Nod for both of us. His proposition was irresistible. His rhythmic caressing of her hair and the steady beating of his heart were inducing her to sleep. Her breathing soon evened out, and she fell into a deep slumber. A smile of contentment appeared on his lips when he saw that her mind was still, a clear indication that she was finally asleep. He closed his eyes and followed suit. The beeping of Harry's watch woke the couple up immediately. Harry's sense went into full alert when he realized that Sirius was calling him. There was an unnatural silence between them. Something's wrong, Hermione commented, as she got dressed immediately, tossing him some clothes. I'm going to wake up the rest, she said as she disappeared out of the door. Sirius, what's up? Harry asked as put on his pants. He could hear people screaming from the background. There has been a situation. You need to take everyone and leave immediately. Make sure to keep the Grangers out of sight. He insisted frantically. There were sounds of people blasting spells in the background, and the noises were getting louder. Bloody Merlin, I need to go now. Remember, don't delay. You must get out of there now. Be careful. With that abrupt parting, he closed off the communication between them. There was definitely trouble up at the camping site. It would take a while for trouble to reach their end of the campsite, but they had no time to lose. Harry immediately dashed out of his room after shoving his arms into his shirt. Dan, Jean, Luna, Susan, and Neville were already waiting in the living room. Although still dressed in only their night clothes, they were alert and waiting for instructions. Hermione said there was an emergency, said Jean with a hint of anxiety in her voice. She has gone over to wake the rest. His face was grim. Yes, there's something big happening over at the main campsite. Sirius and Amelia are over there trying to help handle the situation, But it's bad enough that we've got to leave, Harry explained. A minute later, Hermione arrived with the rest of their friends, simply dressed with jackets over their nightclothes. Oswald and Felicia were with her, looking alert despite being rudely awakened. Remus Lupin had dashed off to lend a hand. Whoever is causing the commotion has also cast wards to prevent escape by apparition or portkey. My house elf couldn't come to me when I called for him, Oswald announced. We need to get to the forest. Maybe we'll have better luck there. Harry nodded in agreement. It was their safest bet for the moment. Wands out, everyone. We're heading out, Harry instructed, and he hurried out, leading his friends and family towards the dark forest. There were odd flashes of light, and noises like gunfire. Loud jeering, roars of laughter, and drunken yells could be heard, accompanied by sounds of running and frantic screaming. Dark columns of smoke marked the tents that had been burned. The air was still and thick with the scent of smoke and perspiration. In the distance, there were even more tents on fire. It was a picture of complete chaos, as countless numbers of people dashed haphazardly away from the flames. We've got to keep moving, Harry. They might catch up to us, reminded Hermione as she checked the group. Everyone was on their heels, and Oswald was covering their backs. Their faces were white with fear as they realized the situation they were in. The campsite was under attack. Hurry up and stay close. We've no time to lose, Harry shouted as he dashed towards the forest. The lantern-lit path had been extinguished and darkness enshrouded them as they entered the forest. There, dark figures were blundering through the trees. Children were crying. Anxious shouts and panicked voices were reverberating around them in the cold night air. It took a lot of effort not to lose anyone in the process. They walked deeper into the heart of the forest. There, the screaming had faded into a distant echo. Thinking that they were a safe distance from the campsite, Harry summoned Charles, Dobby, and Gareth. The three figures appeared immediately, much to their relief. It was apparent that the wards did not reach this far into the forest. Take as many as you can to Potter Mansion, commanded Harry. Harry, please make sure that they get back safely. Fell, and I are going to help the ministry, Oswald shouted after he summoned one of his own house elves. Harry acknowledged with a curt nod. They turned around and ran out of the forest after a failed attempt at apparition. Moments later, there was a huge commotion as the sounds of gunfire grew louder. The chaos seemed to be getting closer. Hurry, shouted Harry anxiously. The house elves immediately grabbed whomever they could reach and disappeared first. There were only enough house elves to bring his family and friends to Potter Mansion, leaving Harry and Hermione behind. More dark figures were running towards them, trying to escape. The dream he had of Voldemort and the terror he saw in the faces of the fleeing crowd made Harry curious. He fought against the flow of the crowds in his attempt to catch a glimpse. Harry, no, Hermione shouted through their shared awareness. The branches were no longer obscuring much of his sight, but he was still a distance away from the edge of the forest. From his position, he could see from a crowd of wizards, tightly packed and moving together with wands pointing straight upwards, marching slowly past the burnt tents that stood at the edge of the forest. Their heads were hooded, and they were wearing masks. The sight sent a chill down his spine. Floating above them were a family of muggles screaming in midair as they were contorted into grotesque shapes. It was as if the wizards on the ground were their puppeteers. They were hooting and screeching in glee as they made the muggles do strange stunts. The two children floating in midair were crying out of sheer panic as the onlookers laughed. He could see the ministry wizards having difficulty fighting their way through the crowd to the center where the hooded wizard stood. Death Eaters. The sight of the young children being tormented broke his control. That's sick, Harry exclaimed as anger overtook him. He dashed through the trees, towards them. Wait, Harry, Hermione shouted mentally. Her voice was feeble compared to the waves of rages that were washing through him. He dashed through the thick undergrowth, past the branches to the outskirts of the forest. There, he kept still, like a predator watching his prey. He had enough wits about him to disillusion himself and keep hidden among the trees where no one could see him. Hermione stopped beside him, and she whispered the same incantation. She crouched and slowly moved to his side so that she could see everything. The campsite, a lively place in the morning, was void of all people but the hooded wizards standing in the middle. Fire was consuming every tent that stood in its path, burning and destroying. They were completely surrounded by burning tents and smoke. The hooded wizards were still laughing. The sound of their mirth grated his nerves, egging his anger on. The air grew tense as he began to radiate magical energy. Tapping on his powers, he manipulated his fire element to cause a rapid spread of fire in the direction of the wizards. The fire encircled them, scorching them, giving them no room to escape. The laughing soon changed into screams of pain as the ever-burning fire began to burn the hooded wizards and break their concentration. Harry could have laughed at their anxiety when they realized that they couldn't put off the flames by water if he hadn't noticed the muggles falling into the flames. He heaved a sigh of relief when Hermione used her wind element to lower them safely into the ground, outside of the ring of fire. None of the wizards, distracted by the magical flames, noticed this peculiarity. The muggles blinked several times in confusion, but soon recovered. The two adult muggles immediately grabbed their crying children and made their getaway. A smile of triumph appeared on Harry's face. The ministry workers are approaching. We have to go. You can stop using your fire element once we're a distance away from here. Hermione thought as she looked at him. Harry dipped his head in agreement and stood up. Fatigue overcame him, and he staggered slightly. Hermione grabbed him immediately. The twigs cracked beneath their feet. Good Merlin! The flames surrounding their bodies disappeared as suddenly as they came, surprising the hooded wizards. Who's there? Show yourself! One of the hooded wizards shouted in a magically distorted voice as he pointed his wand in their direction. We'll take them by surprise, answered Harry. He raised himself up slowly, running purely on adrenaline. Suddenly, there was a shout that came a distance away from them. Mors Mordra! A colossal skull, composed of what looked like emerald stars with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue, appeared in the sky. As they watched, it rose higher and higher, blazing in a haze of greenish smoke, etched against the dark sky like a new constellation. The screams grew louder, and the hooded men panicked at the sight in the sky. They disappeared in a series of popping noises. It's the Dark Mark, Harry, shouted Hermione in panic.
We need to leave now.
Charles. Harry held Hermione's arm as he protested loudly. He could have seen us. If we don't leave, the ministry workers will find us. Hermione snapped. We are at the scene of crime. Charles appeared instantly. Ignoring Harry, she instructed Charles to take both of them back. Harry buckled when he finally reached his home. His friends and family worriedly gathered around them. They helped them to some seats as they got warm beverages for them. Hermione looked better than Harry since she didn't foolishly use a large amount of magical power like he did. Some of the house elves disappeared in a series of pops to retrieve their belongings from the campsite. Harry left the recounting of the entire incident to Hermione as he sulked in silence. He immediately threw up his mental walls as soon as they reached the mansion. It was foolish, he knew, but he was pissed that Hermione had dragged him home against his will. The rest of their family and friends were too concerned about what happened to notice that Harry was trying to ignore Hermione. With baffled look on her face, Jean asked, the numbers of wizards there far outnumbered the hooded wizards. Why didn't they fight instead of running away? These hooded wizards are Death Eaters. They were the followers of Lord Voldemort. Seeing them tends to strike fear in most wizards' hearts, answered Harry quietly as he crossed his arms. Neville turned pale at the mention of the Death Eaters, and Luna placed a comforting hand on his arm. It was as if she understood the reason for his trepidation. I would agree. A majority of the wizards would rather stay and fight, usually leaving it to the ministry to handle, added Susan in a soft voice as she averted her eyes. That was one of reasons why You-Know-Who was so powerful, even though he only commanded a small group. Besides, he was wise enough to attack the powerhouses of society to strike fear. My parents, Harry's grandparents and parents, and nearly all of the Blacks perished in the war. Their deaths caused a rift between the green grasses and the bones.
Susan went on sadly.
Daphne put an arm around Susan to comfort her. Killing non-magicals for fun was something that was very common during those times. Cedric admitted grimly. The faces of Dan and Jean grew ashen. What happened to wizards and witches of pure non-magical descent? Dan asked worriedly as he searched the faces in the room. None of them were eager to reply. They were seen and treated like muggles by the Death Eaters, answered Hermione as she looked into her father's eyes. His brows were drawn into a frown as he looked at her. There was silence in the room. You know that I wouldn't let anything happen to Hermione, Harry declared fiercely, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. I do anything in my power, keep her safe. I don't think they were working under Voldemort's instructions, so you don't have to worry, remarked Cedric as he rubbed his smooth chin. I mean, from what you've told me, they were petrified when they saw the mark and disapparated at once. After all, the Death Eaters that are out of prison won't be too happy to know that their master has returned after they've betrayed him. Then why did they make an appearance? I guess all that celebrating went to their heads, commented Daphne with a frown. We really need to get to bed if we want to run before dawn. There was a glint of determination in her eyes as she looked at the rest of them. The rest of the teenagers agreed and headed straight to bed. Since they had to go to work the next day, the Grangers headed upstairs to rest after hugging Hermione and Harry. Their hugs were longer than usual, but the Grangers kept their silence. Hermione sat in the living room, lost in her thoughts as she frowned. There was a slight tension in the air. Harry was still feeling slightly miffed that Hermione had dragged him back home against his will. He was certain that Hermione could sense it because she was being unusually quiet. Unable to stand the tension, he began pacing around the room. We were disillusioned. There is a chance that the person who set off the dark mark might not have seen us, spoke Hermione briskly as she looked into the flames. You didn't have to instruct Charles to grab me like an errant child, growled Harry as he stood still and stared at his wife. Hermione turned her head so that she was meeting his gaze. What would you have done if I hadn't called for Charles? Would you have found the person before the ministry workers found us? How would we have explained our presence? Some of those Death Eaters tonight have connections with the ministry. With time, they can connect the dots and figure out who the culprits were who set the fire upon them. Harry faltered slightly as he lowered his head. I'm sorry, Hermione. You're right. He drew his hand through his hair carelessly. The lines on Hermione's face softened, seeing that he truly regretted his words. I'm sorry for making you feel that way, Harry. He brightened immediately, and Hermione returned the smile before she grew thoughtful. His brows drew into a frown as he placed his hand on her arm. He knew exactly what was bothering her. Mom and Dad will be safe, Harry thought as he looked at her. His eyes were gleaming with the promise. How much time do we have? We've seen what's left of the Death Eaters, throwing their weight around, and now there's the appearance of the Dark Mark. The dream said that he'll put a faithful servant in Hogwarts and school is starting soon. Hermione returned worriedly. I don't know, Mione. What I do know is I'll be careful, for your sake. We'll be sharing this armchair again next year, hopefully not talking about Riddle, answered Harry aloud as he took her hand and brushed his lips past her knuckles. Hermione smiled before giving a yawn. A smile appeared on his face, happy that things were all right between them. Let's head to bed, Harry, answered Hermione as she stood up. Daff is right, you know. We need to get some rest if we're going for a run tomorrow. Haven't we run enough? Didn't we just run into hiding just now? Harry joked as he took her hand. Hermione swatted him on his arm before they retreated to their bedroom. The tired faces of Oswald, Felicia, Remus, Sirius, and Amelia greeted the teenagers as they prepared for their morning run. Anxious to hear what happened after they left, they led the adults to the living room for a brief respite. Amelia and Sirius had to return to the office early after the events that took place the previous night. They had apparat to Potter Mansion immediately after they had cleaned up the scene. Many needed treatment from the stampede and the burning tents. I'm sure there'll be a lot of mail waiting for me with wizards complaining about the lack of security. We didn't have a ward breaker on hand, so we couldn't break the wards that prevented escape. Amelia admitted tiredly as she slumped into her seat, giving a sigh of relief since she was up on her feet the entire night. Charles gave the adults a pepper potion each, and they heartily expressed their gratitude after they downed their vials. It sounds like a well-thought-out plan, commented Harry. It's easy to cast those wards. The most worrying part is that those people acted as though they were thoroughly familiar with the ministry. They knew that the biggest problem we expected last night was trying not to reveal our secrets to the Muggles and not terror attacks. We caught none of them, Amelia said. You know plenty of Death Eaters that were not convicted, answered Sirius. The dark mark was cast last night. That'll be something that everyone will be talking about in the papers today. Did you catch the person who cast the dark mark? Were there any fatalities? Cedric asked. No one died, thank Merlin. We operated immediately to the site where the dark mark was cast, and your father found someone. As usual, Crouch dismissed her in a heartbeat for the disgrace she brought to his name, answered Sirius as he frowned. Flashback. Red light weaved in and out, bouncing off the trees to form an intricate web of stunners. The forest became still when the wizards stopped firing stun spells. We're too late, said one of the ministry witches, shaking her head. They must have disapparated. I'm not so sure, Amos Diggory began. They could have run into the forest for cover, and since our stunners went right through those trees, there is a good chance we got them. Squaring his shoulders, he raised his wand and marched across the clearing into the forest. A few seconds later, they heard him shout, Yes, we got them. Unconscious. But blimey, you've got someone? Who is it? Crouch shouted. There was the snapping of twigs, rustling of leaves, and then crunching of footsteps as Diggory re-emerged from the forest, carrying a tiny limp figure in his arms. Crouch did not move or speak as he deposited Crouch's elf on the ground at his feet. The other ministry wizards were staring at Crouch. For a few seconds, he remained transfixed, his eyes blazing in his white face as he stared down at Winky. Then he appeared to come to life again. This cannot be, Crouch said jerkily. No dash. He moved quickly around Diggory and strode off towards the place where he had found Winky. There's no point, Mr. Crouch. There's no one there, Diggory called after him. However, Crouch continued his search. She's but a house elf, Sirius said impatiently as he leaned against the tree. She'd need a wand to cast that spell. She had a wand, Lord Black. He answered, holding up a wand and showing it to him. Crouch appeared minutes later, empty-handed. His face was still ghostly white, and his hands were still trembling. Sirius frowned. A lot has happened tonight. I think it's time to wake Winky up so that we can hear what she has to say for herself. Enervate. Winky stirred feebly. Her great brown eyes opened, and she blinked several times in a bemused fashion. Watched by the silent wizards, she raised herself shakily into position. She caught sight of Diggory's feet and slowly looked up to stare at his face. Then, more slowly still, she looked up into the sky. She gave a gasp and burst into terrified sobs. Elf. Do you know who I am? I am the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. As you can see, the dark mark was conjured here a short while ago, and you were discovered moment later, right beneath it. An explanation, if you please. Diggory roared. I is not doing it, sir. Winky gasped. I is not knowing how, sir. You were found with a wand in the hand. Diggory barked. I is not doing magic with it, sir, squealed Winky, tears streaming down the sides of her nose. I is just picking it up, sir. I is not making the dark mark, sir. I is not knowing how. You've been caught red-handed, elf. Caught with a guilty wand in hand. Mr. Diggory roared loudly. Don't be daft, Diggory. Only a precious few wizards know how to cast this spell. She probably picked up the wand, answered Weasley. He turned to face the frightened house elf. Where did you pick up the wand, Winky? Weasley asked kindly. Over there in the trees, sir. She whispered. Amos. Crouch began curtly. I'm well aware that you'll need to take her in for questioning. I ask you, however, to let me deal with her. You may be rest assured that she'll be punished. Crouch added coldly. There was no pity in his face. Sirius gave a grunt that expressed his disgust. You proclaim her guilty before it is even proven? Crouch whipped his head around, staring frostily at Sirius. Lord Black, I believe it is my choice how to punish my servants. I do not have a need for house elves that disobey me. No, Winky screamed, prostrating herself at Crouch's feet.
No, master.
Not clothes. Not clothes. Crouch took a step backwards, freeing himself from the contact with the elf, whom he was surveying as though she was something filthy and rotten that was contaminating his overshined shoes. I have no use for a servant who forgets her duty to her master and her master's reputation. Winky was crying so hard that her sobs echoed around the clearing. End of flashback. He gave clothes to Winky simply because she didn't follow his instructions to stay in the tent and not allow herself to be trampled by the crowd. Hermione questioned incredulously. No, he gave clothes to his servant because she disgraced him. Don't forget that he even placed his only son in Azkaban after he was caught with a group of Death Eaters, replied Sirius as he shook his head. He was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement during the Dark Times and took drastic measures against those who supported the dark side. He was willing to use unforgivable curses against those who were suspect of supporting the Dark Lord, and many people supported him until his son was caught with a group of Death Eaters trying to revive the Dark Lord. He placed his son in Azkaban along with the rest of the Death Eaters. Only the fact that Crouch was his father allowed Barty Jr. a trial. Then his son died in Azkaban, followed by his wife. Crouch, who was primed to be the next Minister of Magic, lost the job to Fudge and was demoted to head the Department of International Magical Cooperation after many sympathized with his son, explained Amelia. I took over the department after that. What happened last night couldn't have been done under the Dark Lord's instruction because many things could have gone wrong with that kind of shoddy planning. The Dark Lord has always been very meticulous, and if he wants to make a statement, he would do it properly and flamboyantly. There were some ministry wizards that were close enough to see the reactions of the Death Eaters when the dark mark was cast into the sky, and they reported that they panicked and fled at once, clearly suggesting that whoever who cast the mark was not part of the group, and they didn't anticipate it. Sirius said. Couldn't have also been a sign for them to flee? Hermione questioned. I'm not entirely sure. The purpose wasn't really to strike fear, Percy. It was more of them reliving the past, said Amelia darkly. However, as Sirius has pointed out, it was definitely not spearheaded by the Dark Lord, so we don't have to worry. At least not any more that we already are. It's going to be mayhem later at the Ministry, predicted Remus Lupin as he made a sour face. I don't envy you, AM. You know that Fudge will pin it on your department when he is called to answer the public. I'd bet 20 galleons on it. Thanks a lot, Remus, added Amelia sarcastically. It is rightfully our fault. After all, we were nothing but sitting ducks. There was insufficient crowd control, lack of planning for an emergency escape, the oars were unable to break through the crowd to get to the site they needed just because they couldn't operate, and there was definitely a break in communication. Did I miss anything? Amelia asked tersely as she began to tick off the items on her fingers. I wouldn't fancy reporting to you, AM. Oswald admitted as he winced. I think most of your department will be dead once you're through with them. True, if we're not eaten alive by the public, replied Amelia as she shook her head. No, I'll just have to draft a new plan to update their training. I'll be heading home first to do that draft before I return to office. Don't expect me to be in early. I'll lend you a hand, offered Sirius as he stood up. Amelia gave him a glowing look before they left. The exhausted adults went upstairs to catch up on some sleep while the teenagers continued with their morning run. The atmosphere was slightly different. It seemed more tense than usual, and everyone wanted to push themselves to the limit. Amos Diggory sent an urgent message during breakfast, asking Cedric to return home immediately, and he had no choice but to comply. He borrowed several books he would need to continue with his training back at home and left after exchanging goodbyes with Daphne privately. It turned out that the adults were right. The front page of the paper carried a picture of the dark mark above the forest at the World Cup. The article talked about the blunders of the ministry and painted a bleaker picture than it originally was. I believe Fudge will have to do more to calm the public down, commented Harry as he set the paper down. Rita Skeeter, of course, wrote the article. That whole write-up is nothing but absolute speculation, Hermione remarked, frowning. At least she didn't pin it all on Aunt Am's department. Since she doesn't, Fudge will do so to save his skin, added Lupin. It still amazes me that he was elected Minister of Magic. He fought for a harsher stand against werewolves and vampires, and that got him a lot of support, replied Oswald as he scanned through the paper briefly. Let's hope someone good replaces him once his term ends. The rest of the afternoon was spent on self-defense lessons and magical combat. Most of them had finished with their sparring except for a pair. I must defeat you at least once, Harry, declared Neville as he stood at the other end of the dueling platform, surprising everyone. Harry arched an eyebrow in surprise, but nevertheless accepted his challenge. Neville's brows were drawn into a line. Beads of perspiration were on his face as he mustered all his will and stood up against a formidable opponent. It was the third time he had taken a spell straight on the chest and was floored. It had been almost 1 hour since the spar began. They started out strong, shooting spells as they dodged. However, it became clear that Harry had more stamina than Neville. As Neville grew tired, he lost his dexterity and was subjected to several offensive spells. It was to the extent that he could take, but Neville refused to give up for some reason. "Nev?" asked Harry worriedly as he lifted up his wand. He looked at Remus, silently asking him to end the match. However, Remus was adamant in not stopping the match. "Don't go easy on me," Neville growled. Neville pulled himself up and shot another hex in Harry's direction, and Harry ducked the spell by sidestepping. "Nev, don't fight it if you can't go on. You're almost at your magical limit." His answer was another hex shot directly at him. Harry smiled, seeing the determination in his eyes. Since the day he had met him, this was the first time Harry saw Neville truly determined about anything. As a friend, he had to honor his determination with a good fight. Harry ended the duel quickly with several powerful and well-chosen hexes, causing Neville to collapse on the floor in a loud thud. Remus gave him a pepper-up potion and levitated him to the couch for some rest. His gray eyes were full of concern when he looked at Neville. "It's good that you want to put your all into the duel, but it was downright reckless of you," scolded Remus. "If you want to grow stronger, you'll need time."
I know. I'm sorry.
"Thank you for allowing me to fight on," answered Neville. Luna sat next to him, offering him a towel as she smiled. It was as if she knew the reason for his perseverance. Neville took it, returned the smile, and rested. He was much too knackered to do anything else. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks, wondering what made their good friend so resolute. The night air was cool and refreshing. The sky was a large canvas with gleaming stars painted on it. Lying on the ground, he breathed in the fresh scent of grass that was surrounding him and tried to will himself to become one with his environment. He could feel the tension leaving his body as he tried to get in tune with nature. It seemed to open the door to a new world. There was a multitude of sounds he had never heard or paid much attention to. It was disconcerting. His senses were overloaded with the new smells and the sounds around him. It took some getting used to, and when he did, he tried to identify every sound he could hear. He didn't know that leaves would rustle in that pitch, as the wind gently ruffled them in its path. He could identify Hermione's gentle and even breathing a short distance away from him. When the wind blew across her to him, he could smell that faint vanilla scent he always associated with her. He smiled inwardly. Even in mediating, he could not help but pay attention to her. The way her body lay so still beside him, he knew that without her, everything would seem so incomplete. Hedwig was up in one of the trees to his right, probably hidden by the thick branches of the tree. He could hear the slightly crackling of leaves as she turned her head to keep watch. He could hear Crookshank's gentle breathing. He was lying very still near to Hermione, not making a sound. As he began to expand his awareness slightly, his senses were bombarded by the noises of the forests. It was alive. What would it feel like moving swiftly through the undergrowth? An image of running freely through the forest filled his mind. He knew that freedom. Ever since they had tied the knot more than a year ago, he was free. He was free to make his choice, to be what he wanted, to protect the people he cared for, and to stay with a family. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the urge to make it his. He eyed his wife closely. His wife, as if sensing his presence, lazily cracked her eye. He smiled when he saw the blissful and untroubled peace on her face. "I have a request I have to make," said Harry as he looked sheepishly at her. Lifting one of his locks, he asked, "May I?" The intellectual Hermione set in immediately, and she nodded. "Defendo," said Harry as he cut a small lock of her wavy brown hair. A frown of confusion crossed his face as he stared at her lock of hair stupidly. "Is that a token?" Hermione finally asked as she sat up. "I think so. I just wanted it so much," replied Harry as he looked at her. "Harry, you're well on your way on becoming an animagus," Hermione proudly declared as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "Thank you," answered Harry as he returned the hug, carefully not to drop her lock of hair. He hurriedly stuffed it into his pocket. "I wonder when I'll get my first token," Hermione thought aloud as she gave him a nervous smile. "Don't fret, love. I'm sure it'll be soon. Who knows? You might collect the tokens faster once you've found your first," Harry assured as he cupped her face and kissed her forehead tenderly. Her eyes reflected confusion as she wondered at the motivation of that kiss. "I can't imagine what things would be like without you," explained Harry amorously. He kissed her nose. "That's to thank you for chasing after me last night. And this is to thank you for saving me last night," he whispered softly, his warm breath fanning across her face. Hermione's eyes fluttered close as Harry tilted his head slightly. His lips brushed across her lips tentatively at first. Her hands curled around the base of his neck, pulling him closer so that the pressure on her lips would increase. His lips moved skillfully across hers before he caught her bottom lip with his teeth and nibbled gently. His hands slid slowly down to the base of her back, causing her to arch and moan delectably. Their bodies were soon pressed against each other as they continued to explore each other's mouth ardently. They soon lost track of time in the heat of passion as they made out under the starry sky. It was a long while later that the couple drew away to breathe. Harry stared at her with lust-filled eyes as he panted. Hermione lifted her hands to caress his cheeks slowly as she murmured, "You're welcome." "Why, that was quite a display of affections. I didn't think that you had it in you," spoke Sirius as he chuckled. He was standing by the back door, looking at the couple with amusement. "I think you should head upstairs if you want to continue in private. After all, everyone has been watching you." He discreetly gestured upwards. Harry and Hermione looked up and saw several heads disappearing abruptly back into the window. Harry helped Hermione up, his eyes dancing in amusement. They had always made sure that these sessions were private. Hell was going to break loose when Hermione got her hands on their peeping friends. Harry took her hand and led her inside. Harry had always wondered how Amelia Bones managed to get to her current position despite her age and her gender. After all, she was the youngest of all department heads and the only high-ranking woman in the ministry. Initially, he had thought it was her station as of head of an ancient and noble family that enabled her to be appointed as the head of such a powerful and important department. His assumption turned out to be wrong. She definitely had earned her position. She had dealt with the fallout of the World Cup immediately, losing no time pushing on the agenda for more combat training. The public demanded an explanation about the terror at World Cup. Minister Fudge blatantly shifted the blame to Amelia's department, even thought she was just standing by his side. She kept her cool during the session with the press, but made known her displeasure to the Fudge in his office in private after it ended. Harry would have done anything to see Amelia, giving the Minister of Magic a dressing down he deserved. After she was through with Fudge, he was much too terrified to not do anything she requested, and his office took on the duty of answering the public's mail. This was nasty work since the general public was sending howlers. The plan for additional training was passed, and none of the members of her department liked it when they saw the gleam in their heads' eye when she presented their new training schedule. Naturally, Amelia was busy with work at the ministry. Sirius had not much to do at the Wisengamot, so he spent most of his time dealing with the Black's businesses in his girlfriend's absence, much to his Oswald and Remus amusement. He became the object of their teasing. None of them understood why the two weren't anxious to get married. After all, they weren't getting younger and their relationship had stabilized. Sirius artfully dodged the issue whenever it was brought up. Hermione took Harry out for a haircut a few days later since she could no longer stand the sight of his long and scruffy hair. It was very amusing for Hermione to watch the stylist battle with his stubborn hair. He finally gave Harry a style that was short on the sides but long enough on the top to keep his grungy edge. It showcased his naturally wild hair but reduced the mop due to the short sides. Hermione nodded appreciatively when the hairstylist was finally through with his work. His lightning-shaped scar was fully exposed, but Harry didn't mind. He was quite tired of people flicking his fringe aside so that they could see the scar. "It looks really wonderful on you," commented Hermione as she fingered his hair lovingly. Harry flashed a smile but turned to pay the hairstylist before leading Hermione out of the hair salon. Dan stopped by for lunch at the Potter Mansion on the last weekday of their summer holidays. "Harry, can I speak to you privately?" questioned Dan as he looked at Harry. He looked somber, and Harry complied with his request immediately, leading him to his study upstairs. As they quietly walked to his study, Harry couldn't help but worry about the reason Dan wanted to speak to him. Was it something very important? Harry led him into his large study. Dan silently took a seat at one of the armchairs near the fireplace, and Harry mirrored his actions by sitting in the vacant armchair facing him. There was a frown on his face as Dan looked at Harry. "Jean wanted to be the one speaking to you, but I managed to persuade her to allow me to do it instead." "I'll cut the chase, Harry. I know that something is wrong, even though none of you have said a word since the day of the World Cup. You and your friends are preparing for a war, aren't you?" Harry blinked in surprise as he picked his answer carefully. "I won't say that we're preparing for a war, exactly. We're really preparing for battle in the event Voldemort appears at Hogwarts. And he will," Dan said definitively. He knew what kind of threat Lord Voldemort was from what he'd heard about the horrors from the First War. "Yes," replied Harry honestly. Harry sighed inwardly at how perceptive he was. It was impossible to keep him out of the loop. "What is he after?" Dan asked, knowing that he wouldn't like his answer. "He's after me. I was the one who was responsible for his downfall when I was a baby." "His pride couldn't accept it," explained Harry. Dan nodded. "So you and Hermione are in danger?" "Everyone has been doing all they can to keep us safe. However, it's really hard to protect us, so they are equipping us with the skills to defend ourselves." His brows creased at his answer as he mulled over it. It was clear that he was calculating the odds. "We won't cower in face of danger, especially since it would be a disaster for both the magical and the non-magical worlds if Voldemort managed to get his body back. There will be unexplained deaths in both places, unspeakable acts of terror against individuals, and once more Britain would sink into a dark time. This, Hermione and I cannot allow." His tone softened, seeing the troubled expression on Dan's face. "I'm sorry that I've dragged Hermione into the entire mess by being soulbound to her. She now shares my fate. I can't push her aside in my attempt to protect her from everything." "You're being silly, Harry," spoke Dan sharply. Harry grew wide-eyed. Dan started shifting uncomfortably. "It's hard for me to say this, but I must say it. Even if Hermione weren't your soulmate, she wouldn't allow you to push her aside. She would have insisted to fight along with you. I thought you would have a measure of who she is by now. She'd do anything to protect you simply because she loves you." Harry grew slightly sheepish at his accurate description of his wife. "Besides, being soulbound gives you a reason to fight to stay alive. I realize that Lord Voldemort is a very powerful wizard, and it seems almost hopeless if you're fighting against him. After all, you've lost plenty of loved ones who stood in his way during the First War. Now, with your soul bond, you've got no choice but to make sure you survive so that both of you can live. I want you to do exactly that in the event you find yourself in danger. Even if she didn't share your fate, I would still want to see you alive. Do you hear me, Harry?" Dan spoke passionately. All Harry could do was to nod his head since he was too emotional to speak. Clearing his voice, he said in a quiet but firm tone, "I won't let anything happen to us, I promise." Dan flashed a smile as he relaxed into his seat. There was silence in the room as they were engrossed with their own thoughts. "Harry," began Dan as he scratched the back of his head nervously. "I need to talk to you about something else." "Yes, Dad." Dan took a deep breath before he spoke. "You remember the conversation we had in the restaurant after your wedding? It's been more than a year since then, and you said you planned to consummate your marriage a year later." Harry had a sinking feeling in his stomach that he was in for something really embarrassing. "Well, I said we wanted to wait until we're both ready," Harry answered awkwardly as he turned red. He continued as if he had never heard Harry. "So I want to talk to you about the birds and the bees." Harry paled immediately. Oh shite. Dan took them out for a dinner the next day, as if he was trying to make up for the embarrassing session they had the previous afternoon. Their ears were burning when Dan was finally through with Harry. The Grangers and the Potters did enjoy themselves at a wonderful restaurant. The rest of his friends returned home that morning so that they could spend the last few days before their summer holidays ended with their respective families. There was an end-of-holidays gloom in the air when Harry woke up to get ready for his usual run. He moved around sluggishly, unable to believe that his summer holidays had finally come to an end. It was unusually short compared to his previous summers. Hermione and Harry went on their run, taking the time to savor their last moments in the beautiful gardens of the Potter Mansion. There was so much happening around them that it was impossible to say for certain if they would return to the mansion again the next summer. However, the couple decided to make the best of their day instead of dwelling on unhappy thoughts. There was the absence of mayhem that he usually associated to the end of summer since Hermione put her foot down and insisted that they had to pack in advance. Things were much easier when Hermione prepared a list of things he had to bring, and he packed accordingly. There was an air of restlessness when they ate their breakfast in a rather empty dining room. They were used to having their friends and family surrounding them whenever they had their meals. The dreary weather was also getting them down. They arrived to the King's Cross station without any hassles since the Grangers had driven them there. The conversation in the car was sparse, since most of them were occupied with thoughts about the upcoming school term. Rain was pouring in buckets by the time they made it onto platform 9 3/4. They went through the barrier easily, since they were only carrying Hedwig and Crookshanks. The Hogwarts Express, a gleaming scarlet steam engine, was already there, clouds of steam billowing from it, which made many Hogwarts students and parents on the platform appear like dark ghosts. They climbed on the train to find seats, stowing their caged pets in the compartment halfway down the train. They then hopped back down onto the platform to say their goodbyes. Jean engulfed them in a tight embrace, betraying the bottled-up worry she'd been keeping from them. "We'll be fine, Mum. We'll see you soon," promised Hermione as she returned the hug. "Yeah, we'll keep safe," assured Harry. Dan nodded and patted his shoulder. "Remember to call often," Jean reminded as she released them reluctantly. They were soon joined by all their friends and their baggage. Their friends headed into the train to stow away their trunks before joining them at the platform. Amelia, Sirius, Remus, Oswald, and Felicia took their turns hugging all of them and exchanging goodbyes. The whistle blew, and the teenagers boarded the train. There was the final billowing of smoke, and the pistons hissed loudly, and the train began to move. They said their final goodbyes through the window as the train began to pick up speed. Soon, the Grangers, Greengrasses, Remus, Sirius, and Amelia sped away from them. The teenagers settled into their compartment. Cedric did the honors of expanding the space so that it could hold everyone. The thick rain splattering the windows made it very difficult to see outside the train. "Why did your father call you home?" Harry asked once they had all settled down. Everyone looked inquisitively at Cedric, patiently waiting for his answer. It was clear that Daphne was the most curious to know. "Something happened to the Chong family, and as a result, Cho has to live with us. My parents were made her guardians in the event anything happened to her parents," began Cedric uneasily as he scratched the back of his neck. "We buried her parents recently in a quiet funeral, and she's quite a wreck. My dad thought it was better that I stay at home to keep her company." Hermione frowned. "So, what happened to the Changs? Why weren't they able to use their wands to protect themselves?" questioned Hermione in bafflement. "The Changs decided to go for a holiday and were unfortunately caught in an armed Muggle conflict. They died on the spot. Cho will inherit everything from her parents when she comes of age, but in the meanwhile, she has to live with my family. It's been a very trying time for her, so you'll be seeing Cho more often." "Is that all right with all of you?" Cedric asked. "If Daph and Luna are okay with it, then I'm okay with it," Susan said flatly. There was pity in her eyes. Astoria heartily agreed with her. "I'm fine with her," answered Luna. She understood the pain of losing a parent and would do all she could to help console Cho. The rest of the occupants saw no problems in allowing her to join them occasionally. Cedric turned and looked at Daphne expectantly. "I'll understand if you don't want her around," Cedric began as he held her hand, hoping to remove some of the pressure in making the decision. Daphne smiled and answered, "Don't be silly. I'm not that insecure about our relationship. I trust you. I don't see anything wrong with having her around. I know she needs someone to be there for her." The smile on Cedric's face grew. "Thank you, sweetheart." The rest of the journey was spent discussing on the various spells they had learned recently, updating Cedric on all the lessons that he had missed at the Potter Mansion. The new Dada professor would take over for Remus and give them private lessons under the instructions of Professor McGonagall. They were all looking forward to taking lessons from the best Auror the Ministry had ever had. Hogwarts Express slowed down at last and finally stopped in the pitch darkness of Hogsmeade Station. As the train doors opened, there was a rumble of thunder overhead. Lightning fractured the gloom. Hermione and Daphne bundled Crookshanks and Katrina up their cloaks. With heads bent and eyes narrowed against the downpour, they hurried out of the train. The rain was now coming down so thick and fast, it was as though buckets of ice-cold water were being emptied repeatedly over their heads. The onslaught of the storm continued mercilessly. They cast warming spells and water-repellent spells on themselves and inched slowly along the dark platform with the rest of the crowd. 100 horseless carriages stood waiting for them outside the station. Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Luna climbed gratefully into one of them. The door shut with a snap, and a few moments later, with a great lurch, the long procession of carriages was rumbling and splashing its way up the track towards Hogwarts Castle. Their new term at Hogwarts was about to begin. Chapter 28. Through the metal gates flanked with winged boars and up the sweeping drive, the line of carriages rattled, swaying treacherously in what was fast becoming a gale. The huge castle of Hogwarts was looming nearer, its many lighted windows blurred and gleaming behind the downpour. The horseless carriages stopped right before the imposing flight of stone steps. The 4 teenagers quickly got out and hurried up the flight into the vast, torch-lit entrance hall, with its magnificent marble staircase. After warming themselves up with a spell, they dried themselves up with another spell that they had grown very familiar with due to their frequent mass water fights. Cedric, Daphne, Astoria, Fred, George, and Susan soon joined the 4 of them, and they used the same incantations to dry and warm themselves. Another girl and her friends also joined them. Harry could see that there was something very different about Cho. "What's wrong?" questioned Hermione as she placed her hand on his chest. "You've been staring at her for a while." "Well, Cho's definitely not the same as she used to be," said Harry hesitantly, drawing his hand through his hair and searching for the words to describe the change he'd observed. Interested, Hermione turned to get a good look at her. Cedric was hovering over Cho protectively as she obediently allowed him to fuss over her. She looked thinner, her skin pale, almost ghostly. Marietta Edgecombe seemed to be at a loss on how to deal with her. He dried her up with the spell and gently led her towards the group. Luna was also lingering around her, with a knowing and sad look on her face. Luna understands, Harry reflected. They had never asked Luna about her mother, but it was clear that she must have passed away when Luna was old enough to understand and feel the loss. "She's grieving. It'll take time," Hermione answered with sympathy in her voice. After they had all gathered together, they headed across the foyer and through double doors of the Great Hall. The Great Hall looked its usual impressive self, decorated for the start of the term feast. Hundreds of candles floated above the tables in midair, lighting up the cavernous hall. The 4 long house tables were already packed with chattering students, and at front of the hall, the staff sat along one side of the 5th table, facing the students. Harry's spirits lifted when he saw Hagrid sitting among the teachers, softly conversing with Professor Vector, their newly appointed head of house. Harry and his friends split ways to sit at their respective house tables. Cedric took his surrogate brother duties to heart and escorted Cho to the Ravenclaw table. Most of the Ravenclaws regarded them curiously, since the news of her parents' death was not yet common knowledge. Luna planted herself firmly beside Cho at the table, silently promising Cedric that she would look after her in his stead, giving Cedric the assurance he needed. After ranking first in her year, thus bringing glory to her house, Luna found that her housemates were more accepting of her. Ravenclaws prized intelligence above all. The fourth-year Gryffindors excitedly greeted Harry, Hermione, and Neville when they finally joined them at the table. They were chatting amongst themselves, waiting for the sorting ceremony to begin. The girls squealed in excitement when they realized that Harry wasn't wearing his trademark glasses. They eagerly complimented his new look, causing Harry to redden in embarrassment, much to the amusement of all their housemates. "Thank you," said Harry with a hint of uncertainty as he tugged at his collar.
Turning to
Hermione, he realized that she was just as amused as the rest of his friends. "I didn't think you'd blush this much when someone else commented how beautiful your eyes are," whispered Hermione as she leaned nearer to him. "I've always known that. And as I've told you many times before, not having your specs really brings out your eyes. Not to mention the fact that you look adorable when you blush, love." "I don't know about the adorable part. That word conjures up images of irresistible, giggly babies with chubby red cheeks and sparkling eyes," Harry declared as he frowned slightly. "It's really a misnomer." Her eyes gleamed with mirth as she chuckled. "All right, Harry, my manly man. You look simply dashing," said Hermione patronizingly as she looked at him keenly. "Gee, thanks," said Harry sardonically. "You're welcome." Hermione offered a smile so sweet that it made the corners of his lips quiver. The Weasley twins left to sit with their sixth-year friends. George immediately took a seat near Angelina so that they could speak privately. Fred, on the other hand, was talking to Lee Jordan, their partner in pranks, excitedly. Harry had no doubt that Fred was telling him all about the additions to their inventory they had created over the summer. As Dean and Seamus took turns telling and interested Neville all about their holidays, Harry took the opportunity to look around. "I wonder what the new professor looks like?" Harry pondered as he searched the staff table. He saw only familiar faces. "Where's Professor Moody?" Harry asked aloud to no one in particular. There was an empty seat between Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout, the herbology teacher. Harry guessed that it must have been Professor Flitwick's place. She was talking to Professor Sinistra, the astronomy teacher. On Professor Sinistra's other side was the potion master, Professor Snape, and he was looking as sour as before. There was an empty seat at the end of the table, beside Professor Snape. Professor Dumbledore sat next to Professor McGonagall, his sweeping silver hair and beard gleaming in the candlelight. He was staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. He had been keeping his word, acting no more than his capacity as a transfiguration teacher to him and his friends. Honestly, at the end of the last term, transfiguration was fast becoming one of his favorite lessons because of the interesting yet effective way Dumbledore taught. Not that Professor McGonagall was a bad teacher, but her lessons could definitely never have been described as fun. In fact, Harry was certain that Professor McGonagall would be insulted if her students ever remarked that they were. Harry also looked up at the ceiling and marveled at its beauty. It was enchanted to look like the sky outside, and he had never seen it look this stormy. Black and purple clouds were swirling across it, and as another thunderclap sounded outside, a fork of lightning fractured the gloom. Hermione, who'd heard Harry's question, was intrigued, scanned the table a bit more closely. "He's probably not here yet," answered Hermione as she looked up. "It's beautiful, isn't it? The ceiling still fascinates me even after 4 years." Harry smiled and looked at her. "Yes, it is. Whenever I see this ceiling, it reminds me of the first time you entered the Great Hall, the words you said, and the awe on your face." Hermione raised her brows in surprise. "What did I say?" "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts. A history." Harry replied in his best Hermione imitation. She laughed and swatted his arm, but he could see adoration in her eyes. Before she could speak, the sound of the doors being thrown aside had their attention. The tiny Professor Flitwick, accompanied by a long line of first years, entered the Great Hall, soaked to the bone. The new students looked as if they had been swimming instead of sailing across the Black Lake. The Great Hall hushed immediately as Professor Flitwick placed the ratty old wizard hat on the three-legged stool. The sorting hat looked exactly as he had remembered, old, dirty, and patched. The tear near the brim opened wide like a mouth and broke into a song. The Great Hall burst into applause when the sorting hat was finished. The sorting ceremony began immediately, with Professor Flitwick reading out the long list of names with his squeaky voice. After the sorting was over, Professor McGonagall stood up to greet the students. In her usual stern voice, she asked them to tuck in. The golden trays before them became magically filled with food. Harry, as usual, helped Hermione load her plate. Their friends couldn't help teasing the couple since they hadn't seen them over the summer holidays. "Merlin's beard, it's been more than a year, and I can't believe that you two are still going strong," commented Dean in amusement. "Harry, you're making us guys look bad. My future girlfriend is going to expect me to attend to her because Lord Gryffindor does." Harry shrugged nonchalantly. "I know Hermione doesn't need me to serve her, but I want to do something for her anyway." "You're still seriously whipped, Harry," remarked Seamus, shaking his head. The two fourth-year Gryffindors continued to tease him. Hermione ignored them as she read and ate. However, Harry could sense that she was still listening into the conversation and repressing her laughter. Their conversation soon turned to the highlights of the Quidditch World Cup when they realized that Harry was not at all bothered by their ribbing. Dean and Seamus were in awe that Harry, Hermione, and Neville had the top box tickets. Soon, Ginny joined in, perking up at the mention of the Quidditch World Cup. As usual, they were full of praise for Victor Crumb, the most exhilarating player in the final match. For once, everyone saw Hermione set her book down to talk about Quidditch. Hermione shared some of the highlights of the match when Crumb displayed his spectacular abilities on the broom and his bravery, wringing a raised brow from everyone at the table. "It looks like Hermione has her sights on someone else," joked Dean as he clapped Harry on the back. "You better work harder, Harry. Crumb offers plenty of competition in love and on the pitch." The rain was drumming heavily against the dark, high windows. Another clap of thunder shook the windows and the stormy ceiling flashed, illuminating the golden plates as the remains of the first course vanished and was replaced instantly with a large variety of puddings. Hermione watched with amusement that Harry loaded his plate mostly with treacle tarts after filling her plate with her favorites. The pudding soon disappeared from the plates and Professor McGonagall stood up to address the students in her first welcoming speech. The hall fell into silence immediately. As usual, Professor McGonagall went right to the point. "Welcome to another term at Hogwarts. I have a few announcements to share with you. First, we would like to welcome back Professor Hagrid. He has completed his studies and will be teaching care of magical creatures." Hagrid stood up and the students applauded loudly. They were happy to have him back as a teacher. When Hagrid sat down and the clapping has ceased, Professor McGonagall continued, "Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to inform you that the list of objects forbidden in this castle has increased to include screaming yo-yos, fanged frisbees, and ever-bashing boomerangs. Next, the forest on the grounds is out of bounds to all students, as is the village of Hogsmeade to all below third year. Finally, there will be no Inter-House Quidditch Cup this year." There were sounds of groaning at the announcement. Most of the students were looking forward to another season of Quidditch at Hogwarts after watching the Quidditch World Cup finals. Professor McGonagall continued, as if she wasn't interrupted. "This is because Hogwarts will be hosting an event that will start a week from now and continuing until February." At that moment, there was deafening rumble of thunder, and the doors of the great hall banged open. A man stood in the doorway, leaning upon a long staff, shrouded by a black traveling cloak. Every head in the great hall swiveled towards the stranger, suddenly brilliantly illuminated by a fork of lightning that bolted across the ceiling. He lowered his hood and shook out a long mane of grizzled, dark gray hair, then began to walk up to the teacher's table. A dull clink echoed through the hall on every other step. He reached the end of the table, turned right, and limped towards Professor McGonagall. They spoke for a brief moment. Another flash of lightning crossed the ceiling. Hermione gasped. The lightning threw the man's face into a sharp relief, and it was a face unlike anyone had ever seen. It looked as though someone who had only the vaguest idea of what human faces were supposed to look like, and was none too skilled with a chisel, had carved it out of weathered wood. Every inch of his skin seemed to be scarred. The mouth looked like a diagonal gash. However, it was the eyes that were the most frightening. He had a magical eye of electrical blue, which moved independently from the other normal beady black eye, rolling up and down, side to side without blinking. Professor McGonagall gestured him to an empty seat on the right. I think that must Professor Moody. He's the image of a veteran who has fought and survived many wars. Hermione commented. Please put your hands together to welcome your new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Alastair Moody. Professor McGonagall announced as she clapped enthusiastically. Her applause rang eerily across the hall. It took a while for her statement to register, and the students started clapping reluctantly. Many of them were still transfixed with their new professor's strange appearance. He seemed to be oblivious to the less than warm welcome, taking a swing from his hip flask. His magical eye continued to zoom around its socket uncontrollably, making them uncomfortable. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat loudly. Now, as I was saying, Hogwarts will be hosting the Triwizard Tournament. The Triwizard Tournament was first established some 700 years ago as a friendly competition between the three largest European schools of wizardry, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion was selected to represent each school, and the three champions had to compete in 3 magical tasks. The schools took turns hosting the tournament, which occurred once every 5 years. This was generally agreed to as an excellent way of establishing ties between young witches and wizards of different nationalities until the death toll mounted so high that it was discontinued several centuries ago. Many of the students began to whisper excitedly among themselves. Our own Department of Magical Cooperation and Magical Games and Sports have decided that the time was ripe for another attempt. The tasks have been redesigned so that none of the champions will find themselves in mortal danger. The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving shortly with their students, and the selection of the champions will be done this Friday. An impartial judge will decide which students are the most worthy to compete for the Triwizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleons in personal prize money. I'm going for it, hissed George, his face lit up with excitement at the prospect of such honor and riches. However, he was not the only one envisioning himself as the Hogwarts champion. At every table, he could see people whisper fervently to their neighbors. He smiled. His thoughts were going in a different direction. Harry had enough on his plate and didn't need the attention or the prize money. He was more than willing to stand aside and watch others take the spotlight, to cheer for the future Hogwarts champion and participate as an audience. Professor McGonagall spoke again, and the whole hall hushed. The heads of the schools participating, along with the Ministry of Magic, have agreed to put an age restriction on the contenders this year. Only students who have come of age, that is to say 17 years or older, would be allowed to put forward their names. There were sounds of protest, but they halted immediately when Professor McGonagall frowned slightly. It is a measure necessary, given that the tasks will be difficult and dangerous. Whatever precautions taken, it will be unlikely that any student below 6th and 7th year will be able to cope with them. We will ensure that no one will be able to hoodwink the impartial judge, so I ask that you please don't waste time submitting your name unless you're 17. We'll think of something, said George as he rubbed his hands. Would you want to go for it, Harry? You're of age, since you're a lord. She did say it was an issue of age and experience. I doubt being seen as an adult by the society would matter. I have no intention to join the competition at all, answered Harry.
Oh.
The Weasley twins understood the reason. He wanted to keep a low profile. They turned away and began to put their heads together. Please do not, in any manner, embarrass Hogwarts in front of our guests. They will be staying with us for the greater part of the year, so remember to extend every courtesy to our foreign guests. Now it's getting late. Please return to your dorms. Prefects, please remember to lead the first years to their dormitories, Professor McGonagall advised. There was great scraping and banging as the students got to their feet and swarmed out of the Great Hall. We're turning 17 in April. I can't believe we aren't allowed to participate, grumbled Fred to George as they followed the crowd moving out of the Great Hall. They're most certainly not stopping me from entering, George said stubbornly. I don't think you'd stand a chance even if you were 17, remarked Susan from behind when she caught up with them. Fred scowled at her, but Susan ignored him. Where are the rest? Asked Hermione as she looked around, searching for their friends in the sea of students. The Weasley twins started debating the deterrence Professor McGonagall could have used to stop those who are under 17. Susan discreetly rolled her eyes, annoyed by the pomposity of the twins. They're probably behind us. Daff wanted me to remind you about Cedric's birthday. Susan began, turning to Hermione. It's a big birthday since he will be formally recognized as an adult, and she's a little worried about it. She must be having issues with the planning.
I really have a bad feeling about this.
He's turning 17 on Thursday, isn't he? Said Hermione. Yeah, so most of my housemates are encouraging him to participate in the tournament. He's giving the idea some thought, answered Susan. The Gryffindors were heading upstairs where the entrance to the Gryffindor Tower was. I'm headed this way. I'll see all of you in the morning at the Black Lake. I can't wait to start running again. I felt so strange when was at home, and I didn't go for my usual run. Harry chuckled lightly. Yes, we'll see you at the usual time at the tree by the lake. They bade one another a good night before Susan, and the Weasley twins went on their separate ways. Harry and Hermione waited for Luna near the double doors, away from the crowd that was streaming out. They were headed the same way since Luna had been living with them in their married quarters since last term. The third-year Ravenclaw soon appeared, with Cedric and Cho. After bidding them good night, Cedric steered Cho toward the Ravenclaw Tower. Together, Harry, Hermione, and Luna moved towards the private sleeping quarters, discussing Cedric's upcoming birthday. Although Luna was more accepted in Ravenclaw, she enjoyed the privacy and the security of staying with Harry and Hermione. The quarters remained untouched, much to their delight. A cracking fire was warming up the sitting room. Outside, rain continued to beat steadily against the windows. Occasionally, a flash of lightning would light up the dark sky outside. The three teenagers noticed that the house elves had made considerable effort in maintaining the place in prime condition. Their pets were already sleeping when they arrived. Hedwig, perching on the large stand by the window, had hid her head with her large white wings. Lying quietly in the basket near the perch was Crookshanks. Hermione tucked her pet into his basket before turning in. All of them went to bed immediately, totally knackered from the excitement of returning to school. Lying on their bed, Harry lay on his back as he mused. Hermione lifted her head from his chest to look at him inquiringly. They had been too busy over the past week that they hadn't had a chance to give what happened after the Quidditch World Cup much consideration. I'm feeling guilty about keeping our involvement that night from Aunt A.M., Harry explained, taking a lock of her brown hair and playing with it. It will be difficult to explain, replied Hermione hesitantly. His brows drew into a line at her answer as he propped himself up. She's family. You heard Sirius. She has been working so hard for these past few days, trying to track the Death Eaters. Hermione kept her silence as she gave the matter some thought. Troubled, she said. I don't know, Harry. You're right that she's family, but I doubt our information would do much shedding light on the identities of the Death Eater. I don't like the risk we'll be taking. You don't know who might be privy to the information if Aunt A.M. has to record what happened for investigation purposes. Let me get what you're saying straight, my love. You don't want to share what happened that night with Aunt A.M.? Harry reiterated. Yes, Harry. It wasn't as if she didn't trust Aunt A.M., but they had to be careful with the information they were divulging. Anyone could connect the dots and realize that they were a soul-bonded couple if they discovered they could manipulate magical elements. After all, it was recorded in one of the books. Harry seemed displeased with her answer. What if I insist? Harry challenged. A hush fell upon the room. Hermione resisted the urge to argue and force him to see things in her way. After all, he could read her thoughts clearly, as if it was his own. It would be pointless. She put up her mental shields, hurt by his lack of trust in her judgment. Giving a sigh, she answered in a resigned tone. Then you can tell her, Harry. Hermione turned away from him, willing herself to sleep. He drew his hand through his hair in frustration. He didn't mean to take that kind of tone with her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so harsh. Love, I trust you implicitly, he assured. I take your opinion seriously, and you are right that telling could come with serious implications. But I think that I have to tell her because she's family and she needs all the information she can get. I'm willing to face the consequences of my actions. Harry, many things could go wrong, and it might be more than what we can handle. Riddle is on the rise, and he is someone we can't take lightly, Hermione pointed out. However, if you feel strongly about telling Aunt Am, know that I'll back your decision. Harry took her hands and brushed his lips across her knuckles. Thank you for being so understanding. Hermione snuggled up to him, and she succumbed to sleep immediately. Harry grew contemplative, giving the matters much thought. In the office of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia was still hard at work despite the late hour. Amelia had begun the investigation into that fateful night. She had personally examined all the memories from that night, extracting the important parts from hundreds of different sources. It took her this much time to complete the massive task. Her finished work lay before her, tracking the Death Eaters' movement from their first appearance in the campsite. Rubbing her eyes tiredly, she looked at each picture carefully. Her eyes widened when she held up a picture of the Death Eaters trying to put off flames off their bodies anxiously. It didn't make sense. The picture bothered her deeply. Someone anonymous was there, hidden in the woods, melting out justice that night. It was no coincidence that all of the Death Eaters were caught in the fire at the same time. Someone must have set it on them. However, it did not look like a typical incantation. The fire just grew suddenly and burned them. She briefly considered bringing that memory to an unspeakable and questioning them if they knew any magic like this. She stood up, about to leave when another picture caught her attention. No, she was wrong. There wasn't only one invisible participant that night. There was at least two, she thought as she held up the photograph of the dark mark shining like a constellation in the sky. This was getting complex, she thought. The weather cleared up overnight. Dressed in their tracksuits, the teenagers met at the Black Lake for their usual run. Everyone, including the Weasley twins, had turned up, albeit sleepy. Neville had expected them to oversleep, since they were so obsessed with finding all means to join the Triwizard Tournament. They spent a longer time warming up their unusually stiff muscles before they jogged. The air was still cool due to the rain, making it very pleasant for them to run on the paths that encircled the Black Lake. Harry and his company were astonished to see so many students lingering around the lake at such an early hour. Susan and Daphne laughed at their bafflement, but Susan took pity on them and explained the presence of the female students. It turned out that it was a common knowledge among the girls that if they wanted an opportunity to ogle at the two hottest guys in Hogwarts without their heavy, thick robes on, all they needed to do was to wake up at dawn and go to the Black Lake. Cedric and Harry turned red slightly, averting their eyes as Susan teased them. Even though they were wearing tracksuits, it was thinner than their Hogwarts robes, revealing the faint outlines of their bodies. All the guys had been doing weight training during the summer holidays, so their muscles had definition. I'm wearing Dudley's old, big shirts tomorrow, replied Harry, feeling a bit self-conscious, much to everyone's amusement. You could always run in your robe. I think it'll discourage them from staring, suggested Luna. There was some good-natured chortling. Though he wasn't privy to much guy talk at Hogwarts with his new sleeping arrangements, he was certain that the male students were hanging out by the lake around dawn for the same reason, to watch the girls. Ignoring the growing crowd, they relaxed under the lone tree by the lake when they were done, feeling the warmth of the rising sun on their skin. Cedric mentioned his willingness to join the competition. They heartily supported him since it was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Reluctantly, they returned to their dormitories for a shower before their breakfast. Cho was with Cedric when he appeared at the Great Hall for breakfast. He directed her towards the Gryffindor table where most of them were sitting and chatting. The rest Gryffindors were used to their presence, sporadically joining in when their conversations sparked their interest. They actively tried to include Cho into their conversations, but it was clear that Cho wasn't in the mood to participate much. Since it was the first day, the heads of the houses handed out the new class schedules to their students. They began comparing class schedules, and all of them realized that they had more defense against dark arts lessons. Harry and Hermione spoke to Professor Vector, their head of Gryffindor, in private during breakfast, discussing their arrangements for the year. They agreed upon handing in Newt standard essays in every subject weekly, and in exchange they would not need to do any fourth-year homework. Hermione immediately used her watch to update their personal timetable accordingly, secretly glad that there was no Quidditch to upset their schedule. Harry and Hermione scanned the Monday column of their timetable and were glad to see that once again they were paired up with either the Hufflepuffs or the Slytherins for their subjects. They had herbology with the Hufflepuffs, followed by care for magical creatures with the Slytherins. Harry smiled. He was looking forward to seeing and speaking to Hagrid in person. He noticed that he wasn't in the Great Hall at breakfast. Professor Sprout instructed them to collect bubotuber's pus by squeezing them out from shiny swellings upon plants that looked more like giant black slugs protruding vertically out of the soil. Squeezing the pus was disgusting but oddly satisfying, and the pus smelled strongly of petrol. The booming bell echoed from the castle across the grounds, and the class separated. The Hufflepuffs headed upstairs for Transfiguration while the Gryffindors headed in the opposite direction, down the slopes to Hagrid's cabin, which stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid had requested to stay in the wooden cabin, since it had been his home for half a century. He was standing outside the cabin, waiting patiently for them. "Good morning, Professor Hagrid," greeted Harry, Hermione, and Neville with smiles on their faces. A large smile soon appeared on his face. "Mornin'," returned Hagrid, grinning at them. "Have a special treat for ya guys. Need ter wait for Slytherins." Harry and Hermione exchanged looks. Hagrid's definition of a treat was much different from theirs. After all, he found Fluffy, the three-headed dog, cute. The Slytherins soon appeared, and Daphne congratulated him on his promotion to a full-fledged professor. Hagrid thanked her profusely. He summoned the class register and took attendance. "Follow me," he beckoned when he was done, leading them towards the Forbidden Forest. There, in the pens, were golden unicorn foals. The girls squealed excitedly at the sight of them. The young unicorns were beautiful. Hagrid wisely lectured the class about the unicorns as he allowed the class to approach and handle them. Hagrid chatted with them a bit while the class was occupied with the foals, and it was clear from his eyes that he was enjoying every minute of his new job. They were given an assignment on unicorn foals after the lesson was completed. Harry and Hermione had arithmancy after lunch. Professor Vector spent most of the time discussing about their holiday assignment after they'd turned in the work. Daphne was in the class with them, much to their delight. When their afternoon classes were over, they were done with their lessons for the day. Harry and Hermione decided to spend their spare time in their quarters, reading. It was the first day back school, and both of them wanted to take it slow. "Mione," he said, setting down his book, "I've given the matter much consideration and decided not to tell Aunt A.M. You're right. Riddle isn't a person we can underestimate, and it's best we keep such information to ourselves." "It's most prudent at this moment," answered Hermione. "Aunt A.M. will understand. I know she'll, but I hate keeping things from her." During the first few days of lessons, the professors gave introductory speeches outlining their expectations of them for the year. The teachers paid more attention on their holiday assignments and revision of third-year work since it was their first week back in school. They did, however, emphasize that all fourth students should expect a greater workload in preparation for ordinary wizarding examinations they would take the next year. It was apparent to the professors that the students needed more practice to get up to standard. This news was naturally greeted with groans in most classes. The Daily Prophet featured nothing but articles that smeared the ministry during that first week. Naturally, Rita Skeeter wrote the worst of the lot. Harry had to agree that the ministry, under the leadership of Fudge, was definitely lacking, to put it mildly. The students could talk nothing but the upcoming Triwizard Tournament. Rumors were flying from one student to another like an epidemic flu, who was going to try for Hogwarts champion, and how the students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons differed from themselves. Harry noticed that the castle seemed to be undergoing an extra thorough cleaning. Several grimy portraits had been scrubbed, much to the displeasure of their subjects, who sat huddled in the frames, wincing and touching their raw pink faces. The suits of armor were suddenly gleaming and moving without squeaking, and Filch, the caretaker, was behaving so ferociously to any student who forgot to wipe their shoes before entering the castle that he terrified a pair of first-year girls to hysterics. In the midst of the uproar about the upcoming competition, the students grew curious about their new professor. By the end of the second day, everyone seemed to have heard that Professor Moody's lessons were very thrilling. The group only met during dinner, since it was the only common meal time they had all day. Cedric and the Weasley twins, like the rest of the students who had already attended his class, were very excited about the new professor. "The lesson was simply wicked," commented Fred eagerly as he leapt into the empty seat beside Susan. "Yeah, he really knows his stuff. You know he has been through it all, and has done it all," George added, climbing into the other empty seat. Their faces had lit up with enthusiasm. "The lesson was absolutely amazing," agreed Cedric as he nodded his head. It sparked off an interest in those who hadn't his lessons yet. The fourth-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs wouldn't have his class until Thursday. "What did he go over during the first lesson?" asked Hermione. Their entire group was already way ahead in common hexes and their counterjinxes, and had touched on offensive spells. She couldn't fathom what could have made the twins this excited. With an evil smirk on his face, Fred answered, "I'm not telling. We'd be spoiling the surprise." Fred had to duck the flying missiles tossed in his direction. The constant dueling had sharpened his reflexes and his sense of awareness considerably, and he nimbly ducked all of them. He didn't expect his friends to summon them back immediately with a good old summoning spell, so some of the missiles did hit him on the back of his head. "The convenience of Hermione's Christmas present," grumbled Fred as he rubbed a particularly sore spot at the back of his head. "And Lupin's training," added Susan with a smile. "Lupin would be so upset with you if he found out that you were so easily assaulted. After all we did was to use the summoning spell. You should really work on your general awareness. You shouldn't let your guard down, even though you're in school." "You need more training," instructed Harry in faux seriousness. "Perhaps we should all consider attacking him occasionally," Daphne suggested thoughtfully. "That's a brilliant suggestion. We should put our all in these attacks," answered Susan, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "I'm still not telling," replied Fred grimly, getting a bit nervous. With additional training over the summer holidays, they were quite proficient in attacking. It would be difficult to handle them if any of them sprung a surprise on him by attacking all at once, holding nothing back. "We're not trying to get you to talk. We're merely acting with your welfare at heart," answered Neville, flashing a smile. "Look on the bright side, it will be like killing two birds with a stone. We could work on our sneak attacks as well." "Now, that's really slapping it in a bit too thick," Fred complained. "You're all kidding, right?" There was silence at the table. To his horror, everyone with straight faces shook their heads. "Of course not," as Nev pointed out. "It would be beneficial for everyone," Cedric said reasonably. Fred blanched. None of them had the chance to carry out their promise to Fred since he was on high alert all the time for the next 3 days. George tested his defenses by attacking him physically before they headed to bed that night. To George's disappointment, Fred managed to parry his blows despite being slow in reacting. However, after that surprise attack, Fred didn't sleep the rest of the night, afraid that any of them might choose to attack him while he was still sleeping, much to the amusement of the rest of the group. True to his word, Fred did not share with them the contents of Professor Moody's class. He thought he was taking a stand, but much to his chagrin, George and Cedric had no issues divulging what they'd learned. When they went down to breakfast on Thursday morning, they found that the Great Hall had been decorated overnight. Gigantic silk banners hung from the walls, each of them representing a Hogwarts house, red with a gold lion for the Gryffindor, blue with a bronze eagle for Ravenclaw, yellow with a black badger for Hufflepuff, and green with a silver serpent for Slytherin. Behind the teacher's table, the largest banner of all bore the Hogwarts coat of arms, lion, eagle, badger, and snake united around a large letter H. The fourth-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs were looking forward to their first lesson with Professor Moody after lunch that day. They were queuing outside his classroom before the bell had even rung. Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Susan hurried into the 4 seats in front of the teacher's desk and took out their copies of the text and waited quietly. Soon they heard Moody's distinctive clunking footsteps coming down the corridor, and he entered the room, looking as strange and frightening as ever. They could see his clawed, wooden foot protruding from underneath his robes. "You can put those away," growled Moody, stumping over to his desk and sitting down. "You won't be needing them." There were sounds of rustling as they returned the books back into their bags. Moody took out the register, shook out his long mane of grizzled gray hair out of his twisted and scarred face, and began calling out names, his normal eye moving steadily down the list while his magical eye swiveled around, fixing upon each student as he or she answered. Right, I've got a letter from Professor Lupin about this class. Seems you've had a thorough grounding in tackling dark creatures. But you're behind, very behind, on dealing with curses, said Moody. I'm here to bring you up to scratch on what wizards can do to each other. I've only 1 year to teach you how to deal with dark dash.
What?
Aren't you staying? Blurted Ron from the second row. Moody's magical eye spun around to stare at the speaker. There was a pregnant silence in the classroom. However, after a moment, Moody smiled, and it was the first time Harry had seen him do so. You be Arthur Weasley's son, as Moody said. Your father helped me out of a very tight corner a few days ago. Yeah, I'm staying just the 1 year. 1 year, and back to retirement. He gave a harsh laugh, and then clapped his snarled hands together. So, straight into curses. They come in many strengths and forms. According to the Ministry of Magic, I'm supposed to teach you counter curses and stop at that. I'm not supposed to show you what illegal dark curses look like until you're in the 6th year. However, I say, the sooner you know what you're up against, the better. How are you supposed to defend yourself against something you've never seen? A wizard who's about to put an illegal curse on you isn't going to tell you what he's about to do. He's not going to do it nice and polite to your face. You need to be prepared. You need to be alert and watchful. So, do you know which curses are most heavily punished by law? Several hands raised tentatively into the air. He pointed on Ron. My dad told me about one. Is it called the Imperious Curse or something? Yes, said Moody appreciatively. Your father would know that one. It gave the ministry lots of trouble at one time. The Imperious Curse. He withdrew a glass jar from his drawer. 3 large spiders were scuttling inside it. Moody reached into the jar, caught one of the spiders, and held it in his palm for all to see. He pointed his wand at it and muttered, Imperio. The spider leapt from Moody's hand on a fine thread of silk and began to swing backwards and forwards, as though on a trapeze. It stretched out its legs rigidly and did a black flip, breaking the thread, and landing on the desk where it rose onto 2 of its hind legs and did a tap dance. Total control. I could make it do anything. Years back, there were a lot of witches and wizards being controlled by the Imperious Curse. It was a tough job for the ministry to try to sort out who was being forced to act and who was acting out of free will. The Imperious Curse can be fought, and I'll be teaching you how, but it takes real strength of character, and not everyone's got it. Better avoid being hit with it if you can. Constant vigilance. He barked, and everyone jumped. Moody picked up the spider and tossed it into the jar. Who knows another one? Several hands lifted into the air. Yes, said Moody, his magical eyes rolling right over to fix on Neville. The Cruciatus Curse. Neville answered, swallowing visibly. Your name's Longbottom? Asked Moody, his magical eyes swooping down to check the register again. Neville nodded, but Moody made no further inquiries. He reached into the jar for the spider and placed it upon the desktop, where it remained motionless, apparently too scared to move. The Cruciatus Curse, said Moody. Needs to be a bit bigger for you to get the idea, he said, pointing his wand on the spider. Engorgo. The spider grew. Its size was now 1/8 of the desk. Moody raised his wand again, pointed it at the spider, and muttered, Crucio. At once, the spider's legs bent in upon its body. It rolled over and began to twitch horribly, rocking from side to side. It would be screaming in pain if it had voice. Moody did not remove his wand, and it continued to shudder and jerk even more violently. Stop it, said Hermione shrilly. She wasn't looking at the spider, but Neville. His hands were clenched upon the desk in front of him, his knuckles were white, and he looked pale. Moody raised his wand, but the spider continued to twitch, as if an electrical wave was still passing through it. Reductio, Moody murmured, and the spider shrank back to its proper size. He put it into the jar where the spider continued to shudder from the after effects of the spell. Pain, Moody began softly. You don't need thumbscrews or knives to torture someone if you can perform the Cruciatus Curse. It was very popular once, too. Are there any more spells that you know? Everyone seemed to be looking around, wondering about the fate of the last spider. Hermione raised her hand into the air for the 3rd time. Yes. Moody asked, looking at her. Avada Kedavra, Hermione answered. Many people looked uneasily around at her. Ah, said Moody. The last and the worst. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. He put his hand into the jar, and almost as though it knew it was coming, the third spider scuttled frantically around the bottom of the glass jar, trying to avoid Moody's fingers, but he trapped it and placed it on the top of the desk. It started to scamper anxiously across the desk. Moody raised his wand, and Harry felt a thrill of foreboding. Avada Kedavra. Moody roared. There was a flash of blinding green light and a rushing sound, as though a vast, invisible something was soaring through the air. Instantly, the spider rolled over onto its back, dead. Several girls stifled cries. Moody swept the spider off the desk onto the floor casually. Not nice, said Moody calmly. Not pleasant, and there is no counter-curse. There is no blocking it. Only one known person has ever survived it, and he's sitting in front of me. He shifted uncomfortably when he felt both of Moody's eyes looking into his own. He remembered the blinding green light. So that was exactly how his parents were killed, unblemished and unmarked. He recalled the details from that night clearly. Why didn't the curse work on him since it worked on both of his parents? Why was the spell reflected, destroying Voldemort's physical body that night? Moody was speaking again, and Harry willed himself to listen to what the professor was saying. Avada Kedavra is a curse that needs a powerful bit of magic behind it. You all could get out your wands now and point them at me and say the words, and I doubt I'd get so much as a nosebleed. But it doesn't matter. I'm not here to teach you how to do it. Now, if there are no counter curses, why am I showing you effects of the curse? Because you've got to know. You've got to appreciate what the worst is. You don't want to find yourself in a situation where you have to face this curse. Constant vigilance. He roared, and the whole class jumped again. They spent the rest of the lessons taking notes on each of the unforgivable curses. No one spoke until the bell rang half an hour later. After Moody had dismissed them, and they were out of the classroom, torrents of talk burst forth. Neville was still a bit pale from the lessons. Susan and Hermione worriedly looked at him, unsure of what to do. The guests will be arriving at 6. We really need to head back to our dormitory to put away our bags and books, Susan said, looking at her watch. It's best you hurry, Sue. It's a long walk to your dorm, advised Harry. She cast a concerned look in Neville's direction before placing her hand on his arm gently. I'll see you later, Nevada. He returned a weak smile before she hurried off with the rest of her housemates. The walk back to the Gryffindor dormitory was unusually quiet. Harry and Hermione walked Neville to the common room before heading to their own quarters. After they all dropped off their bags in their respective rooms, they hurried to the entrance hall. There, the head of houses were ordering their students into lines. They straightened their hats and ties as they joined the queue. Professor Vector was organizing them according to their year. They followed her lead and filed down the front steps and lined up in front of the castle. It was a clear, cool evening. Soon the sky was darkening, yet there were still no signs of their guests. How do you think they will be arriving? Asked Harry as he stared down the drive which led to the front gates. By train? I doubt it, Hermione answered. I think it'll be in some flashy way. They scanned the grounds excitedly, but nothing was moving. Everything was still, silent like usual. Harry was getting slightly impatient, waiting out here. He could think of better things to do, like mediating on the grounds. And then Dumbledore called out from the back row where he stood with the other teachers. Unless I'm very much mistaken, the delegation from Beauxbatons approaches. Where? Many students called eagerly as they searched the grounds. There, one of them called, pointing over the forest. Something larger than a broomstick was hurling across the deep dark sky towards the castle. It was getting bigger as it approached. They saw a gigantic, powder blue, horse-drawn carriage, all palominos, and each the size of an elephant. The front 3 rows of students drew backwards as the carriage hurtled ever lower, coming into land at tremendous speed. Then, with an almighty crash, the horse's hooves, larger than dinner plates, hit the ground. A second later, the carriage landed too, bouncing upon its vast wheels, while the golden horses tossed their large, proud heads and rolled large fiery eyes. Harry could see that these horses were quite extraordinary. Yet, the horses were nothing compared to the woman who had regally exited the first carriage. She was large, probably about the same size as Hagrid. This woman was standing at the foot of the steps, looking around at the wide-eyed crowd. She had an olive-skinned face, large black liquid eyes, and a beaky nose. Her hair was drawn back in a shining knot at the base of her neck. She was dressed from head to toe in black satin, and many opals gleamed at her throat and on her thick fingers. McGonagall started to clap. The students, following her lead, broke into applause too. Her face relaxed into a gracious smile, and she walked towards McGonagall. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Madame Maxime," McGonagall greeted with a smile. "Headmistress McGonagall," Madame Maxime began in a deep voice, "I hope to find you well?" "In excellent form, thank you," McGonagall replied. "My pupils," said Madame Maxime, waving one of her enormous hands carelessly behind her. There were a dozen of boys and girls, all, by the look of them in their late teens, had emerged from the carriage and were now standing behind her. Their robes were made of fine silk, and none of them were wearing cloaks. "Has Karkaroff arrived yet?" Madame Maxime asked. As if to answer in a distance, they heard an eerie sound from a distance, a muffled rumbling and sucking sound, as though an immense vacuum cleaner was moving along the riverbed. They had a clear view of the Black Lake, and some disturbance were taking place in the center of the lake, sending large around of waves to the sides of the lake, flooding the muddy banks. In the middle, a huge whirlpool appeared, and a large ship rose magnificently out of the water, gleaming. It had a strangely skeletal look about it, as though it was a resurrected wreck, and the dim misty lights shimmering at its pole holes that looked quite ghostly. It reminded him of Norse ships. The ship glided towards the bank. They heard the splash of an anchor being thrown out into the shallow water. "He's here now. Would you like to head inside first?" "Yes," said Madame Maxime, looking at her students. "But ze Orzes, our care for magical creatures professor will be up to the task. Meet Professor Rubeus Hagrid," McGonagall introduced. Hagrid came forward, bowing slightly. She seemed amazed at his size for a moment. "Nice to meet you, Hagrid. Zabe Orzes drink only single malt whiskey. They will be attended to," Hagrid answered solemnly, bowing. "Thank you," she returned, smiling before turning to her students. "Come." Madame Maxime imperiously ordered her students, and the Hogwarts crowd parted to allow them to pass up the stone steps. There was the thud of a plank being lowered onto the bank. People were disembarking. All of them seemed to be built on the bulky side. As they approached, Harry realized that it was due to the long, shaggy fur cloaks they were wearing. The man leading the group up to the castle was wearing a different type of cloak, with fur that was sleek and sliver like his hair. "Headmistress McGonagall," he called out heartily as he walked up the slope. "How are you?" "I'm well, thank you, Professor Karkaroff," McGonagall answered. He was tall and thin, with short white hair, and his goatee did not hide his rather weak chin. "Dear old Hogwarts," he said, looking up at the castle, smiling and revealing his yellow teeth. Harry noticed that the smile did not quite reach his eyes. "Let's head in, shall we?" McGonagall suggested graciously. Karkaroff smiled, leading his party of Durmstrang students into the entrance hall. When they passed, Harry had no trouble recognizing the one in front, with prominent curved nose and thick black eyebrows. "It's Krum," someone said excitedly. Most of them grew excited about the arrival of Victor Krum and were frantically searching for things they could ask him to autograph. The party from Durmstrang were allowed to enter the Great Hall first, and the Hogwarts students followed in. Harry, Hermione, and Neville walked over to the Gryffindor table to sit with their friends. Hermione rolled her eyes at the sight of the squealing girls as they sat down. The Beauxbaton students had chosen seats at the Ravenclaw table, looking glumly around the large castle. The Durmstrang group settled down at the Slytherin table, removing their heavy cloaks as they looked around in interest. They were wearing robes of deep blood red. They seemed to be impressed by the ceiling, which reflected the starry black sky outside and the gleaming golden plates in front of them. When all the students had entered the hall and settled down at their house tables, the staff entered, filing up the top table and taking their seats. Last in line were Professor McGonagall, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime. When their headmistress appeared, the students from Beaux Batons leapt to their feet. They did not return to their seats until Madame Maxime sat down. McGonagall was the only one left standing. "Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and esteemed guests," McGonagall began. "I have the great pleasure of welcoming you to Hogwarts. I hope that your stay in Hogwarts will be a comfortable one." One of the Beaux Batons girls gave an unmistakable derisive laugh. Hermione frowned lightly. "The Triwizard Tournament will officially open at the end of the feast. I invite you now to eat and drink." She sat down, and Karkaroff immediately engaged her in a conversation. The dishes in front of them filled with food as usual. There were a greater variety of dishes in front of them, including some dishes he'd sampled during his holiday in France with the Grangers. They heartily dug in, enjoying the foreign food. A voice interrupted them during one of their conversations. "Excuse me, are you wanting the bouillabaisse?" Harry turned around and looked at the speaker. It was the girl from Beaux Batons who had laughed during McGonagall's speech. A long sheet of silvery hair fell almost to her waist, and she had large deep blue eyes and even white teeth. Harry gave her a gracious smile, not noticing that most of his male housemates were gaping at her. Looking around the table, he realized that no one seemed to be eating it. "No, I don't think so." "Here, you may have it," said Harry as he gave the dish to her. She seemed to frown slightly. "You have finished, was it?" "Yes, we have. Please help yourself," Harry replied, smiling. She cast him a dubious look, assessing him. "I'm Fleur Delacour. Who are you?" He was surprised that she had introduced herself. "I'm Harry Potter," answered Harry, standing up. It was only common courtesy. Her eyes widened slightly as they fell upon the infamous scar. "Do you need anything else?" asked Hermione, with a hint of impatience in her voice. Harry resisted the smile that was threatening to play on his lips, watching the exchange between the two females closely. Fleur shook her head slightly, giving Harry one last smile before carrying the dish carefully to the Ravenclaw table. He resumed sitting immediately, gauging Hermione's reaction. Across the Gryffindor table, the boys sitting at the table continued goggling at her, even though she had returned to her table. A frown creased her forehead as she continued to watch Delacour. "Why do you think she's being so nice to you?" "She practically ignores everyone else," said Hermione tartly. "I don't know. Reckon she might be a half-Veela?" asked Harry, noticing the strange expressions on the boys' faces. She followed the direction of his gaze and was surprised. "Probably, judging from the way she had the effect on them." "Do you think that's why she was so interested in you?" "You weren't affected by her presence like the rest," answered Hermione, contemplating. "You weren't affected by the sensual dance of the Veelas too?" He remembered that particular sight in the Quidditch Cup well. It was hilarious to see that some guys had succumbed to the charms of the Veelas and had nearly leapt off the stands to join them on the pitch. Looking across the table, he discovered that Fred and George ogling at her with open-mouth expressions. He snapped his fingers, jogging them out of it. "She's beautiful," proclaimed Fred hoarsely, and George nodded vigorously. Angelina nudged George on his side irritably. Harry snorted in laughter while George cast him a death glare. "She's attractive, but you don't have to act as if you haven't met a girl before," answered Harry, laughing. "They don't make them like that in Hogwarts," exclaimed Fred, leaning sideways so that he would have a full view of her. Harry shook his head in amusement and continued with his meal. Chapter 29. Professor McGonagall stood up again, once the final course was cleared away. "I would like to formally open the Triwizard Tournament. Let me first introduce some of our esteemed guests for those who do not know them. This is Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of International Magical Cooperation." There was a polite applause, but he continued to be expressionless. Harry could feel Hermione's dislike for the man. She had an intense loathing for people who mistreated others, and the incident with Winky was still fresh in her mind. "Over here, we have Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports." There was a much louder applause for Ludo Bagman, and he acknowledged it with a jovial wave of his hand. "These two gentlemen, along with me, Madame Maxime, and Professor Karkaroff, will be the judges for the tournament." "If I may have the casket, please, Mr. Filch." Filch approached McGonagall, carrying a large wooden chest, encrusted with jewels. It looked extremely old, and the students began murmuring. He laid it on the table carefully. "The competition will be comprised of 3 difficult and strenuous tasks, spaced over the next 6 months. It will be highly dangerous for those who are not prepared for the challenges that lie ahead." The hall was filled with silence as they processed the gravity of her words. 3 champions will compete in this tournament, 1 from each of the participating schools. They will be scored on how well they complete each task, and the champion with the highest score at the end of the competition will win the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire. McGonagall took out her wand and tapped on the chest 3 times. The lid creaked open slowly, and she reached inside and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. It was filled to the brim with dancing blue and white flames. McGonagall closed the lid and sat the cup on top of it so that it was visible to all. Anyone who wishes to enter this competition must write their name and school clearly on a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet. You have 24 hours to do so. Tomorrow night, the Goblet of Fire will return the names of the 3 students who will represent their schools. The Goblet of Fire will be placed in the entrance hall. To ensure that no underage students are able to participate, I will put an age line around the Goblet of Fire. No one under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. Finally, once a champion is selected by the Goblet of Fire, there will be a binding magical contract to compete. McGonagall looked out at the quieted crowd. In any event, it is getting late, so please head back to your dormitories. Good night to all. An age line, Fred cried, his eyes gleaming as they crossed the great hall to the doors that led to the entrance hall. Hermione shook her head as they followed the twins out. You don't have time to think about it right now. We're off to celebrate Cedric's birthday tonight, reminded Hermione. Oh, we've already thought about it, answered George proudly. Just watch, we'll get our names into the Goblet of Fire. The Durmstrang party reached the doors at the same time they did. Being ever the gracious host, Harry stopped to let them pass through. Thank you, Karkaroff said carelessly, before quickly glancing at Harry. Karkaroff froze. He snapped his head back at Harry and stared at him as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Behind him, the Durmstrang students were staring curiously at Harry as well. Harry saw comprehension dawn on most of their faces. Harry turned away, uncomfortable with their pointed looks, and noticed that Krum was only looking at Hermione. They were soon distracted by another voice. Yeah, that's Harry Potter, said a growling voice from behind them. Karkaroff spun around and Moody was standing there, leaning heavily on his staff. His magical eye was glaring unblinkingly at the Durmstrang headmaster. The color drained from his face, and a terrible mask of fury and fear came over his face. You? The Durmstrang headmaster exclaimed. Yes, me. Moody replied grimly. Unless you've got something to say to Potter, Karkaroff, I suggest you move. You're blocking the doorway. Without another word, Karkaroff swept his students away with him. Moody watched him until he was completely out of sight, a look of intense dislike on his face. There was a look of annoyance on Hermione's face as she sat in her favorite love seat with a book in her hands. Her friends were too preoccupied with looking around their private quarters to notice her irritation. Most of their friends had just arrived in their nightclothes as instructed. This was the first time they'd stepped inside Harry and Hermione's dormitory, so they spent a great deal of the time exploring the place. I can't believe I just let her to do as she pleased, grumbled Hermione, snapping her book shut. Harry repressed a chuckle and assumed his most sympathetic look. Hermione's eyes narrowed as she threw a pillow at him. We're in the same boat, remember? Harry replied, stretching his limbs. These quarters are as much mine as it is yours, and we both have to dress up for the slumber party. Besides, you know you made Daff really happy when you agreed to this. It's so hard to find a place to celebrate at night without getting caught by Filch. Harry had to fish out a set of pajamas for himself for the occasion. Only Daphne would come up with such eccentric ideas, commented Hermione, shaking her head. Susan chuckled loudly. It was going to be a surprise party. Cedric was only expecting a quiet date with Daphne. She would lead him upstairs, and they would surprise him. I want to get married too, if I can live in a place like this. George exclaimed suddenly, throwing himself on the large armchair, excited. Does this mean you have good news to share with us? Perhaps congratulations are in order, teased Susan, looking at George. His cheeks grew flushed, and he kept his mouth shut. They're here, announced Harry, who was watching out for the signal of their arrival. Callan had flown into the sitting room and looked at them contemplatively. The teenagers leapt onto their feet and got into position hurriedly. None of them wanted to be on Daphne's bad side. The lights turned off immediately with a flick of Harry's wrist, plunging them into semi-darkness. The crackling fire seemed to dim, taking the occupants in the room by surprise, casting a dull and yellow glow in the sitting room. Collectively, they held their breath when they heard approaching footsteps. The door creaked open quietly. Where are we going exactly? The blindfolded Cedric asked. All he knew was that she was leading him up some winding stairs, and that it was very quiet. We're nearly there, answered Daphne, carefully bringing him into the room and placing him in the middle of the dark sitting room. She caught Hermione's thumbs up and she nodded in response. You may remove your blindfold. An uncertain smile was playing on his lips. He slowly reached behind and untied the knot that was holding the blindfold around his eyes. It was almost completely dark and empty. Surprised, he turned to look at Daphne. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound of whistling and spitting. A firecracker had been released. There was a loud bang as the flying firecracker exploded midair, transforming into a miniature Cedric before his eyes. The miniature Cedric took out his wand and cast the Aguameni spell, and words in baby blue appeared proclaiming, "Happy birthday." The words continued to stay hovering in midair while the miniature Cedric transformed into a blast of colorful confetti, raining down behind the words. Surprise! Happy birthday, Cedric! They shouted loudly, springing out from their hiding places. The lights came on immediately. They were shooting confetti with their wands. He was taken aback when he saw all his close friends dressed only in their night clothes, grinning at him. He looked at his girlfriend, who was standing next to him, and was surprised that she was also in her nightgown. Well, thanks everyone, said Cedric, drawing his hand through his hair and shaking out some confetti. I do believe that I'm overdressed for my own party. He absently gestured to his thick Hogwarts robes after looking pointedly at their attire. No worries, replied Susan, coming forward with Astoria to give him his present. It's for me and Astoria. We couldn't think of anything else to give you. When Daphne suggested a slumber party, we decided to get you this. You can change into it. He looked skeptically at the present, causing Daphne to laugh before he cautiously took the present. After some internal debate, he headed to the washroom to change. He came out of the washroom, looking highly uncomfortable in his new night clothes. It was a bathrobe in dark blue with matching pants. Harry's eyes nearly bugged out when he saw the designs on his robe. Ooh, those are nice, Fred declared, laughing. You might catch more snitches than Harry if you wear that to our next Quidditch scrimmage. Golden snitches were splashed across Cedric's robes, flying in random direction. For a moment, it reminded Harry of models demonstrating the Brownian motion. I wanted to get custom-made night clothes with a picture of you and Daff on it, but Susan thought it was too much, grumbled Astoria, with her hands on her hips. There were several sniggers from the Weasley twins. As much as I love your sister, Cedric began, flashing a disarming smile. I think I'll like this much better. Glad you like it, brother, answered Astoria, hugging him. He returned the embrace earnestly, shooting Susan a grateful look. So now you're dressed for your party. Don't you think it's time to start the party? Asked Luna excitedly. She stepped aside, and Daphne came into view. She was carrying a small birthday cake in her hands, and they began to sing. Cedric was surprised to see that the cake looked unusually distorted. It took a while for him to discover that the wavy and broken lines on the cake were made to form "Happy Birthday." Cedric, with a dazzling smile, he made his wish and blew the candles. Remove the candle using your teeth, chanted the twins cheerfully. Astoria, thinking it was a fairly good idea, encouraged him to do the same. Cedric had no choice to oblige, since it was his birthday. The Hufflepuffs made him do worse when they celebrated his birthday earlier that afternoon. There were 8 candles in all. He carefully removed them with his teeth, biting the middle part of the candle and pulling it out. When his face was close to the cake, both of the twins slammed his head into the cake with all their might. There was a loud splattering sound. What in Merlin's name? Cedric straightened himself. The sponge part of the cake and the cream were all over his face, causing some of them to laugh. Cedric smiled good-naturedly and absently cleaned some of the cake from his face with his fingers. Fascinated, he put his finger into his mouth and tasted the cream. Delicious, he proclaimed. Astoria and Susan exchanged unconvinced looks with each other, eyeing the remains of the cake. Susan was the only one loyal enough to taste it by putting a small bit of it into her mouth. Everyone in the room looked anxiously at her, waiting for her judgment. Her eyes widened suddenly after savoring the cake. "It's really good," Susan exclaimed, shocked.
Wow.
"Daph, I can't believe you made such a yummy cake." "Really? Thanks," said Daphne absently, eyeing the two red-headed males distastefully for destroying her efforts. The Weasley twins had the sense of self-preservation to stay away from Daphne even though her anger had been defused. "Daph, don't you think it's best that you to clean him up with magic before anyone else suggests another stupid idea?" said Susan, annoyed. The Weasley twins hid in the corner of the room, afraid that the girls would take revenge for what they did. Daphne whipped out her wand and cleaned up his face and his hands with a simple cleaning spell, and his face was cleared immediately of the cream and the sponge remains of the cake. Cedric beamed from ear to ear, content to watch Daphne fuss over him. "Thank you, love. That was the best cake I've ever had," spoke Cedric, leaning to kiss her lips tenderly. The rest of them gave the couple some space, setting out food for the party and gathering their presents. The Weasley twins didn't dare to tease them after pulling up that prank. Luna was the first to present her gift to him. Cedric took the gift, eyeing the girl nervously. "It's nothing too embarrassing, Cedric, I promise," Luna said, watching him expectantly. For a moment, he wondered if he should open the present on the spot. Luna wouldn't give him something that would mortify him, but might give him something out of the world that would take him by a surprise. He felt the gift and expelled the breath he was holding. It felt suspiciously like a book. It couldn't be that bad, could it? Fascinated, Cedric tore the wrappings off the present. An unmoving picture of a little blonde-hair boy and a large tiger greeted him, and he realized it was a collection of Calvin and Hobbes comics by Bill Watterson. He looked at Luna for an explanation since he had never seen such a book before. Muggles call these types of drawings comics. It is immensely entertaining, and although it looks like it's for kids, it's really geared for adults, Luna explained. He flipped the pages and noticed the illustrations in stiff boxes with speech bubbles. They mostly featured the two characters on the cover. "This particular comic is really quite amusing," quipped Harry, grinning. "I'm sure it will add many hours of laughter into your life." "Luna's afraid you might lose touch with your childish side now that you've come of age," remarked George, laughing. "After all, you're already very serious." "Thanks. I can't wait to read it." "It looks fascinating," answered Cedric, hugging the blonde girl. She returned his smile and stood aside in her rainbow-colored nightdress. "We couldn't think of a proper gift," said Harry, stepping up. "I hope you like these, even though it's quite practical. This is from me and Hermione, Sirius and Remus." Cedric's eyes widened at the sight of a large box. When he opened it, he was surprised to see that it contained quite a few expensive made-to-fit Muggle business suits and dress robes of every color. "I'm going to save a lot with these," answered Cedric as he replaced the lid on the box. "Thank you." The Weasley twins gave him a trunk to store his fancy new clothes and important belongings. They had modified the trunk so that it had a compartment to hang the pricey clothes in. There was even a full-length mirror in it, and the trunk was charmed to be weightless. Cedric was delighted with the useful gift. "Allow me," offered Harry with a smile. He used a spell to hang all the clothes in the proper trunk compartment. "I learned that nifty spell from the book you gave me for Christmas. I guess that book turned out to be really useful," commented Cedric, reducing the large trunk into a small box and placing it with his comic book. "Now I don't have to worry about having right clothes when I have to attend important functions," Cedric said with a smile. "Can you imagine if the trunk could be improved to include a changing room? You'd be able to change into suitable attire whenever you need to." A portable changing room with built-in wardrobe, pondered Daphne. She started to list the disadvantages of it, wondering if there were solutions to the problem. Cedric chuckled and wrapped his arm around brilliant girlfriend. Neville was next, and he gave him a beautiful ballpoint pen he had bought from a bookstore when he went shopping at a Muggle mall. Cedric loved the other Muggle pens he'd previously bought, and was simply delighted to receive another one. There was plenty of good-natured ribbing when the group collectively came to the conclusion that Luna and Neville had gone out alone during the holidays to shop for Cedric's gift. For the last time, we weren't on a date, protested Neville, his face turning pink. Sure, way to go, Nev, answered Fred, giving him the wink. They began eating as they exchanged recounts of their day. Despite their best efforts to finish the food, there was still a lot of food left. Harry and Hermione had cooked for the occasion, and none of them wanted to waste their efforts. To solve the problem, they decided to have a modified pillow fight. Daphne got her inspiration from a television program that featured people competing against one another in difficult tasks to win the prize money. She described to Harry and Hermione what challenge she wanted to stage. Harry and Hermione conjured two identical shaky platforms that stood a distance apart from each other. They magically modified the shape of the pillows so that they appeared to look like a stick with two large pillows attached to it. The rules were plain and simple. The challenge was a modified joust. Two competitors would have to attempt to knock each other off the platform with the modified pillows. No magic could be used. The person who fell off the makeshift platform would have to finish a plate of food. They drew lots to pair up, and the first to go was Astoria and Luna. They hesitantly climbed onto the platform and realized that it took plenty of skill to balance on the platform, not to mention hitting the other person. It took a while for them to get their balance on the platform. Luna got a hang of it a bit faster, since her leg muscles and sense of balance were far more developed than Astoria because of her constant physical training. They took up the long, bulky pillows and began jabbing each other awkwardly. In the end, Astoria fell off the platform while trying to prod Luna. She leaned too much when she had thrust the pillow forward and ended up losing her balance. The whole room was laughing at the humorous and awkward way they fought with each other. Astoria had no choice but to finish the plate of food. Luna heaved a sigh of relief when she realized she didn't have to do the forfeit. Daphne and George went against each other next, and were quite even in terms of balance. It was clear that Daphne was bent on exacting revenge from the twins since her blows were fierce, accurate, and swift. George found himself flinching from each hit he had to bear on his face and his knees. He did not have the opportunity to counterattack because she was completely relentless, and it terrified him. The match ended quickly with Daphne as the winner. She ended the match with several well-aimed blows after she detected that he was at a particularly weak stance. The room was silent immediately when George fell onto the floor. Everyone knew that he deserved every beating he got, but Daphne was far too intimidating when she was angry. "Never am I going to cross Daph again in my life. She's scary," commented a wide-eyed Fred. Daphne ignored him and climbed off the platform haughtily into Cedric's arms. He was thoroughly amused by his girlfriend's antics. Cedric fought against Neville next. The match was very exciting since they were both so competitive. Feathers were flying everywhere since they were hitting each other with all they had. They could not duck the blows the other was throwing because moving slightly might cause them to lose their balance. It became a long drawn-out match since Neville refused to give up, hitting as hard as he was hit. Finally, Cedric won, narrowly and completely worn out from the lengthy battle. Neville graciously accepted his defeat and finished the pile of food on the plate. They were excited when they realized that the two loggerheads, Susan and Fred, were fighting against each other in the next modified pillow fight. They rarely saw eye to eye since they became friends and were constantly poking fun at and irritating each other. It was interesting to see them having to face off with each other. Susan climbed up the platform, determined to make Fred pay dearly for his prank. Fred was confident in his own abilities, looking unusually calm. The fight began immediately. Susan, like Daphne, was unusually aggressive, and the force of her blows stunned Fred. It was heavy and swift. It seemed that Susan had been doing a fair amount of strength training. "You've been doing a brilliant job with the girls," commented Harry. "I can see that their agility and their stamina have improved dramatically. It's not just your excising regime per se, The twins have never been as motivated as girls, answered Hermione, smiling. Fred returned a fierce smile, fighting back with everything he had. His admiration for his friend had grown to another level. Susan persevered in her attacks, not giving Fred a chance to counterattack. Beads of perspiration began to form on their brows as they paid a lot of attention to the parry. Finally, the match ended when Susan's stamina outlasted Fred's. He was knocked out of the platform with a heavy blow on his head. He looked a bit dazed, sitting on the floor. Susan infuriated him further by immediately presenting him with a plate of food, which Fred grudgingly accepted. The match that they were looking forward to was the match between their two self-defense instructors. "Why am I always with you?" asked Harry, climbing onto the shaky platform and faced Hermione. "I think the whole thing was rigged," answered Hermione, leaping on the platform as if testing her limits on the platform. "Don't go gentle on Hermione, Harry," shouted Fred from aside. His pride had suffered when he lost to Susan. Harry knew better not to. Hermione would be offended if he just let her win. A smile was playing on his lips when he held his pillow. It was much different from wielding a sword. "Mental shields up?" Harry asked. She nodded, getting the feel of balancing on the platform. "Readies?" Hermione checked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Harry loved the competitive side of his wife. Chuckling, he attacked. He became aggressive, going for her head and legs, trying to upset her balance while Hermione tried to parry his attacks with her pillow. She was forced to go defensive since he was raining blow after blow on her. She held her ground, knowing that Harry's recklessness usually cost him, and she was correct. Soon, there was an opening. His thrust was half a second slower than its usual pace, giving Hermione the opportunity to strike at the back of his knees. Harry lost his balance for a second. Hermione was going for the kill by swinging the pillow hard on his face when he stabbed her, distracting her momentarily. "Nice one, love," called Harry, grinning fiercely, bending down suddenly and swinging the pillow at her legs. She had shifted her weight slightly to one of her legs, in her desire to end the match quickly, making her less stable. A hit on the supporting leg would cause her to fall. "That was done on purpose," added Harry, smirking as he aimed for her supporting leg. Her eyes narrowed in frustration. The sweeping action caused her to fall off the platform, but she grabbed the pillow, tugging Harry onto the ground with her. When he reached out to hit her back leg, it had caused his center of gravity to shift, making him more prone to fall. Laughing, they lay on the ground. "How do you propose to resolve this?" Harry asked, looking at Hermione with pride shining in his eyes. "We'll share," answered Hermione, smiling. They shared a plate of food together. Soon, they collapsed onto the ground, their faces red with exertion. Those who had to finish the plate of food were feeling very bloated. Feathers, the remains of the intense pillow fights, scattered around the sitting room. Looking out of the window, the teenagers realized that the sky was getting a little lighter, a clear sign that the sun was rising soon. Harry was too contented staying on the ground, watching Crookshanks entertaining himself by playing with the feathers. Katrina was watching him from the window ledge, and he was sure that she was as entertained as him. The teenagers reluctantly climbed to their feet, cleaning the place up. Crookshanks got slightly miffed when Susan tried to clean up the feathers from the room and decided to leave a few for him to play. After a short kip, it was time for them to head down to the Black Lake for their usual morning jog. Astoria thought that they were completely mad when they transfigured their clothes to the appropriate attire for jogging and headed to the lake after only a few hours of sleep. Several Durmstrang students were looking at them with interest as they jogged around the lake. After a quick shower and a change of clothes, they went to the Great Hall for their breakfast. When they sat down at the Gryffindor table, they learned from their friends that the Durmstrang and the Beauxbatons students had already placed their names into the Goblet of Fire. Cho once again joined them since Cedric wanted to keep an eye on her. For the first time since her parents' demise, she spoke to them willingly about Hogwarts students who were entering their names into the Goblet of Fire. Throughout the day, everyone watched the Goblet of Fire closely whenever they had the chance. Cedric was tired of hearing his name repeated constantly after he entered his name during lunch. Nearing evening, the Weasley twins decided to make an attempt on entering their names. The Weasley twins decided to use a Muggle contraption to assist them in putting the parchment into the Goblet of Fire. It was a long metal track that allowed a small little moving cart to travel on it. When it hit the end of the track, it would tip over, pouring the contents into the goblet. They had modified it so that it would run on magic. Fred stood outside of the age line and held the metal track to the goblet of fire. Everyone watched in trepidation as the cart carried 3 parchments across the age line and inched closer to the goblet of fire. As the cart began to tip itself to pour the parchments into the flames, it stopped.
What?
Fred shouted in disbelief. Did it just get stuck? The Weasley twins couldn't believe their eyes. That was rather ingenious, Mr. Weasleys. Unfortunately, the Goblet of Fire has its own protections to ensure that only parchments that are placed into by hand will be accepted. Professor McGonagall explained sternly. That will be 50 points from Gryffindor for trying to hoodwink the Goblet of Fire. The excitement and anticipation reached a fevered pitch by the time the sky darkened. Everyone was waiting impatiently for the announcement of the champions as they ate. The Goblet of Fire was moved to the top table, in front of Professor McGonagall. At long last, plates were finally cleared. There was a sharp upswing of noise within the hall before it died off completely when Professor McGonagall stood up. The other teachers looked equally tense. Only Mr. Crouch seemed to be utterly bored. The Goblet of Fire is nearly ready to announce the names of the champions. When your names are called, please come up to the top of the hall, to the adjoined chamber behind the staff table for further instructions. Professor McGonagall took out her wand and extinguished most of the flames on the floating candles, encasing the great hall in semi-darkness. The Goblet of Fire began to glow even brighter. The sparkling blue and white flames were almost painful on the eyes. Everyone held a collective breath and waited. The flames turned into a rich red suddenly, and sparks began to fly. Suddenly, a tongue of fire shot into the air and a charred piece of parchment fluttered out of it. The hall gasped. Professor McGonagall grabbed it and read it aloud. The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum. A storm of applause and cheering swept the hall. Victor Krum stood up and walked into the adjourning chamber. The Goblet of Fire glowed red again and captured everyone's attention. A second parchment flew into the air, and McGonagall caught it nimbly. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. Fleur stood up gracefully, shaking her sheet of slivery blonde hair, and vanished into the side chamber. Tension began to mount higher since the Hogwarts champion would be announced next. The Goblet of Fire shone red again, spitting out the third piece of parchment. With a grim smile, Professor McGonagall grabbed it. A smile played on her lips when she saw the name written on it. The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory. There was a sharp intake of breath as everyone turned to look at Cedric. He blinked out. Everyone from the Hufflepuff table started jumping and screaming in joy. Fred and George were slapping his back enthusiastically when he finally got onto his feet. Daphne gave him a quick kiss on the cheek and sent him on his way. Susan, Luna, and Hermione were equally excited for their friend, screaming in elation. Harry joined in cheering loudly for his friend. Cedric was grinning like a Cheshire cat when he walked down the table and vanished into the side chamber. Good. I trust that you'll give the champions all your support. By cheering for your champions. Professor McGonagall stopped speaking immediately and froze because the Goblet of Fire glowed red and spat out one more piece of parchment. There was silence in the hall as everyone was transfixed with the fourth piece of parchment. The parchment slowly pirouetted and dipped. It landed a distance away from the Goblet of Fire. It felt almost like an eternity later when Professor McGonagall picked the final piece of parchment from the table and read it. Her eyes widened dramatically when she lifted her head. Harry Potter, called Professor McGonagall, looking around the hall. What? Surely he'd misheard her? He instinctively snapped his head to look at Hermione. She was equally stunned. This can't be, he whispered under his breath. He looked around the table. All his close friends were eyeing him, open-mouthed. Professor McGonagall's voice grew louder and a hint of steel entered her voice. Harry Potter. Go, Harry, encouraged Hermione, finally finding her voice. Casting one last glance at Hermione, he climbed onto his feet and jogged towards the side chamber.
Surprise.
Numbness. Confusion. Anger. He was aware of the whisperings that seemed to grow even louder as he walked towards the entrance of the side chamber, but it didn't matter. He couldn't believe that he could have been so careless. This mistake lit a flame in him. He was clenching and unclenching his fists as he entered the small chamber. He cursed inwardly about his own negligence. Riddle was on the rise. This was no time for him to drop his guard. Victor Crumb, Fleur Delacour, and Cedric were standing by the crackling fire when he entered the room. Fleur and Victor looked mildly interested and surprised. A look of concern immediately crossed Cedric's face when he saw the expression on Harry's face. Did something just happen? Cedric asked worriedly, with an intent look at Harry. I'm fine for now at least, answered Harry. He took a deep breath. My name just came out of the goblet of fire. Cedric's brows drew into a frown of bafflement.
How?
You didn't enter your name into the competition, protested Cedric. I don't have a clue either, admitted Harry, balling his hands in frustration. He had no answers, just plenty of questions. Sirius sent Dumbledore in to prevent you from taking part. They'll be arriving soon, said Hermione. Relax, love. The person responsible for this move must be still in the castle. Just keep your eyes and ears open. Sure, Mione. He expelled a breath, glad that he would be getting out of it. Somehow, he didn't feel as relieved as he thought he might. It was clear that someone placed him in this precarious position so that they could harm him easily. The Gryffindor in him didn't want to appear like he was cowering in face of danger by not participating in the competition. He would rather fight with all he had. The door behind them opened and a large group of people came in. Professor McGonagall, followed by Mr. Crouch, Professor Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Professor Dumbledore, and Ludo Bagman. Harry noticed that most of them were wearing grim expressions on their faces. Professor McGonagall looked particularly irate and stiff. A fourth champion. That is extraordinary, exclaimed Bagman excitedly, rubbing his smooth chin, looking around the room. It was clear from their faces that none of them shared his enthusiasm. Victor drew his two thick eyebrows together. Two Hogwarts champion? Questioned Fleur, tossing her head haughtily. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to insult us by allowing this boy to compete? Professor Karkaroff demanded, his black eye glinting with anger. Harry straightened himself considerably and he rebuked, If you don't mind, this boy has a name. But you can address me as Lord Gryffindor. Living in Great Britain during your youth should have made you well aware of the rules of the English society. He raised his hand so that everyone could see the huge ring with the Potter's crest resting on one of his fingers, assuring them of his identity. Turning to address the whole room, he spoke assertively. Besides, if anyone should be outraged by the whole matter, it should be me. Crumb and Fleur seemed impressed by the way Harry seemed to handle himself. Professor Karkaroff seemed momentarily taken aback. What impudence. You're obviously in trouble, yet you dare to speak up? In trouble? Echoed Harry in disbelief. Why would I be in trouble? I had nothing to do with this. I refuse to participate in a competition that I haven't entered. There was an uncomfortable silence as they digested his declaration. Stepping forward, Cedric lent his support to Harry. I can vouch that Harry did not enter his name into the competition, Cedric declared suddenly. He's as surprised as the rest of us about being made champion. Thank you, Cedric. Professor McGonagall said firmly. Lord Gryffindor, head of most ancient and noble family of Potter, has made it very clear that he did not enter his name in the competition. This should be enough for everyone here. The two headmasters kept their silence, albeit reluctantly. Now, we have to resolve the whole issue of a person who is chosen as champion when clearly he did not enter his name, concluded Professor McGonagall calmly. Madame Maxime straightened herself regally. Exactly. Do McGonagall, Ave, any suggestions? Turning to Mr. Crouch, Professor McGonagall asked, Is there any way out for Lord Gryffindor? He obviously does not want to participate. Rules are rules. As you've mentioned, it is a magically binding contract. Harry Potter has to participate, answered Mr. Crouch curtly, looking at Harry. Mind if I make a suggestion? Don't the rules also state that there will only be one champion for each school? Since rules are rules, couldn't you enforce that and disqualify him? Added Dumbledore thoughtfully, stroking his long white beard. Mr. Crouch seemed to contemplate over his answer. That rule is usually enforced by the Goblet of Fire, and it is unprecedented that the magical artifact makes an error by selecting 2 champions from a school. However, a binding contract is established the moment his name comes out of the goblet. Lord Gryffindor might not want to participate, but he has to, or else he will lose his magic. If Lord Gryffindor wants to continue using magic, he'll have no choice. Harry wanted to laugh. It was clear that no matter what choice he made, Riddle would get his way. It's not an option we can consider. If we decided to call off the Triwizard Tournament because a high-level sabotage has occurred, no, I will not permit it. Hogwarts is just afraid of losing to other schools, spoke Professor Karkaroff harshly. The competition will go on. I see no reason for it to be called off. I'll not permit Z, argued Madame Maxime heatedly. Well, we will not allow Lord Gryffindor to participate. Amelia Bones interrupted suddenly, surprising everyone in the room. Sirius was beside her, looking forbidding. He dismissed Dumbledore immediately, with a curt nod. He is far too young to join. I will not allow an important member of society, like Lord Gryffindor, to be placed in any unnecessary danger, especially when he was coerced to join the Triwizard Tournament. The room fell still. This is Lady Bones, head of the most ancient and noble family of Bones, and head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The gentleman with her is Lord Black, head of most ancient and noble family of Black and interim head of Wizengamot, said Professor McGonagall, introducing the 2 new arrivals to the foreign guests. This situation is not that serious that we need to involve the head of DMLE or the head of the Wizengamot personally, Bagman insisted, looking around for support. I beg to differ, Ludo. It's a sabotage involving one of the heads of an ancient house. According to the law, it is serious enough for us to intervene, replied Amelia sternly. Besides, Professor McGonagall was absolutely right. One need to be very powerful wizard to confuse the Goblet of Fire into thinking there are 4 schools, hence 4 champions. What would be the motive of this person then? Challenged Professor Karkaroff, besides giving Hogwarts added advantage. Where is C evidence of the sabotage? Madame Maxime added. You should know better, Karkaroff, barked Sirius, unable to curb his temper. His face grew livid. What are you exactly implying, Black? Karkaroff demanded angrily. You exactly know what Lord Black's implying, Karkaroff, growled a voice near the door. It was Moody, and he was limping towards them. Lady Bones is correct in her deduction. The Goblet of Fire is a very powerful magical artifact. It takes a very powerful confundus charm to tamper with it. Thank you, Alastair. The conversation is getting out of hand. We can spend all night on this, but the champions need their rest. We'll brief them accordingly and allow them to rest. It has been a long day for all of them. We can decide on the best course of action after that.
Would
that be all right with all of you? Asked Amelia, in an attempt to calm down the rising tensions. The 2 other headmasters of the school had no choice but to agree, and Mr. Crouch briefed them accordingly. The first task would take place on 1st of October. The nature of the first task was not revealed, since they wanted to test the courage of the contestants. The champions were also cautioned not to consult any teachers. Crumb and Delacour, accompanied by their headmaster or headmistress, left the side chamber. Cedric left, knowing that Harry would be in good hands with Sirius and Amelia. Crouch, since you're most familiar with the rules, what do you suggest? Asked Amelia finally. I don't know how the situation arose, but I'll speak in the capacity of the head of Magical International Cooperation. We have worked very hard in order for the Triwizard Tournament to take place. The Ministry of Bulgaria protested against having the tournament after the World Cup incident, and it took great efforts to assure them that their delegation would be safe here. To call off the competition without a significant reason would severely strain the relationship between France, Bulgaria, and Great Britain. It's a most imprudent course of action since it would be seen as arrogance on our part. Since Lord Gryffindor is the head of one of the most ancient and noble families, let him decide for himself. However, I must caution you, Lord Gryffindor. If you truly know your duty to the country, you must look beyond the personal injustice, spoke Crouch with a hint of impatience. It's more than a personal injustice. He could be badly hurt. Sirius protested harshly. He's merely a fourth year. It's no more risk than the other 3 champions are facing, said Crouch edgily. You don't expect the other headmaster and headmistress to accede to your request when there is no clear evidence of an unfair threat to Lord Gryffindor. They are subjecting 2 of their best pupils to the same danger. The same danger? The other champions have a certain level of magical skills since they have passed their OWLs. Lord Gryffindor has not, and he's the only heir to the Black and the Potter families. Are you going to be responsible anything happens to him? He tuned out Crouch's justification, seeking advice from his wife. Hermione, what do you think? Harry thought jadedly. There was a jumble of thoughts he could not make sense of. After a while, she answered. She didn't sound too pleased. Riddle has finally made his move. We've been outmaneuvered at least this time. You'll have to participate. He cleared his voice, getting the attention of everyone in the room. I've decided. I'll compete, said Harry simply. But note that it will be under duress. The eyes of Amelia and Sirius widened slightly. Taking account of the sabotage, I request that an investigation must be undertaken immediately. Harry went on. Naturally, it's the least we should do. Professor McGonagall agreed. Turning to Amelia, she said, You have my permission to begin your investigation for the safety of our students. Then the matter is settled. Lord Gryffindor will compete as one of the champions, said Bagman elatedly, rubbing his hands. The other heads of the schools were informed of the decision when they returned. None of them seemed too pleased with the outcome, but they grudgingly accepted it since there was no other solution to the problem. The journey back to his quarters was a quiet one. Neither Sirius nor Amelia said a word since they were too absorbed with their thoughts. He led them up to the sitting room. He was not surprised to see all his friends waiting anxiously for his return. Hermione approached him, wrapping him in a tight embrace that communicated all her worries before allowing him to join them. Their faces reflected their concern, and it lifted his spirit slightly, knowing his friends would support him. Cedric, you shouldn't be here. I'm sure the Hufflepuffs would want to celebrate this achievement with you, Harry said when he spotted him among his friends. Celebration can wait. Hermione said that you'll be participating? Asked Cedric. Yes, that irritating Crouch reminded him of his duty to the country. We are entirely clueless about the identity of the person who placed Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire, answered Sirius, a hint of anger in his voice. Amelia laid a hand on his arm. We're not exactly clueless. We know that this is the work of the Dark Lord. It's the loyal servant he spoke of in Harry's dream that has trapped Harry in this position. Besides, we're aware that he is going to use the Triwizard Tournament as a way to try to hurt Harry, which indicates he has to stay within Hogwarts so that he could carry on with his plan, added Hermione wisely. You're right, Hermione. Amelia returned. I'll have to divide my time between the Ministry and Hogwarts to solve the case. I haven't finished my investigation on the incident of the World Cup. Are you making any headway? Asked Harry. Yes, so far I've that there are at least 2 invisible participants in the scene. The first was carrying out justice by melting out punishment on the group of Death Eaters with a strange incantation that involved some sort of magical fire. The second shot the Dark Mark. I've no idea why the second might do so, but clearly, he is another Death Eater. I'm checking with the Unspeakables to learn about the properties of this strange spell. We might be able to track down the Death Eaters if the spell has any unique properties. That sounds very complex, commented Susan in awe. Don't you get the feeling that there are just too many things happening at once? Asked Luna. I'm afraid they might all be connected. After all, would a person who has escaped from punishment do something like casting the Dark Mark? It's a work of an insanely loyal follower who was probably previously punished by law. A loyal follower who has not been discovered wouldn't have the courage to draw such attention to himself. I believe that same person who cast the mark at the World Cup wouldn't mind sneaking into Hogwarts to carry out his master's plan. That's definitely possible. However, none of the convicted Death Eaters have ever left Azkaban. It was a life imprisonment, and no one has escaped from prison, well, except Sirius, answered Amelia, looking at Sirius. And Peter, you don't really count Pettigrew. He's really more of a rat than a human after living as a rat for is really only one way you can leave the cell, and that's when you're dead. It isn't uncommon. Many stopped eating after being in there for a prolonged time, said Sirius, shuddering at the memory. So it's another dead end, answered Amelia gloomily. I'm hoping we'll be able to discover the identity of the person soon. Alternatively, you can feed everyone with a drop of Veritaserum tomorrow morning and ask them if they entered Harry's name into the goblet of fire. Wouldn't that solve your problem? Suggested Fred. They all ignored him. They continued to discuss the problem. However, with the lack of information, there was little they could do. Amelia and Sirius could only encourage the teenagers to take lessons from Moody on self-defense, since it was clear that Voldemort was finally on the move. After checking the time, the rest of the teenagers had to return to their respective dorms because it was almost curfew. I think it's time to tell her about the night at Quidditch World Cup, Hermione suggested through their link. If Riddle is on the rise, it will help her track his supporters. Harry took her advice, leading Amelia into his study. Hermione, Luna, and Sirius were sitting in the sitting room, speaking about possible ways to enhance the security of the quarters. He cast the several charms to ensure privacy as soon as they had entered the study, surprising Amelia. There are several things I'm going to share with you that I don't wish be known by others. Forgive me for giving you this information so late, but we felt it was for the best. Is it about the Quidditch World Cup? She probed curiously. Yes, we were there in the woods that night. We were supposed to have been headed back to Potter Mansion. However, I was driven by my curiosity to see what kind of troublemakers could induce such a panic and all. When I spotted them harassing the Muggles for sport, I lost it and went after them. You set those flames upon them.
How?
This is the part that has to stay off the record, NAM. Hermione and I can manipulate the elements, replied Harry. As if to prove the fact, a ball of flame appeared in his hand. It's associated with our soul bond. She nodded in understanding. This type of flames is resistant to magic. It's waterproof and can't be put out in the normal ways. The Death Eaters realized this when it was on them, and they couldn't do anything to stop the flames from burning their bodies. Yes, I saw that in some of the memories, answered Amelia, rubbing her temples. Did you see the person who cast the dark mark? No, began Harry, but his deep voice suggested that it was a man. Amelia frowned at his answer. Thank you for telling me. I understand your need to keep what happened a secret. It would have been difficult to explain your presence at the scene where the dark mark was cast, not to mention the fact that knowledge of your abilities might have fallen on the wrong ears. Don't worry, I'll work around it. Suddenly, a realization dawned on her. A smile of triumph lit her face. I've got it. I don't know why I haven't thought of this before. I know how to track them. Thanks, Harry. I owe you. She hurriedly bid her goodbyes to Hermione and Sirius, telling them she finally had a breakthrough. Her house elf appeared to take her and Sirius to her office. They were finally alone. How do you feel about everything, Mione? Asked Harry tenderly, looking at her. She looked unusually tired, worried and angry. I can't believe he cornered us, answered Hermione. We'll be a step ahead of him the next time, promised Harry, hugging her. She returned his hug, laying her head on his chest. We cannot get obsessed with trying to keep one step ahead of him, added Hermione finally. It's unhealthy. I rather we enjoy the time we have than to spend that same amount of time wondering what he is going to do to you, to us. A large smile played on his lips. Taking her hand, he led her to the bed they shared and rested for the night. Harry guessed that it would be a long and difficult day if the buzzing in the hall was any indication of it. Thankfully, he had friends who believed him without a doubt. The news had spread like a wildfire that Harry was taking part in the competition as the 4th champion. The Gryffindors were delighted that one of their own was participating in the Triwizard competition and hailed him like a hero. Harry was expecting a backlash the equivalent of his second year when everyone saved Hermione and Ron shunned him because he could speak to snakes, but he was surprised that none of them seemed to be making really nasty remarks. He guessed it was because Cedric joined him at the table for breakfast and that their friendship was not affected at all. It seemed to spark off discussions in the school since some of them believed that Harry was desperate enough to steal the glory of being a champion from his friend by entering himself into the tournament. The talk was soon squashed because none of his friends would allow such accusations to run unchecked. Professor McGonagall's clarification during breakfast helped to clear the air as well. The students then began to expect some sort of fallout between Harry and Cedric. I feel more assured that he's participating along with me. It's one less opponent to guard your back against. After all, I'm confident that Harry wouldn't do anything to harm me, replied Cedric when he was questioned by some of his curious housemates. The talk soon died off after a few days when the school was more used to the idea of having Harry and Cedric as champions. All hell broke loose after that. It was difficult for either Harry or Cedric to escape impromptu autograph sessions from excited girls. Fred and George found their antics highly amusing and did impersonation of several girls just to tease the two of them, but the girls did not find it remotely delighting. Harry and Hermione constantly kept Amelia updated about their days. Their school life was the only thing that kept Amelia entertained. She, like the twins, teased him about those autograph sessions. Things were finally looking up. The investigation into the Quidditch Cup night was finally beginning to yield some results. According to her, they were making good progress cross-checking the list of local guests at the Quidditch World Cup and the list of patients who sought treatment for special burns. It was tedious work, but it was the best clue they had. Amelia ensured that none of the potential suspects got a wind of the news by doing almost all the work herself. Amelia kept things as vague as possible, asking for records of patients who were hurt during the Quidditch Cup incident and reducing the scope of data herself. It was only a matter of time before she discovered those names. They would have to tread very carefully after that. As a way to conclude their conversation of the day, for days after the announcement of the champions, she decided to drop him a warning. By the way, you can expect some sort of photo shoot soon for publicity. The ministry is big on such things, said Amelia, rolling her eyes in annoyance. I can't escape, can I? Harry asked hopefully. Good luck on that. A little publicity won't hurt, if it's done correctly. It's a path we all went through. The wizarding world is anxious to learn more about the young Lord Gryffindor. There wasn't a single article on you after Dumbledore's trial last year. Of course, they were more interested in Sirius and your relationship with him, teased Harry. Oh, hush, Harry. Considered yourself warned. The next day, they learned the summoning spell during charms. Harry was patiently coaching Dean Thomas on the proper way of casting the summoning charm, and like Hermione, he was attracting everything like a magnet. You have to concentrate on the object you want to summon and command it like you would ask a dog to follow your instructions, said Harry, watching Dean closely. There was a frown of concentration on Dean's face, and suddenly the book on his table zoomed into his outstretched hand. He gave a shout of delight. Besides Harry, Hermione was coaching a fourth-year Hufflepuff girl who was having difficulty. Professor Flitwick chuckled quietly. He was content to leave Hermione and Harry alone to tutor their peers. They had a positive influence on their friends. Neville and Susan had recently begun to help their peers with their work too. It made things in class far easier. Assured that they were up to the task, he turned his attention to his other weaker students. There was a polite knock on the door. A small third-year Gryffindor entered the class. It was Colin Creevey. Good afternoon, Professor. I'm supposed to get Harry Potter. The champions are needed for some ceremony, said Creevey excitedly. Very well, Professor Flitwick began, turning to the class. Mr. Potter, apparently you're needed. Since you've already mastered the spell, you may take your things and follow Mr. Creevey to the ceremony. By the way, 10 points for the ingenious way of explaining the summoning spell. Thanks, sir. Harry acknowledged with a nod and slowly packed his things by hand. It won't be nice keeping the other champions waiting, Harry admonished Hermione. With a flick of her wand, his things packed themselves into the dragonhide bag. Harry mock glared at Hermione. Thanks, said Harry derisively, throwing his bag over his shoulder. Don't mention it, Hermione answered, smirking at him. The corners of his lips quivered slightly. Seeing that no one was watching them too closely, he stole a kiss from her. It's for good luck. See you at dinner, if they are merciful, called Harry, waving. Her pearly laugh filled his ears as he turned around and followed Colin Creevey out of the classroom. Chapter 30. For a moment, Harry didn't know whose company he would prefer better, the overly excited and sycophantic Colin Creevey, or the witch with heavily jawed face and jeweled spectacles, looking at him with a calculating eye. He made his decision immediately. He preferred the eager third year, but Colin had already bid him goodbye and left the small classroom. Looking around the room, he saw that they were setting up for some sort of event. A long velvet cloth covered the entire length of the wall. There was a long table before that wall, and it too was covered with the same cloth. 6 chairs were placed behind it. No one was there to save him from her clutches. "Lord Gryffindor, it's an honor to finally meet you in person," said the witch when she approached him. "I'm Rita Skeeter, journalist with Daily Prophet." She watched him closely, waiting for the hint of recognition in his eyes. Realization dawned upon him instantly. This was the lady who had turned the tides against Dumbledore with an article last year, guided by Lord Oswald Greengrass. She was also the journalist who won the top award for writing a groundbreaking article that shook the whole political world of magical Britain and disliked the ministry with a passion. Surely, after winning several awards for your spectacular article, you aren't assigned to getting the scoop at such a small event like the Triwizard Tournament. Harry commented finally, maintaining an expressionless face. She smiled, flashing unusually neat, sparkling white teeth. He should have expected it, since every inch of the witch, from her elaborated hairdo to her accessories, hinted extravagance. "Oh, I volunteered to do it. After all, I've always wanted to meet you in person and do an exclusive interview with you about your past." "Surely you won't mind?" asked Skeeter, her eyes gleaming. "An exclusive about his past? Shouldn't she be featuring about the Triwizard Tournament?" She misinterpreted his silence for consent and tried to reach for him with her scarlet talons, but he nimbly avoided it by sidestepping, shocking the reporter. "You'll have to check with the organizers if, as a champion, I'm required to give you this interview. I'm sure they have some other ideas about these interviews as a way to promote the tournament, and not my past." Harry replied evenly, keeping the outrage out of his voice. "Also, I'd appreciate if you would refrain from trying to grab me in that manner in the future. I won't be able to guarantee your safety the next time." Searching around for an escape, he saw Cedric. "Would you excuse me?" asked Harry courteously, moving swiftly away from her before she could reply. Alyssa would be very proud of him for the way he handled the situation, he thought. He saw the amusement in Cedric's eyes when he approached him. "I see that someone has set her sights on you," Cedric remarked teasingly, giving Skeeter an imperceptible look. "It's my charm," answered Harry dryly. "I feel like an eel." "You are as slippery as one anyway," continued Cedric, laughing, looking around the room with mild interest. Skeeter was now speaking to Bagman, no doubt, asking him for his permission to do an exclusive with the young lord. They approached the 2 other champions who were now in the corner of the room. Crumb was looking as moody as ever, but Fleur seemed excited to see them. "Harry, it is nice to see you," said Fleur sweetly, tossing her long sheet of slivery blonde hair. "And you is Cedric Diggory's?" "Nice to see you again, Fleur Delacour," said Cedric, smiling genially. He seemed as unaffected by her charms as Harry. Looking around, Harry realized that the photographer wasn't to be able to take his eyes off her. "That's another who can't resist her charms," he thought to himself. She returned the smile cordially, watching Harry out of the corner of her eye. "You're a lord at such a young age." "This is amazing," said Fleur admiringly. Cedric had to stifle a chuckle, watching her trying to capture Harry's attention by batting her eyes and flipping her long hair. "No, not really. It's because of an inheritance." "It isn't by virtue," answered Harry absently. He was far more interested in the reason they were gathered in the small classroom than the girl before him. "Why do you think we're here?" It was an attempt to make sure that Fleur could not exclude Cedric in the conversation. "We're here for the wand weighing ceremony. According to Mr. Bagman, they're checking to make sure our wands are fully functional," explained Cedric. He flashed an affable smile at Crumb. The grumpy national player seemed to lighten a bit and returned a polite smile, surprising Harry. Harry took the opportunity to introduce himself to the elusive Quidditch star, and it was a bit uncomfortable since Crumb appeared to become even more sullen. Cedric noticed the change in Crumb's attitude, but kept mum. Inquisitive about their schools, Harry asked the 2 other champions. Fleur was very forthcoming with information about Beau's batons, but Crumb chose not to share much. In the middle of the conversation, Bagman, accompanied by Skeeter, approached them. He introduced the journalist to the rest of the champions. Her attention was solely fixed on Harry, even as she acknowledged the other champions. Turning to Bagman, she said, I would love to interview all of the champions. You know, ask them individually about what it's like being a champion. Sure, why not? I'm sure these four won't mind. They'd have expected that there'd be some sort of publicity, answered Bagman, smiling. Splendid. Why don't I start with the youngest, Lord Gryffindor's? Skeeter returned, smiling. Harry ignored her, turning to talk to Ludo Bagman instead. Mr. Bagman, as one of the organizers of this competition, you must be very familiar with the rules. I was hoping you could clarify something for me. He seemed surprised by the change of topic. There aren't that many rules, Mr. Lord Gryffindor. I'll see if I can, answered Bagman, smiling. I'm only magically bound to represent my school as a champion and participate in all 3 tasks of the Triwizard Tournament. There's no rules stipulating that I'd have to interact with the media. Am I correct? In other words, I'm allowed to reject being interviewed, asked Harry politely. Well, yes. You're indeed correct, answered Bagman hesitantly, looking between Skeeter and him. Even though it is not stated in the contract, it's good for publicity and most people would jump at the chance to be featured in the newspaper. Everyone would love to hear about the Triwizard Tournament from the champion's perspective. Skeeter persuaded. I'm not the only champion and the tournament itself has barely started, said Harry. Please don't take offense, but I don't want to be interviewed by anyone. Skeeter looked affronted by his rejection. The rest of the champions were looking at him with admiration. He was saved by the entrance of the rest of the panel of judges. That was impressive, but you're in for big trouble, Harry. You know what kind of journalist Skeeter is, whispered Cedric before they took their seats. They watched Skeeter move swiftly across the room to sit in a chair placed at the corner. Madame Maxime, Professor Karkaroff, Professor McGonagall, Mr. Crouch, and an elderly gentleman entered the classroom. He recognized the man at once. It was the eccentric wand maker he had bought his wand from 4 years ago, Mr. Ollivander. It made sense. Who else but a wand maker could determine if wands were functional? All of them save Professor McGonagall took their seats behind the velvet-covered desk. The stern headmistress stood regally by her seat and welcomed the champions to the wand-weighing ceremony with a short speech. Mr. Ollivander checked every wand thoroughly, confirming the core and the wood of the wand with the owner before returning the wand. Harry discovered it was possible for wizards to make their own custom wands since Delacour used a hair from her grandmother as core for her wand. She was indeed a half-Vila because her grandmother was a Vila. Mr. Ollivander took a longer time with his wand, no doubt caught up in his memory of selling that particular wand. Harry was glad that he did not announce the core and wood of his wand and returned his wand after proclaiming it to be in working order. They took a group photo for the Daily Prophet. It took a long time since Skeeter and the photographer had disagreements about the positions of the champions. She managed to insist on having individual shot of each champion before Professor McGonagall put her foot down and called it a day. Harry immediately dashed out of the classroom before anyone could stop him, reducing any chance of Skeeter of asking him again for an interview. However, Fleur and Cedric managed to catch up with him. They slow down and fall into step after checking that the coast was clear. Halfway, Cedric remembered that he had to meet Cho before dinner and hurried off towards the Ravenclaw Tower, leaving Harry to Fleur. As Lord and Z Harry Potter, you is very used to interviews? Asked Fleur, amused. She seemed to be pleased to have the opportunity to spend some time alone with him. Actually, no, I like my privacy, Harry answered. Dobby and Charles had always helped him to turn down all the requests for an interview. I've never met another like you, Fleur said suddenly, turning to look at him closely. You is not affected by my charms? I suppose not, since I'm not acting like an idiot, replied Harry, smiling and pointing to several guys who had walked past them. One of them was staring at Fleur so hard that he walked into the wall. She laughed, flipping her hair in her usual haughty way. The unfortunate guy scurried off quickly, embarrassed. Why not? Questioned Fleur finally. I'm not sure. Hermione thinks I'm immune to such charms. I suspect she knows the reason why, but chooses to keep it to herself, Harry said, his face breaking into a large grin at the thought of his wife. Would she be Z brown-hair girl is always with you? Asked Fleur thoughtfully. Z1 is very jealous when I'm talking to you? Harry chortled at her description. She had interpreted Hermione's impatience with her as a sign of jealousy. She wasn't jealous. She was irritated. Irritated that I speak to you? Fleur inquired snootily, flipping her hair. No, irritated that you laughed during Professor McGonagall's speech and checked me out like a piece of meat in front of her, replied Harry plainly. It was very uncomfortable, Harry added in an afterthought. Fleur let out a pulley laugh at his description of her stare. She halted right before the door that led to the Great Hall. The entrance hall was teeming with students entering and leaving the Great Hall. I'm sorry about that, Fleur said earnestly, surprising even herself at her sincere apology. Harry arched an eyebrow in surprise. Nevertheless, he accepted the apology graciously with a smile. Fleur returned the smile sweetly. Would this Hermione be your girlfriend? Asked Fleur quietly, looking at him intently. We're in love, answered Harry, his smile reflecting the affection he had for his wife. Her eyebrows contracted slightly at his answer, and she captured his left hand with both of her hands, lifting it into view. Harry was too stunned to even react. All he could do was to watch her. Fleur was scrutinizing his hand closely. After a while, she declared haughtily, I see that she has not left her mark on you. He had no clue about what she was referring to. You're not engaged, explained Fleur, her eyes dancing with amusement. Oh, how should I explain that the wedding ring is invisible? The amusement in her eyes was replaced by determination. I'll be the first, promised Fleur, her voice taking a seductive edge, and last to do that. She gazed at him boldly, leaving no room for misconstruing her meaning. He could only stare at her silently, numb with shock and disbelief at her audacity. Fleur laughed vibrantly at his reaction as she let go of his hand. See you soon, Aries, Fleur bade, smiling and walking briskly towards the entrance. Did she just promise that she would propose to him? He shook his head at those thoughts and entered the Great Hall. As usual, the place was packed with students. His housemates cheerfully greeted him when he neared the Gryffindor table. It was not difficult to spot his wife. Hermione was sitting at the table with their friends, buried in a book, eating and reading at the same time. She was so absorbed with her book that she only noticed Harry when he slipped into the empty seat beside her. More books on exercising? Harry asked, looking at the cover of the book. A look of surprise crossed her face before she smiled. Hi, Harry, you made it. It seems that they were merciful enough to wrap up just in time for dinner, commented Hermione, helping him to fill his plate with food. His face broke into an impish grin. Thanks to Professor McGonagall. He took the plate from her, gave her a kiss on the cheek in gratitude, and began eating. Why do you need to read up? I'm running out of ideas for training. They say it is important to have a varied training regime. I've made the arrangements with Professor Moody. Professor McGonagall let him know what we needed, and he agreed to meet with all of us Thursday evenings. Hermione explained. Okay, that's great news, said Harry absently, rubbing his thumb over the simple gold band. The lack of excitement in his tone made her frown. Did something happen? Hermione asked, setting her book down. Her anxious tone distracted him from his thoughts, and he looked at her. No, it's nothing really, he assured, holding her hand. Riddle hasn't made his next move. I'm thinking about something else. She relaxed visibly. So, what is it? She probed. It was clear that she was not going to drop the issue. He rubbed the back of his neck nervously, thinking of the best way to put it across. Fleur seems to be attracted to me, began Harry uncertainly. Like all other girls, Hermione muttered edgily, waiting for him to get to the point. After a debating internally for a while, he chose to recount the whole incident instead of making wild assumptions. Hermione seemed unusually calm about it, keeping her silence until he finished his tale. She's fascinated with you because you're different and was telling you that she will act on it, concluded Hermione plainly. It'll be a sticky situation. She's confident of her own ability to charm you. I have a feeling she might even see this as a game, and her competitive nature will drive her to attempt to win at any cost. Harry looked perplexed. Win? What would she win? Hermione laughed at his response. You, my love. Have you considered what a good catch you are? You're famous, rich, and powerful, and you have a title. He was still bewildered. She can't exactly win, can she? That can't happen because I already have you, continued Harry, bemused. Hermione gave him a sly look before answering. Exactly. We know it, but others don't. However, this doesn't mean you should stop resisting her attempts. I only permit one mistake, and you've already made one, concluded Hermione, turning back to her book. Harry threw his head back and laughed loudly. He was tickled by the fact that his wife seemed to accept it rather easily. There was a time he was sure that she would have kicked up a fuss. It seemed that she had grown to be more secure in their relationship. It sort of reminded him that he shouldn't worry about Krum. After all, he hasn't declared that he wanted to put a ring on his wife. Harry would call him out for a duel if Krum ever attempted to do that. However, he couldn't help but worry. He had a feeling that Krum disliked him for a reason, and that reason was probably Hermione. By the way, if Skeeter's bothering you, just threaten to fire her. The last time I checked, you're still a major shareholder of Daily Prophet, along with Uncle OS. You really ought to pay attention to the things you own, Harry, admonished Hermione, training her eyes on her book. Yes, dear, Harry replied, glad that he could deal with Skeeter that next time she harassed him. Then it hit him. Something wasn't right. He'd only told her about the incident with Fleur. How did she know about Skeeter? I didn't have to tell you what happened with Fleur, did I? You already knew, he exclaimed, slapping his forehead for his stupidity. He should have known that his wife would be watching over him through their link. That's why you're so calm. Hermione neither deny nor confirm the allegation, choosing to ignore him and read her book. Harry debated with himself for a while through dinner, but he finally decided that he had to clear the air up with Fleur before things went out of control. With only Crookshanks accompanying him, he went to look for Fleur. It was completely dark when Harry exited the entrance hall to the grounds of Hogwarts. I suppose I'll have to create a diversion if she becomes too forward with you? Crookshanks asked dryly, trotting along his master. Not really, I just feel it's more appropriate not to go alone. I couldn't find the right person to come with me, Harry answered sheepishly. Harry walked swiftly down the slope to the edge of the Forbidden Forest where Hagrid's wooden hut stood. 200 yards away from the cabin, large powder-blue carriages stood, horseless. The light from these carriages illuminated the area, and he could see Beauxbatons students entering and exiting the gigantic carriages. Harry walked up to one of the students and politely inquired about Fleur's whereabouts. The group of girls recognized him immediately because of his distinct scar. Someone graciously went to get her while Harry politely chatted with them. He learned that the carriages were their sleeping quarters and that they were attending lessons with 6th and 7th year Hogwarts students. Fleur soon arrived, pleased that Harry was looking for her.
Hi, Harry.
Didn't think that you might look for me so soon, said Fleur merrily. Her glance wavered to Crookshanks for a while before returning back to Harry, fascinated that he'd brought his pet with him. The girls bade them good night and went back to their carriage. He drew his hand through his short hair. I needed to speak to you, said Harry, conscious that everyone from Beauxbatons seemed to watching them. Fleur noticed his discomfort and led him closer to the Forbidden Forest for privacy. Yes, Fleur asked patiently when they were completely out of earshot, but still in clear view of the other students. Fleur, I have to decline your offer respectfully, began Harry sincerely but firmly. I'm serious about Hermione, and I don't wish to give you false hopes or to embarrass you in the future. The smile from her face faded away, and she became insistent. If you is not married, Zings is not fixed, retorted Fleur, taking a step closer to him. Crookshanks arched his back and snarled loudly, surprising her, and she halted. It is for me. I can't picture anyone else but Hermione as my wife, said Harry calmly, watching Crookshanks out of the corner of his eyes. Her eyes widened with disbelief. How would you know that I am not better zon, demanded Fleur. Crookshanks snarled even louder. My mistress is definitely better than you, Vase. Harry smiled indulgently, choosing not to answer that question. It's getting late, and I've to head back. I don't mind having new friend, Fleur, but nothing more than that. So please reconsider your actions. Good night, concluded Harry, walking away. Crookshanks shot her a dirty look before smugly following Harry back to the castle. Harry and his friends were discussing about possible places to continue their training the next day when sounds of flapping wings announced the arrival of the morning mail. The barn owls delivered several copies of the Daily Prophet to them since all of them but Luna subscribed to it. The headline of the edition caught his eye immediately. Harry immediately grabbed the paper for a closer look and found that his eyes weren't deceiving him. Lord Gryffindor, champion of Hogwarts, engaged to Mademoiselle Delacour, the champion of Beauxbatons? By Rita Skeeter. The Triwizard Tournament, organized by the Department of International Magical Cooperation and Department of Magical Games and Sports this year, proved to be a too effective way in establishing friendships between the young witches and wizards of different nationalities. Sparks seemed to be flying between two of the champions, Lord Gryffindor, head of the most noble and ancient family of Potter, and Fleur Delacour, a stunningly pretty 17-year-old girl and champion of Beauxbatons. One of the most eligible bachelors might soon find himself married. Fleur Delacour is the heir of the rich and famous aristocratic family in France, the Delacour, and currently is in her final year at Beauxbatons. The Delacours, like the Potters, wield considerable influence in France and own a great deal of enterprises. As such, the teenagers are evenly matched in terms of status, wealth, and power. Undeniably, if the two teenagers continue to take their relationship to the next step, marriage, it will be the best match of the century. According to Colin Creevey, a Hogwarts student, it was a love at first sight for Delacour and Lord Gryffindor. She had approached Lord Gryffindor to strike up a conversation with him on the night she arrived at Hogwarts, and they soon became fast friends. They were said to be always found in each other's company. It was apparent that they took their friendship to another step. Delacour was completely enamored with the young lord, and she was seen boldly proposing to him in public after the wand-weighing ceremony. Lord Gryffindor appeared to be very shocked but pleased, and he accepted the proposal in a heartbeat. Lord Gryffindor was even seen heading over to the sleeping quarters of the Beauxbatons to speak to his fiancée after dark. It is not clear if her parents had already accepted the engagement between the young couple. Lord Gryffindor and Delacour would need the approval of the head of the Delacour family before they can be formally engaged. Lord Gryffindor, who was emancipated last year on 29th of July, 1993, is allowed to marry. One would expect to see if they could overcome the hurdle of competing against each other in the Triwizard Tournament before they tie the knot. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament is scheduled on the 1st of October at Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. There will be 3 tasks in total, and the competition will run until February of next year. Lord Gryffindor will be competing against his fiancé, Victor Crumb, and Derek Diggory for the Triwizard Cup. For more information on Triwizard Tournament, turn to page 2. For more information on Fleur Delacour, turn to page 3. For more information on Lord Gryffindor, head of the most noble and ancient family of Potter, turn to page 4. There was a picture of Fleur, standing close to Harry, holding his hand that accompanied the article. Harry was rendered completely speechless when he finished the article. Skeeter had completely ignored the 2 other champions and misspelled their names, even the Quidditch star, Victor Crumb. Flipping through the newspaper, he discovered that she did a page-long biography each on him and his supposed fiancé. His wife was laughing when she was finished with the article. The article would have been more convincing if Skeeter had gotten the names correct. She had to give credit to Skeeter for getting several facts correct, like the background of the Delacours. Alyssa had covered the important wizarding families in France once, and she had spoken of the Delacours. The Delacours were considered to be the oldest and most well-connected families in France. It would have severe repercussions if the Delacours got a wind of this false news. "What was that about, Harry?" demanded Susan, ignoring Hermione. "When were you engaged to that girl?" "I'm not. It's just Skeeter. How could you trust an article which misspells Crumb's and Cedric's names?" Harry asked, setting his paper on the table. "She couldn't have fabricated the photograph." "Why was she holding your hand?" probed Daphne, pointing to the picture. Harry looked around and noticed that everyone seemed to be listening into their conversation. "Since we've finished with our breakfast, let's head to somewhere private to speak. I'm expecting a call from Sirius or Aunt Am soon," answered Harry, standing up, offering a hand to Hermione. The Great Hall watched the exchange between Harry and Hermione silently in anticipation. "I guess they're expecting me to throw a fuss?" Hermione inquired in a voice so soft that only Harry could hear her. The amused twinkling in her eyes made him forget about his irritation, and he smiled. "What a sight it would be if you choose to hex Delacour for snatching me away from you. I'd be more assured that you're crazy about me, the same way I'm insanely in love with you," Harry whispered teasingly. Hermione's brows contracted slightly in mock annoyance. "It gives you pleasure seeing me fighting to keep you, doesn't it? I'm not doing anything to boost that male ego of yours, love." Harry laughed and tenderly kissed her on her lips. "That's for those who foolishly believe that you're finally available," he whispered when he drew back. Hand in hand, the couple left the Great Hall, ignoring their sniggering friends and the gaping students in the hall. Once again, the Great Hall was buzzing with conversations, discussing the authenticity of the article. They headed up to the couple's marriage quarter for some privacy, and when they were all settled, Harry told the whole tale of what occurred between him and Fleur. "So she actually proposed to you," exclaimed Susan in outrage. The Weasley twins whistled and slapped Harry's back admiringly. "I'm surprised that the Daily Prophet got that right," quipped Luna distractedly. "The Daily Prophet has earned a terrible reputation of fabricating the truth." "Yes, it sure does," Harry agreed distractedly. "I've tried to clearly explain the situation to Fleur last night after dinner." It was then when he received an incoming call from Sirius. He transferred the call to the large mirror mounted in the sitting room so that he could participate in the conversation. "I see that you've gotten yourself in a fix, pup. Getting too attractive for your own good, most eligible bachelor?" asked Sirius jokingly, after exchanging greetings. "Speak for yourself, Sirius," answered Harry, laughing. "Harry offended Skeeter at the wand weighing ceremony yesterday," Cedric explained simply, leaning into his seat. "I see. So, what are you going to do about it?" Amelia's suggestion was to demand a letter of apology from the Daily Prophet because it might affect relations between us and France if the Delacours find out about it. "Same sentiments," said Hermione, looking at Harry. "We've even heard about them in our travels in France." Harry nodded. "Uncle OS and I are the major shareholders of the paper, Sirius," Harry reminded. "Do you think I should send a letter of warning to her for publishing such false news?" "That's an excellent idea," said Sirius, smiling. "I suppose it is something you want to do yourself?" Harry nodded. "Hedwig tells me I have a pile of letters waiting for me in my study. I've a feeling some of them might be consequences of Skeeter's article." He grimaced at the thought of it. Sirius laughed at the frown on his godson's face. "Don't bother replying if they're congratulating you on your phony engagement. Just issue a statement thanking the public for their congratulations, but that the information the paper printed was completely incorrect," suggested Sirius. "I'll take your advice."
"I'll see you soon," said Harry.
They bade one another goodbye before they cut off the communication. Harry went into his study to answer his correspondences, while his friends used the time to do some revision. The article took the wizarding world by a storm. He had received many letters from head of houses congratulating him on his engagement to such a prestigious family. He decided to save replying to all by taking Sirius's suggestion. He made a quick trip to the office of Daily Prophet, and he was courteously showed to the office of the chief editor. Assuming the sternest expression he could muster, he carefully explained the dire consequences of the fictitious article. After getting an earful from the Lord about his duty to the public and the company, an utterly repentant chief promised to send a letter of warning to Skeeter on behalf of the newspaper, and published a letter of retraction complete with the accurate information, as well as Lord Gryffindor's letter. Harry made a note to revamp the Daily Prophet as soon as possible as the chief editor showed him out. Dobby took him back to Hogwarts, and was in time for lunch. The kiss at breakfast stamped most of the speculation that Harry was engaged to Fleur. However, some were convinced that the news was true, and Harry was engaged to Fleur for political reasons. Harry was after all a head of an ancient family, and it was not uncommon for them to marry out of duty, taking a wife who could increase his influence and wealth in the society. Hermione, being a Muggle-born, with no connections in the society, increased the likelihood. Colin Creevey apologized to Harry profusely during lunch. Apparently, Colin had only mentioned that Fleur seemed to hit off with Harry well from her first night in Hogwarts, but Skeeter had expanded on his statement. Harry forgave the overwrought third year immediately, seeing that Colin would probably kill himself if Harry did not. Most of the gossips died down the next day when a one-page apology was printed in the newspaper. Daily Prophet apologized for the false news regarding Lord Gryffindor's engagement and stated that they had warned the journalist. They printed the letter by Lord Gryffindor to thank all who had congratulated him and assured them that he would announce the news himself if he got engaged in the future. Harry and his friends were sitting at the Gryffindor table, eating quietly while everyone else was preoccupied with the articles. Harry was in the world of his own, concerned over a different matter. Susan, who was sitting next to Harry, discreetly nudged Harry, urging him. He glared at his friend for a while and gave a sigh, regretting that he asked her for her opinion. Hermione raised her eyebrows slightly, eyeing them cautiously. Harry knew that he could have done this in private. Harry had always wanted to do it for a long time, but couldn't find the right time to do so. His friends, especially Susan and Luna, always seemed disappointed that he hadn't gotten around to giving her the gift since last year. Susan gave him another nudge on the ribs, this time not so subtle. Her action captured the attention of all their friends sitting at the table, and they were giving them this strange and puzzled look. Harry reluctantly got onto his feet. The entire hall fell silent immediately, as if sensing something would happen. He took several deep breaths. It was now or never. Being a true Gryffindor at heart, he decided to muster courage and do what he had planned to do. With a confident smile on his face, he strode to Hermione. Hermione was completely baffled and Harry's smile widened. He took pride in surprising his wife. He stopped right before her, watching her for her reaction. "Mione," he began gravely. "Well, I know we've been together for more than a year, and I did promise that you wouldn't miss out on anything. I want to make a lasting commitment so that everyone can see that I am completely devoted to you," said Harry, smiling and presenting her with a small box. "Happy birthday." He cautiously opened the box, revealing a gold Celtic knot ring. Hermione went into her inquisitive mode, scrutinizing the ring the same way she would examine a book, and discovered that there seemed to be no end or beginning to the knot. Her eyes reflected surprise when she caught the sight of a matching ring on his hand. He was giving her promise rings, she realized finally. As usual, he did not spare any expense since they were rings that he selected himself. She could understand why he would give her a promise ring. Edmund carefully made their wedding rings and gave it to them along with his blessings. Now, Harry wanted to give her another ring which would serve as a public declaration to all that they were serious about each other. He gently took out the ring and slipped it into one of her fingers. "Thank you," answered Hermione, smiling. She leaned forward and kissed him lovingly. The hall burst into a deafening applause. Harry and Hermione ducked their heads, embarrassed by the attention they were given. To make matters worse, Fred and George decided to encourage the school to celebrate her birthday. They were once more in the thick of things, waving their hands like some conductor, encouraging their housemates to sing the birthday song for Hermione, and they did. The Gryffindors good-naturedly complimented them and were singing at the top of their voices. It was an amazing display of house spirit, and it persuaded the other students from other houses to join in by clapping along. Even the usually stern Professor McGonagall had clapped to the song. When the singing died down, she spoke with amusement in her voice. "Mr. Potter, I'm sure the house elves wouldn't have minded baking a cake for Miss Granger if you had announced your intentions in advance." "I didn't mean to make such a big fuss," said Harry, laughing brightly. "I should have realized that giving her present during breakfast was the worst way to keep the celebration private." Professor McGonagall chuckled lightly in response. Most of their fourth-year schoolmates and their housemates took turns offering well wishes to Hermione. "I suppose I have to thank Fleur for this public display of affections?" Hermione said, through their shared link. "No, you should be thanking Sue. It was her idea. You didn't exactly put the mark on me. I wore the ring myself," Harry pointed out. Hermione took off his promise ring and immediately slipped it back on. "Well, now you can't say I haven't," declared Hermione, her eyes twinkling, while she repressed her laughter. Harry laughed so hard that he nearly fell off his chair, much to his other friends' amusement. The most persistent gossipers had given up after that spontaneous celebration. There were only about 2 weeks left until the first task. His friends began to show signs of worry as the date loomed closer. Hermione seemed to be taking out her anxiety by burying herself in the school library, feverishly searching for useful defensive spells. Harry chose to leave her alone since it was something he couldn't do. The idea of being stuck in the library for weeks, vehemently poring over books like Hermione didn't appeal to him. This was one of the things that Hermione did best, and he was contented to leave the task of researching in the dark and cold library in her capable hands. He was somewhat confident of his own abilities to survive the task if Riddle chose not to interfere. The threat of Riddle hanging over them was stifling since they were helpless as much as clueless. It was difficult to preempt any move since they were not clear what Riddle would do. Would he choose to interfere in the first task, manipulating behind the scenes so that Harry would be severely injured, or would he choose to wait? That question remained unanswered. To be on the safe side, Harry decided to work on his spells, together with Cedric, in spare classrooms whenever they had the free time to do so. The uncertainty made some of them very uptight, particularly the heads of the ancient houses and Hermione. Everyone in Harry's tight circle of friends grew more apprehensive as the first task neared. Their anxiety drove them to work even harder in their battling abilities. On Thursday, Harry's friends brought up the topic of finding a private place to train. "We are in desperate need of a place to practice all our spells without having anyone gawking at us," said Susan. "Do you know of any good place to practice, Fred?" They were all having their break. "Large and private?" asked Fred. "Not at all, I'm afraid. I guess we'll have to stick to only physical training and wait for extra lessons with Professor Moody to practice," said Cedric. "Keep your eyes open," said Daphne. "We might be lucky and stumble across a place." Harry and Hermione were racking their brains for ideas when suddenly they thought of a possible place. "It might work if we can solve the issue of how to get in and out of there," answered Hermione, plainly excited. The couple stood up suddenly and dashed back to their quarters. Their friends were completely dumbfounded as they watched Harry and Hermione leave. "Dobby," called Harry when he entered his dorm. He appeared promptly, surprised at the urgency of his tone. "Yes, my lord," Dobby answered calmly. "Can you take us to the Chamber of Secrets?" asked Harry. Dobby nodded, since he had accompanied the couple on their last visit, and took them straight there. To their surprise, the chamber was very clean. Dobby had taken the initiative to clean the area up and install magical lights. The statue of Slytherin was repaired, and he stood in the corner, looking as if he was supporting the high ceiling. Harry and Hermione checked in the smaller rooms and realized that Dobby had done an amazing job cleaning up. "With appropriate refurbishing, we can use this place to train," announced Harry excitedly, gesturing absently. "We could do a lot more with it if we wanted to," Hermione replied thoughtfully. Harry's watch started to beep, and he answered the call. It was Cedric. "We went to your quarters and found it empty. Where are you? Are you still within Hogwarts?" "We are," answered Harry. "We've found a good place. However, there are several issues to work out before we can start using the place." "That's fantastic," said Cedric excitedly. "We'll see you in your quarters soon." "Yeah, we'll be there in a bit," Harry assured before he cut off the communication. Hermione was as usual, on top of things, informing Dobby on the way she wanted the place to be renovated. She wanted to convert one of the rooms into a place for them to relax and a library dedicated to physical and magical forms of fighting. "There is still a problem of access," said Harry, frowning. "Dobby can't take that many of us at a time, and I would hate for him to have to make multiple trips." "I was just thinking about that, Harry, and I got an idea. Why don't we build another portkey into our watches so that we'll all have direct access to the chamber? It'll take them to and from the chamber easily," Hermione suggested. "That's brilliant, love," exclaimed Harry, smiling. The couple called for Dobby, and he popped them back to their quarters where their anxious friends were waiting. They happily announced the good news and collected their watches. "We are actually going to train in the legendary Chamber of Secrets?" asked Daphne in awe. Harry shrugged. "The basilisk no longer lives in it, so it's empty. It fits our purpose once Dobby is done with the renovations," answered Harry. "I believe it'll at least take a week. We'll probably be able to return your watches to you tomorrow." They went for their afternoon lessons after their morning break ended. In the evening, They met Professor Moody for their first private lesson in the Dada classroom. The teenagers did not know what to expect from their Dada professor despite taking at least 2 weeks of lessons from him. There was the usual ominous clunk sound that announced his arrival. "Good evening," growled Professor Moody, looking at them briefly with his normal eye. "I didn't expect such a big lot of you. According to Professor McGonagall, you're quite competent with basic hexes, counter-hexes, offensive and defensive spells. Stupefy, Defindo." He roared suddenly, pointing his wand at one unfortunate student. His target turned out to be Harry. He summoned a desk to take the blow for him as he ducked. The table exploded when it was connected with the 2 spells, reducing into splinters. The other teenagers immediately cast the shield charm to protect themselves from the flying fragments while Harry tried to disarm Professor Moody. However, he was that kind who did exactly as he preached, and he repelled his effort with a timely protego. "That's enough, Potter," snarled Moody, smiling, his magical eyes scanning each one of them. "Constant vigilance. I see that you've remembered my lesson well. There's not a lot to teach if you're not vigilant. I'm glad to see that you're at least able to conjure a shield quickly. Is it too difficult for you to cast a shield charm, Potter?" asked Moody. Luna repaired the desk immediately, with a flick of her wand. "No, sir," answered Harry promptly. "Your move was nevertheless effective since it could act as a distraction." He limped slowly towards the blackboard, keeping both of his eyes on them. "I'm not going to move into advanced spellcasting until I'm sure you have what it takes, so you're stuck with basic spells. Many wizards and witches fall into the trap of thinking that when it comes to dueling, the fancier the spell the better, and they usually lose their life as a result. Never underestimate these spells. Basic spells can be very powerful if you master them and can apply them effectively. They don't take a lot out of the spellcaster, and the incantation is usually short." He took a swig from his hip flask before continuing. Professor Moody talked about combining several simple spells for greater effect. "I've used a stunner followed by a cutting spell. This, as you could see by Mr. Potter's demonstration, that it is ineffective. If I had cast the cutting spell before my stunner, I could have stunned Mr. Potter. The sequence of your spells, as such, is important. I've got one last advice before you work on your spells. Always play to your strength," growled Moody. He then split up the group into pairs to work out on their combination of simple spells. Moody seemed to be genuinely surprised by the level of agility displayed by the teenagers. He gave them the rest of the time to work on their combinations as he observed. He told them that they had to be ready with an effective combination before they attended the next lesson, and he dismissed them. He tried to catch Cedric unaware by jinxing him, but he nimbly dodged the spell. "I expect as much from a champion, Diggory," said Moody, hobbling down the corridor. "Thank you, sir," Cedric answered politely. He bade the professor a good night before catching up with the rest of his friends. The teenagers retired early after such a demanding lesson, except Harry and Hermione. The white glow of light faded immediately, and the couple walked along the winding path that snaked through the beautiful garden to the mansion, hand in hand. Hedwig was flying above them, watching them protectively. Harry led her to their favorite spot near the river, and they lay there, next to each other. "You've been working too hard lately," said Harry quietly, looking at the stars. "Didn't you say you don't want to be obsessed with riddle? Then why do you still want to study necromancies?" She should have known that he would find out. "I couldn't even do that." "It's in the restricted section," answered Hermione. "To even predict what he's going to do next, we need to know what his exact purpose is. We deduced that he wanted to recreate his body, and this ritual or process needs you, so it has to be some dark ritual. By determining the existence of this ritual, we can therefore be more assured of his purpose and his way of achieving his purpose. But we've already determined that through the conversation he had with Pettigrew. Pettigrew suggested that Voldemort could use a substitute, which implied that he was not out to kill me for revenge. Therefore, we really can conclude that all Riddle really wants is to get his body back," said Harry. "No need to look up for dark rituals to confirm that." The sound of the flowing waters did nothing to calm her down. Hermione released a sigh and turned into his embrace. "I really hate all this uncertainty. I'll sleep more soundly when this Triwizard tournament is over." "No, when Riddle is properly dead," Harry chuckled, kissing her head tenderly. A comfortable silence fell between them as they enjoyed the cool night breeze. It was permanently summer in house, so they could risk lying down on the grass in the night without getting a cold. Harry was idly trying to guess the names of the constellations in the sky, wondering if Edmund modeled the sky in the house after the real sky from his own time. His musings caught Hermione's attention. She turned in his arms slightly, so that she could see the sky. I believe it reflects whatever Edmund wants to show. This is the night sky belonging to a place in the southern hemisphere. Karina gives it away. The brightest star is Canopus. Together with that cluster of stars, forms Carina, a southern circumpolar constellation, explained Hermione, pointing to a cluster of stars that seemed to form the bottom of the ship. Harry chuckled lightly. We live in the northern hemisphere, so forgive me for not knowing. I'm more familiar with constellations like Orion since we use those in astrology. Wait, I think I saw Orion. I saw Sirius, exclaimed Hermione excitedly, pointing to one of the brightest stars in the sky. It's the nose of that cluster of stars that looked like a dog, southeast of Orion's belt. Sirius and those stars form Canis Major. The couple spent some time lying on the grass, pointing and tracing the constellations they knew. Harry and Hermione headed into the mansion by the hill to visit Edmund. As usual, he was delighted to see the couple once again. A beautiful night, isn't it? Edmund asked, smiling broadly. Yes, a gorgeous summer night from somewhere in the southern hemisphere, replied Hermione. He chortled good-naturally. Wonderful. I was sure you'd guess it immediately. Orion and Carina gave it away. Hermione admitted with a smile. Does it always reflect the night sky from the southern hemisphere? No, it changes. I thought you would have noticed by now, commented Edmund. We were usually too tired to do any stargazing by the time all our trainers were through with us, said Harry. You can't really blame us for not realizing it. Overenthusiasm on our part, I suppose, said Edmund, chuckling. You've still got much to learn. Why, you haven't managed to duplicate your wedding band. That's because we haven't figured out the materials that best amplifies and directs our magic, Harry replied. We've been testing a great deal of materials, including gold. Edmund laughed. Well, best of luck to that. I see you've brought things to work on. I'll talk to you later. The couple went into their work area to work on their friends' watches, while Hedwig headed off for some training from Toll. It took less time for them to craft the chamber portkey, since it was simpler and would be activated immediately with a touch of the button. They returned the new and improved watches to their friends the next day. Dobby and several house elves from Potter Mansion worked diligently on the Chamber of Secrets. They spared no expense, and it took them a week to complete the renovation. Harry and Hermione walked through the area once it was completed. It was completely revamped according to Hermione's request, and it looked like the interior of a well-appointed house rather than an underground chamber. They exited the small and comfortable room that Dobby had taken them to and entered the main chamber area. The house elves had split this open space into several different rooms. Salazar Slytherin's statue still stood by the corner of the chamber near a huge glass-walled room flanked by spectator stands. 2 large concrete platforms stood on both sides, and there were plenty of obstacles in between. It was a large dueling arena designed to challenge their physiques and take their dueling into another height. By the large entrance of the room, there was a traditional dueling platform for them to have their usual spars. The gym, which was located on the opposite end, was modeled after the gym in the house and the Potter Mansion so that it completely catered to their needs. They could practice their spells on the indestructible dummies or work up a sweat by pumping weights on the machines. Harry was very satisfied since there was enough space for them to have their hand-to-hand defense lessons there. One of the larger rooms of the chamber was converted into a beautiful and serene library. Tall wooden shelves, completely filled with books, lined 3 walls. A large fireplace was built on the last remaining wall, and several large comfortable armchairs were placed before it. There were also tables for them to do their homework. In all, it looked very relaxing. They took the liberty of decorating the entire room with warm tapestries. Dobby had even included windows in most of the rooms, and they were enchanted to reflect the weather outside, giving them an illusion that they were above the ground when they were really below. The house elves also took great care designing the toilets. They were stylishly built along the modern lines, with clean, shiny ceramic tiles, glittering metal taps, gleaming porcelain toilet seats. Oil painting of fruit bowls beautified the washrooms. "Great!" exclaimed Harry excitedly when they exited out of the toilets. "They've done a fantastic job. I can't wait to try that large dueling area. Since this is such an immense chamber, it would be too much of a strain on Dobby if he is to clean it by himself. We just need to find another house elf to maintain this place." It wasn't going to be easy filling those shoes, thought Harry. He needed to be completely assured of his loyalty to them, for fear of revealing the location. "I've already looked into it," answered Hermione, smiling. "Dobby and Charles recommended her to me when I spoke with them yesterday, and I gave her the job immediately. I'm sure you'll be pleased with her." Harry was pleased at his wife's efficiency and thoughtfulness. "Who did they recommended?" Hermione called the house elf immediately, and the house elf who had once lectured him on the duties of a servant during Quidditch World Cup final appeared immediately, bowing deeply. Harry's eyes widened at the sight of her. Winky, dressed neatly in uniform that bore the Potter's crest, asked politely, "You called Winky mistress?" Hermione winced slightly at her address. "Mistress? She's a bonded slave to the family of Potter?" Harry thought in shocked. A flurry of questions filled his mind when and how did she came into service. "You're right, she's bonded to the Potter family. She has been in our service since she was dismissed. I asked Dobby to fetch her immediately after Sirius shared that Crouch dismissed her. Freedom didn't agree with her at all, and it was a pitiful sight. Winky refused to be paid and begged to be bonded. We couldn't convince her otherwise, and I didn't want her to remain homeless, so I agreed," answered Hermione, a hint of pity in her voice. "We did manage to get her to agree to take a day off every week like the other house elves in Potter Mansion." "That must have been difficult for you," answered Harry, sympathetically, putting his arms around her. "Not really. There wasn't much to choose," Hermione answered, smiling. Harry had always wondered about the elf ever since he heard that Crouch had dismissed her. He was glad that his wife took her in. He smiled at the house elf. "It's good to see you again, Winky. I'm glad that Hermione assigned you this task." "I know you'll do a great job," said Harry gently. "It is honor for Mistress to ask Winky. Master and Mistress is kind to Winky. Winky is work hard," answered Winky, bowing. She appeared to be excited that her new master and mistress thought this highly of her, and Harry knew that it was the right decision to select her. "We'll be heading back to our quarters. See you later, Winky," said Harry. They portkeyed out of the Chamber of Secrets so that they could share the good news with their anxious friends. Their friends portkeyed into the chamber from their quarters, anxious to check out their new training grounds. They were delighted to see the state-of-the-art machines they could work with and the imposing dueling area. It was decided that they would begin to use the chambers for their daily training immediately. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through Part 3 of H.J. Potter by S.M. Wane. The twists, turns, and magical discoveries in these chapters have brought us closer to understanding Harry's reimagined destiny. With the stakes rising and alliances forming, the adventure is far from over, and the best is yet to come. If you've enjoyed this part of the story, don't forget to show your support. Hit that like button, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe to Grimoire Audiobooks for more enchanting tales. Make sure to tap the notification bell so you never miss a moment of magic. Stay tuned as we prepare to unveil the next installment of this thrilling saga. Until then, thank you for listening, and we'll see you in the next chapter of H.J. Potter.